The sociology of science, theoretical and empirical investigations. To my teachers Pitiri May Sorokin, Talcott Parsons, George Sarton, L. J. Henderson, A. N. Whitehead, who together formed my interest in the sociological study of science. Author's Preface 9. Introduction by Norman W. Storer XT. The Sociology of Knowledge. Prefatory Note 3.1. Paradigm for the Sociology of Knowledge 7.2. Zenani Social Role of the Man of Knowledge 41.3. Social Conflict over Styles of Sociological Work 47.4. Technical and Moral Dimensions of Policy Research 75. The Perspectives of Insiders and Outsiders 99. The Sociology of Scientific Knowledge. Prefatory Note 139.6. Sorokin's Formulations in the Sociology of Science 142 with Bernard Barber 7. Social and Cultural Contexts of Science 173.8. Changing Foci of Interest in the Sciences and Technology 191.9. Interactions of Science and Military Technique 204I0. The Neglect of the Sociology of Science 2I0. 8 Contents. 3. The Normative Structure of Science. Prefatory Note 223.11. The Puritan Spur 2. Science 228.12. Science and the Social Order 254.13. The Normative Structure of Science 267. The Processes of Evaluation in Science. Prefatory Note 415.19. Recognition and Excellence. Instructive Ambiguities 419.20. The Matthew Effect in Science 439.21. Institutionalized Patterns of Evaluation in Science 460 with Harriet Zuckerman 22. Age, Aging, and Age Structure in Science 497 with Harriet Zuckerman. Bibliography 561. Index of Names 577. Index of Subjects 587. 4. The Reward System of Science. Prefatory Note 281.14. Priorities in Scientific Discovery 286.15. Behavior Patterns of Scientists 325.16. Singletons and Multiples in Science 343.17. Multiple Discoveries as Strategic Research Site 371.18. The Ambivalence of Scientists 383. Author's Preface. After a long gestation, the sociology of science has finally emerged as a distinct sociological specialty. Having evolved a cognitive identity in the form of intellectual orientations, paradigms, problematics and tools of inquiry, it has begun to develop a professional identity as well, in the form of institutionalized arrangements for research and training, journals given over to the subject in part or whole, and invisible colleges of specialists engaged in mutually related inquiry and not infrequent controversy. In these as in its other aspects, the sociology of science exhibits a strongly self-exemplifying character. Its own behavior as a discipline exemplifies current ideas and findings about the emergence of scientific specialties. In the light of this development, there is now more point than before in taking up the suggestion of Michael Aronson of the University of Chicago Press to bring together some of my papers in the sociology of science which are presently scattered in various journals, symposia, and other books. Still, like Alfred Schutz facing a similar decision, I must recognize that few of us can bring to our own work the distance and hopefully exacting judgment of an informed editor. I am therefore indebted to Professor Norman W. Storer for agreeing to select and arrange the papers, to provide the general introduction and prefatory notes, and to eliminate repetition except when, in his opinion, it provides redundancy useful for highlighting continuities of theme and idea. Having contributed to the field for more than a decade, Professor Storer is thoroughly at home in it and able to put these perspectives on the sociological study of science into historical and intellectual context. X. Reiteration would only dull the thanks I express in the individual papers to the many who have helped me get on with my work in this field. But there are other, current debts. I thank Richard Lewis for help in reading the proofs of this book, and Mary Miles and Hedda Garza for preparing the index. I owe special thanks to my colleagues Bernard Barber, Harriet Zuckerman, and Richard Lewis for allowing me to reprint our joint papers, and to Eleanor Barber for allowing me to draw upon our published and unpublished collaborative work. I gladly acknowledge the help given me by a fellowship from the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation, by a term as visiting scholar of the Russell Sage Foundation and, more recently, by a grant from the National Science Foundation in support of the Columbia University program in the sociology of science. I, for one, must testify to the growing worth of that program as I agreeably observe that my colleagues in it Harriet Zuckerman, Stephen Cole, and Jonathan Cole have come to teach me increasingly more than I have ever been capable of teaching them. I have also benefited much from the thought and friendship of William J. Good since those distant days when we first worked together in the sociology of the professions. And in this latest retrospect, I discover once again how much I have learned from Paul F. Lazarsfeld, in joint seminars, in other joint ventures and, most of all, from our continuing dialogue through the years. RKM. Introduction. By Norman W. Storer. If Robert K. Merton has not yet been publicly described as a founding father of the sociology of science, there is at least substantial agreement among those who know the field that its present strength and vitality are largely the result of his labors over the past 40 years. His work has given the discipline its major paradigm. This judgment is perhaps most decisively affirmed when set forth not by the many whose work is guided by that paradigm but by those who find fault with some aspect of it. Barry Barnes, for instance, who with R.G.A. Dolby I has strongly argued the case against certain assumptions in the paradigm, sums things up by observing that a dominant influence in this development of the sociology of science as a separate academic specialty was the work of Robert Merton, both as writer and teacher. By 1945 Merton had laid down an approach which identified science as a social institution with a characteristic ethos, and subjected it to functional analysis. This was for a long period the only theoretical approach available to sociologists in the area, and it remains productive and influential today. Its central ideas have received detailed elaboration, modification, and reinterpretation by, among others, Barber, Hagstrom, Storer and Merton himself, making it the only maturely developed framework for the sociological study of science. 2. As a sociological specialty, the field has come alive only in the past 15 years or so, the upward turn in the logistic curve describing its growth, which we know is typical of new, hot specialties in many fields of science, began in the mid-50s. It would perhaps be a sign of premature senility, or at least of the flattening of the S-shaped curve, for any new field other than the sociology of science to begin so early to examine its own development. But this field has the peculiar character of being grist for its own mill. Yesterday's achievements and failures are data for today's research on the growth of scientific specialties, as is the case with no other specialized discipline. This unique property carries its own hazards. Too much thinking about one's own thinking can produce intellectual stasis, too much questioning of one's own questions can produce a kind of sociological anomie. Yet such difficulties can scarcely be allowed to dissuade us from trying to understand the character and development of this special field. The papers collected here are intended to serve several purposes. Primarily, the volume brings together a number of articles that have been of central significance in the development of the sociology of science, together with others which are representative of certain stages in that process. At the same time, the collection may provide a sense of the intellectual continuity and coherence of the field, more clearly here than in some other fields of sociology. The seeds of future growth can be readily found in papers antedating this growth by 10 years and more. In a more practical vein, Enclosing these papers drawn from many different sources within a single cover will afford easy access to them for those wanting to make use of them in their own work. Finally, the collection pays tribute to the author. The substance and style of the papers themselves record, in a way mere panegyric could not, the enduring importance of his work. The papers are not presented in strictly chronological order. The warp and woof of the entire corpus is drawn so tight, the intersections of different threads of thought are so frequent that it has seemed better to separate and group the major elements in this mosaic for concentrated attention than to leave the task entirely to the reader. It is hoped that in this way the continued clarification of ideas and the ways they have been woven together to give added strength to this growing body of knowledge will be made more visible. But the papers themselves, even with the extensive footnoting that has been characteristic of Merton's work since the beginning, cannot provide full perspective on the larger scene, the social and intellectual context within which they have been produced and to which they have contributed. It is the aim of this introduction to supply such perspective from the vantage point of 1973, aiming not at anything like a history of the sociology of science but rather at sketching the major landmarks and problems that Introduction 13 have provided its broad outlines. Additional detail will be found in the prefatory notices to each of the 5 parts of the volume. The sociology of science is sometimes defined as a part of the sociology of knowledge, and yet the multifaceted problem of the relations between knowledge and reality, not to speak of the reality of knowledge, is a more general one, at the heart of the larger part of sociology. Studies of religion and ideology, of the mass media and public opinion, and of norms and values, to say nothing of the methodological concerns of sociologists, all implicate the chicken and egg question of the interdependence of these two fundamental components of human life in groups. How do existential, everyday experiences mold the ways in which people conceptualize the world? How, in turn, do their conceptualizations influence their actions in the world, and how, further, do they react to discrepancies between what they know and what they experience? It is perhaps because Wissen's sociology, the sociology of knowledge, in a sense defined its concerns so narrowly in the beginning, focusing almost exclusively on trying to reason out the extent to which men's knowledge is shaped by their interests and experiences, that it had fallen into disarray by the 1930s. Indeed, as Merton's examination of the field in 1945, included here as paradigm for the sociology of knowledge, demonstrates, this particular question contained within itself the petard by which it would eventually be hoisted. To conclude that knowledge is not at all molded by men's experiences would undermine the raison d'etre of the field, while to conclude that it is altogether so molded would seem tantamount to questioning, if not denying, the validity of all knowledge including that conclusion. This restricted construction of the problem led to a maze of internal contradictions, a cul-de-sac from which escape had to be sought by beginning anew with different questions. Such questions were, of course, vigorously pursued in different sectors of the sociological community. Weber's work on the importance of the Protestant Weltanschauung in producing capitalism in Europe had already had a long and effectively controversial history by the time Merton saw its relevance to his interest in the history of science. Durkheim's work on primitive religion and his orientation to problems in the sociology of knowledge was beginning to attract the notice even of some American sociologists. The task was to put the various problems back into some sort of orderly array. In the early 1930s, however, Merton's interest was not primarily in the sociology of knowledge. During his graduate studies at Harvard, he undertook, at the suggestion of the economic historian E. F. Gay, an analytical book review of A. P. Usher's History of Mechanical Invention. Gay liked it and suggested that George Sarton, also at Harvard, publish it in ISIS, the prime journal in the history of science which he had founded and still edited. Sarton did so, and he encouraged Merton's interest in the history of science by having him work in the renowned workshop in Widener Library. Noting his growing expertise in this field, Pidirime Sorokin recruited Merton to assist him in the studies of the development of science that would make up parts of his social and cultural dynamics. This provided valuable experience in focusing on the development of quantitative measures of intellectual development and change, and perhaps paved the way to prosopography. The study of the common background characteristics of a group of actors in history by means of a collective study of their lives, 3, which Merton was to employ extensively in his later work. Merton also studied with L.J. Henderson, the biochemist who had made a place for Sarton at Harvard and who was himself a gifted teacher of the history of science. 4. He attended the course of lectures in the philosophy of science given by Alfred North Whitehead and the unique course on comparative animal sociology in which specialists on a score of social species were brought together by William Morton Wheeler, the dean of entomologists whose omnivorous intellectual appetite included the history of science. And his early work on social aspects of science was monitored by the polymath E.B. Wilson, then associated with the new Department of Sociology. Merton was thus responding to the many opportunities at Harvard to develop various perspectives on science by going beyond the conventional boundaries of sociology, even though he continued in the department to be the student of Sorokin and, increasingly, of the young instructor, Talcott Parsons. It was apparently this confluence of varied intellectual currents, rather than immediate developments in the sociology of knowledge, that led Merton to attempt a sociological analysis of the growth and development of science, and that laid the foundation for his continuing interest in science as a distinctive social activity. Not that he was at this time unconcerned with the broader conceptual framework in which science could be located. 2 papers 5 testify to this wider theoretical orientation. In 1935 he published in Isis a review of recent work in the sociology of knowledge by Max Scheler, Karl Mannheim, Alexander von Skelting, and Ernst Grunwald. In the next year he published Civilization and Culture, a paper that located knowledge as a distinct focus of sociological interest in relation to concepts advanced by Alfred Weber and Robert McIver. The concept of culture covered the realm of values and normative principles, while the concept of civilization included theoretical knowledge and practical technique, which tended abstractly, not concretely, to be more accumulative than culture. In examining these concepts, Merton rejected the positivist interpretation of unilinear accumulation in science which was inherent in Alfred Weber's failure to deal adequately with the interdependence between culture and civilization. He claimed that this led Weber virtually to revert to a theory of progress. What must be borne in mind is that accumulation is but an abstractly immanent characteristic of civilization. Hence concrete movements which always involve interaction with other spheres need not embody such a development. 6. It was at this same time that Merton wrote his dissertation, Science, Technology, and Society in 17th-Century England, begun in 1933 and completed 2 years later. Although the monograph did much to inaugurate the idea of systematic empirical investigation into the social matrix of science, it was not, of course, produced ab initio. In the United States, for instance, there had been W. F. Ogburn's major work, Social Change, and his paper with Dorothy S. Thomas, Are Inventions Inevitable?, which developed basic conceptions about the social evolution of science and technology. 7. Ogburn's longtime research associate, S. Gilfillan, published The Sociology of Invention in the mid-30s, setting forth almost 40 social principles of invention. 8. And in Europe a delegation from the Soviet Union, led by Bukharin, to the Second International Congress of the History of Science and Technology held in London, 1931, had produced the volume of contributed papers, Science at the Crossroads. 9. The most noticed contribution was the essay, The Social and Economic Roots of Newton's Principia, by Boris Hessin, the director of the Moscow Institute of Physics, which helped to reinforce and to focus interest in the social aspects of scientific knowledge. But, as noted by Robert S. Cohen in his introduction to the recent separate reprinting of that essay, its influence was mostly visible not in Stalin's Soviet Union, where Hessin soon disappeared from view, but in England, where it appeared in the far more discriminating historical work of scientists on the political left, such as Joseph Needham, J.D. Bernal, Lancelot Hogben, and J.B.S. Haldane, and in the rebuttals by such historians as Charles Singer, G. N. Clark, and Herbert Butterfield. In the United States, Hesson's essay and Clarke's criticism of it were both taken into account in Merton's monograph. 11. It was still too soon, in the mid-1930s, for that monograph to concentrate on the social structure of the emerging scientific community. As its title indicates, Merton's attention was directed to science in society, both its emergence as a social institution, fostered by the particular value complex which was the hallmark of Puritanism, and its response to contemporary social interests, for example, practical problems of military technology, mining, and navigation. But in the emphasis placed on the values that characterized the 17th century practitioners of science, the foundations had been laid for later work that would trace the ethos of science and use it to define science as a subsystem of society and civilization. Contemporary events probably served to reinforce interest in the problem. The annihilative fate of non-Aryan science in Hitler's Germany during the 1930s directed attention to the various social conditions under which science can lose its autonomy. In the paper Science and the Social Order, presented in 1937, we find Merton's first allusions to the norms of pure science and signs of his developing interest in the structure and dynamics of the scientific community as distinguished from, and later related to, its substantive concerns. As Joseph Ben-David has noted, 12. The concept of the scientific community as a collectivity that evolves its own norms and policies was brought into sharp focus by Michael Polanyi from the early 1940s onward, was Devil. Op-ed by Edward Shills in the 1950s, and became a basic conception in the sociology of science in the 1960s. Recently, it should be noted, there has been renewed observation that the nature and direction of scientific growth cannot be adequately understood without dealing specifically with the contents of science, its concepts, data, theories, paradigms, and methods. The idea that the development of science can be analyzed at all effectively, apart from the concrete research of scientists, is said to have proven false. 14. The study of science, after all, begins with its product, scientific knowledge, rather than simply with those individuals who occupy the social position of scientist. This, incidentally, may account for the dearth of sociological studies focused on run-of-the-mill or relatively unproductive scientists. So long as science is defined by its research product, those who contribute little directly to that product are difficult to fit into the picture. Regarding the strategy of inquiry, however, it can be argued rather forcefully that it is of basic importance, especially in the beginning of sociological inquiry into the subject, to distinguish the behavior of scientists as scientists from the details of their output, if only to attend to the diverse aspects of doing science and to reduce the number of variables being considered at a given time. A comparable strategy is in fact employed by Thomas S. Kuhn in The Structure of Scientific Revolution /5, except that there the focus is on the formal organization of scientific knowledge and it is the social variables that need to be successively identified. Sociologically, it was necessary to identify the boundaries of the scientific community and to explore the basis of its place within society before the sociology of science could proceed to a range of other problems. Indeed, the question of why science becomes established in any society, when most people can neither profit directly from the work of scientists nor comprehend and appreciate what they are doing, forms the central problem to which Joseph Ben-David addresses himself in his recent book on the scientist's role in society 16. While there is no clear sign that Merton was then fully aware of the need for such a strategy, it does now seem that it was critically important to establish the relevance of distinctively sociological analyses to the study of science if the field were to develop at all. The social structure of an institution and the general orientations that characterize its participants, after all, can be separated from the specific concerns and activities that occupy their attention during particular periods of time. Thus, to take an analogous case, we assume that the central dynamics of public opinion are the same, whether its substantive focus is a war, an economic situation, a religious revival, or a fad. Having explored the problematics of scientific knowledge in his monograph, with particular attention to the social as well as intellectual sources of foci of investigation in science, Merton evidently became persuaded that further sociological analysis required a more systematic conception of the social structure of science. It is significant that his early, 1935, paper with Sorokin, The Course of Arabian Intellectual Development, 701,300 is subtitled A Study in Method. The fact was that without a sufficiently well-developed model of the social structure of science, there was no way to generate theoretically important questions that could use systematic data on scientific development to advantage. A research method is not much use if it cannot be coupled with theoretical questions, even though it may, through producing certain kinds of new data, encourage the subsequent development of theory. So the decision was made, or perhaps evolved, to concentrate on the social structure of science rather than to continue with study of the social contexts that influence its substantive output of knowledge. The first phase of this work appeared in 1942 with the publication of A Note on Science and Democracy, reprinted here under the more appropriate title, The Normative Structure of Science. In this paper appeared the comprehensive statement of ideal norms to which scientists are oriented in their relations with each other: universalism, communism, organized skepticism, and disinterestedness. Widely adopted as it has been, Merton's description of the ethos of science has not, it should be remarked, met with universal acceptance over the 30 years since its publication. Criticism, however, has been concentrated not so much on its having mistaken the components of this ethos, but on the question whether these norms in fact guide scientists' everyday behavior. No one has come forward with a radically different set of norms, but various critics have pointed out that scientists frequently violate one or more of the indicated norms. Thus, the treatment of the controversial Immanuel Velikovsky by members of the scientific establishment in the early 1950s is the one case repeatedly cited as an instance of widespread defection from the norms of universalism and disinterestedness. 17. There have been scattered attempts to measure the extent of commitment among scientists to the norms identified by Merton. The most recent of these, although its conclusions are limited by imperfect operationalization of some of these norms, finds substantial orientation to them in a sample of nearly 1,000 American scientists, the extent of this varying somewhat by scientific discipline, scientific role, and organizational affiliation of scientists. 18. It is, of course, the case that the behavior of scientists does not invariably adhere to the norms. But the implication sometimes drawn from this fact that the norms are therefore irrelevant stems from a misapprehension of the ways in which social norms operate. The theoretical problem is one of identifying the conditions under which behavior tends to conform to norms or to depart from them and to make for their change. Norms of this sort are associated primarily with a social role, so that even when they have been internalized by individuals, they come into play primarily in those situations in which the role is being performed and socially supported. When scientists are aware that their colleagues are oriented to these same norms and know that these provide effective and legitimate rules for interaction in routine scientific situations, their behavior is the more likely to accord with them. These routine situations occur most frequently within an accepted universe of discourse, or paradigm, when there is general agreement on the ground rules of the game, for example, basic concepts and problems, criteria of validity, etc. Acting in terms of the rules becomes personally rewarding and reinforces institutional bases for the development of knowledge. It is when such a universe of discourse is only slightly developed, as during the Kuhnian pre-paradigm stage in the development of a new discipline or during a scientific revolution, or when group loyalties outside the domain of science take over, that violations of the norms become more frequent, leading some to reject the norms entirely. This analysis puts us somewhat ahead in the discussion of the development of the sociology of science, bringing in as it does explicit attention to the content of science, even though not at the level of specific data or theories. It was not until the late 1960s that the tactical advantages to be gained from drawing a sharp distinction between the social structure of science and its specific substantive output had been realized. The sociology of science had become established by then, and the time was ripe to pay attention once more to the reciprocal relations between the social structure of science and scientific knowledge. The point will be taken up in more detail below. Following the 1942 paper on the norms of science, there was a hiatus of about 7 years in Merton's publications in the sociology of science, Strictly conceived 19, and there were few major contributions to the field from anyone else until 1952, when Bernard Barber's influential Science and the Social Order was published, with a foreword of considerable interest by Merton. Well before then, however, he had identified science as a special focus of interest within the sociology of knowledge. Certainly his analysis of Mannheim's work in Karl Mannheim and the Sociology of Knowledge, appearing in 1941, exhibits intensive study of the topic, which was to lead to his more comprehensive discussion of the entire field in 1945, reprinted here as Paradigm for the Sociology of Knowledge. Indeed, his interest in the social matrix of knowledge can be traced further back, to an article on social time published with Sorokin in 1937, which explores the question of how social processes influence the concepts and measurement of time. The paper on Mannheim highlighted a number of unresolved difficulties in the study of how, and to what extent, existential conditions shape men's knowledge, which, for Mannheim, often seemed to include every type of assertion and every mode of thought from folkloristic maxims to rigorous science, but concluded with the courteous expectation that much enlightenment would be forthcoming from Mannheim's further explorations of the subject. By 1945 Merton's dissatisfaction with the field was more clearly evident, and he undertook to chart some new directions through which further progress might be possible. It was at this point, too, that a separate chain of interests, also dating back to his years at Harvard, began to link with his interest in the sociology of knowledge. He had already worked with the general idea that available knowledge involves specifiable gaps in coping with social reality, developing it in various ways through his discussion in The Unanticipated Consequences of Purposive Social Action, 1936, through the seminal papers Social Structure and Anomy, 1938, and through the concept of latent dysfunctions. Although the topic could be viewed as a distinctive problem within the sociology of knowledge, it obviously had implications far beyond those evident in contemporary mainstream works in the field. The next several years were a kind of harvest time during which Merton brought to fruition a number of related interests, disparate though they may have appeared to others. Apart from his continuing codification of functional analysis during this period, which provided the theoretical background for his empirical interests, Merton was evidently centrally concerned with the various relationships that may exist between knowledge and reality, and he worked on several subjects that served as what he describes as strategic research sites for the investigation of these relationships. Studies in public opinion and personal influence, carried out with Paul F. Lazarsfeld in the Bureau of Applied Social Research of Columbia University, fitted in directly with the 1945 paradigm. The question of the social basis of knowledge was operationalized in empirical research on sources of people's decision-oriented knowledge. At the same time, exceptions to the postulate of class-based consciousness could be studied in the relationships between group membership and attitudes and could be partly accounted for in terms of a developing reference group theory. 20. The problem of how a member of the bourgeoisie could develop an active concern for the rights of the proletariat, for example, or how a member of the proletariat could maintain a false consciousness all his life, had been a major stumbling block in attempts to identify the social basis of knowledge, but once it was reconceptualized in terms of reference groups, it became amenable to systematic research. March and Simon 21 have traced what they describe as the Merton model of bureaucracy focused on unanticipated organizational consequences, as it was substantially developed in a series of outstanding empirical studies by graduates of the Columbia Department, Selznick, Goldner, Blau, Lipset, Tro, and Coleman. This model provided opportunity to wrestle with the problems that appear when knowledge, in this case, as exhibited in the formal structure and goals of a bureaucracy, is given an organizational reality. Empirical patterns of interaction within the bureaucracy becomes the dependent variable. Here social reality is adjusting, and reacting, to knowledge in contrast to science, where knowledge must eventually be adjusted to fit reality. The problem of adult socialization, including the processes through which the value-pervaded knowledge held by post-adolescents may be significantly altered by intensive exposure to a new set of conditions, was explored in research reported in The Student Physician, 1957, although Merton now maintains that a medical school was not a strategic research site for investigation of this general problem, since the high degree of self-selection by students for this career reduced variability and limited the opportunity to uncover the bases and processes of change in their values and attitudes. The Self-Fulfilling Prophecy, 1948, represented yet another focus on the relationship between knowledge and reality, centering on the way in which emergent social reality is shaped by prior expectations and the conditions under which this occurs. Here the orientation deals with the role of ideas in the construction of social reality rather than with the social construction of knowledge. But this is not the place to consider Merton's contributions to these several areas of research. It is enough to note that his foreword to Barber's Science and the Social Order is largely a rueful consideration of why the sociology of science had remained so conspicuously underdeveloped, even undeveloped, despite its promise as a field in which significant questions could be asked and answers to them found through empirical research. In this essay, reprinted here as The Neglect of the Sociology of Science, he stops short of recommending this apparent paradox as itself a legitimate object of attention for the sociologist of science, but the implication is clearly there and may be taken as an early recognition of the peculiarly reflexive nature of the field 22, which was noted at the beginning of this introduction. The foreword also notes a quickening of interest in the field and, perhaps based on the sociological understanding of science, at the intuitive if not the explicitly theoretical level, makes the forecast that under identifiable and probable conditions the field will soon attract the attention of more sociologists. It was nearly 10 years before this forecast began to come true in any substantial form, but the insight that when something is widely defined as a social problem in modern Western society, it becomes a proper object for study, and the sense that science was rapidly being defined in just this way, can be traced back to Merton's paper Science and the Social Order in 1937. It can be argued, though, that another element would be necessary before one could count on a blossoming of sociological interest in science. What was still to be achieved was, briefly, the development of a coherent theoretical orientation to science as a social phenomenon, what Merton described as an analytical paradigm, capable of generating obvious, researchable questions and suggesting criteria by which answers could be evaluated. There are glimmerings, in the foreword, of what would be needed. Merton had already outlined the normative structure of science and had suggested how the four norms interact with each other in a functioning whole. But there was no clearly defined, distinctive source of energy in the system, no sense of why it should move. The formulation was a state description rather than a process description. It was as if someone had described the physical construction of an electric motor but had not brought to it a clear concept of electricity. One could see what it might do, but could not understand why it should go round and round. In his dissertation and in several subsequent papers, Merton had noted the often recognized phenomenon of multiple discovery in science, and also the commemorative use of eponymy. He remarked on it again in the foreword to Barber's work, almost as though he knew there was additional significance to be drawn from it. This was to be another piece of the puzzle to be found and fitted into place, but it would be 5 years before his presidential address to the American Sociological Society would exploit its full meaning and cement this piece securely where we see it belonged. This was the conception that the institutionally reinforced drive for professional recognition, acquired almost exclusively in return for priority in scientific contributions and symbolized in the upper reaches of discovery by eponymy, constitutes the normatively prescribed reward for scientific achievement and thus the basis for a self-contained reward system of science. Here was the energy that would drive the system, the distinctively institutionalized motivation that could account for scientists' orientations to the ethos of science and for their willingness to accept its often demanding strictures. The norms of communism or communality and of disinterestedness seem obviously contrary to the workaday norms of an acquisitive, capitalistic Western civilization, and while universalism is an ideal of this civilization, even though it is more frequently breached than honored, to practice organized skepticism seriously often evokes public hostility by putting into question sacred verities of nature and society. The idea of an institutionally derived or reinforced individual need, linked directly to scientific accomplishment, also supplied a kind of urgency to the doing of science that had not been explained in earlier conceptions of science. Scientific knowledge is, in one sense, timeless. We are in the habit of writing Aristotle says, and Newton points out, and there is a widespread Platonic assumption that all the ideas of science coexist somewhere in a realm without clocks or calendars. Why, then, should a scientist ever be in a hurry to complete his work? Why should he feel obliged to rush into print to point out a colleague's error or to defend the validity of his own work when, under the optimistic assumptions of a positivistic outlook, sooner or later these perturbations in the path toward truth would be straightened out anyway? The direct link between priority and recognition provided the outline of an answer. We cannot, of course, be certain that the growth of the sociology of science had been hampered by the lack of a sufficiently apt handle by which it could be grasped and made to yield meaningful research questions. Perhaps it would have blossomed just as surely in the late 1950s even without this particular contribution, as a result of accretion of the factors Merton had noted in 1952. It is possible, too, that the position Merton had achieved within sociology by 1957 would have been sufficient to get the field going. The second edition of his Social Theory and Social Structure had just appeared and was widely taken to represent the best in modern American sociology, the prominence that priorities in scientific discovery received because it was the presidential address, and thus achieved rapid publication in the American Sociological Review, must have added substantially to its impact, over and above that which it could rightfully claim on scholarly grounds alone. Whatever the actual or most important reason for the rapid development of the sociology of science as a specialty after 1957 may have been, we can be sure that this fundamental formulation of the nature of the reward system of science was of critical importance in shaping the direction in which it evolved. The neat dovetailing of a functionally analyzed normative structure with an appropriately unique scientific motivation provided a paradigm, in the Mertonian sense, which opened the door to a wide range of meaningful research problems. In the same year, the advent of Sputnik I and the ensuing crisis in American science and science education finally completed the definition of science as a social problem. It had been progressively identified as a moral problem since at least Hiroshima, but apparently the problem had to be practical before the society could in effect treat it as a sphere of society and culture requiring intensive examination. As one offshoot, it became an area in which sociologists could legitimately specialize, with support slowly becoming available for its investigation. This is not to say that the sociological study of science had been entirely ignored before 1957, or that Merton's work set the tone for all studies of science thereafter. There had been a slowly growing stream of studies of scientists in organizations since the early 1950s, originating in the areas of management and industrial sociology, but a perceptible blending of this more practical, management-oriented tradition with the more theoretical Mertonian approach did not occur until after 1960. The organizational study of scientists in the United States began in the early 1950s with the large-scale investigation of a government laboratory by Pels and his associates and has continued ever since. 28 This and other works published during the same period and later by Bennies, Gordon, Markey and Anderson, Kaplan, Kornhauser, Markson, Shepard, 24 and others focused largely on the problems of researchers' morale and productivity, and on the management of research in industrial research laboratories so as to enhance their work satisfactions, particularly when their work was administered by non-scientists. The sociological questions posed came largely from the areas of bureaucracy and industrial sociology, and it was several years before the two separate research traditions were able to profit from each other. An early conjunction of them came in the work of Barney G. Glaser, whose dissertation at Columbia in the early 1960s was based on a reanalysis of the original Pels data and made effective use of the need for professional recognition in exploring some of the factors that shape the organizational careers of scientists. 25 After this, 3 dissertations were written at Columbia under Merton's direction, appearing every other year, and their authors have continued to make substantial contributions to the field. Harriet Zuckerman's study of Nobel Prize winners became her dissertation in 1965-26, and she has remained at Columbia as Merton's chief collaborator. Stephen Cole received his doctorate in 1967, and, from his present position at SUNY Stony Brook, he has continued to participate in the work of the Columbia Group. Jonathan Cole, Stephen's younger brother, completed his degree in 1969 and has also remained at Columbia. 27 Diana Crane, Hervey, took her degree at Columbia, and although her dissertation was not directed by Merton, her research at Yale, where she worked with Derek J. DeSala Price and advised Jerry D. Gaston during the early stages of his study of the British physics community, and later at the Johns Hopkins University, blends well with the Mertonian approach. 28 During this crucial decade and earlier, Merton's influence was by no means limited to the Columbia campus. Warren Zero. Hagstrom, who had worked at Berkeley with William Kornhauser on his 1962 study, Scientists in Industry, published The Scientific Community 29 in 1965. This is a detailed investigation of the internal social nature of science which, as he notes, drew very heavily upon the Mertonian paradigm. Working at Wisconsin since that time, Hagstrom has continued research in the sociology of science. The editor's own dissertation, directed by Norman Kaplan at Cornell, Kaplan had been a student of Merton in the early 1950s, but in the area of professions rather than the sociology of science as such. 30 was completed in 1960 and resulted later in an attempt to synthesize the Mertonian paradigm more completely, which appeared as the social system of science 31 some years later. A rather different focus of interest, developing out of public opinion studies in the late 1950s, was concerned with communication among scientists. 32 Herbert Menzel pioneered in this field while at the Bureau of Applied Social Research at Columbia. Although he was in contact with Merton, the details of communication patterns in science did not at first seem to call for the broad perspective supplied by the paradigm, and it was not until these patterns were seen as fundamental to the development of new scientific specialties and not until the latent functions of planned communication came into focus that an explicit linkage was formed. 33 Crane's Invisible Colleges 34 brings the two interests together very effectively, and Nicholas C. Mullen's 1966 dissertation at Harvard, Social Networks Among Biological Scientists, represents an independent approach to the problem. 35 Another important source of information on the flow of communication in science was the American Psychological Association's project on communication among psychologists. This developed an extensive array of data during the 1960s, under the direction of William Garvey and Belver C. Griffith. Garvey then moved to Johns Hopkins, where the Center for Research in Scientific Communication undertook a notable series of studies of communication during and after the annual meetings of a number of scientific and technological associations. 36 These studies tended to be long on data and relatively short on theory, but they have proven to be quite compatible with questions derived from the paradigm. Griffith, now at the Drexel Institute, has also continued to study the communications and invisible colleges of scientists. 3 additional lines of development in the United States, largely independent of the Mertonian tradition and yet generally complementary, should be noted here. Joseph Ben David, working partly at Chicago and partly at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, has produced since 1960 a series of important papers on the relation of different forms of academic organization to scientific developments, culminating in his recent important analysis of the growth of science in Western civilization since the time of the Greeks. 37 His emphasis has been continually on the social structural factors that have influenced the growth or decline of science or of scientific specialties, and in this sense he has been closer to those studying communication and invisible colleges than to those working directly from the normative structure of science. Trained as a historian of science, Thomas S. Kuhn has drawn ever closer to the sociology of science since the appearance of his extremely influential book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, in 1962. It is from this book that the term paradigm has gained its present currency, even though the concept had, of course, been employed in a less general sense much earlier, Example in Merton's 1945 review of the sociology of knowledge and in his analysis, 4 years later, of the functions of paradigms as distinct from theories. 38 In contrast to Ben David, Kuhn's emphasis is on the substantive content of science with how changes in the focus and organization of scientific knowledge come about. But more than most historian philosophers of science, he has dealt with the social structure of the scientific community as basic to the operation of paradigms and, more generally, to the development of science. When the central elements of a body of knowledge are fairly stable and widely accepted, as, for instance, was the case with Newtonian physics between 1700 and 1900, a paradigm exists, and research on the questions that flow naturally from this basic definition of a discipline's work is called normal science. A scientific revolution, then, occurs when the coherence of this paradigm breaks down under an accumulation of new theories, new questions, and new data which throw its validity into doubt, and a new paradigm develops in its place. It is explicitly with Kuhn's work in mind that some of Merton's recent critics such as Mulcahy and King have suggested that he has erred in not taking more direct account of the substantive content of science in his own formulations. These criticisms, however, seldom refer to any of Merton's work since 1957 and, with the exception of the difficulties over the reality of the norms of science, to which Kuhn's ideas provide a useful resolution, may be characterized as belatedly premature. To say nothing of the earlier work on the foci of attention in science, the fact is that Merton and his colleagues at Columbia have been working on problems at the interface of the social structure and cognitive structure of science, that is, the grounds on which it is organized and the forms and extent of consensus and dissensus that attend various aspects of claims to knowledge under different circumstances. A third line of development has been vigorously explored by Derek J. de Sola Price, the historian of science at Yale, who has become more and more sociologically oriented over the past 2 decades. Since 1951 he has been increasingly concerned with the quantification of broad parameters of world science, as evidenced by topics dealt with in his Science Since Babylon and Little Science, Big Science, Growth Rates Since 1600, in numbers of scientists and scientific discoveries, new journals and societies, and gross publications per year, patterns of national investment in research and development, which he finds to equal roughly 0.07% of all countries' gross national product. Regardless of size or level of economic development, and various aspects of communication. 39 Price also introduced the 17th-century term invisible colleges in its present conceptual sense, informal clusters of scientists collaborating at newly developing research frontiers, and has been highly effective in demonstrating the importance of the Science Citation Index in tracing the give and take between national science communities and in assessing the intellectual influence of specific scientific writings over time. Price's work has thus served largely to establish some of the demographic and other material parameters of the scientific community over time, and has not had occasion to tackle problems to which the Mertonian paradigm would be directly relevant. 2 indirect linkages exist, however, through his work on invisible colleges, a topic with which Diana Crane has been effectively concerned, and through his encouragement of the use of the Science Citation Index as a research tool. Both Price and Merton are members of the Sci Advisory Board, and the Columbia Group, notably Stephen and Jonathan Cole, has made intensive systematic use of science citations. Work in the sociology of science outside the United States has lately acquired impressive momentum, and no effort is made here to catalog even its principal contributions to the field. A short, obviously incomplete inventory must suffice. There have been founded in Britain a Science Studies Unit at the University of Edinburgh, under the direction of David Zero Edge, and a program in the History and Social Studies of Science at the University of Sussex, under the guidance of Roy M. MacLeod, and, in Science Policy Studies, Christopher Freeman. In 1971 MacLeod and Edge joined forces as joint editors of Science Studies, a journal specializing in research in the social and historical dimensions of science and technology. Others are at work in the field at Leeds, J. R. Ravitz and R. G. A. Dolby, at Cambridge, Anne J. Mulcahy, at London, Hilary Rose, at Cardiff, Paul Halmas, and at Manchester, Richard D. Whitley. In Sweden, Stephen D. Diger has assembled a research group at the University of Lund. Considerable interest in the sociology of science exists in the Soviet Union, as A.Z. Zvorykin and S.R. Mikolinski, among others, testify, with the work of Gennady Dobrov at Kiev being along the lines developed by Derek Price in this country. Increasing interest in the field has been evidenced by social scientists in Poland, where years ago, in the mid-1930s, Maria Osoka and Stanislaw Ossowski introduced the science of science. In Czechoslovakia, where the Academy of Sciences has coordinated disciplinary work on the social and human implications of science and technology. In France, in the work of such men as Jean-Jacques Salomon, Serge Moscovici, and Bernard Lacour, whose work in the sociology of science, chiefly under the guidance of Paul Lazarsfeld, began in a joint seminar given by Lazarsfeld and Merton, and in Germany, Israel, Holland, Japan, and an array of other countries. A number of important investigations have been carried out by UNESCO and the Union Internationale d'Histoire et de Philosophie des Sciences in Paris, and a research committee on the sociology of science has been established by the International Sociological Association. Any comprehensive survey of the present state of the sociology of science that examined the contributions of these groups would surely conclude that it is becoming less and less an American specialty. Since the emergence of the Mertonian paradigm in the early 1960s, most research in the field appears to fit Kuhn's definition of normal science. Not only Merton's own work but that of many others in the field have focused primarily on problems which, once elucidated, turn out to be directly relevant to questions explicit or implicit in the paradigm. In short, the sociology of science has matured to the point where much research involves puzzle solving. As Kuhn emphasizes, 40 to describe research as puzzle solving does not imply that it falls short of being imaginative, satisfying, or important. Filling out the areas which a paradigm can only identify what Merton has described as specified ignorance is as necessary to the development of scientific knowledge as is the scientific revolution. Without the yin of normal science, there would be no basis for the yang of scientific revolution, and the latter is comparatively rare. As the 5 divisions of this volume indicate, several fundamental questions generated by the paradigm have led to substantial research. For example, the effort to work out a comprehensive concept of the reward system in science, in part by intensively investigating the meanings involved in the quest for priority, helped to focus attention on how professional recognition is achieved in science and to indicate how the reward system is linked to the normative structure. Further related to this line of investigation are the social organization and processes of evaluation that are seen as central to science as an intellectual enterprise. This leads to research on such empirical problems as the ways in which the quality of scientific contributions is assessed and the general adequacy or inadequacy of this process in facilitating the equitable allocation of rewards for these contributions. Finally, as we have seen, problems of this sort have led to closer scrutiny of the criteria by which scientific excellence is determined and to an explicit consideration of the intellectual variables involved, the degree of consensus that exists in a given discipline, and several aspects of the organization of its body of knowledge. There is no completely satisfactory way to close this introduction, for the field described here, which Merton and others have thus far advanced, is still in a stage of rapid expansion. Presented here are many of the foundation stones of the sociology of science as it is presently constituted, together with numerous examples of work on questions built upon this foundation. One of the facts that is lost when one categorizes all science as normal or revolutionary, however, is that the shape of the paradigms, the facets prominent at a given time, changes as normal questions are solved and new ones take their place. Such changes hardly constitute a revolution, any more than the invasion of a new type of tree changes the essential character of a forest, but those of us in the midst of the forest may look forward to different foci of attention and to different research methods and data as this particular forest continues to flourish. For all of this, the enduring value of the papers collected here cannot be mistaken. It will be several decades at least before the Whiteheadian maxim, "a science which hesitates to forget its founders is lost," has any relevance at all to the sociology of science, and the editor mentions this only as a bet-hedging counter to his own conviction that these papers will not lose their basic value so long as the perspectives of sociology are applied to any science, including itself. Norman W. Storer. The Sociology of Knowledge. Part. Prefatory note. The 5 papers comprising Part 1 delineate Merton's continuing interest in the sociology of knowledge, and the dates of their appearance attest to the fruitful reciprocity between work in that field and in the sociology of science. Since knowledge is more inclusive than scientific knowledge, the latter must constitute the more specialized focus of attention. One conclusion that can be drawn from these, and other, papers is that Merton has been at pains since the first of his work to keep the distinction AUD connection between the two explicit and analytically useful. The papers are arranged here, without regard for chronology, to trace a line of thought that extends from a concern with pure theory to a vivid awareness of the concrete moral dilemmas faced by individual men AUD women of knowledge. After all, it is not often the case that scholars and scientists see, from the outset, all of the phases in a developing line of reasoning and then focus on each one in logical sequence. Rather, the stages are filled in as occasion AUD opportunity allow, and it is the task of hindsight to discern the underlying order that knits them together. The section begins with Merton's examination of the condition of the sociology of knowledge circa 1945, in which he argues that its fixation on the one problem of the existential basis of mental for the sociology of knowledge productions leads to an impasse. The essay still stands as a landmark in the field, and it was perhaps fitting that it should come just after World War II, at a time when new perspectives were emerging in much of social science. A program for relating philosophical conceptions of the sources of knowledge in society to the empirical investigation of specified problems is sketched out in the explicit paradigm laid out early in the essay. Merton himself, in fact, had an identifiable part in the process he describes in the last paragraph, perhaps as much an effort to induce a self-fulfilling prophecy as to picture contemporary reality. The sociology of knowledge is fast outgrowing a prior tendency to confuse provisional hypothesis with unimpeachable dogma. The plenitude of speculative insights which marked its early stages are now being subjected to increasingly rigorous test. Among the first fruits of such an orientation were Merton's introduction of the concepts of local and cosmopolitan influentials, one subsequently adapted by Goldner II in the academic realm, the Merton and Kit III contributions to reference group theory based on findings reported in Stauffer et al., The American Soldier, 1949, and Merton's continuities in reference group theory 4. As was noted by Herbert H. Hyman, 5. The social scientist who had introduced the concept of reference groups years before, these writings systematized problems and ideas that deal with the role of non-membership reference groups in shaping values and intellectual perspectives. The next paper, on Znaniecki's book, The Social Role of the Man of Knowledge, is one of those widely appreciated commentaries in which Merton goes well beyond the role of passive responder to elucidate the book's central points and to place them provocatively within a broader sociological framework. Here the focus is entirely theoretical and atemporal, so that the categorization of the various roles play by scholars and scientists and the winnowing out of researchable hypotheses give the paper enduring value. It also holds interest for the historian of ideas in its outline of an analytical approach that would later be embodied in the paradigm for the sociology of knowledge. To reiterate a point made above, the path of theoretical development that can be traced out well after a series of interrelated papers has appeared need not reflect their chronology. It is as though the theoretical progression exists in 2 dimensions and the scholar in a third, for he is free to move back and forth along this line of development as opportunities present themselves, with little regard for the logic inherent in the theory itself. In the following paper, Social Conflict over Styles of Sociological Work, Merton still finds insufficient sustained and methodical investigation in the sociology of knowledge, some 16 years after he had hopefully noted its acceleration. The paper was originally presented at the Fourth World Congress of Sociology in 1959 at Stresa, Italy, which was devoted to the theme of the sociology of sociology. This is a special topic within the sociology of science that occasionally threatens, quite naturally, to run away with sociologists' interests. However, Merton takes the sociological community as partly representative of scholarly communities in general rather than simply as an arena in which to present practical advice for practicing sociologists. The focus is on the ways in which relationships among sociologists may be as important in shaping their shared body of knowledge as are new data and new theoretical perspectives. For the most part, Merton manages to keep his attention focused on those aspects of interdisciplinary conflicts which are paralleled by similar phenomena in other disciplines at a comparable stage of development, rather than succumbing to the familiar and distracting theme of the peculiar vulnerability of sociologists to involvement in the ideological concerns of the larger society. The next paper, Technical and Moral Dimensions of Policy Research, 1949, together with the related pages drawn from Mass Persuasion, 1946, moves on from the relationships between scientists to another problem in the sociology of knowledge. This analyzes the conflict between the demands of technique and morality to which social scientists, especially those engaged in policy-oriented research, are often subject. It examines the conditions leading social scientists to become routinized in the role of a bureaucratic technician who does not question policies, state problems, and formulate alternatives. Merton expressly rejects the standpoint of the positivist, observing that the investigator may naively suppose that he is engaged in the value-free activity of research, whereas in fact he may simply have so defined his research problems that the results will be of use to one group in the society, and not to others. His very choice and definition of a problem reflect his tacit values. These writings take on an added interest in view of recent vagaries in the history of sociological ideas. Clearly, they nullify some current assertions that Merton is essentially a positivist, concerned only with the technical aspects of knowledge. Moreover, as Lord Sime has noted, Merton went beyond theoretical and empirical analysis in a subsequent paper with Daniel Lerner – Social Scientists and Research Policy, in the Policy Sciences, 1951, to argue that social scientists have a normative obligation to assert their scholarly values against the short-range and self-interested objectives often found in research requests coming from policymakers. This suggests that the current discovery of such problems and perspectives in the new sociology may rather be a reaffirmation under social conditions now more propitious to such views than before. In fact, the cryptomnesia, see the last paper in section 4 of this volume, suffered by successive generations of social scientists on this subject is itself a specific problem for the sociology of knowledge. The last paper in this section links up with the first, published a quarter century before. It examines in broad perspective the problem of the existential basis of knowledge in the social sciences as this was set out in the paradigm for the sociology of knowledge and in continuities in the theory of reference groups. Immediately occasioned by the rise in collective consciousness of ethnic, racial, and other identities, the central question of whether only blacks can understand blacks or only women can understand women is generalized into a crucial issue in the sociology of knowledge. The issue is this: whether monopolistic or privileged access to knowledge, or exclusion from it, derives from one's group membership or social position. Merton systematically dissects the general problem into its component issues and implications, staying carefully in touch with the social structural concomitants of each one. He reminds us that such claims, growing out of a burgeoning ethnocentrism, are by no means new. Whenever different sectors of a society, or subcultures within it, find themselves in full-scale ideological conflict, such claims are bound to arise. A coordinate prediction, made obvious by the very appearance of this paper, would be that the sociology of knowledge itself is likely to experience spurts of growth shortly after such problems come to center stage within the intellectual community. One paradigm for the sociology of knowledge. 1945. The last generation has witnessed the emergence of a special field of sociological inquiry, the sociology of knowledge, sense sociology. The term knowledge must be interpreted very broadly indeed, since studies in this area have dealt with virtually the entire gamut of cultural products, ideas, ideologies, juristic and ethical beliefs, philosophy, science, technology. But whatever the conception of knowledge, the orientation of this discipline remains largely the same. It is primarily concerned with the relations between knowledge and other existential factors in the society or culture. General and even vague as this formulation of the central purpose may be, a more specific statement will not serve to include the diverse approaches which have been developed. Manifestly, then, the sociology of knowledge is concerned with problems that have had a long history. So much is this the case, that the discipline has found its first historian, Ernst Grunwald. But our primary concern is not with the many antecedents of current theories. There are indeed few present-day observations which have not found previous expression in suggestive aperus. King Henry IV was being reminded that "thy wish was, father, Harry," to that thought only a few years before Bacon was writing that the human understanding is no dry light but receives an infusion from the will and affections, whence proceed sciences which may be called sciences as one would. And Nietzsche had set down a host of aphorisms on the ways in which needs determine the perspectives through which we interpret the world, so that even sense perceptions are permeated with value preferences. The antecedents of Wissen's sociology only go to support Whitehead's observation that to come very near to a true theory, and to grasp its precise application, are two very different things, as the history of science teaches us. Everything of importance has been said before by somebody who did not discover it. The social context. Quite apart from its historical and intellectual origins, there is the further question of the basis of contemporary interest in the sociology of knowledge. As is well known, the sociology of knowledge, as a distinct discipline, has been especially cultivated in Germany and France. Only within the last decades have American sociologists come to devote increasing attention to problems in this area. The growth of publications and, as a decisive test of its academic respectability, the increasing number of doctoral dissertations in the field partly testify to this rise of interest. An immediate and obviously inadequate explanation of this development would point to the recent transfer of European sociological thought by sociologists who have lately come to this country. To be sure, these scholars were among the culture bearers of Wissen's sociology. But this merely provided availability of these conceptions and no more accounts for their actual acceptance than would mere availability in any other instance of culture diffusion. American thought proved receptive to the sociology of knowledge largely because it dealt with problems, concepts, and theories that are increasingly pertinent to our contemporary social situation, because our society has come to have certain characteristics of those European societies in which the discipline was initially developed. The sociology of knowledge takes on pertinence under a definite complex of social and cultural conditions. With increasing social conflict, differences in the values, attitudes, and modes of thought of groups develop to the point where the orientation which these groups previously had in common is overshadowed by incompatible differences. Not only do there develop distinct universes of discourse, but the existence of any one universe challenges the validity and legitimacy of the others. The coexistence of these conflicting perspectives and interpretations within the same society leads to an active and reciprocal distrust between groups. Within a context of distrust, one no longer inquires into the content of beliefs and assertions to determine whether they are valid or not, one no longer confronts the assertions with relevant evidence, but introduces an entirely new question: how does it happen that these views are maintained? Thought becomes functionalized. It is interpreted in terms of its psychological or economic or social or racial sources and functions. In general, this type of functionalizing occurs when statements are doubted, when they appear so palpably implausible or absurd or biased that one need no longer examine the evidence for or against the statement but only the grounds for its being asserted at all. 3 such alien statements are explained by or imputed to special interests, unwitting motives, distorted perspectives, social position, and so on. In folk thought, this involves reciprocal attacks on the integrity of opponents. In more systematic thought, it leads to reciprocal ideological analyses. On both levels, it feeds upon and nourishes collective insecurities. Within this social context, an array of interpretations of man and culture which share certain common presuppositions finds widespread currency. Not only ideological analysis and Wissen's sociology, but also psychoanalysis, Marxism, semanticism, propaganda analysis, Puritanism, and, to some extent, functional analysis have, despite their other differences, a similar outlook on the role of ideas. On the one hand, there is the realm of verbalization and ideas, ideologies, rationalizations, emotive expressions, distortions, folklore, derivations, all of which are viewed as expressive or derivative or deceptive, of self and others, all of which are functionally related to some substratum. On the other hand are the previously conceived substrata, relations of production, social position, basic impulses, psychological conflict, interests and sentiments, interpersonal relations, and residues. And throughout runs the basic theme of the unwitting determination of ideas by the substrata, the emphasis on the distinction between the real and the illusory, between reality and appearance in the sphere of human thought, belief, and conduct. And whatever the intention of the analysts, their analyses tend to have an acrid quality, they tend to indict, secularize, ironicize, satirize, alienate, devalue the intrinsic content of the avowed belief or point of view. Consider only the overtones of terms chosen in these contexts to refer to beliefs, ideas, and thought, vital lies, myths, illusions, derivations, folklore, rationalizations, ideologies, verbal fade, pseudo-reasons, and so on. What these schemes of analysis have in common is the practice of discounting the face value of statements, beliefs, and idea systems by re-examining them within a new context which supplies the real meaning. Statements ordinarily viewed in terms of their manifest content are debunked, whatever the intention of the analyst, by relating this content to attributes of the speaker or of the society in which he lives. The professional iconoclast, the trained debunker, the ideological analyst and their respective systems of thought thrive in a society where large groups of people have already become alienated from common values, where separate universes of discourse are linked with reciprocal distrust. Ideological analysis systematizes the lack of faith in reigning symbols which has become widespread, hence its pertinence and popularity. The ideological analyst does not so much create a following as he speaks for a following to whom his analyses make sense, that is, conform to their previously unanalyzed experience. For in a society where reciprocal distrust finds such folk expression as "what's in it for him," where bunkum and bunk have been idiom for nearly a century and debunk for a generation, where advertising and propaganda have generated active resistance to the acceptance of statements at face value, where pseudo-Gemeinschaft behavior as a device for improving one's economic and political position is documented in a bestseller on how to win friends who may be influenced, where social relationships are increasingly instrumentalized so that the individual comes to view others as seeking primarily to control, manipulate, and exploit him, where growing cynicism involves a progressive detachment from significant group relationships and a considerable degree of self-estrangement, where uncertainty about one's own motives is voiced in the indecisive phrase, "I may be rationalizing, but," where defenses against traumatic disillusionment may consist in remaining permanently disillusioned by reducing expectations about the integrity of others through discounting their motives and abilities in advance. In such a society, systematic ideological analysis and a derived sociology of knowledge take on a socially grounded pertinence and cogency. And American academicians, presented with schemes of analysis which appear to order the chaos of cultural conflict, contending values, and points of view, have promptly seized upon and assimilated these analytical schemes. The Copernican revolution in this area of inquiry consisted in the hypothesis that not only error or illusion or unauthenticated belief but also the discovery of truth was socially, historically, conditioned. As long as attention was focused on the social determinants of ideology, illusion, myth, and moral norms, the sociology of knowledge could not emerge. It was abundantly clear that in accounting for error or uncertified opinion, some extra-theoretic factors were involved, that some special explanation was needed, since the reality of the object could not account for error. In the case of confirmed or certified knowledge, however, it was long assumed that it could be adequately accounted for in terms of a direct object-interpreter relation. The sociology of knowledge came into being with the signal hypothesis that even truths were to be held socially accountable, were to be related to the historical society in which they emerged. To outline even the main currents of the sociology of knowledge in brief compass is to present none adequately and to do violence to all. The diversity of formulations of a Marx or Skeeler or Durkheim, the varying problems from the social determination of categorical systems to that of class-bound political ideologies, the enormous differences in scope from the all-encompassing categorizing of intellectual history to the social location of the thought of Negro scholars in the last decades, the various limits assigned to the discipline from a comprehensive sociological epistemology to the empirical relations of particular social structures and ideas, the proliferation of concepts, ideas, belief systems, positive knowledge, thought, systems of truth, superstructure, and so on, the diverse methods of validation from plausible but undocumented imputations to meticulous historical and statistical analyses. In the light of all this, an effort to deal with both analytical apparatus and empirical studies in a few pages must sacrifice detail to scope. To introduce a basis of comparability among the welter of studies which have appeared in this field, we must adopt some scheme of analysis. The following paradigm is intended as a step in this direction. It is, undoubtedly, a partial and, it is to be hoped, a temporary classification which will disappear as it gives way to an improved and more exacting analytical model. But it does provide a basis for taking an inventory of extant findings in the field, for indicating contrary, and consistent results, setting forth the conceptual apparatus now in use, determining the nature of problems which have occupied workers in this field, assessing the character of the evidence which they have brought to bear upon these problems, ferreting out the characteristic lacunae and weaknesses in current types of interpretation. Full-fledged theory in the sociology of knowledge lends itself to classification in terms of the following paradigm. Paradigm for the sociology of knowledge. 1. Where is the existential basis of mental productions located? A social basis, social position, class, generation, occupational role, mode of production, group structures, university, bureaucracy, academies, sex, political parties, historical situation, interests, society, ethnic affiliation, social mobility, power structure, social processes, competition, conflict, and so on. B. Cultural bases, values, ethos, climate of opinion, Volksgeist, Zeitgeist, type of culture, culture mentality, Weltanschauungen, and so on. 2. What mental productions are being sociologically analyzed? A. Spheres of moral beliefs, ideologies, ideas, the categories of thought, philosophy, religious beliefs, social norms, positive science, technology, and so on. B. Which aspects are analyzed, their selection, foci of attention, level of abstraction, presuppositions, what is taken as data and what as problematical, conceptual content, models of verification, objectives of intellectual activity, and so on. 3. How are mental productions related to the existential basis? A. Causal or functional relations, determination, cause, correspondence, necessary condition, conditioning, functional interdependence, interaction, dependence, and so on. B. Symbolic or organismic or meaningful relations, consistency, harmony, coherence, unity, congruence, compatibility, and antonyms, expression, realization, symbolic expression, Strukturzusammenhang, structural identities, interconnection, stylistic analogies, logico-meaningful integration, identity of meaning, and so on. See ambiguous terms to designate relations, correspondence, reflection, bound up with, in close connection with, and so on. 4. Why related? Manifest and latent functions imputed to these existentially conditioned mental productions. A. To maintain power, promote stability, orientation, exploitation, obscure actual social relationships, provide motivation, canalize behavior, divert criticism, deflect hostility, provide reassurance, control nature, coordinate social relationships, and so on. 5. When do the imputed relations of the existential base and knowledge obtain? A. Historicist theories, confined to particular societies or cultures. B. General analytical theories. There are, of course, additional categories for classifying and analyzing studies in the sociology of knowledge, which are not fully explored here. Thus, the perennial problem of the implications of existential influences upon knowledge for the epistemological status of that knowledge has been hotly debated from the very outset. Solutions to this problem, which assume that a sociology of knowledge is necessarily a sociological theory of knowledge, range from the claim that the genesis of thought has no necessary relation to its validity to the extreme relativist position that truth is merely a function of a social or cultural basis, that it rests solely upon social consensus and, consequently, that any culturally accepted theory of truth has a claim to validity equal to that of any other. But the foregoing paradigm serves to organize the distinctive approaches and conclusions in this field sufficiently for our purposes. The chief approaches to be considered here are those of Marx, Skeeler, Mannheim, Durkheim, and Sorokin. Current work in this area is largely oriented toward one or another of these theories, either through a modified application of their conceptions or through counter-developments. Other sources of studies in this field indigenous to American thought, such as pragmatism, will be advisedly omitted, since they have not yet been formulated with specific reference to the sociology of knowledge nor have they been embodied in research to any notable extent. The existential basis. A central point of agreement in all approaches to the sociology of knowledge is the thesis that thought has an existential basis insofar as it is not immanently determined and insofar as one or another of its aspects can be derived from extracognitive factors. But this is merely a formal consensus, which gives way to a wide variety of theories concerning the nature of the existential basis. In this respect, as in others, Marxism is the storm center of Wissen's sociology. Without entering into the exegetic problem of closely identifying Marxism, we have only to recall Marx's Gene suis pas Marxiste. We can trace out its formulations primarily in the writings of Marx and Engels. Whatever other changes may have occurred in the development of their theory during the half-century of their work, they consistently held fast to the thesis that relations of production constitute the real foundation for the superstructure of ideas. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and intellectual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. 5. In seeking to functionalize ideas, that is, to relate the ideas of individuals to their sociological bases, Marx locates them within the class structure. He assumes, not so much that other influences are not at all operative, but that class is a primary determinant and, as such, the single most fruitful point of departure for analysis. This he makes explicit in his first preface to Capital. Here individuals are dealt with only in so far as they are the personifications of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. 6. In abstracting from other variables and in regarding men in their economic and class roles, Marx hypothesizes that these roles are primary determinants and thus leaves as an open question the extent to which they adequately account for thought and behavior in any given case. In point of fact, one line of development of Marxism, from the early German ideology to the latter writings of Engels, consists in a progressive definition, and delimitation, of the extent to which the relations of production do in fact condition knowledge and forms of thought. However, both Marx and Engels, repeatedly and with increasing insistence, emphasized that the ideologies of a social stratum need not stem only from persons who are objectively located in that stratum. As early as the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels had indicated that as the ruling class approaches dissolution, a small section joins the revolutionary class. Just as, therefore, at an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat, and in particular, a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. 7. Ideologies are socially located by analyzing their perspectives and presuppositions and determining how problems are construed, from the standpoint of one or another class. Thought is not mechanistically located by merely establishing the class position of the thinker. It is attributed to that class for which it is appropriate, to the class whose social situation with its class conflicts, aspirations, fears, restraints, and objective possibilities within the given socio-historical context is being expressed. Marx's most explicit formulation holds: one must not form the narrow-minded idea that the petty bourgeoisie wants on principle to enforce an egoistic class interest. It believes, rather, that the special conditions of its emancipation are the general conditions through which alone modern society can be saved and the class struggle avoided. Just as little must one imagine that the democratic representatives are all shopkeepers or are full of enthusiasm for them. So far as their education and their individual position are concerned, they may be as widely separated from them as heaven from earth. What makes them representatives of the petty bourgeoisie is the fact that in their minds im Kopf they do not exceed the limits which the latter do not exceed in their life activities, that they are consequently driven to the same problems and solutions in theory to which material interest and social position drive the latter in practice. This is Überhaupt, the relationship of the political and literary representatives of a class to the class which they represent. 8. But if we cannot derive ideas from the objective class position of their exponents, this leaves a wide margin of indeterminacy. It then becomes a further problem to discover why some identify themselves with the characteristic outlook of the class stratum in which they objectively find themselves, whereas others adopt the presuppositions of a class stratum other than their own. An empirical description of the fact is no adequate substitute for its theoretical explanation. In dealing with existential bases, Max Scheler characteristically places his own hypothesis in opposition to other prevalent theories. 9. He draws a distinction between cultural sociology and what he calls the sociology of real factors, real sociology. Cultural data are ideal. In the realm of ideas and values, real factors are oriented toward affecting changes in the reality of nature or society. The former are defined by ideal goals or intentions, the latter derive from an impulse structure, Triebstruktur, for example, sex, hunger, power. It is a basic error, he holds, of all naturalistic theories to maintain that real factors, whether race, geopolitics, political power structure, or the relations of economic production, unequivocally determine the realm of meaningful ideas. He also rejects all ideological, spiritualistic, and personalistic conceptions which err in viewing the history of existential conditions as a unilinear unfolding of the history of mind. He ascribes complete autonomy and a determinate sequence to these real factors, though he inconsistently holds that value-laden ideas serve to guide and direct their development. Ideas as such initially have no social effectiveness. The purer the idea, the greater its impotence, so far as dynamic effect on society is concerned. Ideas do not become actualized, embodied in cultural developments, unless they are bound up in some fashion with interests, impulses, emotions, or collective tendencies and their incorporation in institutional structures. 10. Only then and in this limited respect, naturalistic theories, for example, Marxism, are justified do they exercise some definite influence. Should ideas not be grounded in the imminent development of real factors, they are doomed to become sterile utopias. Naturalistic theories are further in error, Scheler holds, in tacitly assuming the independent variable to be one and the same throughout history. There is no constant independent variable, but there is, in the course of history, a definite sequence in which the primary factors prevail, a sequence which can be summed up in a law of 3 phases. In the initial phase, blood ties and associated kinship institutions constitute the independent variable, later, political power and, finally, economic factors. There is, then, no constancy in the effective primacy of existential factors but rather an ordered variability. Thus, Skeeler sought to relativize the very notion of historical determinants. 11. He claims not only to have confirmed his law of the three phases inductively but to have derived it from a theory of human impulses. Skeeler's conception of real factoren race and kinship, the structure of power, factors of production, qualitative and quantitative aspects of population, geographical and geopolitical factors hardly constitutes a usefully defined category. It is of small value to subsume such diverse elements under one rubric, and, indeed, his own empirical studies and those of his disciples do not profit from this array of factors. But in suggesting a variation of significant existential factors, though not in the ordered sequence which he failed to establish, he moves in the direction which subsequent research has followed. Thus, Mannheim derives from Marx primarily by extending his conception of existential bases. Given the fact of multiple group affiliation, the problem becomes one of determining which of these affiliations are decisive in fixing perspectives, models of thought, definitions of the given, and so on. Unlike a dogmatic Marxism, he does not assume that class position is alone ultimately determinant. He finds, for example, that an organically integrated group conceives of history as a continuous movement toward the realization of its goals, whereas socially uprooted and loosely integrated groups espouse a historical intuition which stresses the fortuitous and imponderable. It is only through exploring the variety of group formations, generations, status groups, sects, occupational groups and their characteristic modes of thought that there can be found an existential basis corresponding to the great variety of perspectives and knowledge which actually obtain. 12. Though representing a different tradition, this is substantially the position taken by Durkheim. In an early study with Moss of primitive forms of classification, he maintained that the genesis of the categories of thought is to be found in the group structure and relations and that the categories vary with changes in the social organization. 13. In seeking to account for the social origins of the categories, Durkheim postulates that individuals are more directly and inclusively oriented toward the groups in which they live than they are toward nature. The primarily significant experiences are mediated through social relationships, which leave their impress on the character of thought and knowledge. 14. Thus, in his study of primitive forms of thought, he deals with the periodic recurrence of social activities, ceremonies, feasts, rites, the clan structure, and the spatial configurations of group meetings as among the existential bases of thought. And, applying Durkheim's formulations to ancient Chinese thought, Granite attributes their typical conceptions of time and space to such bases as the feudal organization and the rhythmic alternation of concentrated and dispersed group life. 15. In sharp distinction from the foregoing conceptions of existential bases is Sorokin's idealistic and emanationist theory, which seeks to derive every aspect of knowledge, not from an existential social basis, but from varying culture mentalities. These mentalities are constructed of major premises. Thus, the ideational mentality conceives of reality as non-material, everlasting being, its needs as primarily spiritual and their full satisfaction through self-imposed minimization or elimination of most physical needs. 16. Contrariwise, the sensate mentality limits reality to what can be perceived through the senses. It is primarily concerned with physical needs which it seeks to satisfy to a maximum, not through self-modification, but through change of the external world. The chief intermediate type of mentality is the idealistic, which represents a virtual balance of the foregoing types. It is these mentalities, that is, the major premises of each culture, from which systems of truth and knowledge are derived. And here we come to the self-contained emanationism of an idealistic position. It appears plainly tautological to say, as Sorokin does, that in a sensate society and culture the sensate system of truth based upon the testimony of the organs of senses has to be dominant. 17. For sensate mentality has already been defined as one conceiving of reality as only that which is presented to the sense organs. 18. Moreover, an emanationist phrasing such as this bypasses some of the basic questions raised by other approaches to the analysis of existential conditions. Thus, Sorokin considers the failure of the sensate system of truth, empiricism, to monopolize a sensate culture as evidence that the culture is not fully integrated. But this surrenders inquiry into the basis of those very differences of thought with which our contemporary world is concerned. This is true of other categories and principles of knowledge for which he seeks to apply a sociological accounting. For example, in our present sensate culture, he finds that materialism is less prevalent than idealism, and that temporalism and eternalism are almost equally current, so, too, with realism and nominalism, singularism and universalism, and so on. Since there are these diversities within a culture, the overall characterization of the culture as sensate provides no basis for indicating which groups subscribe to one mode of thought, and which to another. Sorokin does not systematically explore varying existential bases within a society or culture, he looks to the dominant tendencies and imputes these to the culture as a whole. 19. Our contemporary society, quite apart from the differences of intellectual outlook of diverse classes and groups, is viewed as an integral exemplification of sensate culture. On its own premises, Sorokin's approach is primarily suited for an overall characterization of cultures, not for analyzing connections between varied existential conditions and thought within a society. Types of knowledge. Even a cursory survey is enough to show that the term knowledge has been so broadly conceived as to refer to every type of idea and every mode of thought ranging from folk belief to positive science. Knowledge has often come to be assimilated to the term culture so that not only the exact sciences but ethical convictions, epistemological postulates, material predications, synthetic judgments, political beliefs, the categories of thought, eschatological doxies, moral norms, ontological assumptions, and observations of empirical fact are more or less indiscriminately held to be existentially conditioned. 20. The question is, of course, whether these diverse kinds of knowledge stand in the same relationship to their sociological basis, or whether it is necessary to discriminate between spheres of knowledge precisely because this relationship differs for the various types. For the most part, there has been a systematic ambiguity concerning this problem. Only in his later writings did Engels come to recognize that the concept of ideological superstructure included a variety of ideological forms which differ significantly, that is, are not equally and similarly conditioned by the material basis. Marx's failure to take up this problem systematically 21 accounts for much of the initial vagueness about what is comprised by the superstructure and how these several ideological spheres are related to the modes of production. It was largely the task of Engels to attempt this clarification. In differentiating the blanket term ideology, Engels granted a degree of autonomy to law. As soon as the new division of labor which creates professional lawyers becomes necessary, another new and independent sphere is opened up which, for all its general dependence on production and trade, still has its own capacity for reacting upon these spheres as well. In a modern state, law must not only correspond to the general economic position and be its expression, but must also be an expression which is consistent in itself, and which does not, owing to inner contradictions, look glaringly inconsistent. And in order to achieve this, the faithful reflection of economic conditions is more and more infringed upon. All the more so the more rarely it happens that a code of law is the blunt, unmitigated, unadulterated expression of the domination of a class. This in itself would already offend the conception of justice. 22. If this is true of law, with its close connection with economic pressures, it is all the more true of other spheres of the ideological superstructure. Philosophy, religion, science are particularly constrained by the pre-existing stock of knowledge and belief, and are only indirectly and ultimately influenced by economic factors. 23. In these fields it is not possible to derive the content and development of belief and knowledge merely from an analysis of the historical situation, political, juridical, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc. Development is based on economic development. But all these react upon one another and also upon the economic base. It is not that the economic position is the cause and alone active, while everything else only has a passive effect. There is, rather, interaction on the basis of the economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself. 24. But to say that the economic basis ultimately asserts itself is to say that the ideological spheres exhibit some degree of independent development, as indeed Engels goes on to observe. The further the particular sphere which we are investigating is removed from the economic sphere and approaches that of pure abstract ideology, the more shall we find it exhibiting accidents, that is, deviations from the expected in its development, the more will its curve run in zigzag. 25. Finally, there is an even more restricted conception of the sociological status of natural science. In one well-known passage, Marx expressly distinguishes natural science from ideological spheres. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, the distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. 26. Thus, natural science and political economy, which can match its precision, are granted a status quite distinct from that of ideology. The conceptual content of natural science is not imputed to an economic base, merely its aims and material. Where would natural science be without industry and commerce? Even this pure natural science is provided with an aim, as with its material, only through trade and industry, through the sensuous activity of men. 27. Along the same lines, Engels asserts that the appearance of Marx's materialistic conception of history was itself determined by necessity, as is indicated by similar views appearing among English and French historians at the time and by Morgan's independent discovery of the same conception. 28. He goes even further to maintain that socialist theory is itself a proletarian reflection of modern class conflict, so that here, at least, the very content of scientific thought is held to be socially determined. 29. Without vitiating its validity. There was an incipient tendency in Marxism, then, to consider natural science as standing in a relation to the economic base different from that of other spheres of knowledge and belief. In science, the focus of attention may be socially determined but not, presumably, its conceptual apparatus. In this respect, the social sciences were sometimes held to differ significantly from the natural sciences. Social science tended to be assimilated to the sphere of ideology, a tendency developed by later Marxists into the questionable thesis of a class-bound social science which is inevitably tendentious. 30. And into the claim that only proletarian science has valid insight into certain aspects of social reality. 31. Mannheim follows in the Marxist tradition to the extent of exempting the exact sciences and formal knowledge from existential determina, but not historical, political, and social science thinking as well as the thought of everyday life. 32. Social position determines the perspective, that is, the manner in which one views an object, what one perceives in it, and how one construes it in his thinking. The situational determination of thought does not render it invalid, it does, however, particularize the scope of the inquiry and the limits of its validity. 33. If Marx did not sharply differentiate the superstructure, Skeeler goes to the other extreme. He distinguishes a variety of forms of knowledge. To begin with, there are the relatively natural Weltanschauungen, that which is accepted as given, as neither requiring nor being capable of justification. These are, so to speak, the cultural axioms of groups, what Joseph Glanville, some 300 years ago, called a climate of opinion. A primary task of the sociology of knowledge is to discover the laws of transformation of these Weltanschauungen. And since these outlooks are by no means necessarily valid, it follows that the sociology of knowledge is not concerned merely with tracing the existential bases of truth but also of social illusion, superstition, and socially conditioned errors and forms of deception. 34. The Weltanschauungen constitute organic growths and develop only in long time spans. They are scarcely affected by theories. Without adequate evidence, Skeeler claims that they can be changed in any fundamental sense only through race mixture or conceivably through the mixture of language and culture. Building upon these very slowly changing Weltanschauungen are the more artificial forms of knowledge which may be ordered in 7 classes, according to degree of artificiality: 1. Myth and legend, 2. Knowledge implicit in the natural folk language, 3. Religious knowledge, ranging from the vague emotional intuition to the fixed dogma of a church, 4. The basic types of mystical knowledge, 5. Philosophical metaphysical knowledge, 6. Positive knowledge of mathematics, the natural and cultural sciences, 7. Technological knowledge. 35. The more artificial these types of knowledge, the more rapidly they change. It is evident, says Skeeler, that religions change far more slowly than the various metaphysics, and the latter persist for much longer periods than the results of positive science, which change from hour to hour. This hypothesis of rates of change bears some points of similarity to Alfred Weber's thesis that civilizational change outruns cultural change, and to the Ogburn hypothesis that material factors change more rapidly than the non-material. Skeeler's hypothesis shares the limitations of these others as well as several additional shortcomings. He nowhere indicates with any clarity what his principle of classification of types of knowledge, so-called artificiality, actually denotes. Why, for example, is mystical knowledge conceived as more artificial than religious dogmas? He does not at all consider what is entailed by saying that one type of knowledge changes more rapidly than another. Consider his curious equating of new scientific results with metaphysical systems. How does one compare the degree of change implied in Neo-Kantian philosophy with, say, change in biological theory during the corresponding period? Skeeler boldly asserts a 7-fold variation in rates of change and, of course, does not empirically confirm this elaborate claim. In view of the difficulties encountered in testing much simpler hypotheses, it is not at all clear what is gained by setting forth an elaborate hypothesis of this type. Yet only certain aspects of this knowledge are held to be sociologically determined. On the basis of certain postulates, which need not be considered here, Skeeler goes on to assert, the sociological character of all knowledge, of all forms of thought, intuition, and cognition is unquestionable. Although the content and even less the objective validity of all knowledge is not determined by the controlling perspectives of social interests, nevertheless this is the case with the selection of the objects of knowledge. Moreover, the forms of the mental processes by means of which knowledge is acquired are always and necessarily codetermined sociologically, i.e. by the social structure. Since explanation consists in tracing the relatively new to the familiar and known, and since society is better known than anything else, 37, it is to be expected that the modes of thought and intuition and the classification of knowable things generally are codetermined, mitbedingt, by the division and classification of groups which comprise the society. Skeeler flatly repudiates all forms of sociologism. He seeks to escape a radical relativism by resorting to a metaphysical dualism. He posits a realm of timeless essences which in varying degrees enter into the content of judgments, a realm utterly distinct from that of historical and social reality which determines the act of judgments. As Mandelbaum has aptly summarized this view, the realm of essences is to Skeeler a realm of possibilities out of which we, bound to time and our interest, first select one set and then another for consideration. Where we as historians turn the spotlight of our attention depends upon our own sociologically determined valuations. What we see there is determined by the set of absolute and timeless values which are implicit in the past with which we are dealing. As this is indeed counter-relativism by fiat. Merely asserting the distinction between essence and existences avoids the incubus of relativism by exorcising it. The concept of eternal essences may be congenial to the metaphysician, it is wholly foreign to empirical inquiry. It is noteworthy that these conceptions play no significant part in Skeeler's empirical efforts to establish relations between knowledge and society. Skeeler indicates that different types of knowledge are bound up with particular forms of groups. The content of Plato's theory of ideas required the form and organization of the Platonic Academy, so, too, The organization of Protestant churches and sects was determined by the content of their beliefs, which could exist only in this and in no other type of social organization, as Troeltsch has shown. And, similarly, Gemeenschap types of society have a traditionally defined fund of knowledge which is handed down as conclusive. They are not concerned with discovering or extending knowledge. The very effort to test the traditional knowledge, insofar as it implies doubt, is ruled out as virtually blasphemous. In such a group, the prevailing logic and mode of thought is that of an ars demonstrandi, not of an ars inveniendi. Its methods are prevailingly ontological and dogmatic, not epistemologic and critical. Its mode of thought is that of conceptual realism, not nominalistic as in the Gesellschaft type of organization. Its system of categories, organismic and not mechanistic. 39. Durkheim extends sociological inquiry into the social genesis of the categories of thought, basing his hypothesis on three types of presumptive evidence. 1. The fact of cultural variation in the categories and the rules of logic prove that they depend upon factors that are historical and consequently social. 40. 2. Since concepts are embedded in the very language the individual acquires, and this holds as well for the special terminology of the scientist, and since some of these conceptual terms refer to things which we, as individuals, have never experienced, it is clear that they are a product of the society. 41 and 3. The acceptance or rejection of concepts is not determined merely by their objective validity but also by their consistency with other prevailing beliefs. 42. Yet Durkheim does not subscribe to a type of relativism in which there are merely competing criteria of validity. The social origin of the categories does not render them wholly arbitrary so far as their applicability to nature is concerned. They are, in varying degrees, adequate to their object. But since social structures vary, and with them, the categorical apparatus, there are inescapable subjective elements in the particular logical constructions current in a society. These subjective elements must be progressively rooted out, if we are to approach reality more closely. And this occurs under determinate social conditions. With the extension of intercultural contacts, with the spread of intercommunication between persons drawn from different societies, with the enlargement of the society, the local frame of reference becomes disrupted. Things can no longer be contained in the social molds according to which they were primitively classified, they must be organized according to principles which are their own. So logical organization differentiates itself from the social organization and becomes autonomous. Genuinely human thought is not a primitive fact, it is the product of history. 43. Particularly those conceptions which are subjected to scientifically methodical criticism come to have a greater objective adequacy. Objectivity is itself viewed as a social emergent. Throughout, Durkheim's dubious epistemology is intertwined with his substantive account of the social roots of concrete designations of temporal, spatial, and other units. We need not indulge in the traditional exaltation of the categories as a thing set apart and foreknown to note that Durkheim was dealing not with them but with conventional divisions of time and space. He observed, in passing, that differences in these respects should not lead us to neglect the similarities, which are no less essential. If he pioneered in relating variations in systems of concepts to variations in social organization, he did not succeed in establishing the social origin of the categories. Like Durkheim, Granit attaches great significance to language as constraining and fixing prevalent concepts and modes of thought. He has shown how the Chinese language is not equipped to note concepts, analyze ideas, or to present doctrines discursively. It has remained intractable to formal precision. The Chinese word does not fix a notion with a definite degree of abstraction and generality, but evokes an indefinite complex of particular images. Thus, there is no word which simply signifies old man. Rather, a considerable number of words paint different aspects of old age, ki, those who need a richer diet, kao, those who have difficulty in breathing, and so on. These concrete evocations entail a multitude of other similarly concrete images of every detail of the mode of life of the aged, those who should be exempt from military service, those for whom funerary material should be held in readiness, those who have a right to carry a staff through the town, and so on. These are but a few of the images evoked by Ki which, in general, corresponds to the quasi-singular notion of old persons, some 60 to 70 years of age. Words and sentences thus have an entirely concrete, emblematic character. 44. Just as the language is concrete and evocative, so the most general ideas of ancient Chinese thought were unalterably concrete, none of them comparable to our abstract ideas. Neither time nor space was abstractly conceived. Time proceeds by cycles and is round, space is square. The earth which is square is divided into squares, the walls of towns, fields, and camps should form a square. Camps, buildings, and towns must be oriented, and the selection of the proper orientation is in the hands of a ritual leader. Techniques of the division and management of space surveying, town development, architecture, political geography, and the geometrical speculations which they presuppose are all linked with a set of social regulations. Particularly as these pertain to periodic assemblies, they reaffirm and reinforce in every detail the symbols which represent space. They account for its square form, its heterogeneous and hierarchic character, a conception of space which could only have arisen in a feudal society. 45. Though Granite may have established the social grounds of concrete designations of time and space, it is not at all clear that he deals with data comparable to Western conceptions. He considers traditionalized or ritualized or magical conceptions and implicitly compares these with our matter-of-fact, technical, or scientific notions. But in a wide range of actual practices, the Chinese did not act on the assumption that time is round and space, square. When comparable spheres of activity and thought are considered, it is questionable that this radical cleavage of categorical systems occurs, in the sense that there are no common denominators of thought and conception. Granite has demonstrated qualitative differences of concepts in certain contexts, but not within such comparable contexts as, say, that of technical practice. His work testifies to different foci of intellectual interests in the two spheres and within the ritualistic sphere, basic differences of outlook, but not unbridgeable gaps in other spheres. The fallacy which is most prominent in Lévi-Brul's concept of the pre-logicality of the primitive mind thus appears in the work of Granite as well. As Malinowski and Rivers have shown, when comparable spheres of thought and activity are considered, no such irreconcilable differences are found. 46. Sorokin shares in this same tendency to ascribe entirely disparate criteria of truth to his different culture types. He has cast into a distinctive idiom the fact of shifts of attention on the part of intellectual elites in different historical societies. In certain societies, religious conceptions and particular types of metaphysics are at the focus of attention, whereas in other societies, empirical science becomes the center of interest. But the several systems of truth coexist in each of these societies within certain spheres. The Catholic Church has not abandoned its ideational criteria even in the sensate age. Insofar as Sorokin adopts the position of radically different and disparate criteria of truth, he must locate his own work within this context. It may be said, though an extensive discussion would be needed to document it, that he never resolves this problem. His various efforts to cope with the radically relativistic impasse differ considerably. Thus, at the very outset, he states that his constructions must be tested in the same way as any scientific law. First of all, the principle must by nature be logical. Second, it must successfully meet the test of the relevant facts, that is, it must fit and represent the facts. 47. In Sorokin's own terminology, he has thereby adopted a scientific position characteristic of a sensate system of truth. When he confronts his own epistemologic position directly, however, he adopts an integralist conception of truth which seeks to assimilate empirical and logical criteria as well as a supersensory, superrational, metalogical act of intuition or mystical experience. 48. He thus posits an integration of these diverse systems. In order to justify the truth of faith, the only item which would remove him from the ordinary criteria used in current scientific work, he indicates that intuition plays an important role as a source of scientific discovery. But does this meet the issue? The question is not one of the psychological sources of valid conclusions, but of the criteria and methods of validation. Which criteria would Sorokin adopt when supersensory intuitions are not consistent with empirical observation? In such cases, presumably, so far as we can judge from his work rather than from his comments about his work, he accepts the facts and rejects the intuition. All this suggests that Sorokin is discussing under the generic label of truth quite distinct and not comparable types of judgments, just as the chemist's analysis of an oil painting is neither consistent nor inconsistent with its aesthetic evaluation, so Sorokin's systems of truth refer to quite different kinds of judgments. And, indeed, he is finally led to say as much, when he remarks that each of the systems of truth, within its legitimate field of competency, gives us genuine cognition of the respective aspects of reality. 49. But whatever his private opinion of intuition, he cannot draw it into his sociology as a criterion, rather than a source, of valid conclusions. Relations of knowledge to the existential basis. Though this problem is obviously the nucleus of every theory in the sociology of knowledge, it has often been treated by implication rather than directly. Yet each type of imputed relation between knowledge and society presupposes an entire theory of sociological method and social causation. The prevailing theories in this field have dealt with one or both of two major types of relation, causal or functional, and the symbolic or organismic or meaningful. 5° Marx and Engels, of course, dealt solely with some kind of causal relation between the economic basis and ideas, variously terming this relation as determination, correspondence, reflection, outgrowth, dependence, and so on. In addition, there is an interest or need relation, when strata have imputed needs at a particular stage of historical development, there is held to be a definite pressure for appropriate ideas and knowledge to develop. The inadequacies of these diverse formulations have risen up to plague those who derive from the Marxist tradition in the present day. 51. Since Marx held that thought is not a mere reflection of objective class position, as we have seen, this raises anew the problem of its imputation to a determinate basis. The prevailing Marxist hypotheses for coping with this problem involve a theory of history which is the ground for determining whether the ideology is situationally adequate for a given stratum in the society. This requires a hypothetical construction of what men would think and perceive if they were able to comprehend a historical situation adequately. 5.2 But such insight into the situation need not actually be widely current within particular social strata. This, then, leads to the further problem of false consciousness, of how ideologies which are neither in conformity with the interests of a class nor situationally adequate come to prevail. A partial empirical account of false consciousness, implied in the manifesto, rests on the view that the bourgeoisie control the content of culture and thus diffuse doctrines and standards alien to the interests of the proletariat. 53 Or, in more general terms, the ruling ideas of each age have ever been the ideas of its ruling class. But this is only a partial account, at most it deals with the false consciousness of the subordinated class. It might, for example, partly explain the fact noted by Marx that even where the peasant proprietor does belong to the proletariat by his position, he does not believe that he does. It would not, however, be pertinent in seeking to account for the false consciousness of the ruling class itself. Another, though not clearly formulated, theme which bears upon the problem of false consciousness runs throughout Marxist theory. This is the conception of ideology as being an unwitting, unconscious expression of real motives, these being in turn construed in terms of the objective interests of social classes. Thus, there is repeated stress on the unwitting nature of ideologies. Ideology is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously indeed, but with a false consciousness. The real motives impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it would not be an ideological process at all. Hence he imagines false or apparent motives. 54. The ambiguity of the term correspondence to refer to the connection between the material basis and the idea can only be overlooked by the polemical enthusiast. Ideologies are construed as distortions of the social situation, 55 as merely expressive of the material conditions, 56 and, whether distorted or not, as motivational support for carrying through real changes in the society. 57. It is at this last point, when illusory beliefs are conceded to provide motivation for action, that Marxism ascribes a measure of independence to ideologies in the historical process. They are no longer merely epiphenomenal. They enjoy a measure of autonomy. From this develops the notion of interacting factors in which the superstructure, though interdependent with the material basis, is also assumed to have some degree of independence. Engels explicitly recognized that earlier formulations were inadequate in at least two respects. First, that both he and Marx had previously overemphasized the economic factor and understated the role of interaction. 58. The second, that they had neglected the formal side, the way in which these ideas develop. 59. The Marx-Engels views on the connectives of ideas and economic substructure hold, then, that the economic structure constitutes the framework which limits the range of ideas that will prove socially effective. Ideas which do not have pertinence for one or another of the conflicting classes may arise, but will be of little consequence. Economic conditions are necessary, but not sufficient, for the emergence and spread of ideas which express either the interests or outlook, or both, of distinct social strata. There is no strict determination of ideas by economic conditions, but a definite predisposition. Knowing the economic conditions, we can predict the kinds of ideas which can exercise a controlling influence in a direction that can be effective. Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly found, given, and transmitted from the past. And in the making of history, ideas and ideologies play a definite role. Consider only the view of religion as the opiate of the masses. Consider further the importance attached by Marx and Engels to making those in the proletariat aware of their own interests. Since there is no fatality in the development of the total social structure, but only a development of economic conditions which make certain lines of change possible and probable, idea systems may play a decisive role in the selection of one alternative which corresponds to the real balance of power rather than another alternative which runs counter to the existing power situation and is therefore destined to be unstable, precarious, and temporary. There is an ultimate compulsive which derives from economic development, but this compulsive does not operate with such detailed finality that no variation of ideas can occur at all. The Marxist theory of history assumes that, sooner or later, idea systems which are inconsistent with the actually prevailing and incipient power structure will be rejected in favor of those which more nearly express the actual alignment of power. It is this view that Engels expresses in his metaphor of the zigzag course of abstract ideology. Ideologies may temporarily deviate from what is compatible with the current social relations of production, but they are ultimately brought back in line. For this reason, the Marxist analysis of ideology is always bound to be concerned with the total historical situation, in order to account both for the temporary deviations and the later accommodation of ideas to the economic compulsives. But for this same reason, Marxist analyses are apt to have an excessive degree of flexibility, almost to the point where any development can be explained away as a temporary aberration or deviation, where anachronisms and lags become labels for the explaining away of existing beliefs which do not correspond to theoretical expectations, where the concept of accident provides a ready means of saving the theory from facts which seem to challenge its validity. 61. A theory includes concepts such as lags, thrusts, anachronisms, accidents, partial independence, and ultimate dependence. It becomes so labile and so indistinct that it can be reconciled with virtually any configuration of data. Here, as in several other theories in the sociology of knowledge, a decisive question must be raised in order to determine whether we have a genuine theory. How can the theory be invalidated? In any given historical situation, which data will contradict and invalidate the theory? Unless this can be answered directly, unless the theory involves statements which can be contradicted by definite types of evidence, it remains merely a pseudo-theory which will be compatible with any array of data. Though Mannheim has gone far toward developing actual research procedures in the substantive sociology of knowledge, he has not appreciably clarified the connectives of thought and society. As he indicates, once a thought structure has been analyzed, there arises the problem of imputing it to definite groups. This requires not only an empirical investigation of the groups or strata which prevalently think in these terms, but also an interpretation of why these groups, and not others, manifest this type of thought. This latter question implies a social psychology which Mannheim has not systematically developed. The most serious shortcoming of Durkheim's analysis lies precisely in his uncritical acceptance of a naive theory of correspondence in which the categories of thought are held to reflect certain features of the group organization. Thus there are societies in Australia and North America where space is conceived in the form of an immense circle, because the camp has a circular form. The social organization has been the model for the spatial organization and a reproduction of it. 81. In similar fashion, the general notion of time is derived from the specific units of time differentiated in social activities, ceremonies, feasts, rites. 62. The category of class and the modes of classification, which involve the notion of a hierarchy, are derived from social grouping and stratification. Those social categories are then projected into our conception of the New World. 63. In summary, then, categories express the different aspects of the social order. 64. Durkheim's sociology of knowledge suffers from his avoidance of a social psychology. The central relation between ideas and existential factors for Skeeler is interaction. Ideas interact with existential factors which serve as selective agencies, releasing or checking the extent to which potential ideas find actual expression. Existential factors do not create or determine the content of ideas, they merely account for the difference between potentiality and actuality. They hinder, retard, or quicken the actualization of potential ideas. In a figure reminiscent of Clerk Maxwell's hypothetical daemon, Skeeler states, in a definite fashion and order, existential factors open and close the sluice gates to the flood of ideas. This formulation, which ascribes to existential factors the function of selection from a self-contained realm of ideas, is, according to Skeeler, a basic point of agreement between such otherwise divergent theorists as Dilthey, Troeltsch, Max Weber, and himself. 65. Skeeler operates as well with the concept of structural identities, which refers to common presuppositions of knowledge or belief on the one hand, and of social, economic, or political structure on the other. 66. Thus, the rise of mechanistic thought in the 16th century, which came to dominate prior organismic thought, is inseparable from the new individualism, the incipient dominance of the power-driven machine over the hand tool, the incipient dissolution of Gemeinschaft into Gesellschaft, production for a commodity market, rise of the principle of competition in the ethos of Western society, and so on. The notion of scientific research as an endless process through which a store of knowledge can be accumulated for practical application as the occasion demands, and the total divorce of this science from theology and philosophy, was not possible without the rise of a new principle of infinite acquisition characteristic of modern capitalism. 67. In discussing such structural identities, Skeeler does not ascribe primacy either to the socio-economic sphere or to the sphere of knowledge. Rather, and this Skeeler regards as one of the most significant propositions in the field, both are determined by the impulse structure of the elite, which is closely bound up with the prevailing ethos. Thus, modern technology is not merely the application of a pure science based on observation, logic, and mathematics. It is far more the product of an orientation toward the control of nature which define the purposes as well as the conceptual structure of scientific thought. This orientation is largely implicit and is not to be confused with the personal motives of scientists. With the concept of structural identity, Skeeler verges on the concept of cultural integration or Sinnzusammenhang. It corresponds to Sorokin's conception of a meaningful cultural system involving the identity of the fundamental principles and values that permeate all its parts, which is distinguished from a causal system involving interdependence of parts. 68. Having constructed his types of culture, Sorokin's survey of criteria of truth, ontology, metaphysics, scientific and technologic output, and so on, finds a marked tendency toward the meaningful integration of these with the prevailing culture. Sorokin has boldly confronted the problem of how to determine the extent to which such integration occurs, recognizing, despite his vitriolic comments on the statisticians of our sensate age, that to deal with the extent or degree of integration necessarily implies some statistical measure. Accordingly, he developed numerical indexes of the various writings and authors in each period, classified these in their appropriate category, and thus assessed the comparative frequency and influence of the various systems of thought. Whatever the technical evaluation of the validity and reliability of these cultural statistics, he has directly acknowledged the problem overlooked by many investigators of integrated culture or Sinjusammenhängen, namely, the approximate degree or extent of such integration. Moreover, he plainly bases his empirical conclusions very largely upon these statistics. 69 And these conclusions again testify that his approach leads to a statement of the problem of connections between existential bases and knowledge, rather than to its solution. Thus, to take a case in point, empiricism is defined as the typical sensate system of truth. The last 5 centuries, and more particularly the last century, represent sensate culture par excellence. 70. Yet, even in this flood tide of sensate culture, Sorokin's statistical indices show only some 53% of influential writings in the field of empiricism. And in the earlier centuries of the sensate culture from the late 16th to the mid-18th, the indices of empiricism are consistently lower than those for rationalism, which is associated, presumably, with an idealistic rather than a sensate culture. 71 The object of these observations is not to raise the question whether Sorokin's conclusions coincide with his statistical data. It is not to ask why the 16th and 17th centuries are said to have a dominant sensate system of truth in view of these data. Rather, it is to indicate that even on Sorokin's own premises, overall characterizations of historical cultures constitute merely a first step, which must be followed by analyses of deviations from the central tendencies of the culture. Once the notion of extent of integration is introduced, the existence of types of knowledge which are not integrated with the dominant tendencies cannot be viewed merely as congeries or as contingent. Their social bases must be ascertained in a fashion for which an emanationist theory does not provide. A basic concept which serves to differentiate generalizations about the thought and knowledge of an entire society or culture is that of the audience or public, or what Znaniecki calls the social circle. Men of knowledge do not orient themselves exclusively toward their daton nor toward the total society, but to special segments of that society with their special demands, criteria of validity, of significant knowledge, of pertinent problems, and so on. It is through anticipation of these demands and expectations of particular audiences, which can be effectively located in the social structure, that men of knowledge organize their own work, define their data, seize upon problems. Hence, the more differentiated the society, the greater the range of such effective audiences, the greater the variation in the foci of scientific attention, of conceptual formulations, and of procedures for certifying claims to knowledge. By linking each of these typologically defined audiences to their distinctive social position, it becomes possible to provide a Wissens sociologist account of variations and conflicts of thought within the society, a problem that is necessarily bypassed in an emanationist theory. Thus, the scientists in 17th century England and France who were organized in newly established scientific societies addressed themselves to audiences very different from those of the savants who remained exclusively in the traditional universities. The direction of their efforts, toward a plain, sober, empirical exploration of specific technical and scientific problems, differed considerably from the speculative, unexperimental work of those in the universities. Searching out such variations in effective audiences, exploring their distinctive criteria of significant and valid knowledge, 72 relating these to their position within the society, and examining the socio-psychological processes through which these operate to constrain certain modes of thought constitutes a procedure which promises to take research in the sociology of knowledge from the plane of general imputation to that of testable empirical inquiry. 73 The foregoing account deals with the main substance of prevailing theories in this field. Limitations of space permit only the briefest consideration of one other aspect of these theories singled out in our paradigm, functions imputed to various types of mental productions. 74. Functions of existentially conditioned knowledge. In addition to providing causal explanations of knowledge, theories ascribe social functions to knowledge, functions which presumably serve to account for its persistence or change. These functional analyses cannot be examined in any detail here, though a detailed study of them would undoubtedly prove rewarding. The most distinctive feature of the Marxist imputation of function is its ascription, not to the society as a whole, but to distinct strata within the society. This holds not only for ideological thinking but also for natural science. In capitalist society, science and derivative technology are held to become a further instrument of control by the dominant class. 75. Along these same lines, in ferreting out the economic determinants of scientific development, Marxists have often thought it sufficient to show that the scientific results enabled the solution of some economic or technological need. But the application of science to a need does not necessarily testify that the need has been significantly involved in leading to the result. Hyperbolic functions were discovered 2 centuries before they had any practical significance, and the study of conic sections had a broken history of 2 millennia before being applied in science and technology. Can we infer, then, that the needs which were ultimately satisfied through such applications served to direct the attention of mathematicians to these fields, that there was, so to speak, a retroactive influence of some 2 to 20 centuries? Detailed inquiry into the relations between the emergence of needs, recognition of these needs by scientists or by those who direct their selection of problems, and the consequences of such recognition are required before the role of needs in determining the thematics of scientific research can be established. 76. In addition to his claim that the categories are social emergents, Durkheim also indicates their social functions. The functional analysis, however, is intended to account not for the particular categorical system in a society but for the existence of a system common to the society. For purposes of intercommunication and for coordinating men's activities, a common set of categories is indispensable. What the a priorist mistakes for the constraint of an inevitable, native form of understanding is actually the very authority of society, transferring itself to a certain manner of thought which is the indispensable condition of all common action. 77. There must be a certain minimum of logical conformity if joint social activities are to be maintained at all. A common set of categories is a functional necessity. This view is further developed by Sorokin, who indicates the several functions served by different systems of social space and time. 78. Further problems and recent studies. From the foregoing discussion, it becomes evident that a wide diversity of problems in this field require further investigation. 79. Skeeler had indicated that the social organization of intellectual activity is significantly related to the character of the knowledge which develops under its auspices. One of the earliest studies of the problem in this country was Veblen's caustic, impressionistic, and often perceptive account of the pressures shaping American university life. 80. In more systematic fashion, Wilson has dealt with the methods and criteria of recruitment, the assignment of status, and the mechanisms of control of the academic man, thus providing a substantial basis for comparative studies. 81. Setting forth a typology of the roles of men of knowledge, Znaniecki developed a series of hypotheses concerning the relations between these roles and the types of knowledge cultivated, between types of knowledge and the basis of appraisal of the scientist by members of the society, between role definitions and attitudes toward practical and theoretical knowledge, and so on. 82. Much remains to be investigated concerning the basis of class identifications by intellectuals, their alienation from dominant or subordinate strata in the population, their avoidance of or indulgence in researches which have immediate value implications challenging current institutional arrangements inimical to the attainment of culturally approved goals. 83. The pressures toward technicism and away from dangerous thoughts, the bureaucratization of intellectuals as a process whereby problems of policy are converted into problems of administration, the areas of social life in which expert and positive knowledge are deemed appropriate and those in which the Wisdom of the plain man is alone considered necessary. In short, the shifting role of the intellectual and the relation of these changes to the structure, content, and influence of his work require growing attention, as changes in the social organization increasingly subject the intellectual to conflicting demands. 84. Increasingly, it has been assumed that the social structure does not influence science merely by focusing the attention of scientists upon certain problems for research. In addition to the studies to which we have already referred, others have dealt with the ways in which the cultural and social context enters into the conceptual phrasing of scientific problems. Darwin's theory of selection was modeled after the prevailing notion of a competitive economic order, a notion which in turn has been assigned an ideological function through its assumption of a natural identity of interests. 85. Russell's half-serious observation on the national characteristics of research in animal learning points to a further type of inquiry into the relations between national culture and conceptual formulations. 86. So, too, Fromm has attempted to show that Freud's conscious liberalism tacitly involved a rejection of impulses tabooed by bourgeois society, and that Freud himself was in his patricentric character, a typical representative of a society which demands obedience and subjection. 87. In much the same fashion, it has been indicated that the conception of multiple causation is especially congenial to the academician, who has relative security, is loyal to the status quo from which he derives dignity and sustenance, who leans toward conciliation and sees something valuable in all viewpoints, thus tending toward a taxonomy which enables him to avoid taking sides by stressing the multiplicity of factors and the complexity of problems. 88. Emphases on nature or nurture as prime determinants of human nature have been linked with opposing political orientations. Those who emphasize heredity are political conservatives, whereas the environmentalists are prevalently Democrats or radicals seeking social change. 89. But even environmentalists among contemporary American writers on social pathology adopt conceptions of social adjustment which implicitly assume the standards of small communities as norms and characteristically fail to assess the possibility of certain groups achieving their objectives under the prevailing institutional conditions. 90. The imputations of perspectives such as these require more systematic study before they can be accepted, but they indicate recent tendencies to seek out the perspectives of scholars and to relate these to the framework of experience and interests constituted by their respective social positions. The questionable character of imputations which are not based on adequate comparative material is illustrated by a recent account of the writings of Negro scholars. The selection of analytical rather than morphological categories, of environmental rather than biological determinants of behavior, of exceptional rather than typical data is ascribed to the caste-induced resentment of Negro writers, without any effort being made to compare the frequency of similar tendencies among white writers. 91. Vestiges of any tendency to regard the development of science and technology as wholly self-contained and advancing irrespective of the social structure are being dissipated by the actual course of historical events. An increasingly visible control and, often, restraint of scientific research and invention has been repeatedly documented, notably in a series of studies by Stern 92, who has also traced the bases of resistance to change in medicine. 93. The basic change in the social organization of Germany has provided a virtual experimental test of the close dependence of the direction and extent of scientific work upon the prevailing power structure and the associated cultural outlook. 94. And the limitations of any unqualified assumption that science or technology represents the basis to which the social structure niest adjust become evident in the light of studies showing how science and technology have been put in the service of social or economic demands. 95. To develop any further the formidable list of problems which require and are receiving empirical investigation would outrun the limits of this chapter. There is only this to be said: the sociology of knowledge is fast outgrowing a prior tendency to confuse provisional hypothesis with unimpeachable dogma. The plenitude of speculative insights which marked its early stages are now being subjected to increasingly rigorous test. Though Toynbee and Sorokin may be correct in speaking of an alternation of periods of fact-finding and generalization in the history of science, it seems that the sociology of knowledge has wedded these two tendencies in what promises to be a fruitful union. Above all, it focuses on problems which are at the very center of contemporary intellectual interest. 96. 96 For extensive bibliographies, see Bernard Barber, Science and the Social Order, Mannheim, Ideology and Utopia, Barnes, Becker and Becker, eds, Contemporary Social Theory. 2. Znaniecki's The Social Role of the Man of Knowledge. 1941. Florian Znaniecki is in many respects the most distinguished exponent of sociology as a special rather than an encyclopedic social science. In a remarkable series of books, he has for some 20 years consistently demonstrated the special contributions of sociology to the analysis of human interaction and culture. The books evidence a notable theoretical integration that derives not from dogmatic convictions but from the exploration of new ranges of data guided by a conceptual framework which has proved conspicuously useful. It is peculiarly fitting that Znaniecki's latest volume in this series, the Julius Beer Foundation Lectures at Columbia University, should deal with the sociology of the scientist, for until September 1939 Poland was the home of Nauka Polska and of Organon, journals devoted exclusively to the science of science, that is, the psychology, sociology, history, and philosophy of science. Znaniecki sets himself two main types of problems in the study of specialists in knowledge. Throughout his book, the terms scientist, savant, and man of knowledge are used synonymously and broadly to designate such specialists. The first of these problems is taxonomic. What is the composition and structure of the various types of scientists' social roles? What are their interrelations, their lines of development? Secondly, how, if at all, are the systems of knowledge and methods of savants influenced by the normative patterns which define their behavior in a social order? The very formulation of these questions is clear evidence that Znaniecki has not confused problems in the sociology of knowledge with a sociological theory of knowledge, that is, with a special epistemology. This is a study in substantive sense sociology, not an essay on the foundations of valid knowledge. Znaniecki conceives a social role as a dynamic social system involving four interacting components. 1. The social circle, a set of persons who interact with the actor and estimate his performance, that is, the effective audience. 2. The actor's self, the physical and psychological characteristics attributed to him by virtue of his position. 3. The actor's social status, the permissions and immunities assigned to him as inherent in his position. 4. The actor's social functions, his contributions to his social circle. This paradigm defines the minimal elements which must be examined in the systematic comparison of social roles. A scant outline of Znaniecki's typology of scientists' roles will not, of course, set forth the analytical uses to which this typology is put. It will, however, indicate the classificatory framework within which his analyses are expressed. Znaniecki's reconstructions of the presumable lines of development of one role into another are not included in this outline. Types of social roles of men of knowledge. A technological advisor's 1. Technological expert, the diagnostician who defines the relevant data in the situation, their essential components and interrelations, and the theoretic foundations for planned collective tasks. He performs the staff or advisory function. 2. Technological leader, the executive director who devises the plan and selects the instrumentalities for its execution on the basis of a complex of practically oriented, heterogeneous knowledge. B. Sages 1. Provide intellectual justification of collective tendencies of their party, sect, stratum. 1. Conservative. 2. Novationist. Apologists for existing tendencies. A. Standpatter. A. Oppositionist. C. Scholars, that is, schoolmen. Idealists with norms not contained in the existing order or in the opposition party. B. Meliorist. B. Revolutionary. 1. Sacred scholar, perpetuates sacred truths through exact and faithful reproduction of their symbolic expressions. He is charged with the 1. Attention should be called to the instructive comparison between these roles and Mannheim's concepts of ideologists and utopianists. The fourfold table and resultant types, supplied by the reviewer, are clearly implicit in Znaniecki's text, pages 72 to 77. 43. Maintenance of a self-contained, stable, unchallengeable, sacred system of unchanging truths. 2. Secular scholar, with the following subtypes: a discoverer of truth, initiates a school of thought with a claim to absolute truth validated by the certainty of rational evidence. B. Systematizer, tests and organizes the total existing knowledge in certain fields into a coherent system by means of deduction from the self-evident first principles established by the discoverer. C. Contributor, furnishes new findings which are implicitly or explicitly expected to furnish new proof that experience accords with the master's system, revises unsatisfactory inductive evidence until it is so integrated or is justifiably rejected. D. Fighter for truth, ensures the logical victory of one school over another by convincing scholars in a polemical situation that his school has a truth claim validated by rationalistic evidence. Differs from tendentious partisan sage by confining polemics to a closed arena accessible only to those who hold truth as dominant value. E. Disseminator of knowledge. 1. Popularizer, cultivates amateur interests among adults, thus aiding popular support of learning, especially in democratized society. 2. Educating teacher, imparts theoretic knowledge to youth as part of their non-occupational education. D. Creators of knowledge, explorers. 1. Discoverer of facts, fact finder discovers hitherto unknown and unanticipated empirical data, largely as a basis for modifications in existing systems of knowledge. 2. Discoverer of problems, inductive theorist discovers new and unforeseen theoretic problems which are to be solved by new theoretical constructions. It should be noted at once that this is a classification of social roles and not of persons, and that individual men of knowledge may incorporate several of these analytically distinguishable roles. A further development of Znaniecki's analysis would lead to a statement of the circumstances under which shifts from one role to another occur. Znaniecki skillfully traces a variety of relations between the components of these classified roles, relations between role definitions and types of knowledge cultivated, types of knowledge and bases of positive estimation of the scientist by members of the society, normative role definitions and attitudes toward practical and theoretical knowledge, and so forth. These relations are examined genetically and functionally. A brief review cannot. 44. The sociology of knowledge. Even list these relations, but one or two instances will serve to illustrate the systematic findings. A convincing demonstration of the value of Znaniecki's approach is found in his suggestive though brief resume of the various attitudes toward new unanticipated facts of those who perform different intellectual roles. It should be noted that these diverse attitudes can be understood, or derived, from the particular role systems in which the men of knowledge participate. It is, in other words, an analysis of the ways in which various social structures exert pressures for the adoption of certain attitudes toward new empirical data. The specialized interest in the finding of new facts is construed as a revolt against established systems of thought which have persisted largely because they have not been confronted with fresh stubborn facts. Later, to be sure, even this rebellious activity becomes institutionalized, but it arises initially in opposition to established and vested intellectual systems. The technological leader regards genuinely new facts with suspicion, for they may destroy belief in the rationality of his established plans, or show the inefficiency of his plans, or disclose undesirable consequences of his program. New facts within the compass of his activity threaten his status. The technological expert, under the control of the leader, is circumscribed in new fact-finding lest he discover facts which are unwelcome to the powers that be. See, for example, the suppression of new but unwanted inventions. The sage, with his predetermined conclusions, has no use for the impartial observer of new facts which might embarrass his tendentious views. Scholars have positive or negative attitudes toward genuinely new facts, depending upon the extent to which the school system is established. In the initial stages new facts are at least acceptable, but once the system is fully formulated the intellectual commitment of the school precludes a favorable attitude toward novel findings. Thus, a discoverer of facts, freely roaming in search of the unexpected, has no place in a milieu of scientists with well-regulated traditional roles. Znaniejeki provides a pioneering analysis of the kind of intellectual neophobia which Pareto largely treated as given rather than problematical. In similar fashion, Znaniejeki shows how a rivalry between schools of sacred thought leads to secularization. The most general theorem holds that conflict, as a type of social interaction, leads to the partial secularization of sacred knowledge in at least three ways. First, the usual appeal to sacred authority cannot function in the conflict situation, inasmuch as the rival schools either accept different sacred traditions or interpret the same tradition diversely. Rational analysis is adopted as an impartial arbiter. Secondly, members of the outgroup, non-believers, must be persuaded that their own faiths are suspect and that another faith has more to commend it. This again involves rational or pseudo-rational argument, since there is 45. No other common unchallenged authority. Finally, the battle of the sacred schools awakens skepticism on the part of intellectual onlookers, and such skepticism must be curbed lest it subvert the authority of the sacred school among the public. One such safeguard is again rational persuasion. A body of empirical data to which this analysis is peculiarly appropriate, though Znaniejeki does not explicitly deal with it, is the situation of the contending Protestant sects during the 16th and 17th centuries. These, in the process of validating their claims to sacred authority for their conflicting views, gradually adopted an elaborate set of rationalistic and empirical bases for legitimacy. The forces conducing to the secularization of sacred knowledge in this historical period are readily conceptualized in Znanieki's terms. When, however, it becomes manifest that the multiplicity of schools, dogmas, and power structures precludes dominance by any one school, a modus vivendi is found in a doctrine of mutual toleration. In summary, then, this little book presents a conceptual framework for organizing varied materials in one sphere of the sociology of knowledge. It contributes a rich store of hypotheses which often derive from Znanieki's earlier work, and so have a measure of empirical confirmation at the outset. It should be said, however, as Znanieki would doubtlessly be the first to acknowledge, that this book is simply a prolegomenon to the sociology of men of knowledge, an introduction, moreover, liable to several criticisms. It includes no systematic documentation, although it may be inferred from the text that a considerable body of empirical data was the basis for much of the work. It would have been especially desirable to include systematic evidence in the generalized account of the ways in which the various roles presumably developed from earlier structures. At present, Znanieki's account is simply a plausible reconstruction, with all the liabilities to which such developmental schemes are subject. His leading hypothesis that these roles develop by successive differentiation is amenable to empirical test, until it is so tested it can be considered only conjectural. The value of the work would have been considerably enhanced, also, if the role paradigm, social circle, self, status, function, had been more fully exploited in the analysis of each of the roles actually discussed. As it is, most attention is devoted to the functions of each role and not enough to the structural relations between the other components. Perhaps this is only tantamount to saying that Znanieki's conceptions are so fertile that he has found it possible to gather only the ripest of the first fruits. Such forthcoming empirical studies as Logan Wilson's Academic Man will doubtless profit by the conceptual framework which Znanieki has built for handling such subjects. His classification is of course provisional and lends itself to necessary modifications. In short, this is a prospectus which no future student of the subject dare neglect. It is a promise of things to come and a promise which is in part its own fulfillment. 3. Social conflict over styles of sociological work. 1961. After enjoying more than 2 generations of scholarly interest, the sociology of knowledge remains largely a subject for meditation rather than a field of sustained and methodical investigation. This has resulted in the curious condition that more monographs and papers are devoted to discussions of what the sociology of knowledge is and what it ought to be than to detailed inquiries into specific problems. What is true of the sociology of knowledge at large is conspicuously true of the part concerned with the analysis of the course and character taken by sociology itself. This, at least, is the composite verdict of the jury of 12 who have reviewed. For us, the social contexts of sociology in countries all over the world. Almost without exception, the authors of these papers report, or intimate, that, for their own country, they could find only fragmentary evidence on which to draw for their account. They emphasize the tentative and hazardous nature of interpretations based on such slight foundations. It follows that my own paper, drawing upon the basic papers on national sociologies, must be even more tentative and conjectural. In effect, these authors tell us that they have been forced to resort to loose generalities rather than being in a position to report firmly grounded generalizations. Generalities are vague and indeterminate statements that bring together particulars which are not really comparable. Generalizations report definite though general regularities distilled from the methodical comparison of comparable data. We all know the kind of generalities found in the sociology of knowledge, that societies with sharp social cleavages, as allegedly in France, are more apt to cultivate sociology intensively than societies with a long history of a more nearly uniform value system, as allegedly in England, that a rising social class is constrained to see the social reality more authentically than a class long in power but now on the way out, that an upper class will focus on the static aspects of society and a lower one on its dynamic, changing aspects, that an upper class will e'en be alert to the functions of existing social arrangements and a lower class to their dysfunctions, or, to take one last familiar generality, that socially conservative groups hold to multiple factor doctrines of historical causation and socially radical groups to monistic doctrines. These and comparable statements may be true or not, but as the authors of the national reports remind us, we cannot say, for these are not typically the result of systematic investigations. They are, at best, impressions derived from a few particulars selected to make the point. It will be granted that we sociologists cannot afford the dubious luxury of a double standard of scholarship, one requiring the systematic collection of comparable data when dealing with complex problems, say, of social stratification, and another accepting the use of piecemeal illustrations when dealing with the no less complex problems of the sociology of knowledge. It might well be, therefore, that the chief outcome of this first session of the Congress will be to arrange for a comparative investigation of sociology in its social context similar to the investigation of social stratification that the association has already launched. The problems formulated in the national papers and the substantial gaps in needed data uncovered by them would be a useful prelude to such an undertaking. The growth of a field of intellectual inquiry can be examined under three aspects: as the historical filiation of ideas considered in their own right, as affected by the structure of the society in which it is being developed, and as affected by the social processes relating the men of knowledge themselves. Other sessions of the Congress will deal with the first when the substance and methods of contemporary sociology are examined. In his overview, Professor Aaron considers the second by examining the impact on sociology of the changing social structure external to it, industrialization, the organization of universities, the role of distinctive cultural traditions, and the like. He goes on to summarize the central tendencies of certain national sociologies, principally those of the United States and the Soviet Union, and assesses their strengths and weaknesses. Rather than go over much the same ground to arrive at much the same observations, I shall limit myself to the third of these aspects. I shall say little about the social structure external to sociologists and focus instead on some social processes internal to the development of sociology and in particular on the role in that development played by social conflict between sociologists. There is reason to believe that patterns of social interaction among sociologists, as among other men of science and learning, affect the changing contours of the discipline just as the cultural accumulation of knowledge manifestly does. Juxtaposing the national papers gives us an occasion to note the many substantial similarities if not identities in the development of sociology in each country that underlie the sometimes more conspicuous if not necessarily more thoroughgoing differences. These similarities are noteworthy if only because of the great variability and sometimes profound differences of social structure, cultural tradition, and contemporary values among the 12 nations whose sociology has been reviewed. These societies differ among themselves in the size of the underlying population, in the character of their systems of social stratification, in the number, organization, and distribution of their institutions of higher learning, in their economic organization and the state of their technology, in their current and past political structure, in their religious and national traditions, in the social composition of their intellectuals, and so on through other relevant bases of comparison. In view of these diversities of social structure, it is striking that there are any similarities in the course sociology has taken in these societies. All this suggests that a focus on the social processes internal to sociology as a partly autonomous domain can help us to understand a little better the similarities of sociological work in differing societies. It may at the least help us identify some of the problems that could be profitably taken up in those monographs on the sociological history of sociology that have yet to be written. 1. Phases of sociological development. From the national reports, we can distinguish three broad phases in the development of sociology. First, the differentiation of sociology from antecedent disciplines with its attendant claim to intellectual legitimacy. Second, the quest to establish its institutional legitimacy or academic autonomy, and third, when this effort has been moderately successful, a movement toward the reconsolidation of sociology with selected other social sciences. These well-known phases are of interest here insofar as they derive from processes of social interaction between sociologists and between them and scholars in related fields, processes that have left their distinctive mark on the kinds of work being done by sociologists. Differentiation from other disciplines. The beginnings of sociology are of course found in the antecedent disciplines from which it split off. The differentiation differs in detail but has much the same general character in country after country. In England, we are told, sociology derived chiefly from political economy, social administration, and philosophy. In Germany, it shared some of these antecedents as well as an important one in comparative law. In France, its roots were in philosophy and, for a time, in the psychologies that were emerging. Its varied ancestry in the United States included a concern with practical reform, economics, and, in some degree, anthropology. Or, to come to some countries which have been described by their reporters as sociologically underdeveloped, in Yugoslavia, sociology became gradually differentiated from ethnology, the history of law, and anthropogeography. In Spain, it was long an appendage of philosophy, especially the philosophy of history. The Latin American countries saw sociology differentiated from jurisprudence, traditionally bound up as it was with an interest in the social contexts of law and the formation of law that came with the creation, in these states, of governments of their own. The process of differentiation had direct consequences for the early emphasis in sociology. Since the Founding Fathers were self-taught in sociology, the discipline was, after all, only what they declared it to, but they each found it incumbent to develop a classification of the sciences in order to locate the distinctive place of sociology in the intellectual scheme of things. Virtually every sociologist of any consequence throughout the 19th century and partly into the 20th proposed his own answers to the socially induced question of the scope and nature of sociology and saw it as his task to evolve his own system of sociology. Whether sociology is said to have truly begun with Vico, to say nothing of a more ancient lineage, or with Saint Simon, Comte, Stein, or Marx is of no great moment here, though it may be symptomatic of current allegiances in sociology. What is in point is that the 19th century, though limit our reference, was the century of sociological systems, not necessarily because the pioneering sociologists happened to be system-minded men, but because it was their role, at that time, to seek intellectual legitimacy for this new science of a very ancient subject. In the situation confronting them, when the very claim to legitimacy of a new discipline had to be presented, there was little place for a basic interest in detailed and delimited investigations of specific sociological problems. It was the framework of sociological thought itself that had to be built, and almost every one of the pioneers tried to fashion one for himself. The banal flippancy tempts us to conclude that there were as many sociological systems as there were sociologists in this early period. But of course this was not so. The very multiplicity of systems, each with its claim to being the genuine sociology, led naturally enough to the formation of schools, each with its masters, disciples, and epigoni. Sociology not only became differentiated from other disciplines but became internally differentiated. This was not in terms of specialization but in the form of rival claims to intellectual legitimacy, claims typically held to be mutually exclusive and at odds. This is one of the roots of the kinds of social conflict among sociologists today that we shall examine in a little detail. Institutional legitimacy of sociology. If it was the Founding Fathers who initiated and defended the claim of sociology to intellectual legitimacy as having a justifiable place in the culture, it was their successors, the founders of modern sociology, who pressed the claim to institutional legitimacy, by addressing themselves to those institutionalized status judges of the intellect, the universities. Here again, the pattern in different nations differs only in detail. Whether ultimate control of the universities was lodged in the state or the church, it was their faculties that became the decisive audience for a Weber, Durkheim, or Simmel. Sociology was variously regarded by the faculties as an illegitimate upstart, lacking warrant for a recognized place in the collegial family, or sometimes as an institutional competitor. And this social situation repeatedly led to a limited number of responses by sociologists of the time. They directed themselves, time and again, as some still do, to the questions that, satisfactorily answered, would presumably make the case for sociology as an autonomous academic discipline. They continued to deal with the question, is a science of society possible? And having satisfied themselves, and, it is hoped, others in the university, that it is, they turned above all to the further question, whose relevance was reinforced by the social condition of being on trial: what is sociology? That is to say, what is its distinctive scope, its distinctive problems, its distinctive functions, in short, its distinctive place in the academic world? I do not try to enumerate the many answers to these questions, which we can all readily call to mind. What I do want to suggest is that the long-lasting focus on these questions seemed peculiarly pertinent, not only because of an immediate intellectual interest in them but because these were generations of sociologists seeking but not yet finding full academic legitimation. This sort of public search for an identity becomes widespread in a group rather than being idiosyncratic to a few of its members whenever a status or a way of life has yet to win acceptance or is under attack. The socially induced search for an institutional identity led sociologists to identify a jurisdiction unshared by other disciplines. Simmel's notion of a geometry of social interaction and his enduring attention to the so-called molecular components of social relations is only one of the best-known efforts to center on elements of social life that were not systematically treated by other disciplines. It would be too facile to derive his interest in the distinctive sociology of everyday life from his experience of having been excluded, until 4 years before his death, from a professorship in a field that was still suspect. But this kind of individual experience may have reinforced an interest that had other sources. The early sociologists in the United States were responding to a comparable social situation in much the same way, locating such subjects of life in society as corrections and charities that had not yet been preempted for study. A related consequence of the quest for academic legitimacy was the motivated separation of sociology from the other disciplines, the effort to achieve autonomy through self-isolation. We have only to remember, for example, Durkheim's taboo on the use of systematic psychology which, partly misunderstood, for so long left its stamp on the work stemming from this influential tradition in sociology. The struggle for academic status may have reinforced the utilitarian emphasis found in sociology, whether in its positivistic or Marxist beginnings. However much the dominant schools disagreed in other respects, they all saw sociology as capable of being put to use for concerted objectives. The differences lay not in the repudiation or acceptance of utility as an important criterion of sociological knowledge but in the conception of what was useful. As sociology achieved only limited recognition by the universities, it acquired peripheral status through the organizational device of research institutes. These have been of various kinds, as adjuncts to universities, as independent of universities but state-supported or aided, and, in a few cases, as private enterprises. Socially, they tended to develop where the university system was felt to provide insufficient recognition. Just as in the 17th century, when no one arrived at the seemingly obvious thought of basing research laboratories for the physical sciences in the university, so we have witnessed a comparable difficulty, now overcome in many quarters, in arriving at the idea that the universities should house research organizations in the social sciences. They are now to be found in just about every country represented here. With their prevalently apprentice system of research training and, as the national papers report, with their greater readiness to try out new orientations in sociology, these institutes might well turn out to be a major force in the advancement of sociology. If so, they would represent an intellectual advance substantially responsive to the social situation of institutional exclusion or under-recognition. Reconsolidation with other disciplines. As the institutional legitimacy of sociology becomes substantially acknowledged, which does not mean, of course, that it is entirely free from attack, the pressure for separatism from other disciplines declines. No longer challenged seriously as having a right to exist, sociology links up again with some of its siblings. But since new conceptions and new problems have meanwhile emerged, this does not necessarily mean reconsolidation with the same disciplines from which sociology drew its origins in a particular country. Patterns of collaboration between the social sciences differ somewhat from country to country, and it would be a further task for the monographs on the sociology of sociology to try to account for these variations. Some of these patterns are found repeatedly. In France, we are told, the long-lasting connection between sociology and ethnology, which the Durkheim group had welded together, has now become more tenuous, with sociologists being increasingly associated with psychologists, political scientists, and geographers. In the United States, as another example, the major collaboration is with psychology, social psychology being the area of convergence, and with anthropology. Another cluster links sociology with political science and, to some extent, with economics. There are visible stirrings to renew the linkage, long attenuated in the United States, of sociology with history. The events long precede their widespread recognition. At the very time that American graduate students of sociology are learning to repeat the grievance that historical contexts have been lost to view by systematic sociology, the National Organization of Sociologists is devoting annual sessions to historical sociology, and newer generations of sociologists, such as Bellat, Smelser, and Diamond, are removing the occasion for the grievance through their work and their program. Each of the various patterns of interdisciplinary collaboration has its intellectual rationale. They are not merely the outcome of social forces. However, these rationales are apt to be more convincing, I suggest, to sociologists who find that their discipline is no longer on trial. It has become sufficiently legitimized that they no longer need maintain a defensive posture of isolation. Under these social circumstances, interdisciplinary work becomes a self-evident value and may even be exaggerated into a cultish requirement. Summary: in concluding this sketch of three phases in the development of sociology, I should like to counter possible misunderstandings. It is not being said that sociology in every society moves successively through these phases, with each promptly supplanted by the next. Concretely, these phases overlap and coexist. Nevertheless, it is possible to detect in the national reports a distinct tendency for each phase to be dominant for a time and to become so partly as a result of the social processes of opposition and collaboration that have been briefly examined. It is not being said, also, that the social processes internal to sociology and related disciplines fully determine the course sociology has taken. But it is being said that together with culturally induced change in the contours of sociology, resulting from the interplay of ideas and cumulative knowledge, there is also socially induced change, such that particular preoccupations, orientations, and ideas that come to make sense to sociologists in one phase elicit little interest among them in another. The concrete development of sociology is of course not the product only of social processes immanent to the field. It is the resultant of social and intellectual forces internal to the discipline, with both of these being influenced by the environing social structure, as the reports on national sociologies and the companion piece by Professor Aaron have noted. The emphasis on social processes internal to sociology is needed primarily because the sociology of knowledge has for so long centered on the relations between social structures, external to intellectual life, and the course taken by one or another branch of knowledge. Continuing with this same restriction of focus on social processes internal to the discipline, I turn now to some of the principal occasions for conflict between various styles of sociological work. In doing so, I am again mindful of the need for monographs on the sociological history of sociology emphasized in the papers presented to this session. If the linkages between sociology and social structure are to be seriously investigated, then it is necessary to decide which aspects of sociology might be so related. These would presumably include, as Professor Aaron has indicated, the questions it asks, the concepts it employs, the objects it studies, and the types of explanations it adopts. One way of identifying the alternative orientations, commitments, and functions ascribed to sociology is by examining, however briefly, the principal conflicts and polemics that have raged among sociologists. For these presumably exhibit the alternative paths that sociology might have taken in a particular society, but did not, as well as the paths it has taken. In reviewing some of these conflicts, I do not propose to consider the merits of one or another position. These are matters that will be examined in the other sessions of the Congress that deal with the various specialties and with the uses of sociology. I intend to consider them only as they exhibit alternative lines of development in sociology that are influenced by the larger social structure and by social processes internal to sociology itself. Some uniformities in the conflict of sociological styles. A few general observations may provide a guide through the jungle of sociological controversy. First, the reports on national sociologies naturally center on the dominant kinds of sociological work found in each country, on the modes rather than on the less frequent variants. But to judge from the reports, these sociologies differ not only in their central tendencies but also in the extent of variation around these tendencies. Each country provides for different degrees of heterodoxy in sociological thought, and these differences are probably socially patterned. In the Soviet Union, for example, there appears to be a marked concentration in the styles of sociological work with little variability, a heavy commitment to Marxist-Leninist theory with divergence from it only in minor details, a great concentration on the problem of the forces making for sequences of historical development of total societies, and a consequent emphasis, with little dispersion, upon historical evidence as the major source material. It would be instructive to compare the extent of dispersion around the dominant trends of sociological work in the United States, which are periodically subjected to violent attacks from within, as in the formidable book by Sorokin, Fads and Foibles in Modern Sociology, and in the recent little book by C. Wright Mills, which, without the same comprehensive and detailed citation of seeming cases in point, follows much the same lines of arguments as those advanced by Sorokin. As we compare the national sociologies, we should consider how the social organization of intellectual life affects the extent to which the central tendencies of each country's sociology are concentrated. Much of the controversy among sociologists involves social conflict and not only intellectual criticism. Often, it is less a matter of contradictions between sociological ideas than of competing definitions of the role considered appropriate for the sociologist. Intellectual conflict of course occurs. An unremitting Marxist sociology and an unremitting Weberian or Parsonian sociology do make contradictory assumptions. but in considering the cleavages among a nation's sociologists, or among those of different nations, we should note whether the occasion for dispute is this kind of substantive or methodological contradiction, or rather the claim that this or that sociological problem, this or that set of ideas, is not receiving the attention it allegedly deserves. I suggest that very often these polemics have more to do with the allocation of intellectual resources among different kinds of sociological work than with a closely formulated opposition of sociological ideas. These controversies follow the classically identified course of social conflict. To attack is followed by counterattack, with progressive alienation of each party to the conflict. Since the conflict is public, it becomes a status battle more nearly than a search for truth. How many sociologists have publicly admitted to error as a result of these polemics? The consequent polarization leads each group of sociologists to respond largely to stereotyped versions of what is being done by the other. As Professor Germany says, Latin American sociologists stereotype the North Americans as mere nose counters or mere fact-finders or merely descriptive sociographers. Or others become stereotyped as inveterately speculative, entirely unconcerned with compelling evidence, or as committed to doctrines that are so formulated that they cannot be subjected to disproof. Not that these stereotypes have no basis in reality at all, but only that, in the course of social conflict, they become self-confirming stereotypes as sociologists shut themselves off from the experience that might modify them. The sociologists of each camp develop selective perceptions of what is actually going on in the other. They see in the other's work primarily what the hostile stereotype has alerted them to see, and then promptly mistake the part for the whole. In this process, each group of sociologists become less and less motivated to study the work of the other, since there is manifestly little point in doing so. They scan the out-group's writings just enough to find ammunition for new fusillades. The process of reciprocal alienation and stereotyping is probably reinforced by the great increase in the bulk of sociological publication. Like many other scholars, sociologists can no longer keep up with all that is being published in their field. They must become more and more selective in their reading. And this selectivity readily leads those who are hostile to a particular line of sociological work to give up studying the very publications that might possibly have led them to abandon their stereotype. All this tends to move towards the emergence of an all-or-none doctrine. Sociological orientations that are not substantively contradictory are regarded as if they were. Sociological inquiry, it is said, must be statistical or historical in character. Only the great issues of the time must be the objects of study, or these refractory issues of freedom or compulsion must be avoided because they are not amenable to scientific investigation, and so on. The process of social conflict would more often be halted in mid-course and instead turn into intellectual criticism if there were non-reciprocation of affect, if a stop were put to the reciprocity of contempt that typically marks these polemics. But we do not ordinarily find here the social setting that seems required for the non-reciprocation of affect to operate with regularity. This requires a differentiation of status between the parties, at least with respect to the occasion giving rise to the expression of hostility. When this status differentiation is present, as with the lawyer and his client or the psychiatrist and his patient, the non-reciprocity of expressed feeling is governed by a technical norm attached to the more authoritative status in the relationship. But in scientific controversies, which typically take place among a company of equals for the occasion, however much the status of the parties might otherwise differ, and, moreover, which take place in public, subject to the observation of peers, this structural basis for non-reciprocation of affect is usually absent. Instead, rhetoric is met with rhetoric, contempt with contempt, and the intellectual issues become subordinated to the battle for status. In these polarized controversies, also, there is usually little room for the third, uncommitted party who might convert social conflict into intellectual criticism. True, some sociologists in every country will not adopt the all or none position that is expected in social conflict. They will not be drawn into what are essentially disputes over the definition of the role of the sociologist and over the allocation of intellectual resources, though put forward as conflicts of sociological ideas. But typically, these would-be non-combatants are caught in the crossfire between the hostile camps. Depending on the partisan vocabulary of abuse that happens to prevail, they become tagged either as mere eclectics, with the epithet, by convention, making it unnecessary to examine the question of what it asserts or how far it holds true, or, they are renegades, who have abandoned the sociological truth, or, perhaps worst of all, they are mere middle-of-the-roaders or fence-sitters who, through timidity or expediency, will not see that they are fleeing from the fundamental conflict between unalloyed sociological good and unalloyed sociological evil. We all know the proverb that conflict is the gadfly of truth. Now, proverbs, that abiding source of social science for the millions, often express a part truth just as they often obscure that truth by not referring to the conditions under which it holds. This seems to be such a case. As we have noted, in social conflict cognitive issues become warped and distorted as they are pressed into the service of scoring off the other fellow. Nevertheless, when the conflict is regulated by the community of peers, it has its uses for the advancement of the discipline. With some regularity, it seems to come into marked effect whenever a particular line of investigation, say, of small groups or a particular set of ideas, say, functional analysis, or a particular mode of inquiry, say, historical sociology or social surveys, has engrossed the attention and energies of a large and growing number of sociologists. Were it not for such conflict, the reign of orthodoxies in sociology would be even more marked than it sometimes is. Self-assertive claims that allegedly neglected problems, methods, and theoretical orientation merit more concerted attention than they are receiving may serve to diversify the work that gets done. With more room for heterodoxy, there is more prospect of intellectually productive ventures, until these develop into new orthodoxies. Even with their frequent intellectual distortions, and possibly, sometimes because of them, polemics may help redress accumulative imbalances in scientific inquiry. No one knows, I suppose, what an optimum distribution of resources in a field of inquiry would be, not least of all, because of the ultimate disagreement over the criteria of the optimum. But progressive concentrations of effort seem to evoke counter-reactions, so that less popular but intellectually and socially relevant problems, ideas, and modes of inquiry do not fade out altogether. In social science, as in other fields of human effort, a line of development that has caught on perhaps because it has proved effective for dealing with certain problems attracts a growing proportion of newcomers to the field who perpetuate and increase that concentration. With fewer recruits of high caliber, those engaged in the currently unpopular fields will have a diminished capacity to advance their work, and with diminished accomplishments, they become even less attractive. The noisy claims to under-recognition of particular kinds of inquiry, even when accompanied by extravagantly rhetorical attacks on the work that is being prevalently done, may keep needed intellectual variance from drying up and may curb a growing concentration on a narrowly limited range of problems. At least, this possibility deserves study by the sociologist of knowledge. These few observations on social conflict, as distinct from intellectual criticism, are commonplace enough, to begin with. It would be a pity if they were banalized as asserting that peace between sociologists should be sought at any price. When there is genuine opposition of ideas, when one set of ideas plainly contradicts another, then agreement for the sake of peaceful quiet would mean abandoning the sociological enterprise. I am suggesting only that when we consider the current disagreements among sociologists, we find that many of them are not so much cognitive oppositions as contrasting evaluations of the worth of one and another kind of sociological work. They are bids for support by the social system of sociologists. For the sociologist of knowledge, these conflicts afford clues to the alternatives from which the sociologists of each country are making their deliberate or unwitting selection. Types of polemics in sociology. These general remarks are intended as a guide to the several dozen foci of conflict between sociologists. Let me comfort you by saying that I shall not consider all of them here, nor is it necessary. Instead, I shall review 2 or 3 of them in a little detail and then merely identify some of the rest for possible discussion. The trivial and the important in sociology. Perhaps the most pervasive polemic, the one which, as I have implied, underlies most of the rest, stems from the charge by some sociologists that others are busily engaged in the study of trivia, while all about them the truly significant problems of human society go unexamined. After all, so this argument goes, while war and exploitation, poverty, injustice, and insecurity plague the life of men in society or threaten their very existence, many sociologists are fiddling with subjects so remote from these catastrophic troubles as to be irresponsibly trivial. This charge typically assumes that it is the topic, the particular objects under study, that fixes the importance or triviality of the investigation. This is an old error that refuses to stay downed, as a glance at the history of thought will remind us. To some of his contemporaries, Galileo and his successors were obviously engaged in a trivial pastime, as they watched balls rolling down inclined planes rather than attending to such really important topics as means of improving ship construction that would enlarge commerce and naval might. At about the same time, the Dutch microscopist, Swammerdam, was the butt of ridicule by those far-seeing critics who knew that sustained attention to his tiny animals, the microorganisms, was an unimaginative focus on patently trivial minutiae. These critics often had authoritative social support. Charles II, for example, could join in the grand joke about the absurdity of trying to weigh the air, as he learned of the fundamental work on atmospheric pressure which to his mind was nothing more than childish diversion and idle amusement when compared with the big topics to which natural philosophers should attend. The history of science provides a long if not endless list of instances of the easy confusion between the seemingly self-evident triviality of the object under scrutiny and the cognitive significance of the investigation. Nevertheless, the same confusion periodically turns up anew in sociology. Consider the contributions of Durkheim for a moment. His choice of the division of labor in society, of its sources and consequences, would no doubt pass muster as a significant subject, but what of the subject of suicide? Pathetic as suicide may be for the immediate survivors, it can seldom be included among the major troubles of a society. Yet we know that Durkheim's analysis of suicide proved more consequential for sociology than his analysis of social differentiation, that it advanced our understanding of the major problem of how social structures generate behavior that is at odds with the prescriptions of the culture, a problem that confronts every kind of social organization. You can add at will, from the history of sociology and other sciences, instances which show that there is no necessary relation between the socially ascribed importance of the object under examination and the scope of its implications for an understanding of how society or nature works. The social and the scientific significance of a subject matter can be poles apart. The reason for this is, of course, that ideally that empirical object is selected for study which enables one to investigate a scientific problem to particularly good advantage. Often, these intellectually strategic objects hold little intrinsic interest, either for the investigator or anyone else. Again, there is nothing peculiar to sociology here. Nor is one borrowing the prestige of the better established sciences by noting that all this is taken for granted there. It is not an intrinsic interest in the fruit fly or the bacteriophage that leads the geneticist to devote so much attention to them. It is only that they have been found to provide strategic materials for working out selected problems of genetic transmission. Comparing an advanced field with a retarded one, we find much the same thing in sociology. Sociologists centering on such subjects as the immigrant, the stranger, small groups, voting decisions, or the social organization of industrial firms need not do so because of an intrinsic interest in them. They may be chosen, instead, because they strategically exhibit such problems as those of marginal men, reference group behavior, the social process of conformity, patterned sources of nonconformity, the social determination of aggregated individual decisions, and the like. When the charge of triviality is based on a common sense appraisal of the outer appearance of subject matter alone, It fails to recognize that a major part of the intellectual task is to find the materials that are strategic for getting to the heart of a problem. If we want to move toward a better understanding of the roots and kinds of social conformity and the socially induced sources of nonconformity, we must consider the types of concrete situations in which these can be investigated to best advantage. It does not mean a commitment to a particular object. It means answering questions such as these: which aspects of conformity as a social process can be observed most effectively in small, admittedly contrived, and adventitious groups temporarily brought together in the laboratory but open to detailed observations? Which aspects of conformity can be better investigated in established bureaucracies, and which require the comparative study of organizations in different societies? So with sociological problems of every kind, the forms of authority, the conditions under which power is converted into authority and authority into power, limits on the range of variability among social institutions within particular societies, processes of self-defeating and self-fulfilling cultural mandates, and so on. If we ask, in turn, how we assess the significance of the sociological problem, rather than that of the object under scrutiny, then, it seems to me, sociologists have found no better answer than that advanced by Max Weber and others in the notion of Wertbeziehung. It is the relevance of the problem to men's values, the puzzles about the workings of social structure and its change that engage men's interests and loyalties. And the fact is that this rough and ready criterion is so loose that there is ample room for differing evaluations of the worth, as distinct from the validity and truth, of a sociological investigation even among those who ostensibly have the same general scheme of values. The case for the significance of problems of reference group behavior, for example, stems from the cumulative recognition, intimated but not followed up by sociologists from at least the time of Marx, that the behavior, attitudes, and loyalties of men are not uniformly determined by their current social positions and affiliations. Puzzling inconsistencies in behavior are becoming less puzzling by systematically following up the simple idea that people's patterned selection of groups other than their own provide frames of normative reference which intervene between the influence of their current social position and their behavior. In short, the attack on the alleged triviality of much sociological work, found apparently in all the national sociologies, is something less than the self-evident case it is made out to be. It often derives from a misconception of the connection between the selection of an object for study, the object having little intrinsic significance for people in the society, and the strategic value of that object for helping to clarify a significant sociological problem. In saying this, I assume that I will not be misunderstood. I am not saying that there is no genuinely trivial work in contemporary sociology any more than it can be said that there was no trivial work in the physical science of the 17th century. Quite otherwise, it may be that our sociological journals during their first 50 years have as large a complement of authentic trivia as the transactions of the Royal Society contained during their first 50 years, to pursue the matter no further. But these are trivia in the strict rather than the rhetorical sense. They are publications which are both intellectually and socially inconsequential. But much of the attack on alleged trivia in today's sociology is directed against entire classes of investigation solely because the objects they examine do not enjoy widespread social interest. This most pervasive of polemics sets problems for those prospective monographs on the sociological history of sociology. As I have repeatedly said, we are here not concerned with the substantive merit of the charges and rejoinders involved in any particular polemic of this kind. These can be and possibly will be discussed in the later sessions of this Congress. But, for the sociological analysis of the history of sociology, there remains the task of finding out the social sources and consequences of assigning triviality or importance to particular lines of inquiry. It seems improbable that the angels of light are all on one side and the angels of darkness, all on the other. If the division is not simply between the wise and the foolish, there must be other bases, some of them presumably social, for the various distributions of evaluation. The discussions that are to follow in this session might usefully be devoted to interpretations that might account for the opposed positions taken up in the assignment of merit to particular kinds of sociological work. The alleged cleavage between substantive sociology and methodology, another deep-seated and long-lasting conflict, requiring the same kind of interpretation, has developed between those sociologists who are primarily or exclusively concerned with inquiry into substantive problems of society and those who are primarily or exclusively concerned with solving the methodological problems entailed by such inquiry. Unlike the kind of intellectual criticism often developed within each of these camps, designed to clarify cognitive issues, this debate has the earmarks of social conflict, designed to best the opponent. The main lines of attack on methodology and the replies to these are familiar enough to need only short summary. Concern with methodology, it is said, succeeds only in diverting the attention of sociologists from the major substantive problems of society. It does so by turning from the study of society to the study of how to study society. To this, it is replied, in the words of one philosopher, you cannot know too much of methods which you always employ. Responsible inquiry requires intellectual self-awareness. Whether they know it or not, the investigators speak methodological prose and some specialists must work out its grammar. To try to discover the rates of social mobility and some of their consequences, for example, first requires solving the methodological problems of devising suitable classifications of classes, appropriate measures of rates, and the like, as some sociologists have learned, to their discomfiture. Again, it is charged, that a concern with the logic of method quickly deteriorates into mere technicism. These would-be precisionists strain at a gnat and swallow a camel, they are exacting in details and careless about their basic assumptions. For an interest in substantive questions they substitute an interest in seeming precision for its own sake. They try to use a razor blade to hack their way through forests. These technical virtuosos are committed to the use of meticulous means to frivolous ends. The rebuttal holds that it is the methodologically naive, those knowing little or nothing of the foundations of procedure, who are most apt to misuse precise measures on materials for which they are not suited. Further, that it is the assumptions underlying the quick and ready use of verbal constructs by investigators of substantive problems which need, and receive, critical scrutiny and clarification by the methodologist. It is argued that the methodologist turns research technician in spite of himself, and becomes an aimless itinerant, moving in whatever direction his research techniques summon him. He studies changing patterns of voting because these are readily accessible to his techniques rather than the workings of political institutions and organizations for which he has not evolved satisfying techniques of investigation. The rejoinder holds that the selection of substantive problems is not the task of specialists in methodology. Once the problem is selected, however, the question ensues of how to design an inquiry so that it can contribute to a solution of the problem. The effort to answer such questions of design is part of the business of methodology. During at least the last half-century, ideological significance has also been ascribed to methodological work. The methodologist is said to choose a politically safe focus of work rather than attend to substantive inquiries that might catch him up in criticism of the social institutions about him. This allegation is treated by methodologists as not only untrue, but irrelevant. Practically all disciplines, even the strictly formal ones of logic and mathematics, have at one time or another been assigned political or ideological import. As we have been told here, even certain procedures of sociological research, such as large-scale field work and the use of attitude scales, have been regarded as politically suspect in some nations. The irrelevance of the charge lies on its surface where the indefensible effort is made to merge intellectual and political criteria of scientific work. The complaint is heard that the methodologist supposes knowledge to consist only of that which can be measured or at least counted. He is addicted to numbers. As a result, he retreats from historical inquiry and from all other forms of sociological inquiry where even crude measures have not been devised or where, in principle, they cannot be. To the methodologist, this is a distorted image, fashioned by the uninformed who run as they read. He regards himself as no more committed to working out the logic of tests and measurements than the logic of historical and institutional analysis. This, he points out, has been understood by sociologists of consequence, at least from the time of Max Weber who, as Professor Adorno reminds us, devoted a large part of his work to methodology, in the form of philosophical reflections on the nature and procedures of sociology, and who considered the methodology of historical inquiry, in particular, an important part of the sociological enterprise. Since the opponents in this controversy show no trace of being either vanquished or converted, this raises anew the question of the grounds, other than intellectual, for maintaining their respective positions. Like the other persistent conflicts I shall now summarize far more briefly, this one sets a problem for the sociologist of knowledge. The lone scholar and the research team until the last generation or so, the sociologist, like most other academic men, worked as an individual scholar, or, as the idiom has it, as a lone scholar. Since then, as the national reports inform us, institutes for sociological research have multiplied all over the world. This change in the social organization of sociological work has precipitated another conflict, with its own set of polarized issues. The new forms of research are characterized, invidiously rather than descriptively or analytically, as the bureaucratization of the sociological mind. The research organization is said to stultify independent thought, to deny autonomy to members of the research staff, to suffer a displacement of motive such that researches are conducted in order to keep the research team or organization in operation rather than have the organization provide the facilities for significant research, and so on through the familiar calendar of indictments. In return, it is pointed out that the individual scholar has not been as much alone as the description may imply. He was, and often is, at the apex of a group of research assistants and graduate students who follow his lead. Moreover, he has had to limit his problems for serious research to those for which the evidence lay close to hand, principally in libraries. He cannot deal with the many problems that require the systematic collection of large-scale data which are not provided for him by the bureaucracies that assemble census data and other materials of social bookkeeping. The Research Institute is said to extend and to deepen kinds of investigation that the individual scholar is foreclosed from tackling. Finally, it is suggested that close inspection of how these institutes actually work will find that many of them consist of individual scholars with associates and assistants, each group engaged in pursuing its own research bents. This continuing debate affords another basis for inquiry, this time into the ways in which the social organization of sociological research in fact affects the character of the research. This would require the kind of systematic comparison of the work being done by individual scholars and by research teams, a methodical comparison which, so far as I know, has yet to be made. Not that the results of this inquiry will necessarily do away with the conflict, but only that it will contribute to that as yet largely unwritten sociological history of sociology whose outlines all of us here aim to sketch out. Cognitive agreement and value disagreement. A particularly instructive type of case is provided by seeming intellectual conflict that divides sociologists of differing ideological persuasion. Upon inspection, this often, not, of course, always, turns out to involve cognitive agreements that are obscured by a basic opposition of values and interests. To illustrate this type of conflict, we can draw upon a few observations by Marx and by so-called bourgeois sociologists. You will recall Marx's observation that in a capitalist society, social mobility consolidates the rule of capital itself, enabling it to recruit ever new forces for itself out of the lower layers of society. This general proposition has won independent assent from all manner of non-Marxist sociologists, not least of all from one such as Pareto. The lines of disputation are not therefore drawn about the supposed fact of these systematic consequences of social mobility. The conflict appears only in the evaluation of these consequences. For, as Marx went on to say, the more a ruling class is able to assimilate the most prominent men of the dominated class, the more stable and dangerous is its rule. A Pareto could agree with the stabilizing function of such mobility while rejecting the judgment of it as dangerous. What empirical investigations by bourgeois sociologists can do, and are doing, is to find out how far the cognitively identical assumption of a Marx and a Pareto holds true. To what extent do these mobile men identify themselves with their newfound class? Who among them retain loyalty to the old? When does it result in a consolidation of power, and when, under conditions of retained values, does it modify the basis of cleavage between classes? You can readily add other instances of agreement in sociological ideas being mistaken for disagreement, owing to an overriding conflict of values or interests between sociologists. When the functionalists examine religion as a social mechanism for reinforcing common sentiments that make for social integration, they do not differ significantly in their analytic framework from the Marxists who, if the metaphor of the opium of the masses is converted into a neutral statement of alleged consequences, assert the same sort of thing, except that they evaluate these consequences differently. Religion is then seen as a device for social exploitation. Again, it has often been noted that Marx, in his theory, underrated the social significance of his own moral ideas. The emphasis on communist doctrine and ideology is perhaps the best pragmatic testimony that, whatever Marxist theory may say in general of the role of ideas in history, Marxists in practice ascribe great importance to ideas as movers, if not as prime movers, in history. If this were not so, the communist emphasis on a proper ideological commitment would be merely expressive rather than instrumental behavior. Or, to take one last instance, Marx repeatedly noted that the patterns of production, for example, in large-scale industry and among small-holding peasants have each a distinctive social ecology. The spatial distribution of men on the job was held to affect the frequency and kind of social interaction between them, and this, in turn, to affect their political outlook and the prospects of their collective organization. In these days, a large body of investigation by non-Marxists, both in industrial and in rural sociology, is centered on this same variable of the social ecology of the job, together with its systemic consequences. But again, this continuity of problem and of informing idea tends to be obscured by conflicts in political orientation. Detailed monographic study is needed to determine the extent to which lines of sociological development fail to converge and instead remain parallel because of ideological rather than theoretical conflict. Formal, abstract, and concrete sociology. Time and again, in the papers on national sociology, reference is made to the dangers of a merely formal sociology. This signals another familiar cleavage, that between concrete and abstract sociology. The first centers on interpreting particular historical constellations and developments. Sometimes these are society-wide in character, sometimes they are more limited social formations. The problem may be to explain the rise and transformation of Christianity or of capitalism, of particular class structures, family systems or social institutions of science. The second, the formal orientation, is directed toward formulating general propositions and models of interpretation that cut across a variety of historically concrete events. Here the focus is on such abstract matters as role theory, social processes of legitimation, the effect of the size of a group on its characteristic patterns of social interaction, and so on. To some, formal sociology is an invidious epithet. It is ascribed to defenders of the established order who expressly neglect social change and deny that there are discoverable uniformities of social change. For these critics, formal sociology is like a sieve that strains out all the awkward facts that fail to suit its theory. To others, concrete sociology is seen as having some utility, but at the price of abdicating the search for those social regularities that presumably occur in cultures of most different kind. It would serve little purpose to note the obvious at this point, for it is precisely the obvious that gets lost in this conflict between commitments to primarily concrete and primarily abstract sociologies. Little will be gained in repeating, therefore, that concrete sociological investigations of course make at least implicit use of abstract models that, for example, in order even to depict social change, let alone account for it, one must identify the formally defined elements and patterns of social structure that are changing, and conversely, that these models often grow out of and are modified and judged by their applicability to selected aspects of concrete social events. With respect to this conflict, the sociology of knowledge confronts such problems as that of finding out whether, as is commonly said, Formal sociology is linked with politically conservative orientations and concrete sociology with politically radical orientations. Furthermore, how this social cleavage affects the prospects of methodical interplay between the two types of sociology. A short miscellany of sociological conflicts. There is time only to list and not at all to discuss a few more of the current conflicts in sociology. The microscopic and the macroscopic. More than ever before, conflict is focused on the social units singled out for investigation. This is often described by the catchwords of microscopic and macroscopic sociology. The industrial firm is said to be studied in isolation from the larger economic and social system, or, even more, particular groups within the single plant are observed apart from their relations with the rest of the organization and the community. A microscopic focus is said to lead to sociology without society. A counter-emphasis centers on the laws of evolution of the total society. Here, the prevailing critique asserts that the hypotheses are put so loosely that no set of observations can be taken to negate them. They are invulnerable to disproof and so, rather a matter of faith than of knowledge. Experiment and natural history in sociology. A parallel cleavage has developed between commitment to experimental sociology, typically though not invariably dealing with contrived or artificial small groups, and commitment to study of the natural history of groups or social systems. Perhaps the instructive analog here is to be found in the well-known fact that Darwin and Wallace found certain problems forced upon their attention when they reflected on what they saw in nature on the large, on the outdoor scale, but that they failed to see other related problems that came into focus for the laboratory naturalists. Polarization into mutually exclusive alternatives served little purpose there, and it remains to be seen whether it will prove any more effective in the advancement of sociology. Reference groups of sociologists. Conflict is found also in the sometimes implicit selection of reference groups and audiences by sociologists. Some direct themselves primarily to the literati or to the educated general public, others, to the so-called men of affairs who manage economic or political organizations, while most are oriented primarily to their fellow academicians and professionals. The recurrent noise about jargon, cults of unintelligibility, the overly abundant use of statistics or of mathematical models is largely generated by the sociologists who have the general public as their major reference group. The work of these outer-oriented sociologists, in turn, is described by their academic critics as sociological journalism, useful more for arousing public interest in sociology than for advancing sociological knowledge. They are said to persuade by rhetoric rather than to instruct by responsible analysis, and so on. It would be instructive to study the actual social roles and functions of these diversely oriented sociologists, rather than to remain content with offhand descriptions such as these, even though again we cannot expect that the results of such study would modify current alignments. Sociology versus social psychology. One last debate requires mention, at least. It is charged that many sociologists, especially in the United States, are converting sociology into social psychology, with the result that the study of social institutions is fading into obscurity. The trend towards social psychology is said to be bound up with an excessive emphasis on the subjective element in social action, with a focus on men's attitudes and sentiments at the expense of considering the institutional conditions for the emergence and the effective or ineffective expression of these attitudes. To this, the polarized response holds that social institutions comprise an idle construct until they are linked up empirically with the actual attitudes and values and the actual behavior of men, whether this is conceived as purposive or as also unwitting, as decisions or as responses. These sociologists consider the division between the two disciplines an unfortunate artifact of academic organization. And again, apart from the merits of one or the other position, we have much to learn about the social basis for their being maintained by some and rejected by others. A concluding observation. In the final remark on these and the many other lines of cleavage among sociologists, I should like to apply a formulation about the structure of social conflict in relation to the intensity of conflict that was clearly stated by George Simmel and Edward Ross. This is the hypothesis, in the words of Ross, that a society which is riven by a dozen conflicts, along lines running in every direction, may actually be in less danger of being torn with violence or falling to pieces than one split along just one line. For each new cleavage contributes to narrow the cross-clefts, so that one might say that society is sown to her by its inner conflicts. It is a hypothesis borne out by its own history, for since it was set forth by Simmel and by Ross, it has been taken up or independently originated by some scores of sociologists, many of whom take diametrically opposed positions on some of the issues we have reviewed. I mention only a few of these: Weiss and Becker, Hiller, Muirdahl, Parsons, Burleson, Lazarsfeld and McPhee, Robin Williams, Kozer, Derendorf, Coleman, Lipset and Zeldich, and among the great number of recent students of status discrepancy, Lenski, Adams, Stokedill, and Hemphill. Applied to our own society of sociologists, the Simmel-Ross hypothesis has this to say. If the sociologists of one nation take much the same position on each of these many issues while the sociologists of another nation consistently hold to the opposed position on them all, then the lines of cleavage will have become so consolidated along a single axis that any conversation between the sociologists of these different nations will be pointless. But if, as I believe is the case, there is not this uniformity of outlook among the sociologists of each nation, if individual sociologists have different combinations of position on these and kindred issues, then effective intellectual criticism can supplant social conflict. That is why the extent of heterodoxies among the sociologists of each nation has an important bearing on the future development of world sociology. The heterodoxies in one nation provide intellectual linkages with orthodoxies in other nations. On the worldwide scale of sociology, this bridges lines of cleavage and makes for the advance of sociological science rather than of sociological ideologies. 4. 1. Rationale of the inquiry. Technical and moral dimensions of policy research. 1949. Although the application of social science to practical problems of policy and action is still in its early stages, a large body of experience has been accumulated. Social science has been applied, in diverse spheres and with diverse results. The experience is there, but it has not been systematically reviewed and codified. Consequently, no one knows the present status of applied social science or, more importantly, its potentialities. Social scientists have been so busy examining the behavior of others that they have largely neglected the study of their own situation, problems, and behavior. Foundations, government, and commercial enterprises have been so concerned with research directed toward pressing problems that they have failed to take systematic inventory of the achievements and potentialities represented by this large body of researches. The hobo and the saleslady have been singled out for close study, but not the social science expert. Sociological monographs document the problems and performance of the professional thief and the professional beggar, but not the problems and performance of the professional social scientist. Yet it would seem that clarity might well begin at home. Quite apart from the direct intellectual merits of the problem, the most varied groups have a stake in an analysis of the present and potential role of applied social science in American society. Most prominently, social scientists themselves stand to gain by such inquiry. Perhaps owing to the absence of any systematic appraisal of their role, social scientists are sometimes beset with exaggerated doubts and harassed by exaggerated claims concerning their contributions to solutions for the problems of our day. The actual workaday relations between basic and applied social science must for them be largely matters of opinion, sometimes well-founded, at other times not, simply because these relations have not been made the object of systematic investigation. Foundations and other philanthropic agencies engaged in endowing social science research have their stake in the inquiry as well. For until the actual, not the supposed or ideal, relations between basic and applied research are clarified, policies governing a program of endowed research must be based on rule-of-thumb experience. Yet it would seem the most elementary rule of intelligent administration to examine, from time to time, the consequences of diverse decisions. Are there types of applied research in social science which fructify basic theory? Do other types of applied research deflect scientific talent from fundamental inquiries into theory and methodology? Under which conditions does there occur a fruitful reciprocity between applied and basic research? A preliminary inventory may not succeed in providing circumstantial answers to these questions, but it can scarcely fail to lighten the fog of ignorance which, one must admit, now settles about the role of applied social science. This inventory promises much the same returns for the maker of policy in government, business, and industry. To a large and growing but precisely unknown extent, applied social science does find a place in the world of practical decision. Much experience therefore exists, but this experience has not been codified. What are the obstacles to the effective utilization of applied social science? For which types of practical problems is the introduction of applied social science presently pointless, and for which is it prerequisite to the formation of intelligent policy? Are there circumstances in which men of affairs have a direct stake in endowing basic research rather than calling for immediate applications of pre-existing knowledge? After all, the decision to utilize or to forego applied social science is itself a matter of policy, and it would seem useful to have this policy based on available, though presently uncoordinated, information. It is long since time, finally, for the intelligent layman who does not directly utilize applied social science himself to learn something of this current in contemporary life. His preconceptions of social science may range from unshakable skepticism to equally ill-founded fetishism. In either case, how is he to arrive at an appropriate opinion? He is subjected to varied propagandas. One day he is told by seemingly unimpeachable authority that social science is merely gobbledygook. The next, he hears from other authorities that science alone, including its social divisions, can build the road to salvation. His choices are thereby limited. He may remain in a state of suspended judgment, which, in the present instance, may be only a euphemism for a state of confusion. Or he may cast his vote for one or another conflicting authority and emerge with clear and erroneous images of the present-day role of applied social science. No preliminary inquiry can satisfy the diverse interests of social scientists, foundations, policy makers in government and business, and the men in the street. But it can manifestly gather up presently scattered materials, coordinate these, and seek to lay a basis for an instructive appraisal of applied social science. Through a review of cases in point, it should provide some new perspectives on 1. The achievements of applied social science, 2. The conditions limiting and making for these achievements, 3. The scientific, that is, theoretic and methodological, byproducts of research in applied social science. To scope of the inquiry, we shall center our attention upon the disciplines commonly regarded as comprising the field of human relations, namely, anthropology, psychology, social psychology, and sociology. For as is well known, a given practical problem ordinarily requires the collaborative researches of several social sciences. And it is precisely these four disciplines among the social sciences which have most consistently entered into collaborative research. This has in part resulted in a system of interlocking theory and implications for policy. The marked tendency toward coordination of these disciplines should therefore facilitate an immediate focusing of the inquiry. A second delimitation should be noted. Although all applied social science research involves advice, recommendations for policy, not all advice on social policy is based on research. An analogy with medicine may help clarify the distinction. In medicine, advice may be based on anything from sheer empiricism to systematic applied research. Thus, one empiricism, the experienced herb doctor finds empirically that cinchona bark, for some unknown reason, is a specific antidote for malaria and advises his patients accordingly. Two standardized therapies derived from previous cumulative medical research, the physician treats well-identified cases of malaria with standardized quinine treatment. 3. Advice based on specific research is oriented toward new problems, investigating a high rate of malaria in a specified area to identify the local factors which must be brought under control, and advising alternative modes of treatment. In matters of social policy, advice may likewise be based on anything from empiricism to systematic applied research. Thus, one empiricism, Henry Ford finds in 1914 that he can pay the then extraordinary minimum wage of $5 a day for unskilled labor, with consequent rise in output and profit. 2. Standardized practices derived from previously cumulated research, scientific wage policies based on Taylorism, and so on. 3. Advice based on specific researches, detailed analyses of an industrial plant to determine the most effective wage policy. The passing analogy with medicine suggests a further point. In contrast to medical advice, advice on social policy appears most often based on rule-of-thumb experience and only infrequently on generalized knowledge or on specific researches directed toward the problems in hand. Moreover, it may not always be possible to identify the lines between sheer empiricism and cumulative scientific knowledge in the realm of social policy. But this presents no large difficulty. Since the proposed inquiry will be centered on research in applied social science, the role of the social science expert who proffers advice out of his general fund of knowledge will receive only secondary attention. 3. Orientation of the inquiry. Ultimately, cases of policy-oriented and action-oriented research must be collected and analyzed to determine the problems involved in the formulation of the research and its application. Among these materials are documentary sources, correspondence, memoranda, drafts, minutes of conferences, reports, and so forth, and interviews with the researchers and policy makers, interviews aimed to clarify and elaborate the impressions gained from the documentary data. Commonly underlying the occasional published accounts of the role of applied social science has been the presupposition that the applied research itself has been entirely adequate to the occasion, and that the essential problem has been one of persuading the policy maker to utilize these adequate results. In other words, the intellectual adequacy of the research does not typically come into question, but merely the organizational and interpersonal problems of selling the research. This emphasis is understandable enough. These accounts have usually been written by social scientists, and it is to be expected that they would be more sensitive to the inadequacies of the policy maker and his organization than to the possible inadequacies of the research. This orientation cannot be adopted here. Instead, we shall distinguish the two distinct, though interrelated, types of problems attending the utilization of policy-oriented social research. 1. Interpersonal and organizational problems, stemming from the relations between the research worker and the clientele, operating agency, administrator, and so on. 2. Scientific problems, involving the difficulty of developing scientific researches adequate to the practical demands of the situation. Although these types of problems are closely interrelated, and although we shall want to consider these interrelations, they should not be telescoped into one set of problems with the result that their distinctive aspects are lost to view. Interrelation should not be mistaken for identity. The sources of the organizational and scientific problems are different, the available means for coping with them are different, and their consequences for the development of applied social science are different. Throughout our discussion, therefore, we shall attempt consistently to distinguish between the broadly organizational and the broadly scientific problems involved in the utilization of social science research. For the culture context, the repute of applied social science, as of any other intellectual resource, is in part a product of its accomplishments. This is an interlocking system in which social status and utilization interact endlessly. Not only does utilization affect esteem, but esteem also affects utilization. The higher the social standing of a discipline, the more likely it will recruit able talents, the greater the measure of its financial support, and the greater its actual accomplishments. And closing the circle, the greater its utilization, the higher, ordinarily, its social standing. Even a cursory examination of the history of medicine or of physics will suggest the same pattern of interplay between cultural evaluations of the discipline, intellectual development of the discipline, and utilization of the findings. The cultural context of evaluation, therefore, has a basic place in any analysis of the utilization of applied social science. And here we find ourselves limited by an impressive gap in available data. What are the prevailing evaluations of social science? How do they differ among various groups and strata in the population? And how have they been changing in the course of time? Manifestly, we do not know. No systematic inquiries into the cultural evaluations of social science have been made. In the absence of the facts, we must speculate on the prevailing public images of applied social science and on the determinants of these images. All this is premised on the view that these prevailing images in part determine the extent to which policy-oriented research in social science is sought, by whom it is sought, and the purposes for which it is sought. Of the numerous dimensions which may be found in public images of social science, only a few can be itemized and fewer still, briefly discussed. Experience suggests at least the following dimensions of these images: objectivity, ranging from the view that social science is merely private opinion masquerading as science to the faith in its rigorously objective quality; adequacy, ranging from belief in its unmitigated futility to belief in social science as the means of social salvation; political relevance, ranging from belief in its inherently subversive nature to belief that democracy can function adequately only if social science data are at hand; costs, ranging from the naive view that scientific results can be obtained with little expense of time and funds, to the view that usable results are so costly as to be uneconomic. Other possible aspects of prevailing images will readily come to mind, but these may suffice to set the problem. Of these, I should like to consider the first two in brief outline. The dimension of objectivity: we do not know the frequency of these images, ranging from the view that social researches can be, and have been, used to prove almost anything to the view that they are wholly objective, uncontaminated by the researcher's predilections. The fact that clients often, perhaps typically, publicize the findings of applied social science only when these are in accord with their own interests probably helps spread this belief in the unobjective nature of this research. Thus, the New York Times has seized upon the curious coincidence between the interests of clients and social science findings to conclude, in effect, that the winds of social science blow it where they listeth. When an applied economist files a research report for the CIO which differs basically in its findings from a comparable report filed by experts of the NOM, the Times not only stresses the discrepancies, but notes that, oddly enough, the disparate findings coincide with the rival economic positions of the sponsors. Competing interest groups attack and counterattack with their own social science researches. This is not merely a problem of who shall decide when doctors disagree. Since they are ostensibly based on research, the disagreements may activate a disbelief in the objectivity of applied social research in general. The specific instance may be generalized with consequent deterioration of the status of the disciplines involved. The difficulty of distinguishing between genuine and spurious social science research further supports the skepticism of objectivity. The layman, often including the administrator and potential client for research, cannot always discriminate between the research which has all the outward trappings of rigorous investigation, sampling, design, controls, and so on, but which is defective in basic respects, and the genuinely disciplined investigation. The outward appearance is mistaken for the reality. All social researches look alike to many laymen. Since careless, undisciplined, irresponsible research may promise larger returns at less expense, there may be a tendency for bad research to drive out good research. And when these spurious investigations are tested in the crucible of experience, the resulting disappointment may lead to a repudiation of social science in general. The dimension of adequacy. There are apparently some enthusiasts who would seek in social science knowledge the vade-mecum to a scientifically planned and altogether desirable world. There are others who view applied social science as only an elaboration of the obvious, and who therefore consider it entirely dispensable as a basis for policy and action. Still others hold that social research is adequate when it deals with picayune problems and inadequate when it deals with significant problems. Here again, more information on the diverse images of adequacy and the comparative frequency of those images would be of value in helping to shape the future of applied social research. Obviously, existing social science knowledge may be sufficient to deal with certain types of practical problems and wholly inadequate to deal with others. Thus, specific types of market researches may quite typically satisfy the needs of clients, whereas researches on, say, propaganda may prove typically unsatisfactory. The demands now made of applied social scientists may far outrun the present capacity and equipment of social science knowledge. As long as there is no roughly established inventory of our present knowledge such that laymen and scientists alike may have some approximate idea of applied researches which are and which are not promising for policy decisions, this will continue to provide a flow of disappointment and a consequent devaluation of the adequacy of applied social research in general. It is unwise to permit exaggerated public images of the immediately attainable achievements of applied social science to go unchecked. 1. Reacting against underestimates of the potentialities of applied social science, social scientists themselves may inadvertently supply exaggerated conceptions of what is now possible. Such propaganda for applied social science may boomerang and produce the excessive expectations which lead to subsequent disillusionment and popular reaction against the use of social science to any degree. The preceding examples only touch upon the probably rich array of public images of applied social science. At this point, we can be confident only of two things. First, that we do not have adequate information on the range and comparative frequencies of these images, and second, that this information would be useful. The NORC poll on the social status of occupations has some suggestive findings on the comparative status of some types of social scientists, economist, sociologist, psychologist, and so forth. Apart from limited material of this sort, literally no systematic data exist on prevailing conceptions of social science in general and of applied social science in particular. Interestingly enough, the very social scientists engaged in studying standardized images of ethnic and racial groups, labor unions, business, and so on, have not yet begun studies of prevailing images of themselves. There is plainly a need for an applied social research on applied social research to ferret out the public images of social science, particularly among makers of policy in government, labor, and business. The proposed inquiry may suggest appropriate lines of action. The role of the expert always includes an important fiduciary component. Laymen must be placed in a position where they can count on the responsible exercise of specialized competence by experts. Yet in contrast to the medical and legal professions, applied social scientists have not explored these problems of their own professional group. If the proliferation of irresponsible agencies of social research, for example, is found to be a major source of unfavorable and unrealistic images of applied social science generally, this may lead to recommendations for the regulation of these agencies. 5. The organizational context. The problems of utilizing applied social science research in policy formation probably differ according to both the social position of the research agency and the client, or sponsor. 2. Each type of research agency may have diverse types of clients, and each type of client may utilize diverse types of agencies. 2. The importance of this was long since recognized by Walter Lippmann, in his perceptive chapters on the potential role of the social science expert. See Public Opinion, New York, Macmillan, 1922, chaps. 25, 26. 78. The sociology of knowledge. To obtain a systematic picture of the various structures of social relations between researcher and clientele, we have only to cross-classify the two variables of research agency and of clients, as in the following specimen classification. Table 1. Synopsis of social structures of researcher and client. Types of clientele -- Type of research agency. 1. Research agencies independent of operating agency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Govern, found a busy, less welfare, etc. Mentions corpora age size agencies. A. Academic, endowed in part A1 or whole. A3. B. Commercial, dependent on research income. 2. Research agencies incorporated in operating agency. C. Permanent research staff. C1d. Ad hoc research staff, for limited period. Each of the type relations generated by this cross-classification can be readily identified. Thus, row A, column 1, academic research agencies with a governmental agency as client would include, for example, the contracted research conducted by the University of Michigan for the Treasury Department. Row C, column 1, would include the Division of Agricultural Surveys in the Department of Agriculture. A3, the Hawthorne studies conducted for the Western Electric Company by the Graduate School of Business Administration at Harvard, and so on. Starting with some such classification, it should be possible to determine, through comparative analysis, the distinctive problems, procedures, and effects upon research of these several structures of social relations between researchers and clients. Do these structures characteristically differ, for example, with respect to the role of the researcher in defining the problem, in the types of research problem at the focus of attention, in the type of interaction between researcher and client, in the relevance of the research for policy and action, in the degree to which the research findings are utilized for policy purposes, in the methodological and theoretical byproducts of the research, and so on. This would provide a beginning towards systematically analyzing the part played in the formulation and utilization of applied social research by the organizational context. Thus, it may be found that when the organization of a client is itself the object of study, for example, a corporation, governmental bureau or division, and so on, the research findings are more likely to be taken as a basis of policy when the research is done by independent outside agencies than by a research staff which is itself part of the organization. Or, it may be found that applied social research for welfare agencies tends to have fewer methodological byproducts than research for, say, business corporations. It is in any case necessary to explore the assumption that the problems of making social research applicable will vary according to the organizational contexts. And to test this assumption, it is necessary to have some working classification of these contexts. 6. The situational context. There appears to be no literature which collates the types of situations leading to the decision to conduct a research in applied social science. Which occasions call applied research into being? And how do these different types of situations affect the nature of the research and its utilization? The conventional picture of how this comes to pass is clear enough. A problem arises and the research worker, as a professional solver of problems, is asked to discover a solution. But who originally perceives the problem? Is it invariably the practical man of affairs, or, at times, the social scientist himself? And which types of problems are subjected to applied research and which are characteristically dealt with, without recourse to research? What are the functions of the research as conceived by the sponsor? And how does all this relate to the utilization and development of applied social science? No systematic inventory of Situation A contexts is attempted here, but at least several can be identified. We can first consider the situations in which the need for applied research is initially perceived by policymakers or by social scientists. Functions of research originated by policymakers. 1. Individuals or organizations confront the problem of influencing or persuading others to a given course of action. They seek objective data to aid in persuasion. For example, an advertising agency has a research conducted in the hope of convincing a client of the greater effectiveness of their advertising program over alternatives proposed by rival agencies. A pressure group sponsors an applied research to obtain data in support of proposed legislation. A corporation vice president solicits a research in defense of his policies as against those advocated by another vice president. A group of public-spirited citizens advocate a research on racial segregation to demonstrate the dangers of segregation to the general public, and so forth. Since the chief function of these researches is persuasion, they are perhaps more subject to the tendency to have the research findings exploited for propagandistic aims. In these instances, the research findings are not likely to be subjected to the test of experience. They serve primarily to lend support to predetermined courses of action. 2. Individuals or organizations confront problems requiring action by them, and find that they do not have sufficient information for intelligent action. An industrial plant is repeatedly strike-bound, It tries a variety of expedients which are unsuccessful, and then turns to a research to suggest new alternatives. Under which conditions is social science research sought? How does the pattern of action-oriented research differ from the pattern of persuasion-oriented research? 3. Individuals or organizations wish to delay action to the point where the pressure for action from others is eliminated. In such contexts, the applied research is intended not to lead to action, but to preclude it. The function of the research is to allay criticism of inaction. Public officials not infrequently authorize a thorough study of a problem on which they do not wish to take action. In different situations, then, the policymaker may utilize applied research for quite different functions. We have mentioned three broad functions: persuasion, action, inaction. It is, of course, important to learn how each of these affects the nature of the research. Functions of research originated by social scientists. 1. Social scientists may seek to sensitize policymakers to new types of achievable goals. Some applied research has its origins in the work of the academic social scientist. He may detect what he considers a practical problem which has not yet been so identified by the maker of policy. In these instances, it is the first task of the research worker to create a practical problem for the policy maker. For what is a practical problem? It represents a gap between aspiration and achievement, and holds out a challenge for closing this gap. If a policy maker has certain aspirations which are moderately well met, he, of course, perceives no practical problem. But the social scientist may at times detect the possibility of at once heightening or extending these aspirations and of realizing the new goals. This requires him to serve as a gadfly, stinging contented policy makers into a state of discontent by widening their horizons, by introducing new criteria of the achievable, and by orienting applied research toward ways of reaching these new goals. Thus, the manager of a housing community may feel that it is running smoothly and well. He experiences no acute problem. Rents are paid promptly, tenant turnover is low, few complaints reach him. An inquiring social scientist may find that there is little organized community life in the housing development and that the level of residents' satisfaction is less than it could be if specific provision were made for community organization. In effect, the researches of the social scientist are here aimed at introducing new and more demanding criteria of a satisfactory state of affairs, of extending the goals of the housing manager. A major function of research emanating from social science circles, then, may be to establish new goals and benchmarks of the attainable. 2. Social scientists may seek to sensitize policymakers to more effective means of reaching established goals. In much the same fashion, administrators may assume that their organization is operating at a satisfactory level of effectiveness. The social scientist may discover more effective instrumentalities for approximating present goals. The task here is one of modifying criteria of effectiveness of ways and means. Thus, output in an industrial plant may be judged satisfactory by the policy maker. Further inquiry may show that this is at the expense of a rigorous regimen which puts considerable strain upon the workforce. Alternative methods may produce the same high level of output without exacting this price of workers. It is altogether likely, as these casual instances suggest, that the modification of criteria of effectiveness of ways and means will characteristically involve a modification of goals, as well. The pattern is the same in both types of instance, sensitizing policy makers to a wider range of realizable potentialities. Practical problems are many-faceted. They can be examined from the perspectives of several different disciplines. Increasingly, policymakers have been weaned from the naive view that a practical problem is invariably in the orbit of one specialized body of science. High labor turnover, for example, is no longer automatically assumed to be in the province of applied economics. Psychology and sociology may find partial determinants of rates of labor turnover in the human relations and social organization of the plant, or in the inadequacies of the local community from which the workforce is drawn. On what grounds, then, does the policymaker select certain disciplines rather than others as most appropriate for studying the problems at hand? This question introduces several considerations which can only be mentioned here. It points to the fact that for many, if not most, practical problems demanding applied research, collaboration among several disciplines is required. It suggests the role of the specialized research worker himself in acquainting the policymaker with the need for such collaboration. It points to the major organizational and scientific problems of providing for collaboration between the several applied social scientists. The experience of the Tennessee Valley Authority should be especially instructive in this connection. And, anticipating a later section of this discussion, it suggests that a major function of applied research is to provide occasions and pressures for interdisciplinary investigations and for the development of a theoretic system of basic social science, rather than discrete bodies of uncoordinated specialized theory. 7. Defining the practical problems and the research problems. Experience suggests that the policymaker seldom formulates his practical problem in terms sufficiently precise to permit the researcher to design an appropriate investigation. Characteristically, the problem is so stated as to result in the possibility of the researcher being seriously misled as to the basic aspects of the problem which gives rise to a contemplated research. This initial clarification of the practical problem, therefore, is the first crucial step in applied social science. Some types of unwitting misstatement of the practical problem by the client can be itemized here. Further inquiry will undoubtedly disclose others. Overspecification of the problem. The policymaker often assumes that he has precisely identified his particular problem and comes to the researcher with a specific request for research. But this may be premature specification. The researcher has the task of ascertaining the central pragmatic problem rather than passively accepting its initial specifications by the policymaker. Thus, a Jewish defense agency requests a research to determine which of alternative types of mass propaganda will probably be most effective in curbing anti-Semitism. This does not represent the prime objective, which is reduction of anti-Semitism. The policymaker has prematurely included in his statement of the problem a specification of means as well as the end in view. The expert redefines the practical problem. On the basis of previous researches, he indicates that deep-seated prejudices are not markedly vulnerable to propaganda campaigns. The problem becomes reformulated. It is no longer an inquiry into efficiencies of alternative propaganda, but the comparative efficacy of a given propaganda campaign and of interreligious voluntary organizations. Overgeneralization of the problem. Or, the maker of policy may assume that he has sufficiently stated his problem when he indicates his general objective. He may seek fuller participation of the rank and file in a labor union or reduction of race tensions or increase in college attendance. But each of these general objectives may be approached through very different types of procedures, requiring different types of research. When the policymaker overspecifies his practical problem, the expert must clarify by searching out the prime objective, thus often redefining the problem. When the policymaker overgeneralizes his practical problem, the expert must clarify by searching out the various alternative instrumentalities, and determine the consequences of each of these. 8. The framework of values. In definition of problems value framework of the policymaker, we assume that the policymaker always has a set of values, tacit or explicit, and that this places limits upon the scope and nature of the applied research directed toward his problem. These value constants circumscribe the alternative lines of action to be investigated. It is the task of the researcher to search out these values in order to know in advance the limits set upon the investigation by the policymaker's values. This is not only an ethical task but also a technical task. If it is true that the policymaker always assumes certain features of his problem situation as given, as constant, as items which he would not under any circumstances consider modifying, this at once limits the range and type of research which will be done with his support, thus affecting the social scientist's decision to undertake the research. Thus, policy-oriented research is requested on ways and means of improving morale of Negro workers in an industrial plant. The constant assumed by the policymaker, continued segregation of jobs, sanitary facilities, and so on. Policy-oriented research is requested on means for increasing sales of a product. The constant assumed by the policy maker, no change in the product itself. These value constants are probably of limited types. Two major types are noted here: objective factors of the situation shall remain unchanged, while attitudes toward the situation are modified. For example, not changing objective fact of segregation but modifying Negro workers' morale, not changing product, but increasing sales. Research may show that the proportion of Negroes and whites in an interracial housing project must be administratively stabilized if it is not to become an all-Negro project, but the policymaker rejects this research conclusion since it implies a quota system which offends his values, and so forth. Objective factors in the situation shall be changed, but no arrangements are to be made to modify attitudes. For example, eliminating racial segregation in a housing community but not providing for ways and means for local acceptance of this change. Value framework of the research worker. The research worker also has his values, tacit or explicit, which affect his definition of the problem, the lines of investigation which seem to him most fruitful, the alternative policies to be explored, and so on. These values can be detected by determining the researcher's self-image of his role. As a technician, he will accept alternative proposals for policy as a basis for research, providing only that these alternatives be technically amenable to research. Since it is feasible to test symbolic, psychological, measures for improving the morale of Negro workers without eliminating segregation, the technician finds this definition of the problem adequate and confines himself accordingly. The researcher is asked to determine how a given radio program can reach a larger audience. Since this is a feasible problem, he searches out strategic listening periods, and so forth, and is content to accept the policy maker's constant of increasing audience without exploring effects upon audience size of changing the program content. As a socially oriented scientist, he will explore only those policy alternatives which do not violate his own values. He not only includes in his study symbolic means of improving worker morale, for example, symbolic awards for performance, recreation groups, and so forth, but also realistic changes in situation, modified wage policies, and so forth. Study of the actual role played by the values of policymaker and researcher in the formulation of the research should help carry this question from the exclusively ethical context to that of the impact of values upon the relevance, scope, and utility of the research itself. Moral and technical dimensions of research. The interaction between these aspects of social research is examined in the following passage drawn from the study of a radio war bond drive in World War I. J.3 Our primary concern with the social psychology of mass persuasion should not obscure its moral dimension. The technician or practitioner in mass opinion and his academic counterpart, the student of social psychology, cannot escape the moral issues which permeate propaganda as a means of social control. The character of these moral issues differ somewhat for the practitioner and the investigator, but in both cases the issues themselves are inescapable. The practitioner in propaganda is at once confronted by a dilemma. He must either forego the use of certain techniques of persuasion which will help him obtain the immediate end in view or violate prevailing moral codes. He must choose between being a less than fully effective technician and a scrupulous human being, or an effective technician and a less than scrupulous human being. The pressure of the immediate objective tends to push him toward the first of these alternatives. For when effective mass persuasion is sought, and when effectiveness is measured solely by the number of people who can be brought to the desired action or the desired frame of mind, then the choice of techniques of persuasion will be governed by a narrowly technical and amoral criterion. And this criterion exacts a price of the prevailing morality, for it expresses a manipulative attitude toward man and society. It inevitably pushes toward the use of whatsoever techniques work. The sense of power that accrues to manipulators of mass opinion, it would appear, does not always compensate for the correlative sense of guilt. The conflict may lead them to a flight into cynicism. Or it may lead to uneasy efforts to exonerate themselves from moral responsibility for the use of manipulative techniques by helplessly declaring, to themselves and to all who will listen, that unfortunately, that's the way the world is. People are moved by emotions, by fear and hope and anxiety, and not by information or knowledge. It may be pointed out that complex situations must be simplified for mass publics and, in the course of simplification, much that is relevant must be omitted. Or, to take the concrete case we have been examining, it may be argued that the definition of war bonds as a device for curbing inflation is too cold and too remote and too difficult a conception to be effective in mass persuasion. It is preferable to focus on the sacred and sentimental aspects of war bonds, for this copy slant brings results. Like most half-truths, the notion that leaders of mass opinion must traffic in sentiment has a specious cogency. Values are rooted in sentiment and values are ineluctably linked with action. But the whole truth extends beyond this observation. Appeals to sentiment within the context of relevant information and knowledge are basically different from appeals to sentiment which blur and obscure this knowledge. Mass persuasion is not manipulative when it provides access to the pertinent facts, it is manipulative when the appeal to sentiment is used to the exclusion of pertinent information. The technician, then, must decide whether or not to use certain techniques which, though possibly effective, violate his own sentiments and moral codes. He must decide whether or not he should devise techniques for exploiting mass anxieties, for using sentimental appeals in place of information, for masking private purpose in the guise of common purpose. 5. He faces the moral problem of choosing not only among social ends but also among propaganda means. Although less conspicuous and less commonly admitted, a comparable problem confronts the social scientist investigating mass opinion. He may adopt the standpoint of the positivist, proclaim the ethical neutrality of science, insist upon his exclusive concern with the advancement of knowledge, explain that science deals only with the discovery of uniformities and not with ends, and assert that in his role as a detached and dispassionate scientist, he has no traffic with values. He may, in short, affirm an occupational philosophy which appears to absolve him of any responsibility for the use to which his discoveries in methods of mass persuasion may be put. With its specious and illusory distinction between ends and means and its insistence that the intrusion of social values into the work of scientists makes for special pleading, this philosophy fails to note that the investigator's social values do influence his choice and definition of problems. The investigator may naively suppose that he is engaged in the value-free activity of research, whereas in fact he may simply have so defined his research problems that the results will be of use to one group in the society, and not to others. His very choice and definition of a problem reflects his tacit values. To illustrate, the value-free investigator of propaganda proceeds to the well-established mode of scientific formulations, and states his findings. If these techniques of persuasion are used, then there will be, with a stated degree of probability, a given proportion of people persuaded to take the desired action. Here, then, is a formulation in the honored and successful tradition of science apparently free of values. The investigator takes no moral stand. He merely reports his findings, and these, if they are valid, can be used by any interested group, liberal or reactionary, democratic or fascistic, idealistic or power-hungry. But this comfortable solution of a moral problem by the abdication of moral responsibility happens to be no solution at all, for it overlooks the crux of the problem. The initial formulation of the scientific investigation has been conditioned by the implied values of the scientist. Thus, had the investigator been oriented towards such democratic values as respect for the dignity of the individual, he would have framed his scientific problem differently. He would not only have asked which techniques of persuasion produce the immediate result of moving a given proportion of people to action, but also, what are the further, more remote but not necessarily less significant, effects of these techniques upon the individual personality and the society? He would be, in short, sensitized to certain questions stemming from his democratic values which would otherwise be readily overlooked. For example, he would ask, does the unelaborated appeal to sentiment which displaces the information pertinent to assessing this sentiment blunt the critical capacities of listeners? What are the effects upon the personality of being subjected to virtual terrorization by advertisements which threaten the individual with social ostracism unless he uses the advertised defense against halitosis or BO? Or, more relevantly, what are the effects, in addition to increasing the sale of bonds, of terrorizing the parents of boys in military service by the threat that only through their purchase of war bonds can they ensure the safety of their sons and their ultimate return home? Do certain types of war bond drives by celebrities do more to pyramid their reputations as patriots than to further the sale of bonds which would otherwise not have been purchased? No single advertising or propaganda campaign may significantly affect the psychological stability of those subjected to it. But a society subjected ceaselessly to a flow of effective half-truths and the exploitation of mass anxieties may all the sooner lose that mutuality of confidence and reciprocal trust so essential to a stable social structure. A morally neutral investigation of propaganda will be less likely than an inquiry stemming from democratic values to address itself to such questions. The issue has been drawn in its most general terms by John Dewey. Certainly nothing can justify or condemn means except ends, results. But we have to include consequences impartially. It is willful folly to fasten upon some single end or consequence which is liked, and permit the view of that to blot from perception all other undesired and undesirable consequences. 6. If this study has one major implication for the understanding of mass persuasion, it consists in this recognition of the intimate interrelation of technique and morality. 9. The economic framework of the research, whether applied or pure, empirical research in social science, is costly in time and money. But the economics of empirical research may affect the patterns of applied research and of basic research in quite different fashion. To be sure, the applied and the basic research alike may have a fixed budget and a definite deadline. But this is not to say that the degree to which and the ways in which these affect the research are alike in the two instances. The tempo of applied research and of policy decisions. The tempo of policy decisions and action is often much more rapid than the tempo of applied research. Since action cannot always wait upon the completion of a research, varying degrees of urgency in decision affect research in various ways. When there is great pressure for almost immediate decision, the research expert comes to be converted into the expert advisor. The policy maker draws upon the cumulative knowledge of the expert and forgoes an actual research. At this extreme, urgency is lethal for research, though not necessarily for other social utilities. When there is need for decision at a definite, but more distant, occasion, a research may be designed to supply appropriate information. But since the key problems cannot be adequately investigated within this limited period, the research is necessarily confined to practicable though secondary problems. Furthermore, it becomes evident that data other than those needed for the immediate problem in hand may be expeditiously collected at the same time. But since this would prolong the period of fieldwork, these collateral materials are not included. The potential theoretic usefulness of the research is thus further circumscribed. As the research proceeds, fresh implications, not closely related to the present practical problem, are sensed by the research worker. These provocative clues, barely crystallized and wholly unformulated, are lost to view as the researcher bends to his immediate task of meeting the unalterable deadline. How often does the researcher return to the materials, after the deadline has been met, or not met, in an effort to recapture the fresh perceptions experienced during the research? Occasionally, policy-oriented research escapes any marked time pressure. Certain types of data are periodically needed in order to take appropriate action. Or the research staff itself may at times reduce the pressure by anticipating future needs for decision, or by planning continuous searches in given areas so that the time required for new researches on a specific problem in that area is somewhat reduced. The costs of applied research. Just as the pressure for immediate decision tends to eliminate research in favor of the considered judgments of expert advisors, so does the pressure to reduce costs. The comparative expensiveness of certain investigations leads to the substitution of advice for research. It would be useful to determine the grounds for opinions on the amount of money which can be justifiably expended for research on a given problem. How often is a given appropriation made first and the research tailored to fit this budget, and how often does the researcher plan the seemingly most appropriate research, and then have the estimated budget accepted? How does this differ as between researches in applied and basic social science? Since there exists no social bookkeeping for determining the economic value of basic research, the criteria for allocating funds to basic social science cannot be narrowly economic in character. But what of applied researches? Are the economic returns of specific applied researches typically estimated by sponsors or clients? And do these economic calculations determine their appropriations for research? Is there a tendency for applied researches to be diverted to peripheral problems when it is clear that research on the central problems in hand would be too costly? And since costs are inevitably increased by following up purely scientific leads developed in the research leads which can have no value for the immediate practical problem, does this practice not limit the non-practical byproducts of applied research? 10 types of research problems in applied social science. Just as we suggested that patterns of applied social research may differ according to the organizational context, see section 5, so we know that they will differ according to the type of problem in hand. The most fruitful bases for classifying these problems are by no means clear. From several possible classifications, one developed by the Columbia University Bureau of Applied Social Research is here presented for discussion. Research problems classified according to practical purpose. 1. Diagnostic, determining whether action is required. Magnitude and extent of problem, changes and trends since last appraisal of situation, for example, changes in level of race tensions, differentials in affected groups, areas, institutions. 2. Prognostic, forecasting trends to plan for future needs. Predicting behavior of individuals and groups from stated intentions, post-war plans. Of demobilized soldiers, people's disposition of liquid assets, predicting needs by trend analysis and other hypothetical means, unemployment, wage, price trends from business cycle analysis, predicting housing needs by analysis of birth and marriage rates and trends in size of family. 3. Differential prognosis, determining choice between alternative policies, for example, public reaction to rent control or rationing. 4. Evaluative, appraising effectiveness of action program, assessing effectiveness of information and propaganda campaigns, of emergency maternal and infant care program in reducing infant and maternal mortality. 5. General background data, of general utility or serving diverse purposes, for example, censuses of population, housing, business, manufacturing. 6. Educative research, informing publics upon pertinent data and particularly countering misconceptions. Strategic fact-finding, this involves the systematic assembling of descriptive data pertinent for popular conceptions and controversial beliefs. Thus, facts pertinent to stereotypes. Labor leaders are foreign stereotype confronted with facts on place of birth of labor leaders. United States remains the land of increasing personal opportunity conception confronted with periodic data on social mobility. You don't need a college education to get ahead conception confronted with data on correlations between education and income, occupation, and so on. To assess the current and potential role of applied social science, it is necessary to note the scope and scale of the practical problems with which it has dealt. These might range from broad, generic problems, generalized means of reducing crime, race hostilities, to highly circumscribed problems in a specific setting, the comparative effectiveness of two propaganda campaigns. It may develop that the extremes represent the least promising sectors of applied social science research. With the excessively large problem only failure can presently be reported, and with the excessively limited problem, the results are often trivial. It would be important to identify the strategic, intermediate range of problems, namely, those which have generalized theoretical and practical significance, but which are not too large in scope to be subjected to disciplined research. 7. Questions of time and cost, inadequacies in the formulation of the problem, and so forth, conduce to discrepancies between research-based recommendations and actual policies. As suggested previously, these gaps are of two interrelated types: the scientific and the organizational and interpersonal. Since each type raises distinct problems for the research worker, it is advisable to consider them separately. The research is not adequately focused on the practical problem, cf. Section 7, when the research worker inadvertently accepts the overly specified or overgeneralized statement of his problem by the policy maker, the resulting research will ultimately be found partly irrelevant to the actual problems of decision by the client. Alternative lines of action which have not been explored by the research may come to the later attention of the policy maker, and he will conclude that the choice between the explored alternatives is spurious. Concrete forecasts are contingent upon uncontrolled conditions. Many, if not most, applied researches involve forecasts. These concrete forecasts in applied science differ significantly from abstract predictions in basic science. Basic research typically deals with abstract predictions, that is, with predictions in which a large number of other factors are, conveniently enough, assumed to remain constant. The prediction will of course include a statement of the conditions under which the predicted consequences will probably occur. Ceteris paribus is an indispensable concept in basic research. In applied research, ceteris paribus is often an embarrassing obstacle, for what if the other factors do not remain constant? As a matter of well-known fact, the research worker in applied research is not permitted the luxury of the supposition that other pertinent factors will remain equal. If action is to be based on his findings, he must indicate whether relevant other factors will remain constant. And since they typically will not, he has the further large task of assessing the changes in these factors and their effect upon contemplated action. In short, applied research requires the greatly complicated study of the interaction of many interrelated factors comprising the concrete situation. The research cannot be confined entirely to the interplay of a severely limited number of variables under severely limited conditions. This requirement of applied research has several consequences. A. Every applied research must include some speculative inquiry into the role of diverse factors which can only be roughly assessed, not meticulously studied. B. The validity of the concrete forecast depends upon the degree of non-compensated error in any phase of the total inquiry. The weakest links in the chain of applied research may typically consist of the estimates of contingent conditions under which the investigated variables will in fact operate. C. To this degree, the recommendations for policy do not flow directly and exclusively from the research. Recommendations are the product of the research and the estimates of contingent conditions, these estimates not being of the same order of probability or precision as the more abstract interrelations examined in the research itself. D. Such contingencies make for indeterminacy of the recommendations derived from the research and thus create a gap between research and policy. Diverse utility of samples for different types of practical problems. Though this is not peculiar to applied social research, it should be noted that adequate samples are not readily obtained in the study of certain types of problems. Public opinion and market researches typically sample aggregates of individuals, and the findings can be readily extrapolated to the universes which have been sampled. But much greater difficulties are encountered in other spheres, for example, in studies of social organization. The units here are not individuals, but organized aggregates of interrelated individuals. And since the study of one such unit is ordinarily a major research enterprise, this leaves open the question to which the single unit under examination is representative of the universe of organized units. Thus, recommendations for policy based upon the detailed study of one biracial housing community may not be adopted in other such communities because the policy maker feels that the communities are significantly different. Further clarification is needed of the problems in which sampling problems can be met through available procedures and those in which the research, though involving hundreds or thousands of individuals, is essentially a case study of one social unit. We have further to determine when a case study is and is not regarded as an adequate basis for shaping policy. 12. Interpersonal and organizational gaps between research and policy. Other sections of the memorandum have touched upon some possible sources of gaps between research and policy which are interpersonal and organizational rather than strictly intellectual in character. There are others, some of which are here tentatively identified. The framework of values precludes examination of some practicable courses of action, cf. Section 8. It appears that practicable policy alternatives are not explored because they run counter to the values of the policy maker or the research worker. Thus, determining the most stable proportion of Negroes and whites in a biracial community may be rejected since it implies an objectionable quota system. In some cases, it is precisely the policy thus eliminated which most fully meets the requirements of the practical situation. Since these are ruled out, the resultant alternatives deriving from the research may be of dubious utility, and the research eventuates in inaction. The economic framework may lead to the premature conclusion of a research, cf. Section 9. It is evident that limitations of time and funds at times condemn an applied research to practical futility. In most investigations, there emerge alternative lines of inquiry which are not followed through simply because of budgetary fiat. In such cases, it often happens that the research findings may not be entirely adequate to arrive at the most appropriate recommendations for action. The gap between research and action could only be closed or narrowed by following up the emerging implications. Attitudes of the policy maker toward risk-bearing policy makers differ in their attitudes toward the taking of risks. No matter how circumstantial and meticulous the research, there is an element of risk in following the recommendations which seem to flow from the research. The policymaker may be more willing to take the risks involved in decisions based on his past experience than risks found in research-based recommendations. The applied scientist may be more often willing to support certain policies than the policymaker, since it is the latter who takes ultimate responsibility for the decision. In some instances, a given research, however competent, may seem too slender a basis for running the large risk. Thus, a bank or insurance company may hesitate to invest in an interracial housing development despite researches which suggest that the resulting problems can probably be managed. The economic investment is large, deep-seated public attitudes are involved. Once made, the decision cannot be easily modified. In such instances, it would not be expected that research, however sound intellectually, will appreciably modify prevailing policies. Correlatively, when risks are more limited, for example, the decision to introduce a new personnel selection policy or a new advertising campaign, far from a conclusive research may affect a decision. Lack of continuing communication between policymaker and research staff once mentioned, this need not be elaborated. The problem is generally recognized and it is likely that data bearing on this problem are abundantly available. Status of researcher vis-a-vis operating agency. It is possible that the quality of the research does not completely determine its use. The status of the research worker may play a large part. Systematic inquiry into this possibility is indicated. The foregoing account is far from exhaustive. It does, however, suggest leads for determining how and why applied research does or does not provide a direct mandate for policy and does or does not eventuate in policy formation. A key set of problems centers in the determinants of this leap from research to practice. 13. Theory and applied social science. Everyone who has read a textbook on scientific method knows the ideally constructed relations between scientific theory and applied research. Basic theory embraces key concepts, variables and constants, postulates, theorems, and laws. Applied science consists simply in ascertaining a. the variables relevant to the problem in hand, b. the values of the variables, and c. in accordance with previous knowledge, setting forth the uniform relationships between these variables. It will be instructive to discover how often this ideal pattern actually occurs in the application of social science. We anticipate finding that it is the exceptional rather than the typical pattern. In one sense, a major objective of our proposed inquiry is to account for the discrepancies and coincidences between the ideal pattern and the actual pattern of relations between basic and applied social science. In the present section, we confine ourselves to some remarks on the role of preliminary conceptualization in applied research. There is no danger that this will be mistaken for a comprehensive discussion. Conceptualization at work, the overlooked variable. Perhaps the most striking role of conceptualization in applied social research is its transformation of practical problems by introducing concepts which refer to variables overlooked in the common sense view of the policy maker. At times, the concept leads to a statement of the problem diametrically opposed to that of the policy maker. Types of frequently overlooked variables will be ascertained through further inquiry, but a few can be set forth now. Concept of the definition of the situation. Not all policy makers have the practice of viewing policies from the perspective of others affected by the policy. As a result, they periodically find their decisions leading to a train of unanticipated, and often undesired, consequences. Case: the policy maker in the field of colonial administration may seek to educate the native by building and staffing schools for him. He, the administrator, sees this as beneficent activity. Education is a positive value, and he is making education available to the native. He is subsequently shocked by a nativistic reaction. The ungrateful natives rebel against this policy. The expert introduces the concept of definition of the situation and of culture differences. He indicates that Western education, defined as an asset by the administrator in terms of his cultural values, is defined by the natives as a device for cutting their children off from their traditional tribal values. The key concept brought to bear upon the problem by the expert is the different definition of the same situation by members of different cultural groups. Case: illustrating a variable below the level of awareness of the administrator. An industrial manager hopes to achieve better employee morale and higher output by introducing a general rise in wages. He is disturbed when the expected results do not occur. The expert approaches the problem with a clarifying conception: wage differentials are of central concern to workers. Previous low morale had been a product of differentials conceived as unfair by some groups of workers. The general rise in wages did not change the differentials. The concept of a social system. Naive common sense seldom thinks in terms of total systems of interrelated variables. Behavior is construed as a series of isolated events. Yet many of the untoward consequences of policy decisions stem from the interaction between variables in a system. As Wesley Mitchell has remarked in this general connection, when some change in existing arrangements is proposed, our minds, that is, of the economist, fasten immediately upon the effects this change will have upon other factors directly or indirectly. Immediately, or after a time, we think also about how these consequences will react upon the initial change. Obvious as the concept of the interdependence of all economic activities seems to us, it is not part of the working equipment of many lawyers, businessmen, or engineers. If the able and patriotic $a-year men I have collaborated with are a fair sample. Italics added. The theoretic byproducts of applied research. 8. In passing, we know two major relations between applied research and theory. Applied research tests the assumptions underlying theory. As noted earlier, Section 11, basic research includes certain assumptions, cateris paribus, in its abstract formulation of a problem. Since applied research is conceived as a basis for action, and since action must always occur in a concrete situation and not under abstractly envisaged conditions, the applied researcher is continuously engaged, nolens volens, in testing the assumptions contained in basic theory. This is perhaps a key function of applied research. Immediate pragmatic success postpones theoretic analysis. Not infrequently, applied research leads to an empirical finding which may be at once successfully applied, although the finding itself is not understood, that is, located, in theoretical terms. Thus, it may be found that provision for several rest periods in an industrial plant reduces labor turnover, raises employee morale, and so forth. The plant manager who finds that this program works may see no occasion for further research. If the research worker is not theoretically sensitized, he, too, may be content with this successful application of an empirical finding. The fact remains that he has not yet identified the critical variable in this result. Was it that rest periods reduced fatigue? Or was it, possibly, that the degree of managerial concern with employees' problems, as symbolized by the rest pauses, was the decisive variable? Or, again, was it the part played by employee representatives in arriving at the decision regarding rest periods? In short, the manner in which this policy was introduced that proved basic? Unless the crucial theoretical variable in the concrete practice of rest periods can be identified, there is no basis for assuming that the same results will be obtained on other occasions. It will be of interest to learn if such practical successes tend to vitiate the continuance of inquiry until the theoretically significant findings have been extracted from the empirical results. 9. It is at 8. Since I have provisionally discussed this in a paper presented to the American Sociological Society in 1946, I shall not comment on it further at this time. The bearing of empirical research upon the development of social theory, American Sociological Review 13, October 1948, 505-15. More study of actual cases is required to outline the conditions under which applied research in social science leads to theoretical byproducts. 9. Since this was written, the 1948 election forecasts have provided the most dramatic recent instance of the danger of operating with wholly empirical and theoretically ungrounded uniformities. In previous national elections it had been found that virtually no net shift in vote intentions occurred during the last weeks of the political campaign. The extrapolation of this empirical pattern to the 1948 least possible that specific practical successes may invite theoretical failures. 10. 14. Methodology and applied social science. Just as with theory, so with the logic of procedure. The skeletonized version of relations between methodology and applied research found in textbooks is logically impeccable, but not always descriptive of what actually occurs. It will be necessary to review cases in point to determine the respects in which the ideal and actual patterns coincide or differ. Without attempting any systematic discussion, we raise several questions which require study. To what extent does the applied scientist's thorough familiarity with certain types of procedures and relative lack of familiarity with others, predetermine the design of the applied research? Do such predispositions toward procedures sometimes deflect attention from more appropriate though less well-known procedures? Do applied researches more often call for quantitative treatment than do pure researches? Is the policymaker's concern with how much and when a prod to quantification? What are some of the scientific consequences of this pressure for quantification? For which types of practical problems has non-quantified case study proved most appropriate? One has the impression that the practical demands laid upon the applied research worker result in a continuing pressure for improvement of methods. The development of sampling procedure in social science, for example, appears to have been markedly advanced by applied researches in public opinion, market studies, and so on. Campaign by the polling organizations led to now familiar and unfortunate consequences. 10. Since this was first written, James Bryant Conant has set forth apposite remarks, in his presidential address before the AAAS, December 28, 1947. To my mind, we need to analyze the present situation, not by attempting to classify the various sciences and their subdivisions into pure and applied science, but by examining closely each separate undertaking. I have suggested in a paper on science and the practical arts that we need to inquire as to the degree of empiricism now present in any branch of science. The cases I quoted as examples were classical optics and chemotherapy. In the former, the conceptual scheme employed has wide validity, the degree of empiricism is very low. In the latter, the concepts are few and of limited application, progress toward a new drug is still very much of a cut and dry affair, the degree of empiricism is high. I should like to suggest that unless progress is made in reducing the degree of empiricism in any area, the rate of advance of the practical arts connected with that area will be relatively slow and highly capricious, italics supplied. There remains for us the question of the factors which make for the retention of a high degree of empiricism in much of applied social science, and it is in connection with this question that we make the suggestions found in the text at this point. We should like to learn whether the applied researcher is subjected to a greater variety of rigorous criticism by diverse interested parties, leading him perhaps to search out increasingly effective tools of analysis. An inventory of methodologic byproducts of applied social science would be similarly instructive. In any event, the reciprocal relations between theory and methodology on the one hand, and applied social science on the other should constitute a major focus of inquiry. 5. The perspectives of insiders and outsiders. 1972. The sociology of knowledge has long been regarded as a complex and esoteric subject, remote from the urgent problems of contemporary social life. To some of us, it seems quite the other way. One especially in times of great social change, precipitated by acute social conflict and attended by much cultural disorganization. The perspectives provided by the various first version of this paper was read on November 6, 1969 to the seminar celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Department of Sociology at the University of Bombay, India. A second version was read at the Centennial Symposium of Loyola University, of Chicago, on January 5, 1970 and at the annual meetings of the Southwestern Sociological Association in Dallas, Texas, on March 25, 1971. The third, and present, version was presented at the annual meetings of the American Sociological Association in Denver, Colorado, September 1, 1971, and was published as Insiders and Outsiders, a chapter in the Sociology of Knowledge in American Journal of Sociology 77, July 1972 9-47, reprinted with permission. Any errors I have retained after the critical examinations of the paper by Walter Wallace and Harriet Zuckerman are of course entirely my own. Aid from the National Science Foundation is gratefully acknowledged, as is indispensable help of quite another kind provided by Holland W. Farr, MD1. As witness the spate of recent writings in and on the sociology of knowledge, including far too many to be cited here. Some essential discussions and bibliography are provided by Peter L. Berger and Thomas Luckman, The Social Construction of Reality, Garden City, NY, Doubleday, 1966, Werner Stark, The Sociology of Knowledge, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1958, Kurt H. Wolff, Ernst Grunwald and the Sociology of Knowledge, a collective venture in interpretation, Journal of the History of the Behavioral Sciences 1, 1965 152-64, and James E. Curtis and John W. Petras, The Sociology of Knowledge, New York and Washington, Praeger, 1970. The application of the sociology of knowledge to the special case of sociology itself has also burgeoned since 1959 when the Fourth World Congress of Sociology held by the International Sociological Association focused on the social contexts of sociology. See, for prime examples, Alvin W. Goldner, The Coming Crisis of Western Sociology, New York, Basic Books, 1970, Robert W. Friedrichs, A Sociology of Sociology, New York, Free Press, 1970, and Edward A. Tiryakian, ed., The Phenomenon of Sociology, New York, Appleton Century Crofts, 1971. Sociologies of knowledge bear directly upon problems agitating the society. It is then that differences in the values, commitments, and cognitive orientations of conflicting groups become deepened into basic cleavages, both social and cultural. As the society becomes polarized, so do the contending claims to truth. At the extreme, an active and reciprocal distrust between groups finds expression in intellectual perspectives that are no longer located within the same universe of discourse. The more deep-seated the mutual distrust, the more does the argument of the other appear so palpably implausible, even absurd, that one no longer inquires into substance or logical structure to assess its truth claims. Instead, one confronts the other's argument with an entirely different question: how does it happen to be advanced at all? Thought thus becomes altogether functionalized, interpreted only in terms of their presumed social or economic or psychological sources and functions. In the political arena, where the rules of the game often condone and sometimes support the practice. This involves reciprocated attacks on the integrity of the opponent. In the academic forum, where the norms are somewhat more restraining, it leads to reciprocated ideological analyses, which easily decline into innuendo. In both, the process feeds upon and nourishes collective insecurities. 2. Social change and social thought. This conception of the social sources of the intensified interest in the sociology of knowledge and some of the theoretical difficulties which they foster plainly has the character, understandably typical in the sociology of scientific knowledge, of a self-exemplifying idea. It posits reciprocal connections between thought and society, in particular the social conditions that make for or disrupt a common universe of intellectual discourse within which the most severe disagreements can take place. Michael Polanyi III has noted, more perceptively than anyone else I know, for how the growth of this passage on the conditions making for intensified interest in the sociology of knowledge and for derivative problems of theoretical analysis in the field has not been written for this occasion. It is largely drawn from my paper which was printed in Georges Gurevich and Wilbert E. Moore, eds. 20th Century Sociology, New York, Philosophical Library, 1945, now out of print, and reprinted as Chapter 1 in this volume EO. Since the cognitive orientation of group members and non-members has long been a problem of enduring interest to me, I shall have occasion to refer to my writings throughout this paper. 3. See his personal knowledge, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1958, The Study of Man, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1959, Science, Faith, and Society, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1964, and The Tacit Dimension, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul 1967. 4. Polanyi's detailed development of this theme over the years represents a basic contribution to the sociology of science by providing a model of the various overlapping cognitive and social structures of intellectual disciplines. John Zeman, Public T. Knowledge Cambridge, at the University Press, 1968, has useful observations. Knowledge depends upon complex sets of social relations based on a largely institutionalized reciprocity of trust among scholars and scientists. In one of his many passages on this theme, he observes that in an ideal free society each person would have perfect access to the truth in science, in art, religion, and justice, both in public and private life. But this is not practicable. Each person can know directly very little of truth and must trust others for the rest. Indeed, to assure this process of mutual reliance is one of the main functions of society. It follows that such freedom of the mind as can be possessed by men is due to the services of social institutions, which set narrow limits to man's freedom and tend to threaten it even within those limits. The relation is analogous to that between mind and body, to the way in which the performance of mental acts is restricted by limitations and distortions due to the medium which makes these performances possible. But as cleavages deepen between groups, social strata, or collectivities of whatever kind, the social network of mutual reliance is at best strained and at worst broken. In place of the vigorous but cognitively disciplined mutual checking and rechecking that operates to a significant extent, though never of course totally, within the social institutions of science and scholarship, there develops a strain toward separatism, in the domain of the intellect as in the domain of society. Partly grounded mutual suspicion increasingly substitutes for partly grounded mutual trust. There emerge claims to group-based truth, insider truths that counter outsider untruths and outsider truths that counter insider untruths. In our time, vastly evident social change is being initiated and funneled through a variety of social movements. These are formally alike in their objectives of achieving an intensified collective consciousness, a deepened solidarity, and a new or renewed primary or total allegiance of their members to certain social identities, statuses, groups, or collectivities. Inspecting the familiar list of these movements centered on class, race, ethnicity, age, sex, religion, and sexual disposition, we note two other instructive similarities among them. First, the movements are principally formed on the basis of ascribed rather than acquired statuses and identities, with eligibility for inclusion being in terms of who you are rather than what you are, in the sense of status being contingent on role performance. And second, the movements largely involve the public affirmation of pride in statuses and solidarity with collectivities that have long been. Along these lines, and Donald T. Campbell, Ethnocentrism of Disciplines and the Fish Scale Model of Omniscience, in Interdisciplinary Relationships in the Social Sciences, ed. Muzaffar Sharif and Carolyn W. Sharif, Chicago, Aldine Press, 1969, has contributed some typically Campbellian, that is, imaginative and evocative, thinking on the subject, in developing his fish scale model of overlapping disciplines. Socially downgraded, stigmatized, or otherwise victimized in the social system. As with group affiliations generally, these newly reinforced social identities find expression in affiliative symbols of distinctive speech, bodily appearance, dress, public behavior, and, not least, assumptions and foci of thought. The insider doctrine. Within this context of social change, we come upon the contemporary relevance of a long-standing problem in the sociology of knowledge, the problem of pattern differentials among social groups and strata in access to knowledge. In its strong form, the claim is put forward as a matter of epistemological principle that particular groups in each moment of history have monopolistic access to certain kinds of knowledge. In the weaker, more empirical form, the claim holds that some groups have privileged access, with other groups also being able to acquire that knowledge for themselves but at greater risk and cost. Claims of this general sort have been periodically introduced. For one imposing and consequential example, Marx, a progenitor of the sociology of knowledge as of much else in social thought, advanced the claim that after capitalistic society had reached its ultimate phase of development, the strategic location of one social class would enable it to achieve an understanding of the society that was exempt from false consciousness. 6. For another, altogether unimposing but also consequential example involving ascribed rather than achieved status, the Nazi Gauleiter of Science and Learning, Ernest Kriek, 7 expressed an entire ideology in contrasting the access to authentic scientific knowledge by men of unimpeachable Aryan ancestry with the corrupt versions of knowledge accessible to non-Aryans. Kriek could refer without hesitation to Protestant and Catholic science, German and Jewish science. And, in a special application of the insider doctrine, the Nazi regime could introduce the new racial category of white Jews to refer to those Aryans who had defiled their race by actual or symbolic contact with non-Aryans. Thus, the Nobel Prize physicist, Werner Heisenberg, became the most eminent member of this new race by persisting in his declaration that Einstein's theory of relativity constituted an obvious basis for further research. While another Nobel laureate in physics, Johannes Stark, could castigate not only Heisenberg but his other great scientific contemporaries Planck, von Laue and Schrödinger for accepting what Stark described as the Jewish physics of Einstein 8. For our purposes, we need not review the array of elitist doctrines which have maintained that certain groups have, on biological or social grounds, monopolistic or privileged access to new knowledge. Differing in detail, the doctrines are alike in distinguishing between insider access to knowledge and outsider exclusion from it. Social bases of insider doctrine. The ecumenical problem of the interaction between a rapidly changing social structure and the development of insider and outsider doctrines is examined here in a doubly parochial fashion. Not only are my observations largely limited to the United States in our time, but they are further limited to the implications of doctrines advocated mainly by spokesmen for certain black social movements, since these movements have often come to serve as prototypical for the others, women, youth, homosexuals, and other ethnic collectivities. Although insider doctrines have been intermittently set forth by white elitists through the centuries, white male insiderism in American sociology during the past generations has largely been of the tacit or de facto rather than doctrinal or principled variety. It has simply taken the form of patterned expectations about the appropriate selection of specialties and of problems for investigation. The handful of Negro sociologists were in large part expected, as a result of social selection and self-selection, to study problems of Negro life and relations between the races, just as the handful of women sociologists were expected to study problems of women, principally as these related to marriage and the family. In contrast to this de facto form of insiderism, an explicitly doctrinal form has in recent years been put forward most clearly and emphatically by some black intellectuals. In its strong version, the argument holds that, as a matter of social epistemology, only black historians can truly understand black history, only black ethnologists can understand black culture, only black sociologists can understand the social life of blacks, and so on. In the weaker form of the doctrine, some practical concessions are made. With regard to programs of black studies, for example, it is proposed that some white professors of the relevant subjects might be brought in, since there are not yet enough black scholars to staff all the proliferating programs of study. But as Nathan Hare, the founding publisher of the Black Scholar, stated several years ago, this is only on temporary and conditional sufferance. Any white professors involved in the program would have to be black in spirit in order to last. The same is true for Negro professors. 9. Apart from this kind of limited concession, the insider doctrine maintains that there is a body of black history, black psychology, black ethnology, and black sociology which can be significantly advanced only by black scholars and social scientists. In its fundamental character, this represents a major claim in the sociology of knowledge that implies the balkanization of social science, with separate baronies kept exclusively in the hands of insiders bearing their credentials in the shape of one or another inherited status. Generalizing the specific claim, it would appear to follow that if only black scholars can understand blacks, then only white scholars can understand whites. Generalizing further from race to nation, it would then appear, for example, that only French scholars can understand French society and, of course, that only Americans, not their external critics, can truly understand American society. Once the basic principle is adopted, the list of insider claims to a monopoly of knowledge becomes indefinitely expansible to all manner of social formations based on ascribed, and, by extension, on some achieved, statuses. It would thus seem to follow that only women can understand women and men. On the same principle, youth alone is capable of understanding youth, just as, presumably, only the middle-aged are able to understand their age peers. 10. So, too, as we shift to the hybrid cases of ascribed and acquired statuses in varying mix, on the insider principle, proletarians alone can understand proletarians, and presumably capitalists, only Catholics, Jews, and, to halt the inventory of socially atomized claims to knowledge with a limiting case that on its face would seem to have some merit, it would then plainly follow that only sociologists can possibly understand their fellow sociologists. 11. In all these applications, the doctrine of extreme insiderism represents a new credentialism. 12. This is the credentialism of ascribed status, in which understanding becomes accessible only to the fortunate few or fortunate many who are to the manner born. It thus contrasts with the credentialism of achieved status that characterizes systems of meritocracy. 13. Extreme insiderism moves toward a doctrine of social solipsism that is isomorphic to individual solipsism. 14. In the first, the group or collectivity has a monopoly of knowledge about itself, just as in the second, the individual person has absolute privacy of knowledge about himself, as we recognize in that proverbial and exemplary aching tooth which he and he alone can authentically experience. And like individual solipsists who address themselves to the other minds whose existence their doctrine denies, the group solipsists, as we shall see, have an abiding commitment, not a merely empirical proclivity, to deny in continued practice what they affirm in basic principle. The insider doctrine can be put in the vernacular with no great loss in meaning: you have to be one in order to understand one. In less idiomatic language, the doctrine holds that one has monopolistic or privileged access to knowledge, or is excluded from it, by virtue of group membership or social position. For some, the notion appears in the form of a question-begging pun,
Insider as insider, one endowed with special insight into matters necessarily obscure to others, thus possessed of penetrating discernment. Once adopted, the pun provides a specious solution, but the serious insider doctrine has its own rationale. We can quickly pass over the trivial version of that rationale. The argu meant that the outsider may be incompetent, given to quick and superficial forays into the group or culture under study and even unschooled in its language. That this kind of incompetence can be found is beyond doubt, but it holds no principled interest for us. Foolish men, and women, or badly trained men, and women, are to be found everywhere, and anthropologists and sociologists and psychologists and historians engaged in study of groups other than their own surely have their fair share of them. 15. But such cases of special ineptitude do not bear on the insider principle. It is not merely that outsiders have their share of incompetence. The insider principle does not refer to stupidly designed and stupidly executed inquiries that happen to be made by stupid outsiders. It advances a far more fundamental position. According to that position, the outsider, no matter how careful and talented, is excluded in principle from gaining access to the social and cultural truth. In short, the doctrine holds that the outsider has a structurally imposed incapacity to comprehend alien groups, statuses, cultures, and societies. Unlike the insider, the outsider has neither been socialized in the group nor has engaged in the run of experience that makes up its life, and therefore cannot have the direct, intuitive sensibility that alone makes empathic understanding possible. Only through continued socialization in the life of a group can one become fully aware of its symbolisms and socially shared realities. Only so can one understand the fine-grained meanings of behavior, feelings, and values. Only so can one decipher the unwritten grammar of conduct and the nuances of cultural idiom. Or, to take a specific expression of this thesis by Ralph W. Conant, 1968. Whites are not and never will be as sensitive to the black community precisely because they are not part of that community. Correlatively, ABD1 Hakamu IBN Alkalimat, Gerald McWhorter, draws a sharp contrast between the concepts of a black social science and a white social science. 16. A somewhat less stringent version of the doctrine maintains only that insider and outsider scholars have significantly different foci of interest. The argument goes somewhat as follows. The insiders, sharing the deepest concerns of the group or at the least being thoroughly aware of them, will so direct their inquiries as to have them be relevant to those concerns. So, too, the outsiders will inquire into problems relevant to the distinctive values and interests which they share with members of their group. But these are bound to differ from those of the group under study if only because the outsiders occupy different places in the social structure. This is a hypothesis which has the not unattractive quality of being readily amenable to empirical investigation. It should be possible to compare the spectrum of research problems about, say, the black population in the country that have been investigated by black sociologists and by white ones, or say, the spectrum of problems about women that have been investigated by female sociologists and by male ones, in order to find out whether the foci of attention in fact differ and if so, to what degree and in which respects. The only inquiry of this kind I happen to know of was published more than a quarter century ago. William Fontaine 17 found that Negro scholars tended to adopt analytical rather than morphological categories in their study of behavior, that they emphasized environmental rather than biological determinants of that behavior, and tended to make use of strikingly dramatic rather than representative data. All this was ascribed to a caste-induced resentment among Negro scholars. But since this lone study failed to examine the frequency of subjects, types of interpretation, and uses of data among a comparable sample of white scholars at the time, the findings are somewhat less than compelling. All the same, the questions it addressed remain. For there is theoretical reason to suppose that the foci of research adopted by insiders and outsiders and perhaps their categories of analysis as well will tend to differ. At least, Max Weber's notion of Wertbeziehung suggests that differing social locations, with their distinctive interests and values, will affect the selection of problems for investigation. 18. Unlike the stringent version of the doctrine which maintains that insiders and outsiders must arrive at different, and presumably incompatible, findings and interpretations even when they do examine the same problems, this weaker version argues only that they will not deal with the same questions and so will simply talk past one another. With the two versions combined, the extended version of the insider doctrine can also be put in the vernacular: one must not only be one in order to understand one must be one in order to understand what is most worth understanding. Clearly, the social epistemological doctrine of the insider links up with what Sumner long ago defined as ethnocentrism, the technical name for the view of things in which one's own group is the center of everything, and all others are scaled and rated with reference to it. Sumner then goes on to include as a component of ethnocentrism, rather than as a frequent correlate of it, thus robbing his idea of some of its potential analytical power, the belief that one's group is superior to all cognate groups. Each group nourishes its own pride and vanity, boasts itself superior, exalts its own divinities, and looks with contempt on outsiders. 19. For although the practice of seeing one's own group as the center of things is empirically correlated with a belief in its superiority, centrality and superiority need to be kept analytically distinct in order to deal with patterns of alienation from one's membership group and contempt for it. 20. Supplementing the abundance of historical and ethnological evidence of the empirical tendency for belief in one's group or collectivity as superior to all cognate groups or collectivities, whether nation, class, race, region, or organization, is a recent batch of studies of what Theodore Kaplau, in Principles of Organization, has called the aggrandizement effect, the distortion upward of the prestige of an organization by its members. Kaplau examined 33 kinds of organizations ranging from dance studios to Protestant and Catholic churches, from Skid Row missions to big banks, and from advertising agencies to university departments. A&D found that members overestimated the prestige of their organization some 8 times as often as they underestimated it, when compared with judgments by outsiders. More in point for us, while members tended to disagree with outsiders about the standing of their own organization, they tended to agree with them about the prestige of the other organizations in the same set. These findings can be taken as something of a sociological allegory. In these matters at least, the judgments of insiders are best trusted when they assess groups other than their own, that is, when members of groups judge as outsiders rather than as insiders. Findings of this sort of course do not testify that ethnocentrism and its frequent spiritual correlate, xenophobia, fear and hatred of the alien, are incorrigible. They do, however, remind us of the widespread tendency to glorify the in-group, sometimes to that degree in which it qualifies as chauvinism, the extreme, blind, and often bellicose extolling of one's group, status, or collectivity. We need not abandon the useful concept chauvinism merely because it has lately become adopted as a vogue word, blunted in meaning through indiscriminate use as a rhetorical weapon in intergroup conflict. Nor need we continue to confine the scope of the concept, as it was confined in its origins and later by Laswell 21 in his short, incisive discussion of it, to the special case of the state or nation. The concept can be usefully, not tendentiously, extended to designate the extreme glorification of any social formation. Chauvinism finds fullest ideological expression when groups are subject to the stress of acute conflict. Under the stress of war, for example, scientists have been known to violate the values and norms of universalism in which they were socialized, allowing their status as nationals to dominate over their status as scientists. Thus, at the outset of World War I, almost 100 German scholars and scientists, including many of the first rank, such as Brentano, Ehrlich Haber, Eduard Meyer, Ostwald, Planck, and Schmaler, could bring themselves to issue a manifesto that impugned the contributions of the enemy to science, charging them with nationalistic bias, log-rolling, intellectual dishonesty, and, when you came right down to it, the absence of truly creative capacity. The English and French scientists were not far behind in advertising their own brand of chauvinism. 22. Ethnocentrism, then, is not a historical constant. It becomes intensified under specifiable conditions of acute social conflict. When a nation, race, ethnic group, or other powerful collectivity has long extolled its own admirable qualities and, expressly or by implication, deprecated the qualities of others, it invites and provides the potential for counter-ethnocentrism. And when a once largely powerless collectivity acquires a socially validated sense of growing power, its members experience an intensified need for self-affirmation. Under such circumstances, collective self-glorification, found in some measure among all groups, becomes a predictable and intensified counter-response to long-standing belittlement from without. 23. So it is that, in the United States, the centuries-long institutionalized premise that white, and for some, presumably only white, is true and good and beautiful induces, under conditions of revolutionary change, the counter-premise that black, and for some, presumably only black, is true and good and beautiful, and just as the social system has for centuries operated on the tacit or explicit premise that in cases of conflict between whites and blacks, the whites are presumptively right. So there now develops the counter-premise, finding easy confirmation in the long history of injustice visited upon American Negroes, that in such cases of conflict today, the blacks are presumptively right. What is being proposed here is that the epistemological and ontological claims of the insider to monopolistic or privileged access to social truth develop under particular social and historical conditions. Social groups or strata on the way up develop a revolutionary elan. The new thrust to a larger share of power and control over their social and political environment finds various expressions, among them claims to a unique access to knowledge about their history, culture, and social life. On this interpretation, we can understand why this insider doctrine does not argue for a black physics, black chemistry, black biology, or black technology. For the new will to control their fate deals with the social environment, not the environment of nature. There is, moreover, nothing in the segregated life experience of Negroes that is said to sensitize them to the subject matters and problematics of the physical and life sciences. An insider doctrine would have to forge genetic assumptions about racial modes of thought in order to claim, as in the case of the Nazi version it did claim, monopolistic or privileged access to knowledge in those fields of science. But the black insider doctrine adopts an essentially social environmental rationale, not a biologically genetic one. The social process underlying the emergence of insider doctrine is reasonably clear. Polarization in the social structure becomes reflected in the polarization of claims in the cognitive and ideological domain, as groups or collectivities seek to capture what Heidegger called the public interpretation of reality. 24. With varying degrees of intent, groups in conflict want to make their interpretation the prevailing one of how things were and are and will be. The critical test occurs when the interpretation moves beyond the boundaries of the in-group to be accepted by outsiders. At the extreme, it then gives rise, through identifiable processes of reference group behavior, to the familiar case of the converted outsider validating himself, in his own eyes and in those of others, by becoming even more zealous than the insiders in adhering to the doctrine of the group with which he wants to identify himself, if only symbolically. 25. He then becomes more royalist than the king, more papist than the pope, or, as their creator had Buck Mulligan say of Leopold Bloom, Greeker than the Greeks. Some white social scientists, for example, vicariously and personally guilt-ridden over centuries of white racism, are prepared to outdo the claims of the group they would symbolically join. They are ready even to surrender their hard-won expert knowledge if the insider doctrine seems to require it. This type of response was perhaps epitomized in a televised educational program in which the white curator of African ethnology at a major museum engaged in discussion with a black who, as it happens, had had no prolonged ethnological training. All the same, at a crucial juncture in the public conversation, the distinguished ethnologist could be heard to say, "I realize, of course, that I cannot begin to understand the black experience in Africa or America, as you can. Won't you tell our audience about it?" Here, in the spontaneity of an unrehearsed public discussion, the insider doctrine has indeed become the public interpretation of reality. The Black Insider doctrine links up with the historically developing social structure in still another way. The dominant social institutions in this country have long treated the racial identity of individuals as actually if not doctrinally relevant to all manner of situations in every sphere of life. For generations, neither blacks nor whites, though with notably differing consequences, were permitted to forget their race. This treatment of a social status, or identity, as relevant when intrinsically it is functionally irrelevant constitutes the very core of social discrimination. As the once firmly rooted systems of discriminatory institutions and prejudicial ideology began to lose their hold, this meant that increasingly many judged the worth of ideas on their merits, not in terms of their racial pedigree. What the insider doctrine of the most militant blacks proposes on the level of social structure is to adopt the salience of racial identity in every sort of role and situation, a practice long imposed upon the American Negro, and to make that identity a total commitment issuing from within the group rather than one imposed upon it from without. By thus affirming the universal saliency of race and by redefining race as an abiding source of pride rather than stigma, the insider doctrine in effect models itself after doctrine long maintained by white racists. Neither this aspect of the insider doctrine nor the statement on its implications is at all new. Almost a century ago, Frederick Douglass hinged his observations along these lines on the distinction between collective and individual self-images based on ascribed and achieved status, one of the few errors to which we are clinging most persistently and, as I think, most mischievously has come into great prominence of late. It is the cultivation and stimulation among us of a sentiment which we are pleased to call race pride. I find it in all our books, papers, and speeches. For my part, I see no superiority or inferiority in race or color. Neither the one nor the other is a proper source of pride or complacency. Our race and color are not of our own choosing. We have no volition in the case one way or another. The only excuse for pride in individuals or races is in the fact of their own achievements. I see no benefit to be derived from this everlasting exhortation of speakers and writers among us to the cultivation of race pride. On the contrary, I see in it a positive evil. It is building on a false foundation. Besides, what is the thing we are fighting against, and what are we fighting for in this country? What is the mountain devil, the lion in the way of our progress? What is it, but American race pride, an assumption of superiority upon the ground of race and color? Do we not know that every argument we make, and every pretension we set up in favor of race pride is giving the enemy a stick to break over our heads? 26 In rejecting racial chauvinism, Douglass addressed the normative rather than the cognitive aspect of insiderism. The call to total commitment requiring one collective loyalty to be unquestionably paramount is most often heard when the collectivity is engaged in severe conflict with others. Just as conditions of war between nations have long produced hyperpatriotism among national ethnocentrics, so current intergroup conflicts have produced a strain toward hyperloyalty among racial or sex or age or religious ethnocentrics. Total commitment easily slides from the solidarity doctrine of our group, right or wrong, to the morally and cognitively preemptive doctrine of our group, always right, never wrong. Turning from the normative aspect, with its ideology exhorting prime loyalty to this or that group, to the cognitive, specifically epistemological aspect, we note that the insider doctrine presupposes a particular imagery of social structure. Social structure of insiders and outsiders. From the discussion thus far, it should be evident that I adopt a structural conception of insiders and outsiders. In this conception, insiders are the members of specified groups and collectivities or occupants of specified social statuses, outsiders are the non-members. 27 This structural concept comes closer to Sumner's usage in his folkways than to various meanings assigned the outsider by Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Sartre, Camus, or, for that matter, by Colin Wilson, just as, to come nearer home, it differs from the usages adopted by Reisman, Denny, and Glaser, Prie or Howard S. Becker. 28 That is to say, insiders and outsiders are here defined as categories in social structure, not as inside dopistas or the specially initiated possessors of esoteric information on the one hand and as social psychological types marked by alienation, rootlessness, or rule-breaking, on the other. In structural terms, we are all, of course, both insiders and outsiders, members of some groups and, sometimes derivatively, not of others, occupants of certain statuses which thereby exclude us from occupying other cognate statuses. Obvious as this basic fact of social structure is, its implications for insider and outsider epistemological doctrines are apparently not nearly as obvious. Else, these doctrines would not presuppose, as they typically do, that human beings in socially differentiated societies can be sufficiently located in terms of a single social status, category, or group affiliation, black or white, men or women, under 30 or older, or of several such categories, taken seriatim rather than conjointly. This neglects the crucial fact of social structure that individuals have not a single status but a status set, a complement of variously interrelated statuses which interact to affect both their behavior and perspectives. The structural fact of status sets, in contrast to statuses taken one at a time, introduces severe theoretical problems for total insider and outsider doctrines of social epistemology. The array of status sets in a population means that aggregates of individuals share some statuses and not others, or, to put this in context, that they typically confront one another simultaneously as insiders and outsiders. Thus, if only whites can understand whites and blacks, and only men can understand men, and women, this gives rise to the paradox which severely limits both premises, for it then turns out, by implication, that some insiders are excluded from understanding other insiders, with white women being condemned not to understand white men, and black men, not to understand black women, 29, and so through the various combinations of status subsets. Structural analysis in terms of shared and mutually exclusive status sets will surely not be mistaken either as advocating divisions within the ranks of collectivities defined by a single prime criterion, or as predicting that such collectivities cannot unite on many issues, despite their internal divisions. Such analysis only indicates the bases of social divisions that stand in the way of enduring unity of any of the collectivities and so must be coped with. Divisions that are not easily overcome as new issues activate statuses with diverse and often conflicting interests. Thus, the obstacles to a union of women in England and North Ireland resulting from national, political, and religious differences between them are no less formidable than the obstacles, noted by Marx, confronting the union of English and Irish proletarians. So, too, women's liberation movements seeking unity in the United States find themselves periodically contending with the divisions between blacks and whites within their ranks, just as black liberation movements seeking unity find themselves periodically contending with the divisions between men and liberated women within their ranks. 80. The problem of achieving unity in large social movements based on any one status when its members are differentiated by cross-cutting status sets is epitomized in these words about women's liberation by a black woman, where identification with race is dominant. Of course there have been women who have been able to think better than they've been trained and have produced the canon of literature fondly referred to as feminist literature, Anais Nin, Simone de Beauvoir, Doris Lessing, Betty Friedan, etc. And the question for us arises, how relevant are the truths, the experiences, the findings of white women to black women? Are women after all simply women? I don't know that our priorities are the same, that our concerns and methods are the same, or even similar enough so that we can afford to depend on this new field of experts, white, female. It is rather obvious that we do not. It is obvious that we are turning to each other. 81. Correlatively, the following passage epitomizes the way in which internal differentiation works against unity of the black liberation movement, where dominant identification with sex status is reinforced by further educational differentiation. Seems to me the brother does us all a great disservice by telling her to fight the man with the womb. Better to fight with the gun and the mind. The all too breezy no pill / have kids / mess up the man's plan notion these commie book loving sisters find so exciting is very seductive because it's a clear cut and easy thing for her to do for the cause, since it nourishes her sense of martyrdom. If the thing is numbers merely, what the hell? But if we are talking about revolution, creating an army for today and tomorrow, I think the brothers who've been screaming these past years had better go do their homework. 32. The internal differentiation of collectivities based on a single status thus provides structural basis for diverse and often conflicting intellectual and moral perspectives within such collectivities. Differences of religion or age or class or occupation work to divide what similarities of race or sex or nationality work to unite. That is why social movements of every variety that strive for unity, whether they are establishmentarian movements whipped up by chauvinistic nationals in time of war or anti-establishmentarian movements designed to undo institutionalized injustice, press for total commitments in which all other loyalties are to be subordinated, on demand, to the dominant one. This symptomatic exercise in status set analysis may be enough to indicate that the idiomatic expression of total insider doctrine one must be one in order to understand one is deceptively simple and sociologically fallacious, just as we shall see is the case with the total outsider doctrine. 4. From the sociological perspective of the status set, one is not a man or a black or an adolescent or a Protestant or self-defined and socially defined as middle class, and so on. Sociologically, one is, of course, all of these and, depending on the size of the status set, much more. Furthermore, as Simipy 3 taught us long ago, the individuality of human beings can be sociologically derived from social differentiation and not only psychologically derived from intrapsychic processes. Thus, the greater the number and variety of group affiliations and statuses distributed among individuals in a society, the smaller, on the average, the number of individuals having precisely the same social configuration. Following out the implications of this structural observation, we note that, on its own assumptions, the total insider doctrine should hold only for highly fragmented small aggregates sharing the same status sets. Even a truncated status set involving only 3 affiliations WASPs, for example, would greatly reduce the number of people who, under the insider principle, would be able to understand their fellows, WASPs. The numbers rapidly decline as we attend to more of the shared status sets by including such social categories as sex, age, class, occupation, and so on, toward the limiting case in which the unique occupant of a highly complex status set is alone qualified to achieve an understanding of self. The tendency towards such extreme social atomization is of course damped by differences in the significance of statuses which vary in degrees of dominance, saliency, and centrality. 34. As a result, the fragmentation of the capacity for understanding that is implied in the total insider doctrine will not empirically reach this extreme. The structural analysis in terms of status sets, rather than in the fictional terms of individuals being identified in terms of single statuses, serves only to push the logic of insiderism to its ultimate methodological solipsism. The fact of structural and institutional differentiation has other kinds of implications for the effort to translate the insider claim to solidarity into an insider epistemology. Since we all occupy various statuses and have group affiliations of varying significance to us, since, in short, we individually link up with the differentiated society through our status sets, this runs counter to the abiding and exclusive primacy of any one group affiliation. Differing situations activate different statuses which then and there dominate over the rival claims of other statuses. This aspect of the dynamics of status sets can also be examined from the standpoint of the differing margins of functional autonomy possessed by various social institutions and other social subsystems. Each significant affiliation exacts loyalty to values, standards, and norms governing the given institutional domain, whether religion, science, or economy. Sociological thinkers such as Marx and Sorokin, so wide apart in many of their other assumptions, agree in assigning a margin of autonomy to the sphere of knowledge even as they posit their respective social, economic, or cultural determinants of it. The alter ego of Marx, for example, declares the partial autonomy of spheres of thought in a well-known passage that bears repetition here. According to the materialist conception of history, the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If therefore somebody twists this into the statement that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its consequences, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., forms of law, and then even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the combatants, political, legal, philosophical theories, religious ideas, and their further development into systems of dogma also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles, and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. There is an interaction of all these elements in which the economic movement finally asserts itself as necessary. Otherwise, the application of the theory to any period of history one chooses would be easier than the solution of a simple equation of the first degree. 35. We can see structural differentiation and institutional autonomy at work in current responses of scholars to the extreme insider doctrine. They reject the monopolistic doctrine of the insider that calls for total ideological loyalty, in which efforts to achieve scholarly detachment and objectivity become redefined as renegadism, just as ideological reinforcement of collective self-esteem becomes redefined as the higher objectivity. It is here, to continue with our case in point, that Negro scholars who retain their double loyalty to the race and to the values and norms of scholarship part company with the all-encompassing loyalty demanded by the insider doctrine. Martin Kilson, for example, repudiates certain aspects of the doctrine and expresses his commitment to both the institutionalized values of scholarship and to the black community in these words: I am opposed to proposals to make Afro-American studies into a platform for a particular ideological group, and to restrict these studies to Negro students and teachers. 4. And we must be frank about this, what this amounts to is racism in reverse, black racism. I am certainly convinced that it is important for the Negro to know of his past, of his ancestors, of their strengths and weaknesses, and they should respect this knowledge, when it warrants respect, and they should question it and criticize it, when it deserves criticism. But it is of no advantage to a mature and critical understanding or appreciation of one's heritage if you approach that heritage with the assumption that it is intrinsically good and noble, and intrinsically superior to the heritage of other peoples. That is, after all, what white racists have done, and none of my militant friends in the Black Studies movement have convinced me that racist thought is any less vulgar and degenerate because it is used by black men. What I am suggesting here is that the serious study of the heritage of any people will produce a curious mixture of things to be proud of, things to criticize and even despise, and things to be perpetually ambivalent toward. And this is as it should be. Only an ideologically oriented Afro-American studies program, seeking to propagate a packaged view of the black heritage, would fail to evoke in a student the curious yet fascinating mixture of pride, criticism, and ambivalence which I think is, or ought to be, the product of serious intellectual and academic activity. 6. Along with the faults of neglecting the implications of structural differentiation, status sets, and institutional autonomy, the insider, and comparable outsider, doctrine has the further fault of assuming, in its claims of monopolistic or highly privileged status-based access to knowledge, that social position wholly determines cognitive perspectives. In doing so, it affords yet another example of the ease with which truths can decline into error merely by being extended well beyond the limits within which they have been found to hold. There can be too much of a good thing. A long-standing conception shared by various schools of sociological thought holds that differences in the social location of individuals and groups tend to involve differences in their interests and value orientations, as well as the sharing of some interests and values with others. Certain traditions in the sociology of knowledge have gone on to assume that these structurally patterned differences should involve, on the average, patterned differences in perceptions and perspectives. And these, so the convergent traditions hold their convergence being often obscured by diversity in vocabulary rather than in basic concept, should make for discernible differences, on the average, in the definitions of problems for inquiry and in the types of hypotheses taken as points of departure. So far, so good. The evidence is far from since it has also been a tradition in the sociology of scientific knowledge during the greater part of the century to prefer speculative theory to empirical inquiry. But the idea, which can be taken as a general orientation guiding such inquiry, is greatly transformed in insider doctrine. For one thing, that doctrine assumes total coincidence between social position and individual perspectives. It thus exaggerates into error the conception of structural analysis, which maintains that there is a tendency for, not a full determination of, socially patterned differences in the perspectives, preferences, and behavior of people variously located in the social structure. The theoretical emphasis on tendency, as distinct from total uniformity, is basic, not casual or niggling. It provides for a range of variability in perspective and behavior among members of the same groups or occupants of the same status, differences which, as we have seen, are ascribable to social as well as psychological differentiation. At the same time, this structural conception also provides for pattern differences, on the whole, between the perspectives of members of different groups or occupants of different statuses. Structural analysis thus avoids what Dennis Wrong has aptly described as the over-socialized conception of man in Modem Sociology 37. Important as such allowance for individual variability is for general structural theory, it has particular significance for a sociological perspective on the life of the mind and the advancement of science and learning. For it is precisely the individual differences among scientists and scholars that are often central to the development of the discipline. They often involve the differences between good scholarship and bad, between imaginative contributions to science and pedestrian ones, between the consequential ideas and the stillborn ones. In arguing for the monopolistic access to knowledge, insider doctrine can make no provision for individual variability that extends beyond the boundaries of the in-group, which alone can develop sound and fruitful ideas. Insofar as insider doctrine treats ascribed rather than achieved statuses as central in forming perspectives, it adopts a static orientation. For with the glaring exception of age status itself, ascribed statuses are generally retained throughout the lifespan. Yet sociologically considered, there is nothing fixed about the boundaries separating insiders from outsiders. As situations involving different values arise, different statuses are activated and the lines of separation shift. Thus, for a large number of white Americans, Joe Louis was a member of an outgroup. But when Louis defeated the Nazified Max Schmeling, many of the same white Americans promptly redefined him as a member of the national in-group. National self-esteem took precedence over racial separatism. That this sort of drama in which changing situations activate differing statuses in the status set is played out in the domain of the intellect as well is the point of Einstein's ironic observation in an address at the Sorbonne: if my theory of relativity is proven successful, Germany will claim me as a German and France will declare that I am a citizen of the world. Should my theory prove untrue, France will say that I am a German and Germany will declare that I am a Jew. 38. Like earlier conceptions in the sociology of knowledge, recent insider doctrines maintain that, in the end, it is a special category of insider, a category that generally manages to include the proponent of the doctrine that has sole or privileged access to knowledge. Mannheim, 89 for example, found a structural warranty for the validity of social thought in the classless position of the socially unattached intellectuals, Sozialverschwebendelintelligenz. In his view, these intellectuals can comprehend the conflicting tendencies of the time since, among other things, they are recruited from constantly varying social strata and life situations. This is more than a little reminiscent of the argument in the Communist Manifesto, which emphasizes that the proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population. 40. Without stretching this argument to the breaking point, it can be said that Mannheim in effect claims that there is a category of socially free-floating intellectuals who are both insiders and outsiders. Benefiting from their collectively diverse social origins and transcending group allegiances, they can observe the social universe with special insight and a synthesizing eye. Insiders as outsiders. In an adaptation of this same kind of idea, what some insiders profess as insiders they apparently reject as outsiders. For example, When advocates of black insider doctrine engage in analysis of white society, trying to assay its power structure or to detect its vulnerabilities, they seem to deny in practice what they affirm in principle. At any rate, their behavior testifies to the tacit assumption that it is possible for self-described outsiders to diagnose and to understand what they describe as an alien social structure and culture. The contradiction may be specious. For this implies the conception that there is a special category of people in the system of social stratification who have distinctive, if not exclusive, perceptions and understanding in their capacities as both insiders and outsiders. We need not review again the argument for special access to knowledge that derives from being an insider. What is of interest here is the idea that special perspectives and insights are available to that category of outsiders who have been systematically frustrated by the social system, the disinherited, deprived, disenfranchised, dominated, and exploited outsiders. Their run of experience in trying to cope with these problems serves to sensitize them and in a more disciplined way, particularly the trained social scientists among them, to the workings of the culture and social structure that are more readily taken for granted by insider social scientists drawn from social strata who have either benefited from the going social system or have not greatly suffered from it. This reminder that outsiders are not all of a kind and the derived hypothesis in the sociology of knowledge about socially patterned differences in perceptiveness is plausible and deserving of far more systematic investigation than it has received. That the white-dominated society has long imposed social barriers which excluded Negroes from anything remotely like full participation in that society is now evident to intransigent and innocently neglectful whites alike. But many of them have evidently not noticed that the high walls of segregation do not at all separate whites and blacks symmetrically from intimate observation of the social life of the other. As socially invisible men and women, blacks at work in white enclaves have for centuries moved through or around the walls of segregation to discover by the way what was on the other side. This was tantamount to their having access to a one-way screen. In contrast, the highly visible whites characteristically did not want to find out the actualities of life in the black community and typically could not, even in those rare cases where they would. The structure of racial segregation meant that the whites who prided themselves on understanding Negroes knew little more than their stylized role behaviors in relation to whites and next to nothing of their private lives. As Arthur Lewis has noted, something of the same sort still obtains with the integration of many blacks into the larger society during the day coupled with segregation at night as blacks and whites return to their respective ghettos. In these ways, segregation can make for asymmetrical sensitivities across the divide. Although there is a sociological tradition of reflection and research on marginality in relation to thought, sociologists have hardly begun the hard work of seriously investigating the family of hypotheses in the sociology of knowledge that derive from this conception of asymmetrical relations between diverse kinds of insiders and outsiders. Outsider doctrine and perspectives. The strong version of the insider doctrine, with its epistemological claim to a monopoly of certain kinds of knowledge, runs counter to a long history of thought. From the time of Francis Bacon, to reach no further back, students of the intellectual life have emphasized the corrupting influence of group loyalties upon the human understanding. Among Bacon's four idols, or sources of false opinion, we need only recall the second, the idol of the cave. Drawing upon Plato's allegory of the cave in the Republic, Bacon undertakes to tell how the immediate social world in which we live seriously limits what we are prepared to perceive and how we perceive it. Dominated by the customs of our group, we maintain received opinions, distort our perceptions to have them accord with these opinions, and are thus held in ignorance and led into error which we parochially mistake for the truth. Only when we escape from the cave and extend our vision do we provide for access to authentic knowledge. By implication, it is through the iconoclasm that comes with changing or multiple group affiliations that we can destroy the idol of the cave, abandon delusory doctrines of our own group, and enlarge the prospects for reaching the truth. For Bacon, the dedicated insider is peculiarly subject to the myopia of the cave. In this conception, Bacon characteristically attends only to the dysfunctions of group affiliation for knowledge. Since for him access to authentic knowledge requires that one abandon superstition and prejudice, and since these stem from groups, it would not occur to Bacon to consider the possible functions of social locations in society as providing for observability and access to particular kinds of knowledge. In far more subtle style, the founding fathers of sociology in effect also argued against the strong form of the insider doctrine without turning to the equal and opposite error of advocating the strong form of the outsider doctrine, which would hold that knowledge about groups, unprejudiced by membership in them, is accessible only to outsiders. The ancient epistemological problem of subject and object was taken up in the discussion of historical Verstehen. Thus, first Simmel and then, repeatedly, Max Weber symptomatically adopted the memorable aphorism, "One need not be Caesar in order to understand Caesar." 41. In making this claim, they rejected the extreme insider thesis, which asserts in effect that one must be Caesar in order to understand him, just as they rejected the extreme outsider thesis that one must not be Caesar in order to understand him. The observations of Simmel and Weber bear directly upon implications of the insider doctrine that reach beyond its currently emphasized scope. The dedicated insider argues that the authentic understanding of group life can be achieved only by those who are directly engaged as members in it. Taken seriously, the doctrine puts in question the validity of just about all historical writing, as Weber clearly saw. 42. If direct engagement in the life of a group is essential to understanding it, then the only authentic history is contemporary history, written in fragments by those most fully involved in making inevitably limited portions of it. Rather than constituting only the raw materials of history, the documents prepared by engaged insiders become all there is to history. But once the historian elects to write the history of a time other than his own, even the most dedicated insider, of the national, sex, age, racial, ethnic, or religious variety, becomes the outsider, condemned to ignorance and error. If the insider is capable of knowing and understanding because he was actually there in that place, in that time, and, above all else, in that active role, then all historians, black or white, old or young, men or women, are permanently estopped from writing history of the remote time or place. Writing some 20 years ago in another connection, Claude Lévi-Strauss noted the parallelism between history and ethnography. Both subjects, he observed, are concerned with societies other than the one in which we live. Whether this otherness is due to remoteness in time, however slight, or to remoteness in space, or even to cultural heterogeneity, is of secondary importance compared to the basic similarity of perspective. All that the historian or ethnographer can do, and all that we can expect of either of them, is to enlarge a specific experience to the dimensions of a more general one, which thereby becomes accessible as experience to men of another country or another epoch. And in order to succeed, both historian and ethnographer must have the same qualities: skill, precision, a sympathetic approach, and objectivity. 43. Our question is, of course, whether the qualities required by the historian and ethnographer as well as other social scientists are confined to or largely concentrated among insiders or outsiders. Simmel, and after him, Schutz, and others have pondered the roles of that incarnation of the outsider, the stranger who moves on. 44. In a fashion oddly reminiscent of the anything but subtle Baconian doctrine, Simmel develops the thesis that the stranger, not caught up in commitments to the group, can more readily acquire the strategic role of the relatively objective inquirer. He is freer, practically and theoretically, notes Simmel, he surveys conditions with less prejudice, his criteria for them are more general and more objective ideals, he is not tied down in his action by habit, piety, and precedent. 45. Above all, and here Simmel departs from the simple Baconian conception, the objectivity of the stranger does not simply involve passivity and detachment, it is a particular structure composed of distance and nearness, indifference and involvement. It is the stranger, too, who finds what is familiar to the group significantly unfamiliar, and so is prompted to raise questions for inquiry less apt to be raised at all by insiders. As was so often the case with Simmel's seminal mind, he thus raised a variety of significant questions about the role of the stranger in acquiring sound and new knowledge, questions that especially in recent years have begun to be seriously investigated. A great variety of inquiries into the roles of anthropological and sociological fieldworkers have explored the advantages and limitations of the outsider as observer. 46 Even now, it appears that the balance sheet for outsider observers resembles that for insider observers, both having their distinctive assets and liabilities. Apart from the theoretical and empirical work examining the possibly distinctive role of the outsider in social and historical inquiry, significant episodes in the development of such inquiry can be examined as clinical cases in point. Thus, it has been argued that in matters historical and sociological the prospects for achieving insights and understanding may actually be somewhat better for the outsider. Soon after it appeared in 1835, Tocqueville's Democracy in America was acclaimed as a masterly work by an accomplished foreigner. Tocqueville himself expressed the opinion that there are certain truths which Americans can only learn from strangers. These included what he described as the tyranny of majority opinion and the particular system of stratification which even in that time involved a widespread preoccupation with relative status in the community that left Americans so restless in the midst of their prosperity. This is Tocqueville, not Galbraith, writing. All the same, this most perceptive outsider did not manage to transcend some of the deep-seated racial beliefs and myths he encountered in this country. Having condemned the Anglo-Americans whose oppression has at one stroke deprived the descendants of the Africans of almost all the privileges of humanity, having described slavery as mankind's greatest calamity and having argued that the abolition of slavery in the North was not for the good of the Negroes, but for that of the whites, having identified the marks of oppression upon both the oppressed Indians and blacks and upon their white oppressors, having noted the tyranny of the laws designed to suppress the unhappy blacks in the states that had abolished slavery, having approximately noted the operation of the self-fulfilling prophecy in the remark that to induce the whites to abandon the opinion they have conceived of the moral and intellectual inferiority of their former slaves, the Negroes must change, but as long as this opinion subsists, to change is impossible. Having also approximated the idea of relative deprivation in the statement that there exists a singular principle of relative justice which is very firmly implanted in the human heart. Men are much more forcibly struck by those inequalities which exist within the circle of the same class, than with those which may be remarked between different classes. Having made these observations and judgments, this talented outsider nevertheless accepts the doctrine, relevant in his time, that racial inequalities seem to be founded upon the immutable laws of nature herself, and, to stop the list of particulars here, assumes, as an understandable and inevitable rather than disturbing fact that the Negro, who earnestly desires to mingle his race with that of the European, cannot effect it. 47. Without anachronistically asking, as a Whig historian might, for altogether prescient judgments from this outsider who, after all, was recording his observations in the middle third of the last century, we can nevertheless note that the role of outsider no more guarantees emancipation from the myths of a collectivity than the role of the insider guarantees unfailing insight into its social life and belief systems. What was in the case of Tocqueville an unplanned circumstance has since often become a matter of decision. Outsiders are sought to observe social institutions and cultures on the premise that they can do so with comparative detachment. In the first decade of this century, for example, the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, in its search for someone to investigate the condition of medical schools, reached out to appoint Abraham Flexner, after he had confessed to never before having been inside a school of medicine. It was a matter of policy to select a total outsider who, as it happened, produced the uncompromising report that did much to transform the state of American medical education at the time. Later, casting about for a scholar who might do a thoroughgoing study of the Negro in the United States, the Carnegie Corporation searched for an outsider, preferably one, as they put it, drawn from a country of high intellectual and scholarly standards but with no background or traditions of imperialism. These twin conditions of course swiftly narrowed the scope of the search. Switzerland and the Scandinavian countries alone seemed to qualify, the quest ending, as we know, with the selection of Gunnar Myrdal. In the preface to An American Dilemma, Myrdal reflected on his status as an outsider who, in his words, had never been subject to the strains involved in living in a black-white society and who as a stranger to the problem has had perhaps a greater awareness of the extent to which human valuations everywhere enter into our scientific discussion of the Negro problem. 48. Reviews of the book repeatedly alluded to the degree of detachment from entangling loyalties that seemed to come from Myrdal's being an outsider. J.S. Redding, for one, wrote that as a European, Myrdal had no American sensibilities to protect. He hits hard with fact and interpretaton. Robert S. Lind, for another, saw it as a prime merit of this outsider that he was free to find out for himself without any side glances as to what was politically expedient. And, for a third, Frank Tannenbaum noted that Myrdal brought objectivity in regard to the special foibles and shortcomings in American life. As an outsider, he showed the kind of objectivity which would seem impossible for one reared within the American scene. Even later criticism of Myrdal's work, notably, the comprehensive critique by Cox, does not attribute imputed errors of interpretation to his having been an outsider. 49. Two observations should be made on the Myrdal episode. First, in the judgment of critical minds, the outsider, far from being excluded from the understanding of an alien society, was able to bring needed perspectives to it. And second, that Myrdal, wanting to have both insider and outsider perspectives, expressly drew into his circle of associates in the study such Negro and white insiders, engaged in the study of Negro life and culture and of race relations, as E. Franklin Frazier, Arnold Rose, Ralph Bunche, Melville Herskovitz, Otto Kleinberg, J. G. St. Clair Drake, Guy B. Johnson, and Doxy A. Wilkerson. It should be noted in passing that other spheres of science, technology, and learning have accorded distinctive and often related roles to both the insider and the outsider. See Chapter 22 in this volume, pages 517 to 19. As long ago as the 17th century, for example, Thomas Spratt, the historian of the Royal Society, took it as evident that divers sorts of manufactures have been given us by men who were not bred up in trades that resembled those which they discovered. I shall mention three, that of printing, gunpowder, and the bow die. Spratt goes on to expand upon the advantages of the outsider for invention, concluding with the less than science-based observation that as in the generation of children, those are usually observed to be most sprightly, that are the stolen fruits of an unlawful bed, so in the generations of the brains, those are often the most vigorous, and witty, which men beget on other arts, and not on their own. 50. In our own time, Gilfillan reported that the cardinal inventions are due to men outside the occupation affected, and the minor, perfective inventions to insiders. 51. And in a recent and more exacting inquiry, Joseph Ben David 52 found that the professionalization of scientific research does not in itself decrease the chances of innovation by outsiders to the various fields of science. For the special case of outsiders to a particular discipline, Max Delbrück, himself a founding father of molecular biology, notes that although nuclear physics was developed almost exclusively within the framework of academic institutes at universities, molecular biology, in contrast, is almost exclusively a product of outsiders, of chemists, physicists, medical microbiologists, mathematicians, and engineers. 53. Siegfried Kracauer, the deeply perceptive historian and sociologist, suggested in his posthumous book, History, The Last Things Before the Last, that it is the exile, that one-time insider become outsider, who may look at his previous existence with the eyes of one who does not belong to the house. And he reminds us of Thucydides saying in so many words that his long exile enabled him to see something of both sides, the Peloponnesian as well as the Athenian. 54. The cumulative point of this variety of intellectual and institutional cases is not, and this needs to be repeated with all possible emphasis, is not a proposal to replace the extreme insider doctrine by an extreme and equally vulnerable outsider doctrine. The intent is, rather, to transform the original question altogether. We no longer ask whether it is the insider or the outsider who has monopolistic or privileged access to social knowledge. Instead, we begin to consider their distinctive and interactive roles in the process of seeking truth. Interchange, trade-offs, and syntheses. The actual intellectual interchange between insiders and outsiders in which each adopts perspectives from the other is often obscured by the rhetoric that commonly attends intergroup conflict. Listening only to that rhetoric, we may be brought to believe that there really is something like black knowledge and white knowledge, man's knowledge and woman's knowledge, which somehow manage to be both incommensurable and antithetical. Yet the boundaries between insiders and outsiders are far more permeable than this allows. Just as with the process of competition generally, so with the competition of ideas. Competing or conflicting groups take over ideas and procedures from one another, thereby denying in practice the rhetoric of total incompatibility. Even in the course of social polarization, conceptions with cognitive value are utilized all apart from their source. Concepts of power structure, co-optation, the dysfunctions of established institutions, and findings associated with these concepts are utilized by social scientists, irrespective of their social or political identities. Nathan Hare, 55 for example, who remains one of the most articulate exponents of the insider doctrine, does not hesitate to use the notion of the self-fulfilling prophecy in trying to explain how it is, in this day and age, that organizations run by blacks find it hard to work out. 56 as he puts it, white people thought that we could not have any institutions which were basically black which were of good quality. This has the effect of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you think that black persons cannot possibly have a good bank, then you don't put your money in it. All the best professors leave black universities to go to white universities as soon as they get the chance. The blacks even do the same thing. And this makes your prediction, which wasn't true in the beginning, come out to be true. 7 Black scholars and women scholars utilize the conception of the self-fulfilling prophecy as a matter of course whenever it seems to illuminate the condition they seek to understand. They do so without a backward glance at the functionally irrelevant circumstance that the conception was set forth and developed by scholars who happen to be neither black nor female. Correlatively, white sociologists, both male and female, utilize the conception of status without substance without pausing to consider that it was originated by the black sociologist, Franklin Frazier. 58 Such diffusion of ideas across the boundaries of groups and statuses has long been noted. In one of his more astute analyses, Mannheim states the general case for the emergence and spread of knowledge that transcends even profound conflicts between groups. Syntheses owe their existence to the same social process that brings about polarization. Groups take over the modes of thought and intellectual achievements of their adversaries under the simple law of competition on the basis of achievement. In the socially differentiated thought process, even the opponent is ultimately forced to adopt those categories and forms of thought which are most appropriate in a given type of world order. In the economic sphere, one of the possible results of competition is that one competitor is compelled to catch up with the other's technological advances. In just the same way, whenever groups compete for having their interpretation of reality accepted as the correct one, it may happen that one of the groups takes over from the adversary some fruitful hypothesis or category, anything that promises cognitive gain. In due course, it becomes possible to find a position from which both kinds of thought can be envisaged in their partial correctness, yet at the same time also interpreted as subordinate aspects of a higher synthesis. S9 The essential point is that, with or without intent, the process of intellectual exchange takes place precisely because the conflicting groups are in interaction. The extreme insider doctrine, for example, affects the thinking of sociologists, black and white, who reject its extravagant claims. Intellectual conflict sensitizes them to aspects of their subject that they have otherwise not taken into account. Control. Thus, in order to keep woman in her place, theories are propounded which presume that her place is defined by nature. Judith Hole and Ellen Levine, Rebirth of Feminism, New York, Quadrangle Books, 1971, p. 193. Social sadism and sociological euphemism. As a case in point of this sort of sensitization through interaction,
I take what can be described as a composite of social sadism and sociological euphemism. Social sadism is more than metaphor. The term refers to social structures which are so organized as to systematically inflict pain, humiliation, suffering, and deep frustration upon particular groups and strata. Social sadism need have nothing to do with the psychic propensities of individuals to find sexual pleasure in cruelty. It is an objective, socially organized, and recurrent set of situations that has these cruel consequences, however diverse its historical sources and whatever the social processes that maintain it. The sadistic type of social structure is readily overlooked by the perspective that can be described as that of the sociological euphemism. This term does not refer to the obvious cases in which ideological support of the structure is simply couched in sociological language. Rather, it refers to the kind of conceptual apparatus that, once adopted, requires us to ignore such intense human experiences as pain, suffering, humiliation, and so on. In this context, analytically useful concepts such as social stratification, social exchange, reward system, dysfunction, symbolic interaction are altogether bland in the fairly precise sense of being unperturbing, suave, and soothing in effect. To say this is not to say that the conceptual repertoire of sociology, or of any other social science, must be purged of such impersonal concepts and filled with mawkish, sentiment-laden substitutes. But it should be noted that analytically useful as these impersonal concepts are for certain problems, they also serve to exclude from the attention of the social scientist the intense feelings of pain and suffering that are the experience of some people caught up in given patterns of social life. By screening out these profoundly human experiences, the impersonal concepts become sociological euphemisms. Nor is there any easy solution to the problem of sociological euphemism. True, we have all been warned off the Whiteheadian fallacy of misplaced concreteness, the fallacy of assuming that the particular concepts we employ to examine the flow of events capture their entire content. No more than in other fields of inquiry are sociological concepts designed to depict the concrete entirety of the psychosocial reality to which they refer. But the methodological rationale for conceptual abstraction has yet to provide a way of assessing the cognitive costs as well as the cognitive gains of abstraction. As the biologist Paul Weiss has put the general issue, how can we ever retrieve information about distinctive features once we have tossed it out? 60. Consider some outcomes of the established practice of employing bland sociological concepts that systematically abstract from certain elements and aspects of the concreteness of social life. It is then only a short step to the further tacit assumption that the aspects of psychosocial reality which these concepts help us to understand are the only ones worth trying to understand. The ground is then prepared for the next seemingly small but altogether conclusive step. The social scientist sometimes comes to act as though the aspects of reality that are neglected in his analytical apparatus do not even exist. By that route, even the most conscientious of social scientists are often led to transform their concepts and models into scientific euphemisms. All this involves the special irony that the more intellectually powerful a set of social science conceptions has proved to be, the less the incentive for trying to elaborate it in ways designed to catch up the humanly significant aspects of the psychosocial reality that it neglects. It is this tendency towards sociological euphemism, I suggest, that some, principally but not exclusively black, social scientists are forcing upon the attention of, principally but not exclusively white, social scientists. No one I know has put this more pointedly than Kenneth Clark. More privileged individuals may understandably need to shield themselves from the inevitable conflict and pain which would result from acceptance of the fact that they are accessories to profound injustice. The tendency to discuss disturbing social issues such as racial discrimination, segregation, and economic exploitation in detached, legal, political, socio-economic, or psychological terms as if these persistent problems did not involve the suffering of actual human beings is so contrary to empirical evidence that it must be interpreted as a protective device. 61. Perhaps enough has been said to indicate how insider and outsider perspectives can converge through reciprocal adoption of ideas and the developing of complementary and overlapping foci of attention in the formulation of scientific problems. But these intellectual potentials for synthesis are often curbed by the social processes dividing scientists that transform intellectual controversy into social conflict. 62 When a reverse transition from social conflict to intellectual controversy is achieved, when the perspectives of each group are taken seriously enough to be carefully examined rather than rejected out of hand, there can develop trade-offs between the distinctive strengths and weaknesses of insider and outsider perspectives that enlarge the chances for a sound and relevant understanding of social life. Insiders, outsiders, and types of knowledge if we indeed have distinctive contributions to make to social knowledge. In our roles as insiders or outsiders, and it should be repeated that all of us are insiders in one context and outsiders in another, then those contributions probably link up with a long-standing distinction between two major kinds of knowledge, a basic distinction that is blurred in the often ambiguous use of the word understanding. In the language of William James, drawn out of John Grote, who was in turn preceded by Hegel, this is the distinction between acquaintance with and knowledge about. 63. The one involves direct familiarity with phenomena that is expressed in depictive representations, the other involves more abstract formulations which do not at all resemble what has been directly experienced. 64 As Grote noted a century ago, contrasting pairs of words have embedded the distinction in various languages. Acquaintance with ne ken connaître. Knowledge about sire wissen savoir. These distinct and connected kinds of understanding may turn out to be distributed, in varying mix, among insiders and outsiders. The introspective meanings of experience within a group may be more readily accessible, for all the seemingly evident reasons, to those who have shared part or all of that experience. But authentic awareness, even in the sense of acquaintance with, is not guaranteed by social affiliation, as the concept of false consciousness is designed to remind us. Determinants of social life, for an obvious example, ecological patterns and processes, are not necessarily evident to those directly engaged in it. In short, sociological understanding involves much more than the acquaintance with of the insider. It includes an empirically confirmable comprehension of the conditions and the often complex processes in which people are caught up without much awareness of what is going on. To analyze and understand these requires a theoretical and technical competence which, as such, transcends one's status as insider or outsider. The role of social scientist concerned with achieving knowledge about society requires enough detachment and trained capacity to know how to assemble and assess the evidence without regard for what the analysis seems to imply about the worth of one's group. Other attributes of the domain of knowledge dampen the relevance of insider and outsider identities for the validity and worth of the intellectual product. It is the character of an intellectual discipline that its evolving rules of evidence are adopted before they are used in assessing a particular inquiry. These criteria of good and bad intellectual work may come up to differing extent among insiders and outsiders as an artifact of immediate circumstance, and that is itself a difficult problem for investigation. But the margin of autonomy in the culture and institution of science means that the intellectual criteria, as distinct from the social ones, for judging the validity and worth of that work transcend extraneous group allegiances. The acceptance of criteria of craftsmanship and integrity in science and learning cuts across differences in the social affiliations and loyalties of scientists and scholars. Commitment to the intellectual values dampens group-induced pressures to advance the interests of groups at the expense of these values and of the intellectual product. The consolidation of group-influenced perspectives and the autonomous values of scholarship is exemplified in observations by John Hope Franklin, who, for more than a quarter century, has been engaged in research on the history of American Negroes from their ancient African beginnings to the present. 65 In the first annual Martin Luther King, Jr. Memorial Lecture at the New School for Social Research, he observes in effect how great differences in social location of both authors and audiences can make for profound differences in scholarly motivation and orientation. Franklin notes that it was the Negro teacher of history, outraged by the kind of distorted history that he was required to teach the children of his race,
who took the initiative in the 19th century to undo what one of them described as the sin of omission and commission on the part of white authors, most of whom seem to have written exclusively for white children. 66. The pioneering revisionist efforts of W.E.B. Du Bois and others found organized expression in the founding in 1915 of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History and, a year later, of the Journal of Negro History by Carter G. Woodson and his associates. This institutionalization of scholarship helped make for transfer and interchange of knowledge between insiders and outsiders, between black historians and white. In Franklin's words, the study of Negro history became respectable. Before the middle of the 20th century it would entice not only a large number of talented Negro scholars to join in the quest for a revised and more valid American history, but it would also bring into its fold a considerable number of the ablest white historians who could no longer tolerate biased, one-sided American history. Thus, Vernon Wharton's The Negro in Mississippi, Kenneth Stamp's The Peculiar Institution, Lewis Harlan's Separate but Unequal, and Winthrop Jordan's White over Black, to mention only four, rank among the best of the efforts that any historians, white or black, have made to revise the history of their own country. In that role they, too, became revisionists of the history of Afro-Americans. 67. These efforts only began to counter the uninformed, arrogant, uncharitable, undemocratic, and racist history which spawned and perpetuated an ignorant, self-seeking, super-patriotic, ethnocentric group of white Americans who can say, in this day and time, that they did not know that Negro Americans had a history. 68. But much needed counter-developments can induce other kinds of departure from scholarly standards. Franklin notes that the recent great renaissance of interest in the history of Negro Americans has found proliferated and commercialized expression. Publishers are literally pouring out handbooks, anthologies, workbooks, almanacs, documentaries, and textbooks on the history of Negro Americans. Soon, we shall have many more books than we can read, indeed, many more than we should read. Soon, we shall have more authorities on Negro history than we can listen to, indeed, many more than we should listen to. 69. Franklin's application of exacting, autonomous, and universalistic standards culminates in a formulation that, once again, transcends the statuses of insiders and outsiders: slavery, injustice, unspeakable barbarities, the selling of babies from their mothers, the breeding of slaves, lynchings, burnings at the stake, discrimination, segregation. These things too are a part of the history of this country. If the patriots were more in love with slavery than freedom, if the founding fathers were more anxious to write slavery into the Constitution than they were to protect the rights of men, and if freedom was begrudgingly given and then effectively denied for another century, these things too are a part of the nation's history. It takes a person of stout heart, great courage, and uncompromising honesty to look the history of this country squarely in the face and tell it like it is. But nothing short of this will make possible a reassessment of American history and a revision of American history that will, in turn, permit the teaching of the history of Negro Americans. And when this approach prevails, the history of the United States and the history of the black man can be written and taught by any person, white, black, or otherwise. For there is nothing so irrelevant in telling the truth as the color of a man's skin. 70. Differing profoundly on many theoretical issues and empirical claims, Cox and Fraser are agreed on the relative autonomy of the domain of knowledge and, specifically, that white scholars are scarcely barred from contributing to what Fraser described as a grasp of the condition and fate of American Negroes. 71. Recognition of what has been called the mark of oppression, Fraser notes, was the work of two white scholars that first called attention to this fundamental aspect of the personality of the American Negro. Moreover, it was the work of another white scholar, Stanley M. Elkins, in his recent book on slavery, who has shown the psychic trauma that Negroes suffered when they were enslaved, the pulverization of their social life through the destruction of their clan organization, and annihilation of their personality through the destruction of their cultural heritage. 72. And Cox, in his strong criticism of what he describes as the black bourgeoisie school deriving from Fraser's work, emphasizes the distorting effects of the implicitly black nationalist ideology of this school on the character of its work. 73. It should now be evident that structural analysis applied to the domain of knowledge provides an ironically self-exemplifying pattern. For just as the unity of any other collectivity based on a single status of Americans or of Nigerians, of blacks or of whites, of men or of women is continuously subject to the potential of interdivision owing to the other statuses of its members, so with the collectivities often described as the scientific community and the community of scholars. Their functional autonomy is also periodically subject to great stress, owing in part to the complex social differentiation of the population of scientists and scholars that weakens their response to external pressures. The circumstances and processes making for the fragility or resiliency of that autonomy constitute one of the great questions in the sociology of knowledge. It is nevertheless that autonomy which still enables the pursuit of truth to transcend other loyalties, as Michael Polanyi, more than most of us, has long recognized. People who have learned to respect the truth will feel entitled to uphold the truth against the very society which has taught them to respect it. They will indeed demand respect for themselves on the grounds of their own respect for the truth, and this will be accepted, even against their own inclinations, by those who share these basic convictions. 74. A paper such as this one needs no peroration. Nevertheless, here is mine. Insiders and outsiders, unite. You have nothing to lose but your claims. You have a world of understanding to win. The sociology of scientific knowledge. Part. Prefatory note. A fundamental problem in the sociology of scientific knowledge is, of course, that of how science comes to develop in the first place. This is followed by the correlative, more specific question: once science becomes culturally and institutionally established, what affects the rate and directions of its development? The 5 papers assembled in this section focus on the problematics of scientific knowledge and are arranged in order of increasing specificity with regard to particular bodies of knowledge, beginning with a critique of Sorokin's handling of the larger question and concluding with an analysis of why the sociology of science was itself not a focus of scholarly attention for so long a time. In the first paper, Merton and Bernard Barber undertake a detailed consideration of Sorokin's emanationist theory of the development of science. Both authors studied under Sorokin at Harvard, Merton in the early 1930s and Barber in the late 1930s and after World War II. They are thoroughly familiar with his work, Merton having collaborated with Sorokin on several investigations. Sorokin's extensive reliance on the concept of cultural mentalities, idealistic, ideational, and sensate, as the basic sources and results of social change, and his dual use of science as both symptom and consequence of the sensate mentality. They argue, fail to provide either opportunities for empirical verification or sufficient grounds for explaining exceptions to theory-based expectations. The paper concludes with 7 concise questions directed to Sorokin's theoretical intent and his methodological standards. Published in the same volume as the Merton-Barber paper, Sorokin's detailed and appreciative but unyielding reply, partly clarification, mostly rebuttal, rounds out an instructive dialogue in the developing sociology of scientific knowledge. The second paper, Social and Cultural Contexts of Science, appeared in 1970 as a new preface to the reprinting of Merton's dissertation, which was first printed as a monograph by Osiris. Here the author finds an appropriate level of objectivity vis-a-vis his own work of more than 30 years ago on the emergence of organized science in England, and uses the occasion to provide not only some details of its background but to consider various scholarly discussions of it. He remarks on the apparently excessive amount of attention in these discussions that has focused upon the section of the book that deals with the links between Puritanism and science, and responds to some methodological criticisms of the empirical basis for some of his hypotheses about these links. It is interesting that Merton fails to examine these criticisms as data relevant to the sociology of scientific knowledge. Just as the substance of developing scientific knowledge is influenced by both intra- and extra-scientific forces, so too, presumably, are commentaries on scientific advances. A careful analysis of questions raised at different times since the appearance of the monograph in 1938 would probably have provided further insight into the relations between scientific knowledge, the scientific community, and the environing society in which science exists. The third paper, originally Chapter 3 in the same monograph, identifies a problem that has come to be recognized as basic to the sociology of scientific knowledge. This involves the question of the processes that make for changing distributions of intellectual interest among the various sciences, technology, and the other scholarly disciplines. It also involves the question of what makes for changing foci of interest within each science in the course of its development. Merton attacked the problem by the then unfamiliar use of quantitative measures of shifts of interest among the sciences in England during the last third of the 17th century. Here the units are scientific articles and enumerated scientific discoveries rather than individual scientists. His conclusion, based upon comparisons of measured shifts in interest with important substantive developments within sciences, is that the short-range ebb and flow of scientific attention can be attributed largely to causes internal to science. The sources of more long-range shifts are taken up later in the monograph, with the conclusion that they are much more affected by extra-scientific changes. Interactions of science and military technique takes up the other side of this coin, the role of practical interests in determining foci of scientific attention. First published in 1935 and later elaborated in his dissertation monograph, the paper also supplements qualitative observations with a quantitative basis for the conclusions. Research reports are categorized in terms of their direct and indirect relevance to problems of military technique, largely gunpowder and ballistics, and a fairly stable 10% of all inquiries conducted in the Royal Society between 1661 and 1687 are found to fall into this category. Beyond this, the paper contains an early formulation of the autonomy-oriented character of scientific knowledge in its demonstration that aggregates of scientists will frequently pick up a topic because of its applied value and then transform it into a pure scientific problem that leads off in directions having less and less relevance to the originating occasion. It would be exceedingly difficult to replicate this study today, given both the existence of security regulations and the complexities of categorizing research, but if research and development funds are both considered, and if it can be assumed that relevant and irrelevant projects cost roughly the same amount, the proportion of total scientific effort that bears upon military technique today should be considerably above 50% in many countries. In the final paper of this section, Merton focuses specifically on the sociology of science as a case study of a neglected specialty. This was his foreword to Barber's Science and the Social Order, 1952, and in it he takes up the question of why the subject had so long been neglected by sociologists. The context of this paper and some of its implications are treated in the introduction to this volume. Suffice it to note here that this catalogue of the circumstances which might have accounted for the neglect of the sociology of science fairly cries out for empirical research, and that those sociologists currently studying the growth of scientific specialties would do well to take explicit account of these extra-scientific circumstances in the course of their own investigations. NWS 6 Sorokin's Formulations in the Sociology of Science. 1963. With Bernard Barber. From the beginning we must abandon the attempt to put into short compass all the wide-ranging, diversified, and developing observations in the sociology of science set forth by Pitirim Sorokin. Any such effort would be the work of a sizable book, not of a short essay. For his contributions to the sociology of science engage almost every other major part of his empirically connected sociological theory. To try to trace out each component in his sociology of science or, more generally, in his sociology of knowledge would mean to touch upon every other aspect of his voluminous works, and this, even were it within our powers, would lead to an intolerable and presumptuous duplication of much found elsewhere in the volume devoted to his work. In place of a systematic treatment of Sorokin's contributions to the sociology of science, therefore, we shall substitute some observations that bear upon their most significant and sometimes thorny aspects. In place of the many details that enter into his sociology of science, we shall put the more general formulations that encompass these details, knowing that this means the exclusion of issues that in a more thorough examination would have to be taken up substantially. And finally, in place of tracking down the development of Sorokin's ideas about the sociology of science as these emerged over the course of almost half a century, we shall deal primarily with his later ideas, particularly as these were set forth in his social and cultural dynamics. In short, this is only an essay toward a critical understanding of Sorokin's work in the sociology of science. It is not a comprehensive and methodical analysis of that work. As though this were not enough of a limitation, we must confess to another. We find it difficult, not to say impossible, to achieve a sufficient sense of historical distance from a scholar of our time and a scholar, moreover, who has been the teacher of us both. But here Sorokin himself has come to our rescue. And the respect in which he has done so is itself almost an essay in the micro-sociology of science, showing how the social structure of a university affects the relations between a professor and his students and so affects the transmission of knowledge. Sorokin began to make his imprint upon American sociology shortly after he took up his first post in the United States at the University of Minnesota. But it was especially after he was brought to Harvard to found the Department of Sociology there that this emphatic, straight-spoken, and urgent man began to influence the thinking of substantial numbers of students. In order to understand the character of this influence, we should try the thought experiment of imagining that Sorokin had gone not to Harvard but to some other important university in Europe. He would have held the chair of sociology in that university. He would have had a number of assistants as well as students who, in accord with the cultural expectations of docility, would have become his disciples, echoing his words and thoughts almost as though they were their own. But in the American scheme of things academic, and particularly in a university such as Harvard, the social structure and the culturally defined patterns of expectations were of course quite otherwise. The authority structure of the department was pluralistic rather than strongly centralized. There was not only the occupant of the chair but other members of the faculty who had equal access to students. Nor was there an unchallenged norm of obedient agreement with the major professor. This structural situation meant that, at Harvard, many graduate students in sociology were apt to become anything but disciples. Moreover, Sorokin's own personality and role behavior reinforced this tendency toward independence of mind among his students. They tended to adopt the same critical stance toward aspects of Sorokin's work as he, in the capacity of a role model, was taking toward the work of others, both contemporary and bygone. All this meant that the structurally defined role of Sorokin was primarily that of alerting students to intellectual alternatives rather than that of imprinting the particulars of his own theory upon them. And all this, we conjecture, helps explain how it is that Sorokin's students have not hesitated to differ with him when, rightly or wrongly, they did not see matters just as he did. In adopting this sometimes timorous but socially supported position of criticism, they were helped in no small measure by the prototype of Sorokin's own behavior, when he was persuaded that other scholars had erred. This, then, is no occasion for exhibiting alumnal piety in public but rather an occasion for applying to Sorokin's work the same critical standards that he has applied to the work of others. It is primarily an essay in criticism rather than an essay in exposition. Sorokin's sociology of science, the central position Sorokin has explicitly adopted an idealistic and emanationist theory of the sociology of science. Unlike the theories of a Marx or a Mannheim, which seek primarily to account for the character and limits of knowledge obtaining in a particular society in terms of its social structure, Sorokin's theory tries to derive every aspect of knowledge from underlying culture mentalities. 1. So prominent is this aspect of Sorokin's theory that it has been variously noted by every commentator upon his work. In somewhat restricted terms, for example, it has been observed by Maquet, a thoroughly sympathetic critic, that in Sorokin's theory the independent variable is the intellectual position in regard to ultimate reality and ultimate value. The three premises of culture are nothing else but philosophic positions too. This statement, as we shall soon see, places far too restrictive an interpretation upon the theory. By Sorokin's own testimony, much more is contained in his concept of types of culture than can be aptly described as the philosophic position basic to it. Nevertheless, Marquette does take hold of the essential fact that each of the types of culture discriminated by Sorokin has its distinctive ontological orientation. This has also been noted, to cite only one other commentator on Sorokin, by Stark, who observes that it is essential for the understanding of the whole theory to realize that it considers the ontological convictions prevailing at a given time not so much as culture contents but rather as culture premises, from which the culture proceeds and emanates as a whole. 3. What, then, is the character of the culture mentalities that are variously expressed in distinctive kinds of claims to knowledge, and how do these mentalities differ? There are two pure types of these mentalities, which differ fundamentally in what is taken to be the nature of ultimate reality and value. The first is the ideational, which conceives of reality as non-material, everlasting being, which defines human needs as primarily spiritual and seeks the satisfaction of these needs through self-imposed minimization or elimination of most physical needs. 4. The ideational culture adopts the truth of faith. At the other extreme is the sensate mentality, which limits reality to what can be perceived through the senses. Concerned primarily with physical needs, this culture calls for satisfaction of these needs, not through modification of self, but through modification of the external world. It is oriented to the truth of senses. Intermediate to these two is a mixed type of culture mentality, the idealistic, which represents a kind of balance of the foregoing types. It is oriented toward a truth of reason. From these three types of mentalities, the major premises of each kind of culture, Sorokin derives their distinctive systems of truth and knowledge. We shall have something more to say about the meanings, both expressed and implicit, of the idea that these culture premises are basic to distinctive kinds of knowledge developing within each kind of socio-cultural system. For the moment, however, we need note only that Sorokin takes a great array of somewhat more specific types of knowledge as dependent upon these cultural premises. These include such dependent variables as the fundamental categories of causality, time, space, and number, basic philosophical conceptions such as idealism, materialism, eternalism, temporalism, realism, conceptualism, nominalism, various conceptions of cosmic, biological, and socio-cultural processes, as expressed, for example, in notions of mechanism or vitalism in biology, the rate of scientific advance, the prevailing kinds of moral philosophy, and to take just one other, the various kinds of criminal law. Sorokin himself best summarizes the brooding omnipresence of the three principal types of culture. Each has its own mentality, its own system of truth and knowledge, its own philosophy and Weltanschauung, its own type of religion and standards of holiness, its own system of right and wrong, its own forms of art and literature, its own mores, laws, code of conduct, its own predominant forms of social relationships, its own economic and political organization, and, finally, its own type of human personality, with a peculiar mentality and conduct. 5. In short, more than the forms of knowledge alone are dependent upon the premises underlying each type of socio-cultural system. The forms of social structure and the kinds of prevailing personality also share this condition of dependence. Every sphere of culture, social structure, and personality is seen as emanating from the fundamental orientations characteristic of each of the three kinds of socio-cultural systems. As we shall also see in due course, Sorokin considers that particular theories of science as well as the rate of scientific advance are dependent upon these underlying cultural premises. Here we need note only the first of the puzzles presented in Sorokin's conception, which, so far as we can see, he does not solve for us. How can he escape from the self-contained emanationism of the theoretical position he adopts? For it would appear tautological to say, as Sorokin does, that in a sensate society and culture the sensate system of truth based upon the testimony of the organs of senses has to be dominant. 6. 4. Sensate mentality. That abstraction, which Sorokin makes ontologically basic to the culture, has already been defined as one conceiving of reality as only that which is presented to the sense organs. 7. In this case, as in other comparable cases, Sorokin seems to vacillate between treating his types of culture mentality as a defined concept or as an empirically testable hypothesis. This is the first of several questions which it would be useful to have Sorokin examine anew and clarify for future reference. By way of introduction, then, we see that Sorokin's sociology of science, and by extension, his sociology of knowledge, is idealistic and emanationist. In this respect it differs fundamentally from the materialistic conception of Marx, which focuses on the intellectual perspectives generated by the position of thinkers in the class structure of their time, just as it differs from the quasi-Marxist conceptions of Mannheim, which extend Marx's notion of the structural basis of thought. It is this contrast, presumably, that led Maquet to conclude that since Sorokin's independent variable is the intellectual position in regard to ultimate reality and ultimate value, his sociology will have a very idealistic character, in the current sense of the word. Ideas rule the world. 8. This can be put somewhat differently without altering the basic point, but directing attention to some of its further implications. In one of his many books published after Social and Cultural Dynamics, Sorokin addressed himself to the tripartite distinction of culture, social structure, and personality as abstracted aspects of all human action. This can be seen from the title of the book, Society, Culture, and Personality. Although he attends to all three aspects, even in his earlier work, it is plain that in his sociology of science Sorokin asserts the dominance of culture over the other two aspects of social structure and personality. It is being asserted, apparently, that deep-rooted cultural assumptions override any variation in social structure and in diverse types of personality, producing a basic uniformity of outlook that is characteristic of men living in a particular kind of culture. Cultural mentality is regarded as fundamental, social structure and personality as producing, at most, minor variations on culturally embedded themes. There is much to be said for this position, providing that it is not allowed to become a barely disguised tautology. To the extent that men in a particular society do in fact share the same fundamental assumptions about a reality significant to them, to the extent that they share much the same values, they will indeed tend to express this in their behavior and in their works. But the extent to which they do share these orientations and values is of course a question of fact, rather than an assumption of concept. It is a matter for inquiry, not a matter of conviction, to find out how far this obtains in different cultures. In short, a major problem of inquiry is to find out how far there obtains a consensus of outlook and to explain the differences that are found to exist among men living in the same culture. Sorokin has addressed himself to this question, but only in part. His data, as we shall now see, demonstrate substantial variability within each particular type of culture, but Sorokin's theoretical commitments and preferences are such that he does not go on to examine some of the implications of this variability in order to extend and refine his theory of the sociology of science. In a word, it is being said that Sorokin has confined himself to a first approximation, to be sure, a vast and comprehensive one, but one which sets excessive limits to a sociology of science that must attend also to the basis of the considerable variability of scientific outlook within the same culture. The different conceptions set forth within the same culture, it is being suggested, need not be merely minor variations on a major theme. Some of these variations are precisely those that lead to basic developments in thought and science. Committed to the first approximation to the focus on dominant tendencies within a culture, Sorokin largely shuts himself out from analyzing those variations which often make for the advancement of knowledge, that which is recognized as authentic knowledge in cultures that otherwise differ in many respects. This statement is a large claim. At the least, it must be elaborated if we are to assess the limitations as well as the contributions of Sorokin's sociology of knowledge in general, and of his sociology of science in particular. Macro and micro-sociological perspectives on knowledge. Sorokin's theory of socio-cultural systems is offered as a partial description and analysis of the whole vast sweep of Greco-Roman and Western societies, with something more than a casual orientation to Eastern societies during the last 3,000 years or so. The theory may fairly be described as a macro-sociological perspective. 9. It attends to the gross rather than the microscopic features of each society and culture under view. The centuries-long periods of culture described as ideational, idealistic, or sensate, for example, are characterized in terms of their dominant traits. Discriminations within each culture are largely excluded by the very scope of the conception. This exclusion, we must realize, is imposed by the theoretical commitment, not by the external reality. Concretely, it means, for example, that for Sorokin the last 400 or 500 years in the West comprise a single socio-cultural type dominated by a sensate culture mentality. All the substantial variations of science and knowledge generally that are to be found in this period are, under Sorokin's comprehensive scheme of analysis, regarded as expressions of one fundamental orientation toward reality. Now, first approximations in approaches to social reality have a way of concealing, deep within them, basic commitments to values. For what is singled out as fundamental is what the observer takes to be that which really matters. And in the same obvious sense, the variations that are excluded from notice by the observer's conception are thereby regarded as inconsequential for what the observer regards as significant. So it is that by characterizing the entire period as sensate, Sorokin does not direct his analytical attention to the differing kinds of scientific work that are to be found in that uniformly sensate period. This is a perspective which, precisely because it is macroscopic, throws together, for all pertinent purposes, the work of a Galileo, Kepler, and Newton, on the one hand, and the work of a Rutherford, Einstein, and, shall we say, Yang and Lee, on the other. It thus excludes from analysis the great differences that, for many human and intellectual purposes, are to be found in the science of the 16th or 17th century and the 20th. It is a gross approximation that threatens to usurp the attention of those who have reason to regard the variability within the macroscopic sensate period as also fundamental. These remarks may be enough to raise the second question that, in our view, needs to be dealt with by Sorokin in re-examining his sociology of knowledge and of science. What components of his theory will help us to account for the variability of thought within the societies and eras which Sorokin assigns to one or another of his socio-cultural types? Has Sorokin imposed excessive limits upon his theory by a commitment to a kind of macroscopic analysis that excludes from detailed investigation the very questions which many would consider central? In one restricted sense, Sorokin does address himself to this problem, as has been noted in Chapter L of this volume. He observes, for example, that the failure of the sensate system of truth, empiricism, to monopolize our sensate culture testifies to the fact that the culture is not fully integrated. But this would seem to surrender inquiry into the basis of those very differences of thought with which our contemporary world is concerned. On the Sorokinian theory, how does one account for these differences? The same question applies to other categories and principles of knowledge with which he deals on the plane of macro-sociology. He finds, for example, that in present-day sensate culture, materialism is less prevalent than idealism, and that temporalism and eternalism are almost equally current, as are realism and nominalism, singularism and universalism. And now we come again to the decisive, and we repeat, self-imposed, limitation of Sorokin's theory, since, by his own testimony, these diverse doctrines exist within the same culture. How can the general characterization of the culture as sensate help us to explain why some thinkers subscribe to one mode of thought, and others to another? The essential point is that Sorokin's theory does not lead us to explore variations of thought within a society or culture, for he looks to the dominant themes of the culture and imputes these to the culture as a whole. 10. Quite apart from the differences of intellectual outlook of different classes and groups, contemporary society, for example, is regarded by Sorokin as an integral example of sensate culture. On its own major premises, Sorokin's theory is primarily suited to characterize cultures in the large, not to analyze the connections between various positions in the social structure and the styles and content of thought which are distinctive of them.
11. That the macro-sociological level of analysis excludes from attention problems which are of import in understanding varied developments within a culture has been noticed by several critics of Sorokin's work. The anthropologist, Alexander Goldenweiser, soon picked up the issue but stated it so extravagantly as to convert a sound observation into a self-defeating exaggeration, saying that the meshes of his Sorokin's net are spread so wide that all that counts in history slips right through it. 12. And essentially the same point is made by Maquet about differing social and political systems when he notes that some differences which are significant from a microscopic point of view are neglected. Thus, communism, capitalism, fascism are subsumable under the same category of sensate culture. The use of conceptual tools like the three premises of culture will let a rather large number of differences very important in regard to a narrower frame of reference escape. T.S. Inspecting the course of science through Sorokin's macro-sociological lens is apt to blur specific developments in science rather than to bring them into sharp focus. For example, in his account of how culture mentalities affect the foci of attention in science, a problem important in its own right, Sorokin observes, the scientists of ideational culture would be more interested in the study of spiritual, mental, and psychological phenomena. Scientists of sensate culture would probably be more interested in the purely material phenomena. 14, italics inserted. The comparative degrees of interest in these two broad classes of phenomena at any one time need not be put in question. But it does divert us from considering the import of the fact that an immense interest has in recent generations developed in the sciences of human behavior which are concerned with spiritual, mental, and psychological phenomena. Paraphrasing Derek Price's estimate of physical scientists, we have only to remember that more than 90% of all social and behavioral scientists that have ever lived are still alive. This great interest in the scientific investigation of man and his works is a historical fact that requires interpretation by the sociology of science, but it is not one readily explained by Sorokin's macro-sociological conceptions. In emphasizing this general point, we should prefer not to be misunderstood. It is not being said that Sorokin's macro-sociology of science is theoretically incompatible with the more detailed analysis of varying developments of thought and science within each of his major types of culture. It is not a matter of theoretical inconsistency but rather a matter of the kinds of inquiry in the sociology of science that tend to be emphasized and those that tend to be neglected in the macro-sociological perspective. That is what we mean by saying that, in this respect, Sorokin's theory is a first approximation. It can be and, we argue, should be complemented by intensive inquiries into the connections between types of scientific work by men variously located in the social structure of a particular society. Much the same issue is involved in Sorokin's treatment of long-run and short-run fluctuations in the modes of thought prevailing in one or another sphere of culture. Sorokin is of course primarily interested in the long-run fluctuations of culture mentalities which he regards as fundamental to all the rest. But he does attend, for example, in Chapter 12 of the second volume of the Dynamics, to short-run changes in such scientific theories as atomism, vitalism, and mechanism in biology, abiogenesis, and corpuscular and wave theories of light, going on to note that across the ever-recurring alternation of these theories, short-time fluctuations may also be perceived. 15. But these short-run variations do not engage Sorokin's interest. He makes no effort to investigate their social and cultural sources. More specifically, he observes, the situation in regard to mechanistic and vitalistic conceptions in the present century appears to be one of armed conflict. Both conceptions seem to be existing side by side and both seem to be flourishing. 16. Again, Sorokin does not consider it part of his theoretical commitment to examine the social and cultural conditions under which these opposed biological theories are found in a state of armed coexistence. Yet this would plainly be a major problem for the micro-sociology of science. Cultural determinism and the relative autonomy of subsystems. Up to this point we have treated Sorokin's general theoretical position in its more extreme and emphatically reiterated form. This position holds that the three types of culture mentalities alone determine the form, substance, and development of knowledge in general and of science in particular. It is compactly expressed, for example,
in Sorokin's assertion that scientific theory thus is but an opinion made creditable and fashionable by the type of the prevalent culture. 17. That theories in science which are not acknowledged as valid by a substantial part of the community of scientists, form no significant part of the science of the time is of course the case. But this is a far cry from concluding that scientific theory is nothing but a matter of accreditation and fashion. If this were so, it would negate a principal fact about the history of science, the selective accumulation of certified knowledge, albeit an accumulation that proceeds at uneven rates. Whatever else may be disputed, we can scarcely deny that there exists a greater stock of scientific knowledge today than in the remote past. There is more here than a mere matter of belief and fashion. In point of fact, Sorokin does not confine himself to the extreme position that holds the development of science to be wholly determined by the prevailing culture mentality. Instead, he introduces two qualifications, the one emphasized as an integral part of his theory and the other treated casually and only in passing. The first qualification assigns a margin of autonomy or independence to each subsystem in a culture, especially the subsystem of disciplined thought and science. The second briefly acknowledges that a differentiated social structure as well as the dominant culture mentality affects the development of knowledge. Both qualifications, and particularly the first of these, are essential to a sound reading of Sorokin's theory. Possibly because Sorokin himself so often emphasizes the dependence of everything in a socio-cultural system upon its cultural premises, critics of his work understandably take him to subscribe to a doctrine of rigid cultural determinism. The dominant emphasis overshadows the basic restriction upon this doctrine expressly introduced in the first chapter of his Dynamics, where each subsystem of a socio-cultural system is seen as having a degree of autonomy or independence. Put most generally, the autonomy of any system means the existence of some margin of choice or selection on its part with regard to the infinitely great number of varying external agents and objects which may influence it. It will ingest some of these and not others. One of the most important determinators of the functioning and course of any system lies within the system itself, is inherent in it. In this sense, any inwardly integrated system is an autonomous self-regulating, self-directing, or, if one prefers, equilibrated unity. This is one of the specific aspects of the larger principle which may be called immanent self-regulation and self-direction. 1. 8. The problem then becomes one of developing a theory adequate to account for the different margins of autonomy possessed by various kinds of institutions and other subsystems. So far as we can see, this is another gap in our accounting, the third gap in Sorokin's theory as it now stands. Apart from the roughly ascertainable fact that particular institutions have a smaller or greater measure of independence of their social and cultural environments, there seems nothing in the theory to help us anticipate how this will turn out for various kinds of institutional spheres in various kinds of socio-cultural systems. With regard to this problem, Sorokin would seem to hold a position formally, not of course substantively, like that adopted by Marx and Engels. In view of Sorokin's well-known opposition to Marxist theory, this statement may at first seem to be implausible, not to say extravagant. Yet when theorists are confronted with the same problem, they not infrequently converge in their formal analysis of it, however much they may differ in their substantive conclusions. And this, it seems to us, is the case with Marx and Sorokin in their treatment of the relative autonomy of institutional spheres within society. Consider only these few parallelisms of formal analysis. Just as Sorokin in the main makes his culture mentalities the effective determinant of what develops in a socio-cultural system, so, of course, Marx makes the relations of production the real foundation which determines the general character of the social, political, and intellectual processes of life. 19. Substantively, Marx and Sorokin could not be farther apart. Marx adopts a materialistic position in the sense of the social relations of production largely determining the superstructure of ideas. 20. Sorokin adopts an idealistic position in which the underlying premises and cultural mentality largely determine the general character of the society and culture, including its social relations. But both agree on the formal position of positing primary social or cultural determinants that nevertheless leave room for some degree of independence in the spheres of thought and knowledge. Just as Sorokin postulates some measure of autonomy for social and cultural subsystems, so does the alter ego of Marx in attributing substantial autonomy to law. 21 And, as Engels goes on to say, what holds for the legal sphere holds for other spheres in the superstructure, such as science and religion, which interact with the economic base rather than remain wholly determined by it. 22 As we have seen, Sorokin puts all this more generally in his concept of the autonomy of logically or functionally unified systems. And he applies the concept, among other cases, specifically to the institutional sphere of science in these words: it is not claimed that all scientific theories show, or must show such a connection with the underlying cultural premises. Many of them can fluctuate independently of our main variables, within their limited sphere of autonomy and the immediate mental atmosphere of their compartment. Due to the principle of autonomy of any really integrated system, each of the integrated currents of culture mentality studied should be expected to have some margin of this autonomy. 23 Thus, just as Marx and Engels regard the pressure toward internal consistency within each institutional sphere as a source of its comparative independence of the social relations of production which are the ultimate determinant, so Sorokin regards the integration of a subsystem as a source of its comparative independence of culture mentality as the ultimate determinant. The difference of theory is substantive rather than formal. This brings us back, then, to the third problem of Sorokin's theory to which we have alluded: how does the theory deal with the comparative degrees of autonomy characteristic of different institutional subsystems in a society? Is the measure of autonomy the same for them all, for religion and law, for science and philosophy? Or is there a theoretical basis for assuming that the degree of autonomy characteristically differs for these subsystems? To raise the question is one thing, to supply a satisfactory answer is quite another. When we suggest that the Sorokinian theory seems to provide no answer, we consider this rather as an identifiable and instructive gap than as an observation that undercuts the basis of the theory. The following loose formulation by Engels provides only a suggested clue to the solution, rather than the solution itself. The further the particular sphere which we are investigating is removed from the economic sphere and approaches that of pure abstract ideology, the more shall we find it exhibiting accidents, that is, deviations from the expected in its development, the more will its curve run in zigzag. 24. This suggestion still leaves open the difficult question of how to find out the distance of each institutional sphere from the economic sphere. But if Engels left the problem unresolved, so, too, it seems, does Sorokin. That this is so is further suggested by Sorokin's passing observations on the independent functions of science in any socio-cultural system. After pointing out that a society like the United States has a highly integrated and differentiated system of science, while primitive societies have little developed systems of science, 25 he notes, but in some form science will be found as a system in any culture area, because note the functional assumption any social group, as long as it lives, must have and does have a minimum of knowledge of the world that surrounds it, of the phenomena and objects that are important for its survival and existence. No group entirely devoid of any knowledge can exist and survive for any length of time. 26. It is not the functional assumption of some indispensable minimum of authentic knowledge that concerns us here, rather, it is that this assumption ascribes an independent function to science in every society, so that we see Sorokin once again implying that science is not merely the reflection of the culture mentality but has its own functional basis as well. After this extended discussion of the principle of autonomy of subsystems in Sorokin's theory and of the unfilled gap in that theory, we may turn for a moment to the second of his restrictions on the cultural determination of science. This must be brief, not because we consider it unimportant, but because, as we have intimated in the foregoing section, Sorokin has elected to give it only fleeting attention in his own work. This restriction upon the determination of thought by the general culture mentality deals with the connections between the internal differentiation of the social structure and the character of the diversified thought that obtains in the society. It deals, in the language of the foregoing section, with problems in the microsociology of science rather than its macrosociology. Symptomatically enough, Sorokin touches upon this only in a long footnote. Moreover, the note is not in his dynamics where he most fully develops his sociology of knowledge and science, but in his later general introduction to sociology, society, culture, and personality. Only there. In discussing what he describes as the non-logicity of ideas, does Sorokin remark of Mannheim's analysis. He rightly looks for the cause in the group affiliations of a person, but his theory remains vague, and in many respects incorrect. Meanwhile, the real reasons for non-logicity are at hand. They are the nature of one's group affiliations and one's cultural affiliations. Unfortunately, how our social affiliations influence our logic and judgments is still but little known. The so-called sociology of knowledge has hardly reached a clear formulation of this problem. 2.7 In short, Sorokin here acknowledges the saliency of the problem of how, within the same culture, differences in social status and group affiliations affect the nature of non-logical sentiments, of logical thought, and, presumably, of scientific inquiry. No good purpose would be served in discussing Sorokin's appraisal of the current state of the sociology of knowledge, particularly since we are agreed that singularly little empirical inquiry has been developed in this field of enduring intellectual interest. What is pertinent is, not so much the appraisal of work left undone, but the theoretical issue that such inquiry, advocated by Sorokin, presupposes the probability of distinct lines of thought that will differ according to the social status and group affiliations of men of science and of the intellect generally. For this implies a conception of the sociology of knowledge which allows for significant variability in the ideas and knowledge developed within a particular culture, variability that results from social differentiation, and so supports our interpretation that Sorokin's macro-sociology of knowledge does not deny in principle the pertinence of socially differentiated sources of knowledge. This, then, indicates once again the theoretical receptivity on the part of Sorokin, although he has chosen not to pursue this tack for himself, to the notion that the broad cultural mentality does not fully determine the character of knowledge but allows for significant and socially patterned variations in that knowledge. Thus, if we take account of Sorokin's two basic qualifications to the determination of science and other knowledge by the prevailing culture mentality, we find that his theoretical position is not as far removed as it would seem from that adopted by other sociologists of science. His theory sets us the empirical task of trying to ferret out the ways in which culture and social structure affect the development of knowledge, allowing some measure of independence to the requirements internal to each branch of knowledge and science. The appearance of the volume of papers edited by Philip Allen affords an opportunity for Sorokin to set out his present thinking on this question central to the sociology of knowledge. It will then be possible to decide whether Maquet is correct, or merely vague, in his conclusion that for Sorokin, it is certain that the existential factor, that is, the social structure, is the least important. He considers that the premises of culture are really the most important factors for the determination of mental productions. We can say that in reality for Sorokin the cultural premise truly exercises a predominant influence. 28. Whatever else can legitimately be said of Sorokin's theory, it cannot be described as a theory of factors, of great, middling, or slight importance. When Sorokin undertakes to translate Maquet's fuzzy expressions such as least important and most important factors into ideas that are definite enough to bear inspection, we shall be the better able to appreciate his current position on the place, in his theory, of the socially patterned distribution of types of knowledge that is found within each kind of culture. Empirical research, quantitative indicators in the sociology of science. Thus far we have attended to certain components of Sorokin's macro-sociological theory of science, singling out those which give rise to theoretical issues that would profit from further clarification. In doing so, we have raised three questions about puzzles that persist in Sorokin's theory. First, how the theory escapes from an emanationist position which postulates underlying culture mentalities that seem to include, in their definition, what is later said to be an expression of these mentalities. Second, and to our mind, basically, how the theory accounts for the socially patterned distributions, within a particular type of culture, of diverse modes of thought that do not correspond to the prevailing tendencies. Third, and correlatively,
how the theory deals with the comparative degrees of autonomy characteristic of various subsystems within a socio-cultural system, so that it can treat the extent of observed autonomy not simply as an empirical given but as theoretically explainable. But since Sorokin's is an empirically connected theory, rather than one presented as a set of abstractions remote from systematically assembled data, we have now to turn to selected aspects of his empirical inquiries in the sociology of science. And here the most striking feature of Sorokin's work is the creation of massive accumulations of social and cultural statistics, designed to serve as basic empirical indicators of underlying changes in the rate and character of social and cultural changes. Surely more than any other single scholar dealing with problems in the sociology of knowledge, Sorokin has in effect heeded the maxim of the French social historian, Georges Lefebvre, LL Fauconteur. As one of us has had occasion to note before, studies in historical sociology have only begun to quarry the rich ore available in comprehensive collections of biographies and other historical equivalents. Although statistical analysis of such materials cannot stand in place of detailed qualitative analysis of the historical evidence, they afford a systematic basis for new findings and, often, for correction of received assumptions. The most extensive use of such statistical analysis is found in Sorokin's Dynamics 2.9. When we speak of Sorokin's creation of these social and cultural statistics, we do so advisedly. For, unlike the operations of governmental bureaus of the census, there are few kinds of social bookkeeping that systematically record evidence on the kinds of intellectual developments with which Sorokin's theory requires him to concern himself. Statistics of patents for inventions in the modern period and data on the numbers of books published in various fields practically exhaust all that is readily available on these subjects. And so, in spite of Sorokin's remarkably ambivalent attitude toward the use of sociological statistics, he found himself required, by the implications of his own theory, to assemble statistics that would testify to the degree of integration empirically found in each of his theoretically constructed types of culture. By assembling these statistics, Sorokin boldly confronted the problem of how to find out the extent to which cultures are in fact integrated. Despite his vitriolic comments on the statisticians of our sensate age, he recognized that to deal with the extent of integration implies some statistical measure. Accordingly, for the field of knowledge, he developed numerical indexes of writings and authors in each time and place, had these coded and classified in appropriate categories, and thus assessed the comparative frequency and inferred influence of various systems of thought. In the sociology of science, for example, the data cover the period from 3500 BC to the 20th century, being based upon counts from such standard sources as Darmstadter's Handbuch zur Geschichte der Naturwissenschaften und der Technik, F. H. Garrison's Introduction to the History of Medicine, and the 9th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Counts such as these provide the basis for empirical confirmation of the theoretically derived proposition that the rate of scientific development tends to become slow, stationary, even regressive in ideational cultures, becoming rapid and growing apace in sensate cultures. 30. There is neither need nor space to report the limitations of his quantitative indicators as these are set out by Sorokin. 31. In any event, he concludes that, whatever their limitations, the indicators provide a valid and reliable measure of fluctuations in the rate of scientific discovery and technological invention as well as of other intellectual and artistic expressions of the culture. That is why he is prepared to assert that not only do the first principles and categories of human thought fluctuate, but also most of the scientific theories of a more or less general nature. 32. Plainly, he bases his empirical conclusions very largely upon these cultural statistics. In view of the basic part played by these statistics in his sociology of knowledge, Sorokin adopts a curiously ambivalent attitude toward them. This can be seen in his approval of the remark by Robert E. Park that his statistics are merely a concession to the prevailing sensate mentality and that if they want M, let M have M. 33. Park's facetious remark was not intended to obscure the symptomatic nature of Sorokin's fundamental ambivalence toward criteria of scientific validity, an ambivalence deriving from his effort to cope with quite disparate systems of truth.
In view of the vast effort that went into compiling the cultural statistics that underlie Sorokin's work in the sociology of science, it seems safe to say that these systematic data were designed as more than mere trappings considered necessary to convince the vulgar. The fact is that Sorokin's empirical descriptions are very largely based on these statistics. They are essential to his argument. To remove them would not be to remove a façade, leaving the essential structure of his theory intact, it would be to undercut his macro-sociological theory of science and to leave it suspended in the thin air of unrestrained speculation. This, then, leads to another, the fourth, question, and this one two-pronged. In view of Sorokin's ambivalence toward social and cultural statistics, about which we shall have more to say, we must ask, what is his current and perhaps consolidated position with regard to the place of such statistics in sociological inquiry, primarily in the sociology of science and, by implication, in other branches of sociology as well? Further, how does his discussion of this question help clarify his position on the criteria of scientific truth which he adopts? Does he regard systematic evidence of the kind caught up in his statistics as merely a mode of communication to his scientific compeers in a sensate culture, or as a substantial basis both for confirming and developing his theory? It is these cultural statistics, moreover, that serve to highlight once again two of the principal questions that we consider still unresolved in Sorokin's sociology of knowledge, the question of how the theory accounts for observed variations in the modes of knowledge within a culture, and the question of accounting for the distribution of these differences among various groups and strata in the social structure. Take just one case in point. Sorokin describes empiricism as the typically sensate system of truth. The last 5 centuries, and more particularly few last century, represent sensate culture par excellence/84. Yet even in this flood tide of sensate culture, Sorokin's statistical indices show only some 53% of influential writings to be characterized by empiricism. Furthermore, in the earlier centuries of the sensate culture, from the late 16th to the mid-18th, the indices of empiricism are consistently lower than the indices for rationalism, which, in the theory, is associated with an idealistic rather than a sensate culture. The statistical indicators, then, show that the notion of a prevailing system of truth needs to be greatly qualified, if it is to cover both the situations in which it represents a bare statistical majority and even a statistically indicated minority in the writings of a period. Even more is implied by Sorokin's statistics. For the main purpose of our observations is not to raise the question of the extent to which Sorokin's conclusions coincide with his statistical data, it is not to ask why the 16th and 17th centuries are said to have a predominantly sensate system of truth in the light of these data. Rather, the purpose is to suggest that, even on Sorokin's own premises, the general characterizations of historical cultures as sensate, idealistic, or ideational constitute only a first step in the analysis, a step which must be followed by further detailed analyses of deviations from the central tendencies of the culture. Once Sorokin has properly introduced the notion of the extent to which historical cultures are in fact integrated, he cannot, in all theoretical conscience, treat the existence of types of knowledge which differ from the dominant tendencies as evidence of a mere congruence or as a merely accidental fact. It is as much a problem of the sociology of science to account for these substantial deviations from the central tendency as to account for these tendencies themselves. And for this, we suggest yet again, it is necessary to develop a theory of the socio-structural basis of thought in a fashion that a cultural emanationist theory does not permit. Apart from these theoretical implications, Sorokin's statistics presented in his dynamics afford an occasion for exploring further the intellectual grounds of his ambivalence toward social and cultural statistics altogether. As is well known, Sorokin devotes a considerable portion of his book Fads and Foibles in Modern Sociology to an attack on quantophrenia, or an uncritical devotion to faulty statistics. That quantitative methods in sociology can be, and have been, abused is surely not in question, any more than that qualitative methods, based on ill-devised and ill-confirmed impressions, can be and have been abused. And surely, No sober man will declare himself in favor of faulty craftsmanship, unsound assumptions, and mistaken inferences. The question is therefore not one of identifying this or that case of a fallacy in quantitative analysis in sociology but, rather, one of setting out the criteria and limits of sound quantitative analysis. And since so much of Sorokin's work in the sociology of science is pervaded by empirically grounded statistics, this question becomes thoroughly germane to our discussion. What, then, are Sorokin's criteria for the appropriate use of social and cultural statistics? We find it decidedly easier to raise the question than to answer it. Indeed, we raise the question in the hope that Sorokin will seize upon the dialogue in the Allen volume devoted to his work as an occasion for giving his pointed and definite answer to it. This becomes all the more pertinent when we find that some authors are prepared to adopt an even more extreme perspective on social and cultural statistics than Sorokin's own. Werner Stark, for example, says of Sorokin's dynamics that our criticism is one of principle. His whole procedure assumes a radius the possibility of quantifying what is qualitative, and this is almost like supposing it is possible to square the circle. A book, or a work of art, is all quality and because it is all spirit. It is to be feared that the sociology of knowledge will never be able to get much assistance from statistical techniques. Much as we may regret the fact, it will always have to rely heavily on the more cumbersome monographic and descriptive methods. The issue is even more stark than Stark apparently supposes. For everyone in his senses would agree that what is inherently and exclusively qualitative cannot, by definition, be quantified. It is really asking too much to ask us to reject a strict tautology. But when we get down to cases, the crucial question, of course, is begged by such an affirmation. The question is precisely one of establishing criteria of what is irrefragably qualitative and of what, in some aspect and degree, can be reasonably and usefully quantified. And since, in our opinion, Sorokin has wisely and justifiably counted aspects of complex works of science and art, it would be helpful to have him clarify the sense in which he found these to be quantifiable. Sorokin's restatement of his position on the issue of such quantification would be particularly instructive in view of what he has said about the issue in his Fads and Foibles. At one place in that work, for example, he declares that only through direct empathy, co-living, and intuition of the psychosocial states can one grasp the essential nature and differences of religious, scientific, aesthetic, ethical, legal, economic, technological, and other cultural value systems and their subsystems. Without the direct living experience of these cultural values, they will remain terra incognita for our outside observer and statistical analyst. These methods are useless in understanding the nature and difference between, say, Plato's and Kant's systems of philosophy, between the ethics of the Sermon on the Mount and the ethics of hate, between Euclidean and Lobachevskian geometry and between different systems of ideas generally. Only after successfully accomplishing the mysterious inner act of understanding each system of ideas or values, can one classify them into adequate classes, putting into one class all the identical ideas, and putting into different classes different ideas or values. Only after that, can one count them, if they are countable, and perform other operations of a mathematical or statistical nature, if they are possible. Otherwise, all observations and statistical operations are doomed to be meaningless, fruitless, and fallacious simulacra of real knowledge. 36. It would no doubt be generally agreed that a proper understanding of cultural content is required for it to be validly classified so that specimens in each class can then be counted. The vast compilations and counts of such data in the dynamics testify that Sorokin also thinks this can be done. But is it not too stringent a criterion to require a direct living experience of the cultural values 37 in order for them to be classified and counted? Some substantial knowledge about the materials in hand is of course necessary, but this would seem to fall far short of the extreme requirement exacted by Sorokin. We cannot assume that all of Sorokin's research associates and assistants had a direct living experience of the many thousands of scientific discoveries, technological inventions, philosophical doctrines, and art objects which they classified and counted in order to provide an empirical test of Sorokin's ideas. It is certain that one of his research assistants, R.K. Merton, had no such demanding experience of the almost 13,000 discoveries and inventions he computed on the basis of the Darmstadter Handbook, just as it is probable that J.W. Boldyrev, another of his assistants, had no such experience of the thousands of scholars, scientists, artists, statesmen, and so on, mentioned in the 9th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, who were classified and assigned weights on the basis of the amount of space devoted to them in the encyclopedia. Nevertheless, there is internal evidence that these counts were not vitiated by limited knowledge, though, we suggest, knowledge enough for the purpose in hand. For independent classifications and counts of different but theoretically related materials produced much the same empirical results. As Sorokin reports for one such case dealing with data on the empirical system of truth, of senses, and data on the rate of scientific discovery, the items and the sources were entirely different and the computations were made by different persons who were not aware of the work of the other computers. Professors Lasky and Lapshin had no knowledge of my study, and Dr. Merton, who made the computation of the scientific discoveries, was unaware not only of my study but also of the computations made by Professors Lasky and Lapshin. Under the circumstances, the agreement between the curve of the scientific discoveries and inventions and the curve of the fluctuations of the influence of the system of truth of senses is particularly strong evidence that the results obtained in both cases are neither incidental nor misleading. 38 In a word, the quantification of cultural contents cannot, need not, and is not intended to reproduce the entire complex whole of each item entering into the computation. Only selected aspects and attributes are classified and counted. And for this purpose, full, detailed, and empathic understanding of each cultural item is not, apparently, required. It would therefore be instructive to have Sorokin redirect his attention to the seeming discrepancy between the actual practice employed in quantifying cultural items in the dynamics and the far more demanding criteria for such quantification proposed in the Fads and Foibles. What Sorokin actually does in the one case seems to us more compelling than what he says in the other. In making this observation, we only adopt and adapt the sage advice of Albert Einstein: if you want to find out anything from the theoretical physicists about the methods they use, I advise you to stick closely to one principle: don't listen to their words, fix your attention on their deeds. 39 All this allows us to note that not the least advance in sociology during the last century or so is reflected in the growing recognition that even crude quantitative data can serve the intellectual purpose of enabling the sociologist to reject or to modify his initial hypotheses when they are in fact defective. To see this change in outlook we have only to contrast the encyclopedic efforts of a Comte with those of a Sorokin. Comte handles scattered facts gingerly and infrequently, as though they were unfamiliar and even dangerous things. He does not think of so assembling systematic arrays of data that they could, in principle, put his intuitive or reasoned guesses to the test of empirical reality. Sorokin drenches us in quantitative facts, for example, in the dynamics, but not only there, and thus provides both himself and his readers with the occasion for matching theoretical expectations and empirical data. This practice would seem particularly required when scholars turn to the sociological drama of large-scale changes in the cultures and social structures that make up the framework of world history. For entirely qualitative claims to facts prove to be excessively pliable, easily bent to fit the requirements of a comprehensive theory. But if it is to be more than a dogma, a theory must state the empirical observations that will be taken to disprove it, or, at least, to require its substantial revision. Independently collected, systematic and quantitative data supply the most demanding test called for by such an empirically connected theory. And that Sorokin also thinks this to be the case seems implied by the way in which he has gone about his task of conducting empirical inquiries in the sociology of science. We have alluded, once or twice, to the problem confronted by Sorokin of locating his own work in one or another of the systems of truth which he makes distinctive of each of his three major types of culture. What criteria of truth does he employ in setting about his own work? Is he a thoroughgoing relativist, regarding scientific truth as nothing but a matter of satisfying the different criteria that obtain in each particular type of culture? Does he consider each system of truth just as compelling, or as arbitrary, as the next? Does he see himself as a creature of contemporary sensate culture, subject to contemporary criteria of scientific truth, or has he found an Archimedean point to stand upon, which enables him to move beyond these criteria? If so, what is this point and how does he assure himself and his prevalently sensate readers that it is an effective and justifiable one? In short, how does Sorokin try to escape the relativistic impasse? This barrage of questions at bottom, they of course comprise only one question, is something more than a matter of rhetoric. We are genuinely puzzled and unable to identify, with any assurance, the position taken by Sorokin on this matter. Our confusion is further confounded by what seems to be Sorokin's indecisive and possibly changing conception of science in today's sensate culture. We recall his statement that in a sensate society and culture, the sensate system of truth based upon the testimony of the organs of senses has to be dominant. 40. But, it turns out, this statement is only a gross approximation. For reason enters into the system as well. The sensate method of validation requires mainly the reference to the testimony of the organs of senses, supplemented by logical reasoning, especially in the form of mathematical reasoning. But even the well-reasoned theory remains in the stage of pure hypothesis, unproved until it is tested by the sensory facts, and it is unhesitatingly rejected if these facts contradict it. 41. And, for our immediate purposes, finally, he writes that the sensate system of scientific truth possesses some of the elements of the rationalistic system of truth in various forms, in the forms of the laws of logic which are obligatory for scientists and which are hardly mere results of the sensory experience, in that of deductions, which are incorporated one, the queen of these sciences, mathematics, of many conceptual elements in the form of the fundamental concepts and principles of the sciences, and in several other forms. 42. With this statement Sorokin seems to have returned, from a distant point of departure, close to the position which, except for turns of language, is that generally adopted by working scientists in our time. Intuition, hunch, and guess may, and often do, originate ideas, but they do not provide a sufficient basis for choosing among ideas. Logical analysis and abstract reasoning interlock with empirical inquiry, and it is only when the results of these two prove consistent that contemporary scientists consider them to be an authentic part of validated scientific knowledge. However much Sorokin may on occasion seem to take joy in the system of truth described as characteristic of an idealistic culture, he nevertheless practices under the rules of a sensate system. That, we suppose, is what lies behind his footnoted remark, however surprised a contemporary partisan of scientism may be at my impartiality in observing and ascribing the existence of various systems of truth. He has to countenance it because they are empirical facts witnessed by the testimony of our organs of senses, as will be demonstrated further. In other words, in my study I shall intentionally follow the empirical system of truth which must be convincing to such a partisan of scientism. 43. Here Sorokin says that he adopts as criteria for his own work that complex of rational discourse and empirical data which is characteristic of a sensate science. But he implies that he does so only as a fait de parler. Yet this reply in advance to our question seems facile rather than adequate. Does it mean that Sorokin as a social scientist is truly prepared to abandon empirical tests of his ideas? That he is ready to propose characterizations of historical societies and cultures which are at odds with the empirical evidence he has assembled? We suspect not. The composite of reason and ordered experience seems to us precisely what Sorokin in fact employs as a guide to his own inquiry and as a measure of the acceptability of the results of the inquiry. Intuition, scriptures, chance experiences, dreams, or whatever may be the psychological source of an idea. Remember only Kekule's dream and intuited imagery of the benzene ring, which converted the idea of the mere number of atoms in a molecule into the structural idea of their being arranged in a pattern resulting from the valences of different kinds of atoms. But whatever the source, the idea itself must be explored in terms of its implications, and these implications then examined in terms of how far they hold empirically. To put the issue directly, and so to afford Sorokin an occasion in this dialogue for further clarifying his position, we suggest that, whatever asides may be tucked away in footnotes, Sorokin adopts, in the course of his inquiries in the sociology of science, a thoroughgoing commitment to the combined criteria of internal consistency and empirical observation that are the mark of scientific work in our sensate age. Sorokin's image of sensate science notwithstanding, the fact is that concepts and rules of reasoning are no mere props in modern science. They are as indispensable as the testimony of the senses. We call only one witness, although many more are waiting in the corridors of today's science. Our experience hitherto justifies us in believing that nature is the realization of the simplest conceivable mathematical ideas. I am convinced that we can discover by means of purely mathematical constructions the concepts and the laws connecting them with each other, which furnish the key to the understanding of natural phenomena. Experience may suggest the appropriate mathematical concepts, but they most certainly cannot be deduced from it. Experience remains, of course, the sole criterion of the physical utility of a mathematical construction. But the creative principle resides in mathematics. In a certain sense, therefore, I hold it true that pure thought can grasp reality, as the ancients dreamed. This is not the voice of the 13th century Robert Grosseteste speaking, it is the voice of the decidedly 20th century Albert Einstein. 44 Moreover, as the history of science during the last centuries testifies, not only can empirical data challenge established concepts and theories, but concepts and theories often challenge the superficial testimony of the senses. It is a familiar part of everyday practice in science to reject misleading empirical impressions when these run counter to theories that have themselves been firmly embedded in scientific thought. Any sharp separation of reason and empirical data in contemporary science must therefore distort much of the operative reality. Work in the scientific laboratory rests upon both, with one or the other raising questions that must be resolved by a congruence between them. Only then is there a reasonable prospect that an idea or a finding will enter permanently into the repertory of science. And this sensate conception of science, we suggest, is basic to Sorokin's own work, his incidental disclaimers notwithstanding. This, at least, is a sixth puzzle which Sorokin might helpfully unravel in his part of the dialogue. The selective cumulation of scientific knowledge. The issue we have just identified leads us directly to still another question about Sorokin's theory of social and cultural dynamics, this one cutting deeply enough to isolate, for a moment, his sociology of science from the rest of his theory. The fact that it is an issue hoary with age does not make it any the less in point. We refer, as the caption of this section implies, to the particular sense in which science, as distinct from other spheres of culture, tends to be accumulative. In our view, this raises a question, deeply embedded in Sorokin's theory of culture change, that requires him to consolidate his role as sociological historian and as sociological theorist. As sociological theorist, and on his own accounting, Sorokin has identified two full cycles of ideational, idealistic and sensate phases in Greco-Roman and Western cultures. He sees a third sensate phase beginning roughly in the 15th century. In his vocabulary of abstract types of culture, one ideational phase in history is much like the other, one idealistic phase is much like the next, and one sensate phase is much like the rest. For these are described and analyzed in terms of general categories and criteria, in the light of which they seem to be of the same kind. As sociological historian, however, Sorokin must reckon with quite another question. Whatever his theory may identify as similar kinds of culture phases, there remains the historical question of the extent to which prior cultural products accumulate and become the possession of men living in a later period of the same or differing cultural type. The cycles of cultural change do not start anew. particularly with regard to science, each succeeding historical phase makes use of antecedent knowledge on which it builds. In this more nearly concrete, historical sense, the sensate phase of the last centuries is not, of course, identical with the sensate phase of the preceding cycles. The phases are alike, in terms of the abstract categories employed by Sorokin, else they would not be classified as sensate. But they differ, and science remains our test case of this, in that some of the cultural products of the past are available to those living in the later phase. Science did not start anew in the sensate phase, said to begin early in the 16th century, as historians of science periodically remind us. It built upon the selective accumulation of what had gone before. All this seems evident enough. Yet, possibly because Sorokin is adamanto in his rejection of a unilinear doctrine of cultural change, he tends to neglect the implications of selective cultural accumulation 45 for his theory. It is this accumulation and its consequences that distinguish the sensate culture of the 20th century from the sensate culture of, say, the Hellenistic period. To describe both periods as sensate is justified only abstractly but not historically. For the accumulation of scientific and technological knowledge makes a difference that can make a very great difference to men living in the later of these sensate phases. To say that the thesis of a unilinear accumulation of knowledge cannot qualify as historical truth is one thing. But to ignore selective accumulation of knowledge is quite another. To put it vulgarly, the Hellenistic Greeks did not have a body of knowledge about quantum mechanics or a technology of spacecraft, or to scramble legend and history, Icarus really cannot be equated with the astronauts Gagarin and Glenn. What we have been saying raises two related questions about Sorokin's macro-sociology of science. These are questions about what he is prepared to take as significant similarities and what as significant differences in the scientific knowledge found in historical eras of the same abstract type. The first question comes to the fore when we examine again his observations on short-run fluctuations of particular scientific theories in various periods. 46 He summarizes his judgment in these words: as far as mere oscillation is concerned, there probably has been no scientific theory which has not undergone it, and, like a fashion, now has been heralded as the last word of science, and now has fallen into disrepute. 47. This judgment leads us to ask in what sense recurrent sets of ideas constitute one and the same theory that now finds general acceptance and later, rejection, only to be accepted again, still later. To consider one of the instances cited by Sorokin as a case of fluctuations in a theory, in what sense is present-day atomistic theory to be taken as the same as atomistic theory in ancient Greece? Similarities are there, of course, but also, obvious and significant differences. And it is these accumulative differences in what is on the surface the same kind of scientific theory that constitute an advance in science. To attend only to the formal similarity is to jettison the historically significant differences that enable present-day atomic theory to deal with problems in science that could not, of course, even be dreamt of by the Greeks. Or take the case of fluctuations in the long history of the theory of biological evolution which has been so often traced. Darwin's was not just another version of evolution, it differed from what had gone before by beginning to specify the processes through which the evolution of species took place. Again, to identify Darwin's or later evolutionary theory with ancient versions is to ignore that aspect of the development of science that leads to an enlarged scientific knowledge, selective accumulation. To attend only to similarities between early and later versions of a theory is to become subject to adumbrationism, the practice of claiming to find dim anticipations of current scientific discoveries in older, and preferably ancient, work by the expedient of excessively liberal interpretations of what is being said now and of what was said then. 48 This is a practice that can only stir up anew the obsolete quarrel between the ancients and the moderns. The second question raised by Sorokin's relative neglect of the selective accumulation of scientific knowledge has to do with his diagnosis of the present condition of science and his forecast for its immediate future. Knowing Sorokin's sentiments about sensate culture, we can anticipate that his picture of the present state of science will be a gloomy one, and he does not disappoint us. One can turn to any field of science now and find first of all a multitude of different theories and sometimes even opposite hypotheses fighting one another for recognition as true theory. Such as opulence of contradictions and mutual criticism does not permit any certitude, especially concerning the most important principles, and therefore fosters more and more uncertainty. If such a situation continues, and empiricism, as long as it is dominant, cannot help continuing it, the incertitude will increase. The boundary lines between knowledge and non-knowledge thus are bound to become less and less clear. In such circumstances the truth of senses can easily give way to a truth of faith. In other words, neither doubt, nor uncertainty, nor changeability of the scientific theories can be pushed too far without destroying science itself and its truth. Contemporary science has already possibly gone too far in that direction and therefore is already exposed to danger. 49. This is strong language. It is the prophetic utterance of a sociological Jeremiah. But, on that account, it is not to be lightly dismissed. No one who sat in Sorokin's classes during the 1930s is apt to forget his annual impassioned lecture announcing that one day men of science would create the possibility of destroying all that lives on the earth, and that when that day comes, some of these men will be curious to see what really happens when the button is pressed. 50. From this apocalyptic vision, we return to Sorokin's forecast of a decline in science. This raises again the question of how his theory takes account of the cross-cultural accumulation of scientific knowledge. When Western society largely turned its back on science in Sorokin's overview, from the 3rd to the 11th centuries it turned from a comparatively small stock of accumulated knowledge. 51. It is vastly different in our own sensate age. We are the legatees and initiators of an incomparably greater body of scientific knowledge and of an associated technology not as easily put to one side. To base a prediction on the two preceding cycles of culture would seem hazardous at best. To predict the decline of science in our world means to discount the immensely greater store of science that has accumulated since the last sensate phase, and so to treat it as though it were of a piece with the limited scientific knowledge of ancient Rome. Nor is it evident that confidence in science as a source of knowledge shows signs of diminishing. True, we find expressions of hostility towards science, largely because of the social consequences of some of the technology it has made possible. Science is seen as originating those engines of human destruction which may plunge our civilization into everlasting night and confusion. But there is little of that alienation from science which Sorokin believes to be imminent in the very development of contemporary science. The tonicity of scientists themselves seems more aptly expressed by C.P. Snow when, speaking of what happened in science during 2 decades at Cambridge University, he says, "I was privileged to have a ringside view of one of the most wonderful creative periods in all physics." 52. He then goes on to describe a much louder voice, that of another archetypal figure, Rutherford, trumpeting, "This is the heroic age of science. This is the Elizabethan age." 53. And finally, he expresses his conviction that this is a revolutionary time for science, a time in which to take joy in science. About 2 years ago, he writes, one of the most astonishing experiments in the whole history of science was brought off. I mean the experiment at Columbia by Yang and Lee. It is an experiment of the greatest beauty and originality, but the result is so startling that one forgets how beautiful the experiment is. It makes us think once again about some of the physical world. Intuition, common sense, they are neatly stood on their heads. The result is usually known as the contradiction of parity. 54. That each such advance in science enlarges our awareness of how little is still known is a judgment that has been endlessly reiterated by scientists, particularly the greatest among them. 55. But this does seem far removed from the portrait of uncertainty and confusion among scientists painted by Sorokin. In any case, it would be instructive to have him restate the place occupied by the fact of the accumulation of scientific knowledge in his macro-sociological theory of science. Themes of the dialogue. And here we must stop putting questions in detail. Not that other questions fail to make their appearance as we continue to study Sorokin's macro-sociology of science. We encounter the question, for example, of Sorokin's appraisal of the current condition of social science. Is it in a thoroughly parlous state, as he suggests in his Dynamics, 56, or is it, as he suggests later in Society, Culture, and Personality, entering the stage of a new synthesis and a further clarification of its logical structure? 57. Or again, we meet the question, how does Sorokin see the relations between science and other social institutions, in particular, the institution of religion? Are the relations between the two confined, as he suggests, to those of active combat or of absorption of one by the other, with rarely, if ever, close cooperation between them? The matter appears more complex than that. At least, the work of Whitehead and others finds that some religions have inadvertently lent support to the pursuit of science and that, apart from the times of conspicuous conflict between them, the institutions of science and religion have not infrequently been mutually supporting. And so we might continue to raise further questions for Sorokin to re-examine. But like those we have just mentioned, these would touch only the surface of Sorokin's sociological theory of science. It might therefore be more useful to wind up our discussion by recapitulating the puzzles and questions that seem to us unresolved in that theory. This would afford Professor Sorokin an occasion, in his comment on our paper, to give us the benefit of his current thinking on these issues and even, perhaps, to divest himself of ideas which once had a definite place in his evolving theory but which now, in the light of further inquiry and reflection, he no longer sees any need for retaining. In short summary, then, these are the major questions that puzzled us as we reworked our way through Sorokin's sociology of science. 1. Does the theory really adopt an emanationist position which assumes that the principal features of science and knowledge in a particular culture merely emanate from the culture mentality that underlies it? And since the culture mentality seems to include, in its definition, what are later said to be expressions of that mentality, must we not take this as rather an implied definition than an empirically testable hypothesis? 2. What is there in the theory to account for the variability of thought and science within each of the societies and cultures that are generally characterized as being of one or another type, as ideational, idealistic, or sensate? 3. Since integrated subsystems in a culture are said to have a margin of autonomy, a degree of independence of their social and cultural environment, how does the theory account for the margins of autonomy exhibited by the various subsystems? By way of example, does the theory lead us to expect the same or differing margins of autonomy for science and politics, for religion, law, and the economy? 4. What place is assigned, in this theory, to the connections between social differentiation and knowledge? How does the theory deal with the possibility that differences in the social location of men of knowledge, in their statuses and group affiliations, affect the character of what they take as authentic knowledge and what they produce as new claims to knowledge? 5. In view of his variously expressed ambivalence toward social and cultural statistics, what is Sorokin's current position on the place of such statistics in the sociology of science and, by implication, in other branches of sociology as well? Does he consider cultural statistics of the kind employed in the Dynamics as only a means of communicating with his sensate compeers or as also a basis for testing and developing his theory? And since the very stringent criteria of sound quantitative analysis he advocates in Fads and Foibles do not seem fully met even by his own cultural statistics in the Dynamics, would we do better to take his precepts or his practice as guidelines to quantitative inquiries in sociology? 6. Which criteria of scientific truth are utilized in Sorokin's own theory? How does it escape from the relativistic impasse of making scientific truth only a matter of taste, in which each type of culture prescribes its own criteria? Does Sorokin consider each system of truth just as compelling or just as arbitrary as the next? 172. The sociology of scientific knowledge. 7. How does the theory take account of the selective accumulation of scientific knowledge? Does this accumulation make our sensate period different from the sensate cultures that have gone before? If we are right in supposing that the foregoing questions direct us to gaps in this macro-sociological theory of science, then perhaps the gaps will be bridged as we listen to the rest of this dialogue. 58. Begun as a doctoral dissertation in 1933 and completed 2 years later, this monograph was first published in 1938, appearing in Osiris I at the invitation of its founder-editor and my teacher, George Sarton. That was a time when the sociology of science lay dormant. In contrast, American sociologists in particular were wide awake to the problems of urban life, family and community, of racial and ethnic groups, of poverty, crime and delinquency, and all the rest of that manifold of human problems in an industrial civilization brought into prominence by the Great Depression. Preoccupied with these conspicuous problems, sociologists easily managed to avoid all study of the behavior patterns of scientists and of science as an evolving social institution. An abundance of monographs dealt with the juvenile delinquent, the hobo and saleslady, the professional thief and the professional beggar, but not one dealt with the professional scientist. I wish it could be said that appearance of this monograph promptly repaired that condition of remarkable neglect. It cannot. A decade after its publication, that astute observer of the state of American sociology, Edward Shills, could still count science and scientific institutions among the undeveloped areas of sociological inquiry, proving the rule by citing this monograph as a lone exception to it. Nothing much had changed by 1952 when, in a foreword to Bernard Barber's Science and the Social Order, I puzzled over the state of continued neglect and concluded that sociologists would turn seriously to the systematic study of interaction between science and society only when science itself came to be widely regarded as something of a social problem or as a prolific source of social problems. That crude prognosis has since been borne out by developments of the last decade or so. This fairly recent emergence of a distinct interest in the sociology of science is the principal reason for my agreeing, not without qualms, to the issuing in book form of a monograph first published more than 30 years ago. My misgivings have been somewhat allayed by the circumstance that both historians and sociologists of science continue to discuss and criticize it. In his comprehensive article on the history of science in the New International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, for one instance, Thomas S. Kuhn argued that the monograph sets forth a conception of how the larger culture impinges on scientific development that needs to be incorporated in the new direction in which the history of science must now develop. And in his vigorous and conscientious critique of the monograph, A. Rupert Hall, too went on to express the hope that it might be speedily reprinted. Promptly suiting my action to these words only 6 years later, here it is. Looking back at this judgment work, hopefully without the condescension that age so often adopts toward youth, I must say, in all candor, that the cadence of its prose does not give me much pleasure. But if its style is stiff and self-conscious, the exposition is, to give the author his due, reasonably clear. I can find few murky passages in it, although a fair number of turgid ones. When it comes to the substance of the monograph, I do not consider it at all evident that I am now more competent to gauge its merits and flaws. True, I am the beneficiary of the scholarship that has since examined the questions it treats and, more particularly, of the articles and books that have been addressed to the monograph itself. But the author was far more continuously immersed in the prime facts of the historical case as he sifted and organized them in the course of intensive inquiry than I can possibly be. It is possible, however, to compensate for this deficiency in two respects. I can draw upon the advantage of hindsight to examine briefly the problems and ideas advanced in the study that have enduring interest for us today, partly as a result of the intervening scholarship of historians and sociologists of science, partly as a result of recent conspicuous changes in the relations of science to its social and cultural contexts. And nothing helps one quite so much to acquire a degree of detachment from one's own work as having survived its first appearance by several decades. In their most general aspect, the principal questions raised in this study are with us still. What are the modes of interplay between society, culture, and science? Do these vary in kind and extent in differing historical contexts? What makes for those sizable shifts in recruitment to the intellectual disciplines, the various sciences and humanities that lead to great variations in their development? Among those engaged in the work of science, What makes for shifts in the foci of inquiry, from one science to another and, within each of the sciences, from one set of problems to another? Under which conditions are changes in the foci of attention the planned results of deliberate policy, and under which the largely unanticipated consequences of value commitments among scientists and those controlling the support of science? How did these matters stand while science was being institutionalized, and how do they stand since its thoroughgoing institutionalization? And once science has evolved forms of internal organization, how do patterns and rates of social interaction among scientists affect the development of scientific ideas? How does a cultural emphasis upon social utility as a prime, let alone an exclusive, criterion for scientific work variously affect the rate and direction of advance in science? These are plainly questions of enough generality to be addressed to every society and historical epoch where an appreciable number of people are at work in science. What the author of this monograph undertook, with all the uninhibited innocence of youth, was to pose these general questions for the historically specific case of 17th century England, all unknowing that these questions would have continuing relevance for an understanding of the place of science in society and for its internal workings. The theoretical mode in which he attacked these questions still holds a certain interest. A principal sociological idea governing this empirical inquiry holds that the socially patterned interests, motivations, and behavior established in one institutional sphere, say, that of religion or economy, are interdependent with the socially patterned interests, motivations, and behavior obtaining in other institutional spheres, say, that of science. There are various kinds of such interdependence, but we need touch upon only one of these here. The same individuals have multiple social statuses and roles, scientific and religious and economic and political. This fundamental linkage in social structure in itself makes for some interplay between otherwise distinct institutional spheres even when they are segregated into seemingly autonomous departments of life. Beyond that, the social, intellectual, and value consequences of what is done in one institutional domain ramify into other institutions, eventually making for anticipatory and subsequent concern with the interconnections of institutions. Separate institutional spheres are only partially autonomous, not completely so. It is only after a typically prolonged development that social institutions, including the institutions of science, acquire a significant degree of autonomy. In its bare bones, this conception of the interdependence of social institutions is plainly not a new idea, no more when this study was first carried out than now. All the same, it is an idea that has still not been thoroughly worked out in its many implications. Even now, there are scholars who would argue that science goes its own way, unaffected by changes in the environing social structure. Moreover, this is an idea that has often been distorted into a doctrine of factors in social development, of social, economic, religious, political, military, technological, and scientific factors in this or that historical society. It is an idea that has also been stretched into doctrines of universally dominant factors resulting in claims to the economic determination of historical change, or its technological determination or political determination, as the case may be. It is now quite evident to me, and I hope will become evident to its readers, that this inquiry into the interdependence of science and other institutional spheres in 17th century England neither adopts a factor theory nor supposes that the character of interchanges between institutional spheres that occurred in that period is much the same in other cultures and other times. Rather, it states in so many words that the nature and extent of these interchanges differ in various societies, depending on the state of their science and of their institutional systems of economy, politics, religion, military, and so on. This should not come as a strange idea. After all, the relations between science, economy, and government in England of the 17th century, when modern science and its technological offshoots were only in their beginning, differ palpably from their relations in the 20th century United States or Soviet Union, where science has long been institutionalized, where scientific research requires vast support, and where it has acquired new magnitudes of consequence for technologies of production and destruction. The recent highly publicized discovery of the industrial military scientific complex only brings to our notice tendencies toward the interdependence of science and other social institutions that have, to a degree, been present all along. That, at least, is the import of the chapters in this monograph that examine the relations of science and technology with economic development and military technique. Another aspect of this case study in the historical sociology of science should be noted here, if only because the author did not emphasize it enough to ensure its being brought to the reader's notice. By inquiring into the reciprocal relations between science, as an ongoing intellectual activity, and the environing social and cultural structure, the monograph managed to bypass the then current tendency one still marked today in some quarters of historical and sociological scholarship of giving uneven attention to the distinct directions of that reciprocity, with the impact of science, and of science-based technology, upon society eliciting much attention, and the impact of society upon science very little. The study takes seriously the notion of institutional interchange as it abandons the easy assumption of exclusively one-sided impact. In this short preface, I should like, whenever possible, to give the author the benefit of the doubt. That is why I do not outline the book in detail, assuming that the structure and substance of the argument have been set out clearly enough for the reader to grasp them without great difficulty. Nevertheless, the published responses of scholars to the book through the years occasionally lead me to doubt this assumption. These responses seldom attend to the total structure of the inquiry. I should estimate that some 9 of every 10 discussions of the book, listed in the bibliography of commentaries and continuities in this volume, have centered on just one part of it, the one dealing with the interrelations between Puritanism and the institutionalization of science. This concentration of attention creates something of a puzzle, as can be seen when I employ the device of quantitative content analysis which George Sarton was so fond of. In his unique introduction to the history of science, whose 3 volumes in 5 books and 4,243 pages take us from the 9th century BC to the end of the 14th century AD, Sarton would repeatedly assay the structure of a work by indicating the amount of space devoted to each of its constituent parts, just as he would quantify its citations to previous works as one way of establishing its intellectual heritage. He could not be expected to foresee that computerized citation indices would become an important tool for the sociological analysis of contemporary scientific development. Adapting the Sartonian procedure of quantitative content analysis to the structure of the monograph, we arrive at this arithmetical distribution. This Sartonian arithmetic tells us that, if anything, somewhat more space in the monograph has been devoted to the hypotheses about economic and military influences on the range of scientific inquiry than to the hypotheses that link up Puritanism with recruitment and commitment to work in science. And yet, as I have told, the trio of chapters on the second subject has received all manner of attention in scholarly print, while the quartet of chapters on the first subject has received remarkably little. Now there is no reason, of course, for readers to attend evenly to every part of a book. Some chapters may have even less to say than others, the intellectual issues they treat may not be uniformly interesting, arid pieces of exposition which passeth all understanding may enlist the interest only of those decoders of scholarship who find themselves most challenged by thoroughgoing obscurity. Still, none of these differentiations seems to apply here. The chapters dealing with economic and military influences on science seem no more enigmatic than the ones on Puritanism and science. Perhaps the sharply uneven distribution of scholarly response strikes me as odd only because I respond to the book in quite the other way. I find myself more partial to the section dealing with economic and military influences on the spectrum of scientific work, and for a variety of reasons. To begin with, it exhibits a little more acumen than the preceding section both in the formulation of theoretical ideas and in the method of investigation. For one thing, it distinguishes throughout, with reasonable clarity, between science and technology, an essential distinction that, as I recall, was not uniformly made back in the days when the monograph was written and one that is often blurred even today. Further, It does not for a moment adopt the simplistic choice between arguing that the selection of problems for investigation was either entirely governed by economic and military concerns or was not at all influenced by such concerns. It rejects, in other words, the mock choice between a vulgar Marxism and an equally vulgar purism. The need for this even-handed rejection of both simplisms is widely recognized today. But when the monograph was being written during the Great Depression, it will be remembered vulgar Marxism was just about the only variety of Marxism that was being expounded on the periphery of American academic circles. 3. Another conceptual distinction drawn in the analysis of economic and military influences on the development of 17th-century science remains basic though still often unregarded. This is the distinction between motivational and institutional levels of analysis. It is theoretically naive to assume that such influences operate only through the motivations of scientists as they deliberately select their agenda for investigation in an explicit effort to solve concrete practical problems called to their attention. This type of case involves what the monograph describes, in Chapter 10, as scientific research that is directly related to economic, social, or military demands. But other investigations are only indirectly related to such practical interests, with the investigators having no explicit concern with them. In the behavior of scientists, then as now, subjective intent and objective consequence are analytically distinct, coinciding at times and differing at others. Just as inquiries aimed at fundamental knowledge repeatedly turned up previously unsuspected applications, so inquiries aimed at application occasionally turned up new understandings of uniformities in nature. By examining several hundred investigations reported to the Royal Society in those days, the author was able to indicate the extent to which its working members devoted themselves to pure science as compared to science that was directly or indirectly related to contemporary economic and military concerns. The significance of this type of analysis, it now seems to me, rests less in the particular estimates of such extrinsic influences upon the spectrum of problems for investigation these are inevitably crude than in the mode of reasoning that escapes from the premises which assume either a fully autonomous development of science or one fully determined by extrinsic forces. The author seems to have gotten hold here of a procedure which, however coarse-grained, may not be inappropriate for analyzing the spectrum of scientific work today. This brings us directly to another characteristic of the monograph: whenever possible, it develops corrigible quantitative data to generate and to test its principal conclusions. Thus, as we have seen, in place of merely asserting that the foci of scientific problems were entirely or not at all affected by practical tasks of the time, the kind of statement encouraged by broad qualitative observations, it provides sobering statistical evidence of estimable magnitudes of such relationships. That is one reason why, in looking back, I cannot find it in me to say that the monograph arrived at hasty conclusions. Imperfect, perhaps, but not hasty. The statistical evidence is laboriously assembled and sometimes labored. Witness the inventory of some 6,000 biographies in the Dictionary of National Biography, which were sorted without benefit of the then rare IBM equipment, which in any case, in those distant days, would scarcely have been made available to a mere graduate student. And again, witness the classification of the 2,000 papers published in the Philosophical Transactions and hundreds of reports in the Minutes of the Royal Society as transcribed in Birch's History. The statistics so laboriously and, as it still seems, conscientiously assembled are employed as an impersonal check on various hypotheses about the development of science in that time and place. Such statistical data are, of course, merely approximations to what the author should have ideally wanted. But it must have been as agreeable as it was surprising to that apprentice to find both the scientist, Joseph Needham, just then beginning work on his magisterial Science and Civilization in China, and the humanist, Marjorie Nicholson, even then clearly destined to become Dean of the History of Literary and Scientific Ideas, commenting favorably on this addition to the historian's art. The quantitative orientation is designed, so far as possible, to put interpretative ideas on trial by facing them with suitable compilations of statistical data, rather then relying wholly on selected bits and scraps of evidence that too often catch the scholar's eye simply because they are consistent with his ideas. This refers, in particular, to statistics put together by the historical sociologist, and rather less to the statistics generated by the social, political, or economic system of the time, which are then reproduced and put to analytical use by the investigator. Beyond its use of historical quantification, this monograph has not exactly suffered from inattention. Yet, in spite of all the excellent reasons for critically considering its other thematics, the scholars who turned their attention to it at all generally preferred, as noted earlier, to center on the hypotheses of linkages between Puritanism and science. Had educated and articulate Puritans of the 17th century been social scientists, they would have found this focus of interest passing strange. For they took it almost as self-evident that science made not for the dethronement of God but rather provided a means of celebrating his wisdom and the tidiness of the universe he had created. What, then, has converted the commonplace of that time into the paradox of this time? Here is an adventitious clue. It happens that this dissertation was written in a university which, if I may put it so, enjoys a distinctly Puritan heritage, although it was written at a time when that heritage was no longer omnipresent and controlling. Indeed, the section of the dissertation dealing with Puritanism focused on what then seemed to many an improbable, not to say absurd, relation between religion and science. At least among those who had been reared on such positivistic works as John W. Draper's History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science and A. D. White's History of the Warfare of Science with Theology, it was widely believed, as some still believe, that the prime historical relation between religion and science is bound to be one of conflict. An abundance of historical evidence testified that history is chock full of conflict between the two, witness only the heretical shades of Giordano Bruno and Michael Servetus. In good positivistic style, then, it was only a short leap from such empirical episodes of conflict to a belief in the logical and historical necessity for conflict. Since science was engaged in assaulting the dogmatic assumptions about reality that were tucked away in theology and associated religious beliefs and practices, or was, at least, busily nibbling away at these assumptions, a state of war between the two was constrained to be continuous and inevitable. The only concession made by scholars holding this view was that, on occasion, the inherently opposed forces of science and religion were accommodated each to the other in an effort to dampen the intensity of that warfare. Quite another kind of interplay between 17th-century ascetic Protestantism and the contemporary science was conceived of in this study. It was proposed that Puritanism inadvertently contributed to the legitimacy of science as an emerging social institution. It may be of cursory interest that the author did not begin with that hypothesis. Rather, it happened in quite another way. The inquiry began as he was rummaging about in 17th-century England, trying to make some sense of the remarkable efflorescence of science at that time and place, being directed in the search by a general sociological orientation. The orientation was simple enough: various institutions in the society are variously interdependent, so that what happens in the economic or religious realm is apt to have some perceptible connections with some of what happens in the realm of science, and conversely. In the course of reading the letters, diaries, memoirs, and papers of 17th-century men of science, the author slowly noted the frequent religious commitments of scientists in this time, and even more, what seemed to be their Puritan orientation. Only then, and almost as though he had not been put through his paces during the course of graduate study, was he belatedly put in mind of that intellectual tradition, established by Max Weber, Troeltsch, Tawney, and others, which centered on the interaction between the Protestant ethic and the emergence of modern capitalism. Swiftly making amends for this temporary amnesia, the author turned to a line-by-line reading of Weber's work to see whether he had anything at all to say about the relation of Puritanism to science and technology. Of course, he had. It turns out that Weber concluded his classic essay by describing one of the next tasks as that of searching out the significance of ascetic rationalism, which has only been touched in the foregoing sketch, for a variety of cultural and social developments, among them the development of philosophical and scientific empiricism,
technical development and spiritual ideals. Once identified, Weber's recommendation became a mandate. I do not intend to review once again the accumulating details of evidence that pointed toward a significant interaction between the ethos of Puritanism and the emerging social institution of science, for that would amount to only a slightly revised version of what will be found in the book. Nor do I intend to discuss in detail the body of confirming and critical literature that has grown up about this hypothesis. For instead, I shall examine the texture of the argument, its theory, if you will, with the aim of undoing some of the critical and appreciative misunderstandings of it that have found their way into print. I might just as well begin with the misunderstanding that invites a muddle from which there is no easy escape. It would have been fatuous for the author to maintain, as some swift-reading commentators upon the book would have him maintain, that, without Puritanism, there could have been no concentrated development of modern science in 17th-century England. Such an imputation betrays a basic failure to understand the logic of analysis and interpretation in historical sociology. In such analysis, a particular concrete historical development cannot be properly taken as indispensable to other concurrent or subsequent developments. In the case in hand, it is certainly not the case that Puritanism was indispensable in the sense that if it had not found historical expression at that time, modern science would not then have emerged. The historically concrete movement of Puritanism is not being put forward as a prerequisite to the substantial thrust of English science in that time. Other functionally equivalent ideological movements could have served to provide the emerging science with widely acknowledged claims to legitimacy. The interpretation in this study assumes the functional requirement of providing socially and culturally patterned support for a not yet institutionalized science. It does not presuppose that only Puritanism could have served that function. As it happened, Puritanism provided major, not exclusive, support in that historical time and place. But that does not make it indispensable. However, and this requires emphasis, neither does this functional conception convert Puritanism into something epiphenomenal and inconsequential. It, rather than conceivable functional alternatives, happened to advance the institutionalization of science by providing a substantial basis for its legitimacy. But the imputed drastic simplification that would make Puritanism historically indispensable only affords a splendid specimen of the fallacy of misplaced abstraction, rather than concreteness. It would mistakenly have the author undertake an exercise in historical prophecy, to adopt the convenient term that Karl Popper uses to describe efforts at concrete historical forecasts and retrodictions, even though the much less assuming author himself has only tried his hand at an analytical interpretation in the historical sociology of science. This brings us directly to a principal assumption underlying the entire book. The substantial and persistent development of science occurs only in societies of a certain kind, which provide both cultural and material conditions for that development. This becomes particularly evident in the early days of modern science before it was established as a major institution with its own, presumably manifest, value. Before it became widely accepted as a value in its own right, science was required to justify itself to men in terms of values other than that of knowledge itself. This underlying idea unites the several themes of the monograph, the one dealing with the role of Puritanism and the other with the role of economic and military utilities in the institutionalization of science. When the author, who now has my belated sympathy, brought these two themes together, they seemed strange bedfellows indeed. Commentators who concern themselves with segregating theoretical perspectives in historical sociology found them not merely oddly assorted but, on their very face, altogether contradictory. The theme of Puritanism and science seemed to exemplify the idealistic interpretation of history in which values and ideologies expressing those values are assigned a significant role in historical development. The theme of the economic-military-scientific interplay seemed to exemplify the materialistic interpretation of history in which the economic substructure determines the superstructure of which science is a part. And, as everyone knows, idealistic and materialistic interpretations are forever alien to one another, condemned to ceaseless contradiction and intellectual warfare. Still, What everyone should know from the history of thought is that what everyone knows often turns out not to be so at all. The model of interpretation advanced in this study does provide for the mutual support and independent contribution to the legitimatizing of science of both the value orientation supplied by Puritanism and the pervasive belief in, perhaps more than the occasional fact of, scientific solutions to pressing economic, military, and technological problems. In that remote time of the 17th century which somehow manages to be more than a little reminiscent of today's far different social structure and the place of science in it, the emerging men of modern science were evolving the social role of natural philosopher, scientist, and the social organization of science. For this, they required legitimation and support in all manner of ways. Not least, as the evidence recorded in this book testifies, they were at times seeking to justify the ways of science to themselves. And to make science go, they required more by way of resources and facilities than was being provided. As emblematic of this continuing need, there is the plaintive postscript by Henry Oldenburg, the Secretary of the Royal Society, in a letter to Robert Boyle: "How large and useful a philosophical trade could I drive, had I but any competent assistance." 5. As science grows, then, resources must grow in order that science may continue to grow. It was in this connection that religion and economy coalesced to provide arguments for the utility of science, often to that degree of exaggeration that reminds us of the claims put forward by some scientists and laymen today. To the implicit and sometimes explicit question raised by the doubting Thomases of the time, why practice science and why support it, natural philosophers, clergymen, merchants, mine owners, soldiers, and civilian officials developed an impressive inventory of the diverse utilities of science. 1. The religious utility of exhibiting the wisdom of the divine handiwork. 2. The economic and technological utility of enabling minds to be workable at increasing depths. 3. The economic and technological utility of helping mariners to sail safely to ever more far-off places, in quest of adventure and trade. 4. The military utility of providing for ever more efficient and inexpensive ways of killing the enemy. 5. The self-development utility of providing a form of mental discipline, much as the study of Latin or even mathematics sometimes continues to be justified today. And 6. The nationalistic utility of enlarging and deepening the collective self-esteem of Englishmen as they advanced their claims to priority of discovery and invention. The religious, economic, technological, military, and even the self-development utilities may seem to provide an extrinsic rationale for the support and cultivation of science that requires no further elaboration. But what of the nationalistic utility of extending the collective self-esteem of England? Until a few years ago, this might have seemed to many a flimsy and improbable pretext for giving support to science, but that, of course, would only have been before Sputnik. Today, to appreciate the power of the drive for ethnocentric esteem, we need only paraphrase that epitaph to Christopher Wren: "Si exemplum requiris, circumspice," as we contemplate the billions of dollars happily expended by the United States to win the race to the moon. The Americans contesting with the Russians for scientific preeminence today represent only a highly elaborated version of the English contesting with the French or Germans in the 17th century. The difference is one merely of magnitude of resources allocated to the ethnocentric competition, not one of kind. To give an example, Wallace, writing to Oldenburg about the new transfusion of blood between animals, voices the type of ethnocentric concern with national priority of discovery that turns up time and again among both men of science and laymen in the 17th century. Only I could wish that those of our own nation were a little more forward than I find them generally to be, especially the most considerable, in timely publishing their own discoveries, and not let strangers reap ye glory of what those amongst ourselves are yet authors. 6. To reap the glory of being first in scientific discovery was not, of course, only a matter of ethnocentric pride. Competition in science was an intensely personal matter as well. Tucked away in a footnote in this book is an observation of the many and intense personal disputes over priority of discovery in 17th century England, coupled with the suggestion that the race for priority might constitute a strategic subject for study,
providing clues to the ways in which the institution of science shapes the motives, passions, and social relations of scientists. So far as I can tell, the youthful author of that footnote proved to be its only reader. At any rate, no one, not even he, heeded the muted clarion call. Slowly it dawned upon him that although it was well enough for others to ignore the plain wisdom of this prescription, he, at least, was obliged to take his own medicine. Some 10 years ago I first tried to make amends for this lapse of 2 decades and have since examined the import of priority races for an understanding of both the institution of science and the behavior of scientists. Ethnocentric glory, then, as well as the other diverse expressions of utilitarianism, provided a substantial basis for legitimatizing early modern science. In those days, little thought was given to the possibility that a major accent on the utility of science might eventually confine the free play of the scientific imagination. But perhaps it is just as well that men do not commonly attend to the historically distant, accumulative consequences of current commitments, or human action might be altogether paralyzed. Before science had acquired a substantial autonomy as an institution, it needed those extraneous sources of legitimation. It was only later that this dependence of science upon other institutionalized values began slowly to change. Science gradually acquired an increasing degree of autonomy, claiming legitimacy as something good in its own right, just as much so as literature and the other arts, as the quest for physical well-being or for personal salvation. The autonomous case for pure science evolved out of the derivative case for applied science. The new attitude is reflected in Ben Franklin's reply to the question put to him about the use of a new discovery: what good is a newborn baby? A reply echoed by Pasteur and Faraday in the century to come, but not one readily brought to mind in the century before. The new attitude expresses a double confidence, that fundamental scientific knowledge is a self-contained good and that, as a surplus value, it will in due course lead to all manner of practical consequences serving the other varied interests of man. The emphases upon the intrinsic and the utilitarian rationales for basic science have since varied as changing social circumstances invited differing strategy and tactics for maintaining legitimacy and enlisting support. The changing visible social consequences of science have served to shift these emphases, as we can observe in today's world. The pressing claims for the social utility of science, or to use the catchword, its relevance, perhaps foreshadow a new epoch limiting the spectrum of scientific inquiry. But in the 17th century, the sometimes excessive claims for the utilities of science were mainly prelude to its institutionalization. Once science was established with a degree of functional autonomy, the doctrine of basic scientific knowledge as a value in its own right became an integral part of the creed of scientists. Even so, the demand for practical payoffs continued to be periodically expressed, in greater or less degree. Having identified the spiritual and material benefits of science, as these were expressed in 17th century England, the author raises the question about the kind of social structure in which these doctrines of the utility of science are apt to emerge and prove consequential. In one form or another, they had of course been around for a long time before that eventful century. In rough approximation, he answers that question. Emerging new social strata, with their great expectations, found both kinds of utility congenial to them. This does not mean that the development in science was confined to ascetic Protestant strata or societies. But then, except in the frivolous or non-imputations of a few historians and sociologists, who could bring himself to allege such an exclusive concern with science? In this book, just as in the interpretations of economic systems set out by Weber, Troeltsch, Tawney, and all the numerous tribe that followed after them, there is no unthinking suggestion that interest in science is uniquely confined to certain groups. As with all patterns of behavior and attitudes in society, it is, of course and most significantly, a matter of degree. Within the social and cultural complex of the time, certain social strata developed, for the reasons set out, a disproportionately marked interest in science, both among the supporting population and the comparative few who actually entered upon scientific work. That is where the social arithmetic of the ascetic Protestant orientations of scientists becomes germane. It confirms this differential, not exclusive, tendency for those coming out of this religious subculture to educate for science, to provide support for science, to work at science. But social arithmetic applied to history has its pitfalls, as we shall soon see. Some time ago, Dorothy Stimson, Raymond Stearns, and the author of this monograph arrived at much the same results, as one might hope would be the case with independent computations of substantially the same data, in finding a distinct Puritan caste among English scientists in the latter part of the 17th century. Lately, a remarkably different set of arithmetical results has been reported. Lewis S. Fewer 8 tells us in effect that these previous counts are hopelessly awry, that, in truth, of the 119 members of the Royal Society in June 1663, adherents to the Puritan ethics can be counted, quite literally, on the fingers of one hand. For the rest, about whom there is enough information to judge, the great majority 43 or 50 or 54 of them, the figures vary a bit on page 421 of the Fewer book, were what he describes as hedonist libertarians. This report naturally invites the nagging suspicion that something has gone wrong, badly wrong, somewhere. How can this new arithmetical result be so wholly at odds with the earlier ones? A detailed answer would run beyond the limits of this preface. It would require a report, case by case, of Fewer's sortings and countings. But we can, in passing, take note of how he reaches his extraordinary results. On the road to his concluding statistics, Fewer alerts us by engaging in straightforward misquotation, with this monograph as the victim. To exhibit this particular art, we adopt the age-old practice it was already prevalent in the 17th century of reproducing the text which Mr. Fewer ostensibly quotes and his distinctively private version of it. Merton text: It is hardly a fortuitous circumstance that the leading figures of this nine-nuclear group of the Royal Society were divines and eminently religious men, though it is not quite accurate to maintain, as did Dr. Richardson, that the beginnings of the Society were amongst a small group of learned men in which Puritan divines predominated. But quite clearly it is true that the originative spirits of the Society were markedly influenced by Puritan conceptions. 1970 ed. Pages 113-14. Fewer quotation. It is hardly a fortuitous circumstance, writes Merton, that the leading figures of the NB nuclear group were divines and eminently religious men. The ellipsis and deletion are wholly Mr. Fewer's. The largest active professional group in the Royal Society, on the contrary, was that of the physicians. The ellipsis here is entirely mine. How many divines, on the other hand, were there among the founders of the Royal Society? Pages 68-69, the ellipsis and consequent miscounting testify to a powerful, though perhaps slightly willful, imagination. To begin with, this nuclear group, which refers to the group of 1645, is transmuted into the nuclear group of the Society located sometime in the 1660s. Then, divines and eminently religious men become truncated, in Fewer's actual count, into divines alone. And finally, to guarantee his statistical outcome beyond all doubt, Fewer simply deletes the author's own rejection of the view that divines rather than religious men predominated in this group, deploying a convenient ellipsis to excise from the original text the very conclusion at which he is to arrive himself. After this skillful bit of surgery, nothing more is needed than to proceed with the count showing that divines did not in truth predominate. Like most of us who are a little partial to our own ideas, the author of the monograph would doubtless want to know why Fewer responds to cogent reasoning with logic chopping. All this is foretaste to the agreeable elasticity of social arithmetic when one arranges it so. Another feature of Fewer's brand of nose counting is that it takes all noses as being of a kind. He arrives at his dramatic results by taking all fellows of the Royal Society in 1663 as having equal weight for the hypothesis under review. His list includes all courtiers whether or not they had given any evidence of an interest, let alone an understanding of science, who could enter at will into that royally sponsored fellowship.
Historians of science have ordinarily been a little more discriminating. Charles C. Gillespie, for one, has noted that for various obscure legal reasons, the 115 names listed in the Royal Society's Second Charter, granted on May 20, 1663, constitute the officially recognized original fellows. But as an historian rather than a legalist, he goes on to note that the list included substantial numbers who could be admitted at once to the fellowship simply because they were of, or above, the degree of barons. Unlike the rest, these were not first scrutinized for evidence of scientific competence or even of interest in science. Once having elected to include these courtly royalists in the relevant population, fewer could proceed with confidence to arrive at the guaranteed but not altogether relevant results. Still, all this is only preliminary to the final expedient that leads inescapably to the finding that the dominant ethic of the membership as a whole of the Royal Society on May 20, 1663, was not that of the Puritan virtues, it was hedonist libertarian. The criteria of hedonist libertarianism might seem elastic and loose enough to serve the purpose. Even so, Fewer apparently does not regard this elasticity as enough to ensure the result. For he goes on to include among the criteria of hedonistic libertarianism any expression of joy in scientific work. Once he has achieved this act of definition in which the pleasures of scientific inquiry become just another expression of hedonism, he is plainly destined to arrive at the conclusion that scientists in that time, and, one must add, in every other, are surely committed to hedonism. The historian Donald Fleming says all this more crisply: it is only fair to emphasize that Fewer's quarrel with Calvinism is merely incidental to his vindication of hedonism as the mainspring of science. In this cause every scientist who ever drank a glass of beer or looked at a woman, preferably both but one will do, becomes a hedonist. Even by these standards, Newton remains a problem, but Fewer endeavors to distract the reader's attention by a liaison between Newton's niece and a notorious libertine. Where everything else fails, Fewer counts as a hedonist anybody who ever said he enjoyed doing science. 11. Nevertheless, Fewer's use of these generously enveloping criteria does produce one puzzle beyond the reach of his predestined conclusions. In terms of these criteria, how was it possible for even 5 members of the Royal Society to be tagged as Puritan in their value orientations? Legitimate curiosity should be indulged. Here are the oddly assorted 5 who miraculously retain their Puritan identity after this grim ordeal by classificatory fiat: the Earl of Crawford and Lindsay, Hawke, probably Theodore Hawke, perhaps Hill, Viscount Masserine, and Vermwyden. Once joy in scientific work becomes a sign of hedonism, there should be no great difficulty in establishing the intensely Puritan scientist John Ray or the Puritan physician Thomas Sydenham or the pious Robert Boyle as incorrigible hedonists. And going on from there to what was yet to come, to count in his happy company of hedonist libertarians the altogether committed nonconformist Joseph Priestley, the devout Sandemanian Michael Faraday, whose religious feelings, as his biographer L. Pierce Williams has observed, were deep and permanent, the pious devotee of Baxter, Clerk Maxwell, the Calvinistic Sir William Ramsay, and that even more deeply committed Calvinist son of a Calvinist pastor, Leonard Euler. This excessively detailed and somewhat jaundiced digression into the Fourierian statistics is excusable only on one count and not, perhaps, even on that one. It may serve to induce in the reader of this book a proper skepticism about the use of social arithmetic designed to capture the value orientations of 17th-century scientists. Fewer's example persuades us, if any of us needed persuasion, that, in the end, such figures can be no better than the procedures adopted to generate them. Of quite another kind is the difficulty of resolving a basic issue in the scholarly debate that has centered on the question of the interaction of Puritanism and science. Deeply involved in that debate are such students of the historical case as Christopher Hill, Theodore K. Rabb, R. Huey Koss, Hugh F. Carney, Joseph Needham, and Lawrence Stone. Here, I do not take up matters of detail but focus only on the central issue. To what extent did the old Puritans turn their attention to science, and, for that matter, to commercial and industrial activity, because this interest was generated by their ethos,
and to what extent was it rather the other way, with those having entered upon a career in science, or commerce and industry, for whatever other reasons, subsequently finding the values of Puritanism congenial to them. It would be satisfying to be able to answer the question, to estimate the proportions of cases which can be ascribed to the Puritanism-science sequence and to the science-Puritanism sequence. But it seems no more possible today to proceed to such a rigorous analysis than when this investigation was first begun. The needed data are simply not at hand. Yet it is something more than a banality to conjecture that both processes were at work to unknown extent. From evidence available from other spheres of activity for our own time, we know that the relations between institutional values, interests, and affiliations are typically those of reciprocal interplay. Certain religious orientations tend to make for entrance into particular economic, political, and occupational categories, just as, conversely, some who have for other reasons entered into these categories tend to adopt religious orientations which they find congenial to their ways of life. For each historical society, it is, in the end, a question of the preponderance of one or the other direction of reciprocal influence. A conclusion of this sort cannot provide the satisfaction of theoretical closure. But it serves no good purpose, particularly as scholarly polemics push toward partisan convictions, to adopt a fixed conclusion in advance of the needed evidence. Another remark on this general point. Having lately reread this book, I must admit that only in a dozen or so places did the author take note of the partly imminent, partly accommodative, changes in the character of religious belief and commitment to science. But unschooled in the art of scholarly exposition, the author evidently did not realize that these periodic statements would be lost to view unless they were caught up in the emphatic general formulation that, interrelated as they were, both science and religion also developed under their own steam. Even now, I am led to subscribe to the subdued concluding sentence of this aged but perhaps not yet obsolete essay. 12. An unusually large number of 17th-century Englishmen who made their mark in science and technology first turned to these fields during the 5th and 6th decades of the century. Before exploring the causes of this apparent expansion of interest in science, it would seem wise to find out whether the fact itself is securely established. Does additional evidence sustain the impression derived from the statistical analysis of the Dictionary of National Biography Memoirs? In any event, which of the sciences were accorded the greatest measure of attention? Did any of them maintain an unchallenged primacy throughout this period, or were there continually shifting foci of scientific interest? Method of study. An independent source of data which may afford a basis for answering the first of these questions is the compilation by Ludwig Darmstädter and 26 associated scholars, Handbuch zur Geschichte der Naturwissenschaften und der Technik. 1. This chronological list of important scientific and technologic discoveries and inventions is far from exhaustive, but it is the fullest list available. It contains occasional errors in the attribution and dating of discoveries, too, but these do not vitiate our use of this material, originally published, in a slightly different form, as Foci and Shifts of Interest in the Sciences and Technology, Chapter 3 of Robert K. Merton, Science, Technology, and Society in 17th-Century England, Bruges, Belgium, St. Catherine Press, Limited, 1938, and with a new introduction, New York, Howard Furtick Incorporated, and Harper and Row, 1970, pages 38 to 54. Reprinted with permission. Since we are not concerned with the attribution of discoveries to particular individuals. Furthermore, since the Darmstädter entries pertaining to 17th century England have been verified, there is little basis for significant residual error. The difficulties inherent in the statistical use of lists of discoveries have not been fully overcome in this study, but they have been reduced by the nature of the inquiry. Our primary objective is not so much to estimate rates of scientific advance, as to estimate the relative degrees of scientific interest reflected in output. There is consequently no need to establish a precise one-to-one correspondence between individual discoveries and the units of the tabulation. Each scientific increment, irrespective of its significance for scientific development, indicates interest in that field, Certain strictures concerning the comparability and additiveness of heterogeneous units can be put aside for the purpose of the tabulations. 3. Each increment recorded by Darmstadter may not reflect an equal amount of interest in the corresponding science, but in the absence of any contrary evidence, it seems admissible to assume that the variations are not cumulative, that they do not, in short, lead to systematically biased results. The procedure involved in such tabulations depends upon certain assumptions. As we have said, it is assumed that the number of scientific discoveries mentioned in Darmstadter's handbook is, in general, a function of the extent of contemporary interest in science. Manifestly, this situation does not always obtain, possibly not in the century of scientific genius here under consideration. A few brilliant scientists, Newton, Boyle, Halley, may produce more noteworthy discoveries than, say, 100 times as many pedestrian investigators. 4. As an approximate index of interest in science, this list taken alone will not suffice, but taken in conjunction with the data derived from the Dictionary of National Biography as well as with additional data garnered from independent sources, its reliability can be variously monitored. Scientific productivity. The tabulation based on the handbook by counting each discovery or invention as one unit is presented in the Table 1. Because of the small number of items for any one science during each decade, the discoveries are not classified separately by scientific field. The contrast between the productivity of the two halves of the century is marked. There are 3 times as many discoveries in the second half as in the first. This coincides with the frequent observation by historians of science that the advance of science in England became especially notable during the latter half of the century. After a period of trendless fluctuation, there is a pronounced increase in the number of important discoveries during the decade 1661 to 70, after which productivity slackens considerably. The low point in scientific output is understandably reached during the period when the civil wars were rife. Wallace, Boyle, and others of their company frequently remarked on the distracting influences of the wars. The same pattern occurred during the internal disturbances engendered by William's entry into England in 1688, as was observed by the editor of the Philosophical Transactions when its interrupted publication was resumed. The publication of these transactions has for some time past been suspended, chiefly by reason that the unsettled posture of public affairs did divert the thoughts of the curious towards matters of more immediate concern than our physical and mathematical inquiries. 5. Internal conflict evidently retarded the acceleration of scientific research during the 2 middle decades of the century. The following decade, marked by the undisturbed and enlarged interaction of scientists attendant upon the inauguration of the Royal Society, was one of great scientific activity. In fact, the cessation of the Civil War as well as the great increase of interest in science during the decades immediately preceding probably account for the marked and sudden appearance of fundamental discoveries in the 60s. The scientific movement had been gathering momentum for some time previous, but had been repressed by the uncertainties and disorders of the time of strife. 7. The reliability of this tabulation of Darmstadter data can be gauged by comparing it with data concerning scientific interests derived from the DNB memoirs, set down in Table 2. It will be noted that with a lag of about a decade there is correlation between indices of initial scientific interests and of scientific productivity. Although interest in science was consistently increasing during the first half of the century, it was, as far as productivity is concerned, a period of incubation. Interaction between scientists was slight as compared with the intensive contact and discussion that attended the emergence of the Invisible College and the outgrowing Royal Society. Another of the discrepancies may be accounted for, as previously suggested, by the civil wars. 8. Moreover, the interaction between the degree of interest manifested in science and the rate of scientific output is complex. Enlarged interest in a particular field may lead with a lag to greater productivity, and this increase in the number of discoveries may in turn elicit still greater interest. But, as will be indicated presently, this process occurs only when there are no shifts of interest from science to other fields of activity. The foregoing data suggest that scientific development in England became especially marked about the middle of the 17th century. As the late Martha Ornstein indicated in her exemplary study, 9, a dividing line may be drawn at this point, for the forces in Western Europe that produced the science of the early part of the century were different from those that produced the science of the later part. This is true, a fortiori, for England. The first period included Gilbert and Harvey, as well as that peer of scientific propagandists, Francis Bacon, but science in the form of a social movement did not develop until later. Beyond the coterie of great names at this time was the popularity of science. The new experimental philosophy became fashionable, aristocrats began to dabble in nature's arcana. 10. The newfound popularity did not result in notable scientific achievements, but it helped legitimize the place of science. Indices of interest in the sciences. Which shifts of attention occurred within the context of this enhanced interest in science? What relative variations of interest were manifested in the several sciences and technology? The best accessible indicators of such shifts and variations can be derived from the only scientific journal published in 17th century England, the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London. But the Philosophical Transactions cannot furnish indices of changing scientific interests during the first part of the century, since it began publication only in 1665, 3 years after the official inauguration of the Royal Society. For only the latter part of the century, then, will it be possible to gauge the reliability of these indicators of shifting foci of scientific interest by comparing the data derived from Darmstadter's Handbook with the data derived from the Philosophical Transactions. The classification of sciences employed in the tabulation of articles in the Transactions has been adapted from the systematic classification developed by the editors of ISIS.U. Each article was taken as one unit and classified in that field of science to which it chiefly pertained. 12. Reviews of books, which usually involved lengthy discussions, were treated in the same way. The indices of interest in the various sciences simply represent the percentage of articles in each period devoted to each field of science. The indices are obviously crude, and so minor fluctuations can be neglected. For example, the fact that there were no articles in mathematics for the year 1677 obviously does not signify a cessation of interest in the subject. The chief use of the indices is to identify trends, not annual variability. Shifts of interest between the sciences. The results arranged by triennia for the period 1665 to 1702 appear in tables 3 and 4. 13. The number of articles and indices of attention are grouped by 3-year periods, since we want to detect trends rather than random year-to-year oscillations. The indices identify several well-defined movements. Thus, in the formal sciences logic, epistemology, and chiefly mathematics there are 3 clearly marked cycles. The first reaches its peak in the years 1668 to 70, when Newton, Wallis, and James Gregory, and to a lesser degree, John Collins, Christopher Wren, J. Ferguson, and Viscount Brunnecker were advancing mathematics. The Logarithmotechnia of Nicolaus Mercator was published in 1668 and aroused interest. It was at this time, in 1669, moreover, that Newton communicated to Barrow his conception of the method of flux ions and quadrature of curves. This tract, De Analysi per Equationes Numero Terminorum Infinitas, sent in tum to Collins, stimulated further interest in the subject. From that time, a slight decline continues until a new cycle of rising interest reaches its peak in the years 1681 to 83. It was about then that interest was revived in John Pell's idea of mathematics, first written in 1639 and sent by him to Mersenne and Descartes. Hooke included their comments in the reprinting of Pell's tract in the Transactions. 14. The peak of interest for the entire period was reached. Howard Becker, Distribution of Space in the American Journal of Sociology, American Journal of Sociology 36, 1930 461-66, and 38, 1932 71-78. 13. It will be noted that there were 2 lapses in the publication of the Transactions, the first beginning in 1678 and lasting 3 years. In 1681, Robert Hooke began to publish the philosophical collections, which have always been considered as constituting a part of the Transactions. C.F. Thomas Thomson, History of the Royal Society, London, 1812, p. 7 ff. The collections were published until 1683, when the Secretary of the Royal Society, Robert Plot, revived the original publication, which continued until 1687, when another 3-year intermission occurred. In 1691, Richard Waller and more especially Edmund Halley edited the Transactions once again, and since that time the publication of this journal has continued unbroken. 14. Pell never lived up to the early expectations of his friends and associates in mathematics. John Collins regarded him as a very learned man, more knowing in algebra, in some respects, than any other. But, he went on to say, to incite him. In 1694-96, with the publication of the complete mathematical works of John Wallis, interest centered on the problems with which Wallis had been primarily concerned, the method of finding the areas of curves by use of the infinite series, which constituted an approach to the calculus, and the fluxionary calculus. Although Newton had employed the principles of the calculus in the Principia, 1687, its peculiar English notation did not appear until the publication of Wallis's Algebra in 1693. These events evoked considerable interest, as can be seen from the articles on quadrature problems and the like by Halley, Abraham de Moivre, and Wallis himself. Apparently, short-term fluctuations of interest in particular fields derive from developments internal to the discipline. That is, publications recognized as highly significant make for foci of interest in the range of problems that have been brought to light and give promise of solution. The impression that minor fluctuations in foci of interest are primarily determined by the internal history of the science is confirmed by other kinds of data. Thus, we know from the explicit statements by their authors, that many works were brought into being as a result of Gilbert's researches on magnetism. 15. Harvey's achievements especially stimulated English scientists to engage in research in both anatomy and physiology. 16. English anatomists, such as Glisson and Wharton, turned their attention to those organs concerned with the preparation and movement of the blood, the liver and the heart. 17. The small number of investigators all told meant that the attention paid to these fields sometimes deflected interest from related subjects. The shift of interest to physiology and microscopic anatomy led to a decline of interest in surgery. 18. On occasion, the contributions of supreme scientific genius inhibited further work. The prestige accorded the work of Newton, for example, prevented his immediate successors from daring any advance upon his discoveries. Thus, in the field of hydrodynamics, even though, as Lagrange said, Newton's work was least satisfactory in this subject, no significant advance was made in England until the time of Thomas Young. 19. Although the general types of problems confronting the scientist which in Tum suggest a host of derivative problems may be suggested by extra-scientific factors, as we shall see later, it is the development of the derivative problems uncovered through sustained scientific study that largely accounts for the foci and shifts of attention in given sciences over the short run in this period. In this limited sense, the study of short-time fluctuations would seem the province of the historian of science rather than that of the sociologist. This conclusion seems again warranted if we turn to the trends of interest in the physical sciences, astronomy, physics, and chemistry during the latter 17th century. Up to this point the physical sciences claim by far the greater part of scientific attention, but the approach of the Age of Enlightenment with its predominate interest in man rather than matter is heralded by the gradual decline of articles in these fields. The decline is even more marked by contrast with the increase of interest in the cultural sciences, history, archaeology, economics, philology, and political arithmetic revealed by the indices of attention. 20. Setting of a problem. The data point to various trends in scientific interests during this period, which can be briefly summarized. In mathematics, as we have seen, there are 3 short time cycles. In the physical sciences there is a more or less continuously sustained high degree of interest until 1684–87, when a perceptible decline sets in. Irvine Masson, the historian of chemistry, notes a relapse in chemical investigation after Boyle's death, 21, a short-term trend which is reflected in our data. The biological sciences, natural history. Withington, Medical History, London, 1894, p. 329, the surgery of the 17th century is much less important than that which came before or after it, for the wonderful progress of physiology seems to have attracted the ablest minds to the study of medical problems. Botany and zoology maintain a roughly constant share of scientific attention. The sciences of the earth, geodesy, geography and oceanography, geology, mineralogy, paleontology, meteorology, and climatology, to use the modern terminology, exhibit no marked changes. The sciences of anatomy and physiology show a slight decrease from 1665 to 1676, followed by a greater increase to 1683, followed by another small cycle. The cultural sciences, history, archaeology, philology, and political arithmetic show an almost continuous increase, from 1668 to 1702. Finally, the medical sciences, pharmacy, pharmacology, and medicine also show an increase during the period from 1665 to 1702. The gross trends can be further identified by grouping the sciences into two general categories, those dealing with inorganic nature, and those dealing with organic nature. In the first group are physical sciences, to which we add the formal disciplines, in the latter, the biological, anthropological, and medical sciences. Sciences of the earth are omitted since they imply a knowledge of both organic and inorganic nature. The cultural sciences are also omitted. Table 5 indicates the changing emphasis on the two types of sciences. Interest in the inorganic remains consistently higher than in the organic until the late 80s, when there is an increasingly pronounced shift to interest in the latter group of sciences. These trends may only reflect a changing policy of the editors of the transactions rather than actual changes in the foci of scientific interests. This is of course possible, but several considerations put it in doubt. First, the editors of the transactions were members of the Royal Society who were in direct touch with the leading scientists. Secondly, the articles were contributed by the comparatively few investigators of the time and so, in the nature of the case, would reflect their interests. Finally, much the same results appear from independent sources. A comparison of the data derived from the philosophical transactions and from Darmstadter's handbook must be restricted to the rank order of the various groups of sciences, since the Darmstadter material does not include enough English discoveries for this period to warrant comparison either by specific sciences or by yearly periods. However, since it is the reliability of the generalized picture of shifts of scientific interests which is in question, this is not a cramping restriction. The comparison is shown in Table 6. 22. The agreement between indices derived from two wholly independent sources argues for the reliability of the evidence. The rank correlation between the two sets of data is well nigh perfect. The one reversal, between ranks 3 and 4, represents a small difference in percentage. It is of further interest that a competent observer of scientific development during this period ranks the sciences in about the same order. Martha Umstein 23 notes that the greatest progress was evinced in physics, astronomy, medicine and mathematics. Considerable progress was shown in botany, zoology, and chemistry, least in geology and paleontology. To be sure, the Darmstadter data cannot be used to confirm the trends obtained from the analysis of the philosophical transactions, since they include too few cases for trend analysis. But the finding of the same rank order in the two sets of material suggests that the trend data may also be sound. We have noted that changing foci of scientific interest can be interpreted as the result of developments internal to the various sciences. But it would be misleading to assume that this is entirely so. As Rickert and Max Weber forcefully indicated through the concept of Erdbeziehung, scientists often choose problems for investigation that are vitally linked with major values and interests of the time. 24 Much of this study will examine some of the extra-scientific elements which significantly influenced, if they did not wholly determine, the foci of scientific interest. The foci of scientific interest are determined by social forces as well as by the imminent development of science. We must therefore examine extra-scientific influences in order to comprehend more fully the reasons why scientists have applied themselves to one field of investigation rather than another. With the view of tracing such a connection between science and society, I shall indicate the ways in which military exigencies have encouraged the growth of one branch of science, especially in 17th century England. 1. The 17th century in England was one in which war and revolution were rife. Moreover, the dominance of firearms, both muskets and artillery, over sidearms first became marked at this time. Swords and pikes disappeared almost completely as weapons, except as they were incorporated in the removable bayonet about 1680. Especially notable was the use of heavy artillery, for in this field occurred a change of scale which raised new technical problems. Ever since the early 14th century, cannon, or firepots, had been used in warfare, but it was not until 3 centuries later that they played an important role in military technology. Leonardo was one of the first to combine military engineering and scientific prowess, as is evidenced by his polygonal fortress, steam cannon, breech-loading cannon, ripped firearms, and wheel-lock pistol. Other scientists also employed themselves with such matters. Niccolò Tartaglia, in his Nuova Scienza, 1537, dealt with the theory and practice of gunnery. George Hartmann invented a scale of calibers which provided a standard for the production of guns and advanced the empirical laws of firing. Galileo, in his Dialogi, suggested that, ignoring air resistance, the trajectory of a projectile described a parabola, while Torricelli concerned himself in great detail with the problems of the trajectory, range, and fire zone of projectiles. Leibniz, as is evidenced by his posthumous writings, was greatly concerned with such aspects of military problems as military medicine, military mathematics, and military mechanics. He also worked on a new air pressure gun, as did Otto von Guericke and Denis Papin. Isaac Newton, in his Principia, BK2, section 1-4, attempted to calculate the effect of air resistance upon the trajectory of a projectile. Johannes Bernoulli, who also studied the expansion of gunpowder gases, pointed out Newton's error, with the result that it, BK2, Prop 37, was eliminated in the second edition of the Principia. Euler continued the theory that the parabola best approximates the actual trajectory of a projectile, a subject dealt with minutely by Maupertuis. But all this simply indicates that outstanding scientists have at times been directly and perhaps tenuously concerned with matters of military technique. In order to see the ways in which such practical exigencies stimulated research in certain fields of pure science, it is necessary to make a detailed study of another sort. The technical and scientific problems set by the development of artillery in the 17th century were these. Interior ballistics is concerned with the formation, temperature, and volume of the gases into which the powder charge is converted by combustion, and the work performed by the expansion of these gases upon the gun, carriage, and projectile. Formulae for the velocity imparted to a projectile by the gases of given weights of gunpowder and for their reaction upon the gun and carriage must be computed to determine the correct relation of the weight of charge to the projectile's weight and length of bore, the velocity of recoil, and the like. Not only were such 19th-century scientists as Gay-Lussac, Chevreul, Graham, Pio-Bert, Cavalli, Mayevsky, Otto, Newman, Noble, and Abel concerned with these problems, but also many investigators before them. Of obvious fundamental importance for interior ballistics is the relation between pressure and volume of gases. That the volume of any gas varies inversely as its pressure was stated by Boyle in 1662 and verified independently by Mariotta some 14 years later. Apparently Boyle was not unaware of the relation between his discovery and problems of interior ballistics, for he proposed to the Royal Society that it might be examined what is really the expansion of gunpowder, when fired too. This same problem was investigated in detail by Leeuwenhoek, who, although he resided in Holland, may be considered in the stream of English science, by virtue of the 375 papers that he sent to the Royal Society, of which he was a member. His experiments in interior ballistics, published in the Transactions, aroused sufficient interest to be repeated before the Society by Papin. At one of the early meetings of the Society, both Boyle and Lord Brunecker, the latter being especially interested in ballistics, suggested experiments on air pressure and the expansion of gases. One of the proposed experiments dealt with the inflammation and combustion of a charge of powder, a problem basic to the noted memoirs in interior ballistics centuries later by Noble and Abel, read before the Royal Society in 1874 and 1879, respectively. At one of the earliest meetings of the Society, the Lord Viscount Brunecker was desired to prosecute the experiment of the recoiling of guns, and to bring it in at the next meeting 3. These experiments were repeated and followed with great interest by the other members of the Society. Exterior ballistics is concerned with the motion of a projectile after it leaves the gun. It treats of the trajectory and the relation between the velocity of a projectile and the resistance of the air. The most notable experiments in exterior ballistics in the 18th and 19th centuries were those by Robbins, Hutton, Didion, Poisson, Helley, Bashforth, Mayevsky, and Sciacci, but these were largely based upon scientific work of the preceding period. As is well known, Galileo introduced his Discorsi, in which he dealt with the trajectory of a projectile, with an acknowledgement of the assistance rendered him by the Florentine arsenal. Moreover, as Whewell noted, the practical military applications of the doctrine of projectiles doubtlessly helped to establish the truth of Galileo's views. The study of the free fall of bodies, so essential to exterior ballistics in its initial stages, was continued by Robert Hooke in his experiments with the fall of steel bullets. He followed this investigation with some experiments designed to determine the resistance of air to projectiles. This resistance, he maintained, could be tested by shooting horizontally from the top of some high tree. Hooke went further and constructed an engine for determining the force of gunpowder by weight, an experiment that proved of sufficient interest to be repeated at 2 subsequent meetings of the Society. Christopher Wren, concerned with the invention of offensive and defensive engines, was, with Wallace and Huygens, the first to state correctly the motion of bodies in their direct impact. This law, together with the first 2 laws of motion, affords a basis for an approximation to the trajectory of a projectile. For Roger Coates, Newton's disciple who edited the second edition of the Principia, similarly occupied himself in his Harmonia Mensuarum with the motion of projectiles. The problem of the trajectory was attacked by Halley, who demonstrated the utility of Newton's analysis in the Principia for this purpose. Halley even referred to the economic, as well as technical, advantages to be derived from his mathematico-mechanical formulation of the approximate trajectory of projectiles, indicating that his rule may be of good use to all bombardiers and gunners, not only that they may use no more powder than is necessary to cast their bombs into the place assigned, but that they may shoot with much more certainty. 5. Sir Robert Moray introduced to the Royal Society Prince Rupert's gunpowder, in strength far exceeding the best English powder, as well as a new gun invented by the Prince. Moray also suggested a series of experiments in gunnery, which were broadcast in the Transactions. These trials aimed to determine the relation between the quantity of powder, caliber of gun, and the carrying distance of the shot. Similar experiments were conducted by the sometime Savilian professor of astronomy, John Greaves. It appears evident that contemporary scientists were interested in problems and investigations which pertained directly to military technology, but, what is perhaps less evident and more significant, many researches devoted to pure science were also related to such problems. For example, the study of the free fall of bodies, which since Galileo occupied such a prominent place in physical research, is necessary, if the trajectory and velocity of a projectile are to be determined. The connection between these problems was made explicit when an experiment was frequently performed before the Royal Society for finding the velocity of a bullet by means of the instrument for measuring the time of falling bodies. 6. In an effort to determine the approximate extent to which military technology tended to focus the attention of scientists upon certain problems, I have computed the number of inquiries and experiments carried on by the Royal Society which are related, directly and indirectly, to such military needs. By tabulating the number of experiments listed in the minutes of the Society during 4 years in the later 17th century and classifying them in terms of the fields to which they pertained, it is possible to secure an approximate comparison of this kind. Each experiment or inquiry listed in the Society's minutes, as published in Birch's History, is counted as one unit and classified in the field to which it is most closely allied. The field of military technology was classified in the following fashion. Military technology. A. Directly related research. 1. Study of trajectory and velocity of projectiles. 2. Processes of casting and improvement of arms. 3. Studies of the relation of the length of gun barrels to the range of bullets. 4. Study of the recoil of guns. 5. Experiments with gunpowder. B. Indirectly related research. 1. Compression and expansion of gases, relations between volume and pressure in the gun. 2. Strength, durability, and elasticity of metals, elastic strength of guns. 3. Free fall of a body and conjunction of its progressive movement with its free fall, determination of the trajectory of projectiles. 4. Movement of bodies through a resistant medium, approximations to the trajectory of projectiles as influenced by air resistance. In the year 1661, the Royal Society pursued 191 separate scientific investigations. Of these, 15 directly related, 3 indirectly related, or 9.4% were related to military technology. In 1662, of 203 projects, 23, 4 direct, 19 indirect, or 11.3%, in 1686, of 241 projects, 32, 22 direct, 10 indirect, or 13.3%, and in 1687, of 171 projects, 14, 8 direct, 6 indirect, or 8.2%. Thus it appears that on the average about 10% of the research carried on by the foremost scientific body in 17th century England was devoted to some aspect of military technology. To an appreciable extent, then, this one extra scientific concern tended to focus scientific attention upon a given body of scientific problems. The relations between military demands and the scientific development of the time were primarily of two sorts. The first involved conscious, deliberate efforts of the contemporary scientists directly to solve problems of military technology. This is what is meant by a direct relation. The second type is less apparent, for it concerns scientific attention to problems which, although either imposed or emphasized by military needs, seemed to the scientists as of purely scientific interest. This was called the indirect or derivative relation. Concern with the expansion of gases, combustibility of powder and the consequent pressure of the products of combustion, and the durability and resistance of materials may in individual instances involve no consciously felt connection with military technology, although the original impetus for such study may have come from military requirements. These derivative problems may enter into scientific tradition as problems of purely scientific interest. This is to say that scientific research often proceeds along lines largely independent of social forces once the initial problems have become evident, and in this way, much research may be related only in tenuous degree to military or economic developments. Thus science develops an autonomous corpus of investigation which has its origin in strictly scientific, not utilitarian, considerations. It is these developments, which probably constitute the greater part of science, arising from the relative autonomy of scientific work that seem to have little or no connection with social forces. 10. The neglect of the sociology of science. 1952. Although the interaction between science and society has been a subject of occasional interest to scholars for more than a century, there has been little effort to provide a systematic organization of the facts and ideas which comprise that subject, the sociology of science. Numerous works, particularly in recent years, have variously dealt with one or another part of the subject. For example, the writings of Bernal, Crowther, and Farrington, of Lilly, Pledge, and Hogben. But these, with the important exception of Lilly's social aspects of the history of science, have not examined the linkage between science and social structure by means of a conceptual framework that has proved effective in other branches of sociology. It is the special distinction of this book that it puts into provisional order an accumulation of otherwise fragmentary and uncoordinated materials on the interplay of science and society. When a book is clearly and closely organized, it becomes redundant to sketch out its design in a foreword. That is certainly the case with Mr. Barber's book. There is no need to enumerate its major themes here, for he does that himself, lucidly and succinctly. But there may be some value in attempting to place his book, and what it represents, in its social setting, to consider why it is that we have had to wait so long for a book which essays the task Mr. Barber has set himself, to get a better understanding of science by applying to it the kind of sociological analysis that has proved fruitful when directed to many other kinds of social activities. How does it happen that the sociology of science is still a largely unfulfilled promise? Rather than a highly developed special field of knowledge, cultivated jointly by social, physical, and biological scientists? What are its present resources and prospects? It is nothing new to observe that this field has long remained in a condition of remarkable neglect. In his recent diagnosis of the present state of American sociology, for example, Edward Shills counts the study of science and scientific institutions among the major undeveloped areas of sociological inquiry. The evidence for such a judgment is varied but consistent. Consider for a moment the sphere of teaching. Of the several thousand classes devoted to one or another branch of sociology in American colleges and universities, fewer than a handful are devoted to the sociology of science. Textbooks which, after an appreciable lag, ordinarily mirror the foci of attention in a discipline, also bear out this impression of neglect. Among current introductory textbooks in sociology, typically designed to acquaint students with the specialized spheres of interest in the field, all deal at length with the institutions of family, state, and economy, many with the institution of religion, but very few indeed with science as a major institution in modern society. Incidental discussions of the important role of science in society turn up in abundance, but there is little by way of a systematic analysis of that role or consider the evidence in the sphere of research. It is true, of course, that comparatively little research is conducted in sociology altogether. In contrast to the tens of thousands of inquiries reported annually in physics, chemistry, and biology or, for that matter, of the thousands in history and English literature, there are only hundreds reported for the entire field of sociology. Among these, scores of studies deal with the sociology of marriage and the family, with population, and with crime, and an appreciable number deal even with the sociology of religion, but the sociology of science has not yet enlisted sufficient interest to merit separate notice in the annual catalogues of sociological research. Another telling sign of this studied neglect is found in the social organization of social research. Particularly, though not exclusively, in social science, institutes for specialized research are typically established in response to social, economic, and political needs, as these are defined by influential groups in the society. Each social problem seems to generate its own complement of research centers. Thus, as public alarm is voiced at the alleged instability of the family and the rising rate of divorce, universities establish institutes specializing in research on the family. As the course of world affairs focuses attention on Russia, the Near East, or the Far East, universities establish institutes devoted to social research on these regions. Yet among these scores of research centers in the social sciences, not one is devoted on any substantial scale to the sociology of science. The inventory of neglect need not be continued. These varied evidences all reflect the central fact that the sociology of science claims the undivided attention of only a negligible number of specialists, most of these in England and elsewhere in Europe. Among the several thousand American sociologists, not even a dozen report this as their field of primary interest. Indeed, the sociology of science has been nudged into being, not so much by sociologists as by occasional physical and biological scientists who occupy their leisure hours by working on this subject. That it is these scientists who have contributed most to what is presently known in the field can be seen from Mr. Barber's critically selected bibliography. Of the many books and articles on which he has drawn, roughly half were written by practicing physical and life scientists or by scientists who have turned to administration, more than a quarter by historians and philosophers of science, and only the remaining fraction by sociologists. Granted that these numbers are rough approximations and that they may reflect the bent of the author who, for one reason or another, may have leaned toward writings by natural scientists. Yet other, more inclusive and less exacting, bibliographies of the sociology of science have much the same character. Not many persons cultivate the field altogether, and those who do are for the most part physical and biological, rather than social, scientists. All this has left its mark on the nature of existing materials in the sociology of science. Since many of those interested in the relations between science and society are primarily engaged in other fields of inquiry, they have usually not been able to express this interest in the form of time-consuming disciplined research. They have, instead, written speculative books and articles, making use of the historical evidence lying close to hand. In these works, therefore, the historical anecdote often stands in place of systematic data and the opinion, in place of documented inference. Generalizations spring easily from a few selected particulars. Thus, Newton is noted to have been a bachelor, and so, celibacy manifestly contributes to a wholehearted devotion to science. In his invasion of Egypt, Napoleon was accompanied by nearly 200 astronomers, archaeologists, chemists, geometers, and mineralogists, from which it appears that war generally facilitates scientific advance. These works also draw, again and again, upon the same small number of empirical studies, although these are insufficient to bear the weight of the numerous conclusions which are precariously based upon them. The circumstance that much of the material in this field has been fashioned by physical and biological scientists for whom this is an avocation rather than a major concern has left another mark, which Mr. Barber has tried to erase. Unlike the pattern in solidly established disciplines, in the sociology of science facts are typically divorced from systematic theory. Empirical observation and hypothesis do not provide mutual assistance. Not having that direct bearing on a body of theory which makes for cumulative knowledge, the empirical studies that have been made, from time to time, by natural scientists have resulted in a thin scattering of unconnected findings rather than a chain of closely linked findings. As a consequence of all this, the sociology of science has long been in a disordered condition. On the one hand, it is unduly speculative, with few established facts altogether, and, on the other, it suffers from an excess of empiricism, since these facts are ordinarily not cast in the mold of theory. Largely absent in this field are the productive patterns of inquiry in which, as has been said, men pursue facts until they uncover ideas or pursue ideas until they uncover facts. It is by no means inherent in the subject matter that the years and decades should have slipped by with relatively few accretions to our knowledge of the interconnections of science and society. Rather, this is the natural outcome of continued neglect. Since the social scientists having the needed grounding in theory have not ordinarily taken up empirical studies in the sociology of science, and since the physical and biological scientists who have conducted such studies ordinarily lack the needed theory, it is no wonder that the growth of the field has been stunted. Not that mere numbers of students devoted to a special branch of knowledge ensure its rapid growth. Some problems remain refractory to quick solution, but the converse is a truism: a field of knowledge does not prosper if it is neglected. The slow, uncertain, and sporadic development of the sociology of science has meant that its leading ideas have grown worn with repetition. As one example among many of this, consider the history of the inferences that have been drawn from the multiple and independent appearance of the same scientific discovery, or of the same invention. It may not be too much to say that the implications about the cultural context of innovation which have been drawn from this strategic fact are among the more significant conceptions found in the sociology of science. These conceptions are, properly enough, associated with the sociologists, William F. Ogburn and Dorothy S. Thomas, who drew up a list of almost 150 independently duplicated scientific discoveries and technological inventions, pointing out that these innovations became virtually inevitable as certain types of knowledge accumulated in the cultural heritage and as social needs directed attention to particular problems. In two respects, the history of this idea illustrates the slow pace of development in the sociology of science. First, this idea has been little elaborated or extended since it was emphasized by Ogburn and Thomas a generation ago, and second, essentially the same idea regarding the sociological significance of multiple independent discoveries had been repeatedly formulated, particularly throughout the century before. As early as 1828, Macaulay, in his essay on Dryden, had noted that the independent invention of the calculus by Newton and Leibniz belonged to a larger class of instances in which the same discoveries and inventions had been made by scientists working apart from one another. This coincidence he attributed to an accumulated common stock of knowledge and to a common focus of attention. As he put it, in terms now grown old with repetition, mathematical science, indeed, had then reached such a point, that if neither Leibniz nor Newton had ever existed, the principle must inevitably have occurred to some person within a few years. Nor was Macaulay alone in this idea, which turned up in the most diverse quarters of English society. In spite of Carlyle's doctrine of culture heroes, this unheroic idea was regarded as a useful commonplace by the Victorian manufacturers who testified before royal commissions that, after all, inventions only constituted small and inevitable increments in existing technology, as could be seen from repeated instances of the virtually simultaneous and independent appearance of the same invention. Not much later, a prominent writer who detested his own position as a Manchester manufacturer expressed all the same thesis when he wrote of his partner in ideas that while Marx discovered the materialist conception of history, Thierry, Mignot, Guizot, and all the English historians up to 1850 are the proof that it was being striven for, and the discovery of the same conception by Morgan proves that the time was ripe for it and that indeed it had to be discovered. Meanwhile, the same conception, based on the same kind of evidence, was being promulgated in the United States. In 1885, William H. Babcock and P. B. Pierce were informing their colleagues in the Anthropological Society of Washington that the synchronism of inventions testifies that the progress of a certain art has reached a point where a given step becomes inevitable, and that this shows that the individual man is of less importance in invention than his environment. Shortly thereafter in France, Gabriel Tarde, in 1902, and Abel Ray, in 1922, were arriving at the same conclusion, observing that the simultaneity of discoveries and inventions was sufficient evidence of the crucial part played by cultural accumulation. The point of this is not, of course, that Macaulay or the Victorian manufacturers, that Engels or the American anthropologists said it first. Nor that this multiple and, in some instances, independent rediscovery of the same idea may be regarded as an hypothesis which is confirmed by its own history. Nor again, is it to detract from the genuine contribution of Ogburn and Thomas, who did so much to establish this hypothesis in sociological thinking. The point is, rather, that periodic rediscovery of the same hypothesis characteristically results from the neglect, by sociologists, of the sociology of science and technology, so that this special field, in contrast to other specialized branches of sociology, has developed little that is new through the years. Very few, for example, have followed up the implications of the hypothesis to determine, through actual empirical study, the extent to which, as the hypothesis supposes, the same constituents were indeed comparably developed in the different cultures where the same discovery or invention appeared. Consequently, this hypothesis, like other hypotheses in the sociology of science, has remained substantially unextended for more than a century. 2. It is no easy matter to say why it is that the sociology of science has for so long remained in a state of comparative lethargy. This condition is particularly anomalous, since it seems widely agreed that science constitutes one of the major dynamic forces in modern society. Possibly there are social and institutional circumstances which, largely unnoticed, combine to divert the attention of scholars and scientists from a subject which one would expect to be of central interest in a world where science looms large. The relative neglect of this subject by physical and biological scientists perhaps requires little explanation. After all, specialization in science calls for devoted concentration of effort, and the sociology of science is not their métier. Hard at work on research in their own science, they are scarcely in a position to take up yet another life as sociologists. Furthermore, current practices and assumptions in the world of natural science may militate against their developing even a casual interest in the linkages of science and social structure. For example, there may prevail, among these scientists, the assumption that the history of science is comprised by a succession of great minds, an assumption with an easy plausibility since turning points in the history of science are indeed commonly associated with great scientists. Standing on such an assumption, scientists may readily lose sight of the less visible social processes which play their indispensable part. In paying its homage to these great minds, society may inadvertently reinforce that assumption. Eponymy, the practice of affixing a scientist's name to his discovery, as with Boyle's law or Planck's constant, Nobel Prizes and lesser testimonials, nationalistic claims to scientific preeminence which lead to a focus on the contributions of one's own nationals, the virtual anonymity of the lesser breed of scientists whose work may be indispensable for the accumulation of scientific knowledge. These and similar circumstances may all reinforce an emphasis on the great men of science and a neglect of the social and cultural contexts which have significantly aided or hindered their achievements. Physical and biological scientists may be reluctant to consider the bearing of social environment upon science for quite another set of reasons. They may be apprehensive that the dignity or integrity of their work might be damaged were they to recognize the implications of the fact that, as Mr. Barber points out, science is an organized social activity, that it presupposes support by society, that the measure of this support and the types of scientific work for which it is given differ in different social structures, and that the directions of scientific advance may be appreciably affected by all this. Or perhaps their reluctance comes from the widespread and mistaken belief that to trace such connections between science and society is to impugn the motives of scientists. But, as Mr. Barber and others have shown, this belief involves a confusion between the motives of scientists and the social environment which affects the course of science. It assumes also that scientists are consistently aware of the social influences which affect their behavior, and this is by no means a self-evident truth. To consider how and how far various social structures canalize the directions of scientific research is not to arraign scientists for their motives. Nor, as Mr. Barber reminds us by emphasizing the relative autonomy of science, is it to make the institution of science the mere appendage of political, economic, and other social institutions. Whether these are, or are not, the reasons why physical and biological scientists neglect the sociology of science, they can scarcely be the reasons why sociologists have given this field such little attention. The mythopoeic view of history has had little standing among them for generations. If anything, they are more likely to underestimate the distinctive role of great men in social change. Nor do sociologists generally assume that to study the social patterning of human behavior is to condemn the motives of those acting out those patterns. They are more likely to adopt the relativistic opinion that to understand is to excuse, that the conception of individual responsibility is alien to social determinism. It would seem, therefore, that the absence of concerted research interest in this field among sociologists must have another explanation. Although there is little evidence on which to base an explanation, the fact itself is at once so conspicuous, and strange, that it invites conjecture. It may be that the connections between science and society constitute a subject matter which has become tarnished for academic sociologists who know that it is close to the heart of Marxist sociology. Such an attitude need not stem from a fear of guilt by association with politically condemned ideas, though this, too, may play a part. 3. Like attitudes toward most revolutionary ideas, attitudes toward Marxism have long been polarized. They have typically called for total acceptance or for total rejection. Sociologists who have come to reject the Marxist conceptions out of hand have not uncommonly rejected also the subject matters to which they pertained. American sociologists do not much study the conflicts between social classes, just as they do not much study the relations between science and society. At the other pole, those who regard themselves as disciples of Marxist theory seem to act as disciples merely, content to reiterate what the masters have said or to illustrate old conclusions with newly selected examples, rather than to consider these conclusions as hypotheses which they are to test, extend, or otherwise modify through actual empirical inquiry. At both polar extremes, the sociology of science suffers, either by inattention or by preconception. In part, also, the field is the victim of existing programs of higher education. Physical and biological scientists have typically had their rigorous training confined to the specialized skills and knowledge of their field, and few have had more than a slight acquaintance with social science. Social scientists, similarly, have typically had little training in one or another branch of the more exact sciences or even in the history of science, and consequently feel reluctant to take up a specialization for which they see themselves as unprepared. In the meantime, the sociology of science falls unnoticed between these two academic stools. Yet to emphasize the relative neglect of this field is not to say that it is wholly barren or condemned to slow growth. Mr. Barber's book would belie any such rash claim. Actually, there are many signs that this condition of neglect is drawing to an end and that the prospects for growth are greater than ever before. Various social tendencies, not entirely new but now more conspicuous and compelling, are forcing attention to the relations between science and its environing social structure. The politicalizing of science in Nazi Germany and in Soviet Russia, for instance, has aroused the interest of many in identifying the particular kinds of social contexts in which science thrives, a problem central to the sociology of science and one which Mr. Barber treats more systematically than has been done before. In liberal societies as well, recent changes have subjected scientists to abrupt conflicts between their several social roles and between their deep-seated values. Early in their apprenticeship, scientists have commonly acquired certain values which, as a result of changed social conditions, they are asked to unlearn and abandon at a later point in their career. The value, for example, which calls for making new one knowledge part of the commonwealth of science now clashes with the demands made upon them, in their role as citizens, to keep some of this knowledge secret. Men previously unaware of the social contexts of their attitudes and values are apt to become acutely aware of them when they are frustrated in their aims by strains and stresses which are manifestly social in origin. Even the most artless and single-minded of scientists, living out their work lives within the confines of the laboratory, must now know, to adapt a remark by Butterfield, that they are not autonomous godlike creatures acting in a world of unconditioned freedom. More particularly, these historical developments have given rise, among scientists themselves, to polemics and controversies about the social control of science, a hot conflict which Mr. Barber judiciously analyzes in Chapter 10 of his book. However unproductive they may be in settling the points at issue, these warring opinions have had the collateral result of exciting and maintaining interest in the social relations of science at a higher pitch than ever before. Not only scientists, but a wider public, have had their attention drawn to the social implications of science by recent events. The explosion over Hiroshima, and other experimental atomic explosions, have had the incidental consequence of awakening a dormant public concern with science. Many people who had simply taken science for granted, except when they occasionally marveled at the wonders of science, have become alarmed and dismayed by these demonstrations of human destructiveness. Science has become a social problem, like war, or the perennial decline of the family, or the periodic event of economic depressions. Now, as we have noted, when something is widely defined as a social problem in modern Western society,
it becomes a proper object for study. Particularly in American sociology, new special branches have developed in response to new sets of problems. A few generations ago, the great influx of immigrants evoked deep sociological interest in the processes of assimilation and acculturation, just as changes in the status of Negroes in American society have intensified the specialized study of race relations. So, too, the more conspicuous problems of city life so nearly usurped the attention of sociologists that, for a time, their research sites were typically in urban slums, the better to observe the behavior of juvenile delinquents, adult criminals, and other presumed aberrants. With the great diffusion of the motion picture and the appearance of radio, there began a new phase of concerted research on mass communications and public opinion, thus reviving another sociological specialty on a scale previously unknown. In more recent years, the effective organization of trade unions in this country and the attendant organization of conflict between workers and employers belatedly brought in their wake the special field of industrial sociology. There are indications that the sociology of science, as a distinct field of specialized research, is now in much the same situation as was industrial sociology a scant 20 years ago. Previously amorphous and sporadic interest in the subject is becoming crystallized and continued. There is, however, a basic difference in the social contexts of the two fields which may make for a different outcome. Industrial sociology concerned itself largely with problems involving the economic interests of industry with problems of worker morale, with the connections between informal group structure and productivity, with relations between management and labor. As with technological research, when it promised rich yields, so with sociological research, industry was prepared to support these studies because it was good business to do so. Profit-making organizations are constrained to make their decisions in terms of expectable profit, and, in this narrowly economic sense, sociological studies of science and the scientist hold little promise. It is from the agencies not organized for economic gain that support must come. Out of the complex of recent historical developments, among them, the attempts to subordinate science to political control, the deepening conflicts between men's roles as scientist and as citizen, the events leading science to be widely regarded as a source of social problems, there has come a renaissance of interest in the sociology of science. Thus, in cooperation with the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, Philip Frank has lately gathered together a group of scholars to carry forward empirical and theoretical studies in this field. Another group has been formed, under the auspices of the American Council of Learned Societies, to study the humanistic, including the social, aspects of science. L'Union Internationale d'Histoire des Sciences has broadened its scope to include a commission for the history of the social relations of science, and its important first report, prepared by S. Lilly, gives ample proof of its sociological orientation. Some of the relatively few university departments of the history of science have also begun to attend to sociological considerations, and this may be expected to develop all the more rapidly as suitable research materials accumulate. Another kind of academic development promises, in due course, to provide some of these research materials. For more than a decade, sociologists have exhibited increasing interest in the structure, role, and functions of the professions in society. Medicine and the law, the ministry and engineering, among others, are being studied in their social implications. This may well carry over to comparable studies of science and scientists. Should this happen, it would have the further advantage of making for a synthesis of historical materials and of materials based on first-hand field work. Until now, the great bulk of studies in the sociology of science have been based almost entirely on historical data, the documents left behind by scientists, autobiographies, diaries, and reports of scientific societies. This is of course indispensable material, but it is not sufficient. Scientists, like others, are apt to be so deeply immersed in their own work that they cannot take cognizance of the multitude of social actions and interactions which presumably take place in the laboratory, as in the factory, and which are, in significant degree, below the threshold of awareness of those involved in them. There already exists, of course, a vast literature on scientific method and, by inference,
on the attitudes. 220 The sociology of scientific knowledge and values of scientists. But this literature is concerned with what the social scientists would call ideal patterns, that is, with ways in which scientists ought to think, feel, and act. It does not necessarily describe, in needed detail, the ways in which scientists actually do think, feel, and act. Of these actual patterns, there has been little systematic study. The psychological examination of biologists and physicists by Rowe representing a rare exception. It is at least possible that if social scientists were to begin observations in the laboratories and field stations of physical and biological scientists, more might be learned, in a comparatively few years, about the psychology and sociology of science than in all the years that have gone before. From all this, it seems that this book could scarcely have appeared at a more fitting time. For at a time of renewed interest in a field, even a single book, which provides a tentative systematic overview of that field, can have a disproportionately great effect. It is not unlikely that Mr. Barber's book, together with others that will probably follow in its path, will do much to encourage the establishment of university courses introducing students to the sociology of science. It may well be that some of the students electing these courses, perhaps because the recent course of history has aroused their curiosity about the social environment of science, will develop an abiding interest in the subject. These would then be the new and substantially the first generation of recruits, trained both in social science and in one or another of the physical and biological sciences, who, as they mature into independent scholars, could establish the sociology of science as a specialized field of disciplined knowledge. Mr. Barber's book takes a long step in that direction. The normative structure of science. Part. Prefatory note. The papers making up Part 3 constitute the core of Merton's work on the ethos of science, the emotionally toned complex of rules, prescriptions, mores, beliefs, values, and presuppositions that are held to be binding upon the scientist. They are concerned explicitly with science as a social institution rather than as a type of knowledge, and the fact that his writings on this topic have appeared periodically since the 1930s, just as have his writings in the sociology of knowledge, attests his continuing active engagement in both levels of analysis. The papers illustrate the transition from treating science as a strategic research site for the sociology of knowledge to treating it as a subject worth investigation in its own right. The path of logical development in these successive papers is clear, from the societal values that encouraged science, through the concept of an ethos that makes science a viable institution distinct from, and sometimes pitted against, other parts of society, to an analysis of the component institutional imperatives that make up the core of the ethos. The importance of these papers to the development of the sociology of science can hardly be overestimated. The first paper provides the qualitative foundation for Merton's argument that the growth of science. 224 The normative structure of science. In England was considerably aided by the remarkable parallel between its values and perspectives and those of the Puritan ethic. Quantitative data supporting this hypothesis, not reprinted here, are reported in Merton's Science, Technology, and Society in 17th-century England. One will not find here the naive claim that science was caused by Puritanism, nor that only Puritans became scientists in 17th-century England. The argument is more subtle and more persuasive. Merton is dealing with a case study of the fledgling institution of science groping for legitimacy. He suggests that science not only found firm support in the values of Puritanism, but that Puritans found in the pursuit of science an activity that embodied to a notable degree the kinds of activity enjoined by Puritan teachings. Parenthetically, it is startling to see, in the paragraphs that most clearly delineate the background of this argument, those opening the part of this paper entitled "To the Glory of the Great Author of Nature," such a lucid statement about the interplay of values and social institutions along lines that have appeared more recently in phenomenological analyses of society, for example, Peter L. Berger and Thomas Luckman's The Social Construction of Reality, 1 and H. Taylor Buckner's Deviance. Reality and Change 2. At this point, Merton was still some distance from conceptualizing the ethos of science as a more or less coherent, self-sufficient complex of norms and values. Indeed, his interest was primarily in the basic cultural conditions that promote or curb the growth of science, the overarching values prescribing how one is to approach the world, rather than in the rules governing the social relationships through which this approach is to be implemented. Rationality and empiricism he found common to both science and Puritanism, with the subsidiary emphases on promoting the good of mankind and glorifying God through explicating his works being more directly relevant at the time to the motivational basis of scientific activity. It is in the second of these papers, Science and the Social Order, 1938, that Merton moves to a more focused concern with the ethos of science itself. Here he develops the problematic relationships between science as an institution and the society in which it exists. This strategy of analysis presupposes that science is an identifiably distinctive part of society, an assumption that requires sociological justification. With this emphasis on societal responses to science, it becomes necessary to identify the nature of that which stimulates these responses. Here, then, is Merton's first direct consideration of the ethos of science, signaling a marked 1 New York, Doubleday & Co., 1966. 2 New York, Random House, 1971. Prefatory Note 225. Shift in interest from values to norms, or from how people define the world and their role in it to the rules by which they organize their interactions in playing out this larger role. In laying out the general character of the ethos of science, however, Merton does not yet specify the central norms and their interrelationships. But the potential is obviously there. He mentions, for instance, the sentiments embodied in the ethos of science characterized by such terms as intellectual honesty, integrity, organized skepticism, disinterestedness, impersonality. The idea of universalism is implicit in much of his discussion of the problems raised by the imposition of irrelevant criteria for evaluating scientific knowledge, as in the Nazi claim that only Aryans can do valid science. His treatment of organized skepticism, however, reminds one more of Barber's later definition of rationality as a norm of science, the critical approach to all the phenomena of human existence in the attempt to reduce them to ever more consistent, orderly, and generalized forms of understanding, than of his own subsequent definition, 1942, of organized skepticism as emphasizing primarily an institutionally enjoined critical attitude toward the work of fellow scientists. Still, one sees here the emerging outlines of a more concise depiction of the ethos of science. In addition, Merton makes ingenious use of a concept employed in the first paper to aid his analysis of what we would today see a 11 societal backlash against science. In explaining how it was that religion could both encourage science and also find itself threatened by science, he invokes the distinction between a religious ethos and an explicit theology and points out that as long as action reflects proper motivations, that is, so long as it is congruent with the religious ethos, there is little concern for its concrete historical consequences until after they have appeared. In the same way, he suggests that scientists have often acted in accord with the motivations encouraged by their ethos but have failed to consider the impact that the outcome of their actions will have upon society. The lesson that had only been implied in Merton's earlier paper, the unanticipated consequences of purposive social action, is now made explicit. The institutional imperatives of science must be construed within their wider social context if scientists are to avoid unanticipated, and unwanted, consequences of their behavior. Premonitory anti-positivistic passages such as this one, drawn from a paper written in 1938, take on added interest in the light of current worldwide attacks mounted against science and scientists. Stress upon the purity of science has had other consequences that threaten rather than preserve the social esteem of science. It is repeatedly urged that scientists should in their research ignore all considerations other than the advance of knowledge. Attention is to be focused exclusively on the scientific significance of their work with no concern for the practical uses to which it. 226 The normative structure of science may be put or for its social repercussions generally. The objective consequences of this attitude have furnished a further basis of revolt against science, an incipient revolt that is found in virtually every society where science has reached a high stage of development. Since the scientist does not or cannot control the direction in which his discoveries are applied, he becomes the subject of reproach and of more violent reactions insofar as these applications are disapproved. The antipathy toward the technological products is projected toward science itself. Thus, when newly discovered gases or explosives are applied as military instruments, chemistry as a whole is censured by those whose humanitarian sentiments are outraged. Science is held largely responsible for endowing those engines of human destruction which, it is said, may plunge our civilization into everlasting night and confusion. The third paper, perhaps the least complete, in the traditional Aristotelian sense of being a well-rounded essay, of all Merton's papers in this volume, is yet one of the most significant in the history of the sociology of science. It was originally written at the request of Georges Gurevitch, then a refugee from Nazi-occupied France, for the first issue of his ill-fated Journal of Legal and Political Sociology, which expired soon after it was born. To fit the theme of that first issue of the journal, the paper was saddled with the rather misleading title, A Note on Science and Democracy. While it provided an opportune occasion for Merton to formulate a concise outline of the normative structure of science, the necessarily brief paper did not cover the subject in depth. Possibly as a result of this, the paper has provided a convenient target for critics of the Mertonian paradigm despite the fact that his other writings show that much of this criticism is misplaced. The paper is essentially a definition of the four major norms, or institutional imperatives, that comprise the ethos of science and a statement of their interdependence as well as their functional relationships to the formal goal of scientific work, the extension of certified knowledge. Merton gives less emphasis here than in the 1938 paper to the non-logical aspects of the ethos, and less reference to the historical origins and transmutations of these norms. In a footnote in the earlier paper, for instance, Merton writes, "Some phases of this complex of rules, etc. may be methodologically desirable, but observance of the rules is not dictated solely by methodological considerations," while in this paper he states more bluntly, "The institutional imperatives, mores, derive from the goal and the methods. They possess a methodologic rationale but they are binding, not only because they are procedurally efficient, but because they are believed right and good." The difference between the two formulations is slight, but apparently significant, with the latter seeming to imply, despite Merton's explicit rejection of this view in his theoretical work in functional analysis, that functional needs somehow create the structures necessary to implement them. Prefatory Note 227. Later work in the Sociology of Science 3 has indicated how the four norms are functional with respect to the goal of science, but perhaps there would have been less occasion for controversy if Merton had drawn out the striking parallels between these norms and components of the 17th-century Protestant ethic. The norm of disinterestedness, for example, could have been reinforced by its similarity to the idea of stewardship, or the calling. The evangelical implications of the desire to glorify God through uncovering and publicizing the plan of his works could certainly have legitimated the scientific norm of communism. Particularly in the Calvinist stress on the equality of souls before the Almighty, there is strong support for the norm of universalism, and one might even suppose that organized skepticism could have received substantial impetus from the mutual suspicion that existed among those who could never be sure which of their family and friends were saved and which damned. Despite its brevity, the paper also contains strong hints of at least two items which were to come much later from Merton's typewriter. In the footnote discussing the origins of Newton's aphorism, "If I have seen farther, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants," is to be found the first indication of an abiding interest that would result finally in the book On the Shoulders of Giants, 1965. And in Merton's brief reference to the importance of eponymy and to institutional emphasis upon recognition and esteem as the sole property right of the scientist in his discoveries, as well as to controversies over priority, he comes tantalizingly close to identifying the principal components in the reward system of science. We cannot now guess what the immediate history of the sociology of science might have been had the Mertonian paradigm been established in 1942 instead of 1957, but this near miss only goes to underline the critical importance of the paper. NWS. What we call the Protestant ethic was at once a direct expression of dominant values and an independent source of new motivation. It not only led men into particular paths of activity, it exerted a constant pressure for unswerving devotion to this activity. Its ascetic imperatives established a broad base for scientific inquiry, dignifying, exalting, consecrating such inquiry. If the scientist had hitherto found the search for truth its own reward, he now had further grounds for disinterested zeal in this pursuit. And those once dubious of the merits of men who devoted themselves to investigation of the petty, insignificant details of a boundless nature now confronted a developing rationale for such inquiry. The capital elements of the Puritan ethic were related to the general climate of sentiment and belief. In a sense, these tenets and convictions have been accentuated through a biased selection, but this sort of bias is common to all scholarly inquiries. Theories which attempt to account for certain phenomena require facts, but not all facts are equally pertinent to the problem in hand. Selection, determined by the limits of the problem, is necessary. Among the cultural variables which invariably influence the development of science are the dominant values and sentiments. At least, this is our working hypothesis. In this particular period, religion in large part made articulate much of the prevailing value complex. For this reason, we must consider the scope and bearing of the contemporary religious convictions, since these may have been related, in one way or another, to the upsurge of science. But not all of these convictions were relevant. A certain degree of selection is therefore necessary for the purpose of abstracting those elements which had such a perceivable relation. Puritanism attests to the theorem that non-logical notions with a transcendental reference may nevertheless exercise a considerable influence upon practical behavior. If the fancies of an inscrutable deity do not lend themselves to scientific investigation, human action predicated upon a particular conception of this deity does. It was precisely Puritanism which built a new bridge between the transcendental and human action, thus supplying a motive force for the new science. To be sure, Puritan doctrines rested ultimately upon an esoteric theological base, but these were translated into the familiar and cogent language of the laity. Puritan principles undoubtedly represent to some extent an accommodation to the current scientific and intellectual advance. Puritans had to find some meaningful place for these activities within their view of life. But to dismiss the relationship between Puritanism and science with this formula would be superficial. Clearly, the psychological implications of the Puritan system of values independently conduce to an espousal of science, and we would grossly simplify the facts to accord with a pre-established thesis if we failed to note the convergence of these two movements. Moreover, the changing class structure of the time reinforced the Puritan sentiments favoring science, since a large proportion of Puritans came from the rising class of bourgeoisie, of merchants. 1. They manifested their increasing power in at least three ways. First, in their positive regard for both science and technology, which reflected and promised to enhance this power. Second was their increasingly fervent belief in progress, a profession of faith that stemmed from their growing social and economic importance. A third manifestation was their hostility toward the existing class structure, which limited and hampered their participation in political control, an antagonism which found its climax in the Revolution. Yet we cannot readily assume that the bourgeoisie were Puritan solely because the Puritan ethic appealed to bourgeois sentiments. The converse was perhaps even more important, as Weber has shown. Puritan sentiments and beliefs prompting rational, tireless industry were such as to aid economic success. The same considerations apply equally to the close connection between Puritanism and science. The religious movement partly adapted itself to the growing prestige of science, but it initially involved deep-seated sentiments which inspired its followers to a profound and consistent interest in the pursuit of science. The Puritan doctrines were nothing if not lucid. If they provided motivation for the contemporary scientists, this should be evident from their words and deeds. Not that scientists, any more than other mortals, are necessarily aware of the sentiments which invest with meaning their way of life. Nonetheless, the observer may often, though not readily, uncover these tacit valuations and bring them to light. Such a procedure should enable us to determine whether the putative consequences of the Puritan ethic truly proved effective. Moreover, it will disclose the extent to which all this was perceived by the persons whom it most concerned. Accordingly, we shall examine the works of the natural philosopher who undoubtedly did more than any one of his time to make science a part of the intellectual equipment of educated men, Robert Boyle. To his investigations in physics, chemistry, and physiology, to mention only the chief fields of achievement of this omnifarious experimentalist, were epochal. Add to this the fact that he was one of the individuals who attempted explicitly to establish the place of science in the scale of cultural values, and his importance for our particular problem becomes manifest. But Boyle was not alone. Equally significant for our purpose were John Ray, whom Haller termed, a bit effusively, the greatest botanist in the history of man, Francis Willughby, who was perhaps as eminent in zoology as was Ray in botany, John Wilkins, one of the leading spirits in the Invisible College which developed into the Royal Society, Uftred, Barrow, Grew, Wallace, Newton, but a complete list would comprise a scientific register of the time. Further materials for our purpose are provided by the Royal Society which, instituted just after the middle of the century, stimulated scientific advance. In this instance we are fortunate to have a contemporary account, written under the constant supervision of the members of the Society in order that it might be representative of the motives and aims of that group. This is Thomas Spratt's Whitsick's Read History of the Royal Society of London, published in 1667, after it had been examined by Wilkins and other representatives of the Society. 3 From these works, then, and from the writings of other scientists of the period, we may glean the chief motive forces of the new science. To the glory of the great author of nature. Once science has become firmly institutionalized, its attractions, quite apart from any economic benefits it may bestow, are those of all established and elaborated social activities. These attractions are essentially twofold: generally prized opportunities of engaging in socially approved patterns of association with one's fellows, and the consequent creation of cultural products which are esteemed by the group. Such group-sanctioned conduct tends to continue unchallenged, with little questioning of its reason for being. Institutionalized values are conceived as self-evident and require no vindication. But all this is changed in periods of sharp transition. New patterns of conduct must be justified if they are to take hold and become the foci of social sentiments. A new social order presupposes a new scheme of values. And so it was with the new science. Unaided by forces which had already gripped man's will, science could claim only a bare modicum of attention and loyalty. But in partnership with a powerful social movement which induced an intense devotion to the active exercise of designated functions, science was launched in full career. A clear manifestation of this process is not wanting. The Protestant ethic had pervaded the realm of science and had left its indelible stamp upon the attitude of scientists toward their work. Expressing his motives, anticipating possible objections, facing actual censure, the scientist found motive, sanction, and authority alike in the Puritan teachings. Such a dominant force as religion in those days was not, and perhaps could not be, compartmentalized and delimited. Thus in Boyle's highly commended Apologia of Science, we read, "It will be no venture to suppose that at least in the creating of the sublunary world, and the more conspicuous stars, 2 of God's principal ends were, the manifestation of his own glory, and the good of men. For it will not be perhaps difficult for you, Pyrophilus, to discern, that those who labor to deter men from sedulous inquiries into nature, do, though I grant, designlessly, take a course which tends to defeat God of both those mentio." This is the motif that recurs in constant measure in the very writings which often contain considerable scientific contributions. These worldly activities and scientific achievements manifest the glory of God and enhance the good of man. The juxtaposition of the spiritual and the material is characteristic and significant. This culture rested securely on a substratum of utilitarian norms which identified the useful and the true. Puritanism itself had imputed a threefold utility to science. Natural philosophy was instrumental first, in establishing practical proofs of the scientist's state of grace, second, in enlarging control of nature, and third, in glorifying God. Science was enlisted in the service of individual, society, and deity. That these were adequate grounds could not be denied. They comprised not merely a claim to legitimacy, they afforded incentives which cannot be readily overestimated. One need only look through the personal correspondence of 17th-century scientists to realize this. 6. John Wilkins proclaimed the experimental study of nature to be a most effective means of begetting in men a veneration for God. 7. Francis Willughby, probably the most eminent zoologist of the time, was prevailed upon to publish his works which his excessive modesty led him to deem unworthy of publication only when Ray insisted that it was a means of glorifying God. 8. And Ray's panegyric of those who honor him by studying his works was so well received that 5 large editions were issued in some 20 years. 9. Many emancipated souls of the present day, accustomed to a radical cleavage between religion and science and convinced of the relative social unimportance of religion for the modern Western world, are apt to generalize the state of affairs. To them, these recurrent pious phrases signify Machiavellian tactics or calculating hypocrisy or at best merely customary usage, but nothing of deep-rooted motivating convictions. The evidence of extreme piety invites the charge that qui nimium probat nihil probat. But such an interpretation is possible only upon the basis of an unwarranted extrapolation of 20th-century beliefs and attitudes to 17th-century society. Though it always serves to inflate the ego of the iconoclast and sometimes to extol the social images of his own day, debunking can supplant truth with error. As a case in point, it is difficult to believe that Boyle, who manifested his piety by expending considerable sums to have the Bible translated into foreign tongues as well as in less material ways, was simply rendering lip service to Protestant beliefs. As Professor G. N. Clark properly notes in this connection, there is always a difficulty in estimating the degree to which what we call religion enters into anything which was said in the 17th century in religious language. It is not solved by discounting all theological terms and treating them merely as common form. On the contrary, it is more often necessary to remind ourselves that these words were then seldom used without their accompaniment of meaning, and that their use did generally imply a heightened intensity of feeling. This sense of the closeness of God and the devil to every act and fact of daily life is an integral part of the character of the century. 10. In various ways, then, general religious ideas were translated into concrete policy. This was no mere intellectual exercise. Puritanism transfused ascetic vigor into activities which, in their own right, could not as yet achieve self-sufficiency. It so redefined the relations between the divine and the mundane as to move science to the front rank of social values. As it happened, this was at the immediate expense of literary, and ultimately, of religious pursuits. For if the Calvinist God is irrational in the sense that he cannot be directly grasped by the cultivated intellect, he can yet be glorified by a clear-sighted, meticulous study of his natural works. 11. Nor was this simply a compromise with science. Puritanism differed from Catholicism, which had gradually come to tolerate science, in demanding, not merely condoning, its pursuit. An elastic concept, 12. The Catholic and Protestant definitions of which differed so fundamentally as to produce entirely opposed consequences, the glorification of God thus came to be, in Puritan hands, the fructification of science. Comfort of mankind. Protestantism afforded further grounds for the cultivation of science. The second dominant tenet in the Puritan ethos, it will be remembered, designated social welfare, the good of the many, as a goal ever to be held in mind. Here again, the contemporary scientists adopted an objective that carried with it, in addition to its own obvious merits, a cluster of religious sentiments. Science was to be fostered and nurtured as leading to the improvement of man's lot on earth by facilitating technological invention. The Royal Society, we are told by its worthy historian, does not intend to stop at some particular benefit, but goes to the root of all noble inventions. 13. Further, the experiments that do not bring with them immediate gain are not to be condemned, for as the noble Bacon had declared, experiments of light ultimately conduce to a whole troop of inventions useful to the life and state of man. 14. This power of science to better the material condition of man, he continues, is, apart from its purely mundane value, a good in the light of the evangelical doctrine of salvation by Jesus Christ. Boyle, in his last will and testament, echoes the same attitude, petitioning the fellows of the Society in this wise, wishing them also a happy success in their laudable attempts, to discover the true nature of the works of God, and praying that they and all other searchers into physical truths, may cordially refer their attainments to the glory of the great Author of nature, and to the comfort of mankind. 15. Experimental science was to Boyle, as to Bacon, itself a religious task. 16. Earlier in the century, this keynote had been sounded in the resonant eloquence of that veritable apostle of the learned societies, Francis Bacon. Himself the initiator of no scientific discoveries, unable to appreciate the importance of his great contemporaries, Gilbert, Kepler, and Galilei, naively believing in the possibility of a scientific method that places all wits and understandings nearly on a level, a radical empiricist holding mathematics to be of no use in science, he was, nevertheless, highly successful in being one of the principal propagandists for positive social evaluation of science and disclaim of sterile scholasticism. As one would expect from the son of a learned, eloquent and religious woman, full of puritanic fervor, who was admittedly influenced by his mother's attitudes. 17. He speaks in the advancement of learning of the true end of scientific activity as the glory of the Creator and the relief of man's estate. 18. Since, as is quite clear from many official and private documents, the Baconian teachings constituted the basic principles on which the Royal Society was patterned, it is not strange that in the charter of the Society, the same sentiment is expressed. 19. Thomas Sydenham, the zealous Puritan, 20. likewise had a profound admiration for Bacon. And, like Bacon, he was prone to exaggerate the importance of empiricism to the very point of excluding theoretical interpretation entirely. Pure intellectual curiosity, seemed to him, perhaps partly owing to the Puritan strain in his character, of little importance. He valued knowledge only either for its ethical value, as showing forth the glory of the Creator, or for its practical value, as promoting the welfare of man. 21. Empiricism characteristically dominated Sydenham's approach to medicine, which set above all the value of clinical observation, the repeated, constant observation of particulars. It is of some interest that the greatest clinical observers of this century, Mayme and Sydenham, were of Puritan stock. Throughout there was the same point-to-point correlation between the principles of Puritanism, and the avowed attributes, goals, and results of scientific investigation. Such, at least, was the contention of the protagonists of science at that time. If Puritanism demands systematic, methodic labor, constant diligence in one's calling, what, asks Spratt, more active and industrious and systematic and the art of experiment, which can never be finished by the perpetual labors of any one man, nay, scarce by the successive force of the greatest assembly. 22. Here is employment enough for the most indefatigable industry, since even those hidden treasures of nature which are farthest from view may be uncovered by pains and patience. 23. Does the Puritan eschew idleness because it conduces to sinful thoughts, or interferes with the pursuit of one's vocation? What room can there be for low and little things in a mind so usefully and successfully employed as in natural philosophy? 24. Are plays and playbooks pernicious and flesh-pleasing, and subversive of more serious pursuits? 25. Then it is the fittest season for experiments to arise, to teach us a wisdom, which springs from the depths of knowledge, to shake off the shadows, and to scatter the mists of the spiritual distractions brought on by the theater. 26. And finally, is a life of earnest activity within the world to be preferred to monastic asceticism? then recognize the fact that the study of natural philosophy fits us not so well for the secrecy of a closet, it makes us serviceable to the world. 27. In short, science embodies patterns of behavior that are congenial to Puritan tastes. Above all, it embraces two highly prized values, utilitarianism and empiricism. 28. In a sense, this explicit coincidence between Puritan tenets and the eminently desirable qualities of science as a calling which was suggested by the historian of the Royal Society is casuistry. No doubt it is partly an express attempt to fit the scientist qua pious layman into the framework of the prevailing moral and social values. Since both the constitutional position and the personal authority of the clergy were far more important then than now, it probably constituted a bid for religious and social sanction. Science, no less than literature and politics, was still, to some extent, subject to approval by the clergy. 29. But this is not the entire explanation. Present-day discussions of rationalization and derivations have been wont to becloud certain fundamental issues. It is true that the reasons adduced to justify one's actions often do not account satisfactorily for this behavior. It is also an acceptable hypothesis that ideologies seldom give rise to action and that both the ideology and action are rather the product of common sentiments and values upon which they in turn react. But these ideas cannot be ignored for two reasons. They provide clues for detecting the basic values that motivate conduct. Such signposts cannot be profitably neglected. Of even greater importance is the role of ideas in directing action into particular channels. It is the dominating system of ideas that determines the choice between alternative modes of action which are equally compatible with the underlying sentiments. Without such guidance and direction, non-logical action would become, within the limits of the value system, random. 30. In the 17th century, the frequent recourse of scientists to religious vindication suggests first of all that religion was a sufficiently powerful social force to be invoked in support of an activity that was intrinsically less acceptable at the time. It also leads the observer to the peculiarly effective religious orientation that could invest scientific pursuits with all manner of values and could thus serve to direct the interests of believers into the channels of science. The efforts of Spratt, Wilkins, Boyle, or Ray to justify their interest in science do not represent simply opportunistic obsequiousness, but rather an earnest attempt to justify the ways of science to God. The Reformation had transferred the burden of individual salvation from the Church to the individual, and it is this overwhelming and crushing sense of the responsibility for his own soul that accounts in part for both the acute longing for religious justification 31 and the intense pursuit of one's calling. If science were not demonstrably a lawful and desirable calling, it dare not claim the attention of those who felt themselves ever in the great taskmaster's eye. It is to this intensity of feeling that such apologias were due. Rationalism and empiricism. The exaltation of the faculty of reason in the Puritan ethos based partly on the conception of rationality as a curbing device of the passions inevitably led to a sympathetic attitude toward those activities that demand the constant application of rigorous reasoning. 32 But again, in contrast to medieval rationalism, reason is deemed subservient and auxiliary to empiricism. Spratt is quick to indicate the preeminent adequacy of science in this respect. 33 It is on this point probably that Puritanism and the scientific temper are in most salient agreement, for the combination of rationalism and empiricism that is so pronounced in the Puritan ethic forms the essence of the spirit of modern science. Puritanism was suffused with the rationalism of Neoplatonism, derived largely through an appropriate modification of Augustine's teachings. But it did not stop there. Associated with the designated necessity of dealing successfully with the practical affairs of life within this world, a derivation from the peculiar twist afforded largely by the Calvinist doctrine of predestination and certitudo salutis through successful worldly activity was an emphasis upon empiricism. These two currents brought to converge through the logic of an internally consistent system of theology were so associated with the other attitudes of the time as to prepare the way for the acceptance of a similar coalescence in natural science. The Puritan insistence upon empiricism, upon the experimental approach, was intimately connected with the identification of contemplation with idleness, of the expenditure of physical energy and the handling of material objects with industry. 34. Experiment was the scientific expression of the practical, active, and methodical bents of the Puritan. This is not to say, of course, that experiment was derived in any sense from Puritanism. But it serves to account for the ardent support of the new experimental science by those who had their eyes turned toward the other world and their feet firmly planted on this. Moreover, as Troeltsch has suggested, Calvinism, which abolished the absolute goodness of the Godhead, tended to an emphasis on the individual and the empirical, the practically untrammeled and utilitarian judgment of all things. He finds in the influence of this spirit a most important factor of the empirical and positivist tendencies of Anglo-Saxon thought. 35. A blunt Puritan, Noah Biggs, evidences this attitude in his sharp attack on the universities of his day. Wherein do they universities contribute to the promotion or discovery of truth? Where have we anything to do with mechanical chemistry, the handmaid of nature, that hath outstripped the other sects of philosophy, by her multiplied real experiences? Where is there an examination and consecution of experiments? Encouragements to a new world of knowledge, promoting, completing, and actuating some new inventions? Where have we constant reading upon either quick or dead anatomies, or an ocular demonstration of herbs? Where a review of the old experiments and traditions, and casting out the rubbish that has pestered the temple of knowledge? 3.6. It was a common practice for Puritans to couple their intense scorn for a jejune peripatetic philosophy with extravagant admiration for mechanical knowledge, which substituted fact for fantasy. From every direction, elements of the Puritan ethic converged to reinforce this set of attitudes. Active experimentation embodied all the select virtues and precluded all the baneful vices. It represented a revolt against that Aristotelianism which was traditionally bound up with Catholicism. It supplanted passive contemplation with active manipulation, it promised practical utilities instead of sterile figments, it established in indubitable fashion the glories of his creation. Small wonder that the Puritan transvaluation of values carried with it the consistent endorsement of experimentalism. 37. Empiricism and rationalism were canonized, beatified, so to speak. It may very well be that the Puritan ethos did not directly influence the method of science and that this was simply a parallel development in the internal history of science, but it becomes evident that, through the psychological sanction of certain modes of thought and conduct, this complex of attitudes made an empirically founded science commendable rather than, as in the medieval period, reprehensible or at best acceptable on sufferance. In short, Puritanism altered social orientations. It led to the setting up of a new vocational hierarchy, based on criteria that bestowed prestige upon the natural philosopher. As Professor Speer has well said, there are no activities which are honorable in themselves and are held excellent in all social structures. 38. And one of the consequences of Puritanism was the reshaping of the social structure in such fashion as to bring esteem to science. This must have influenced the direction of some talents into scientific fields who, in other social contexts, would have turned to other pursuits. The shift to science. As the full import of the Puritan ethic manifested itself even after the political failure of the Revolution, which should not be erroneously identified with the collapse of Puritan influence upon social attitudes, the sciences became foci of social interest. Their new fashionableness contrasts with their previous condition. 39. This was not without its effects. Some, who before might have turned to theology or rhetoric or philology, were directed, through the subtle, largely unperceived, and newly arisen predisposition of society, into scientific channels. Thus, Thomas Willis, whose Cerebri Anatome was probably the most complete and accurate account of the nervous system up to that time and whose name is immortalized in the Circle of Willis, was originally destined to theology, but in consequence of the unfavorable conditions at that age for theological science, he turned his attention to medicine. 4. No less indicative of a shift of interest is the lament of Isaac Barrow, when he was professor of Greek at Cambridge: "I sit lonesome as an Attic owl, who has been thrust out of the companionship of all other birds, while classes in natural philosophy are full. 41. Evidently, Barrow's loneliness proved too much for him, for, as is well known, in 1663 he left this chair to accept the newly established Lucasian Professorship of Mathematics, in which he was Newton's predecessor. The science-loving amateur, so prominent a feature of the latter part of the century, also reflects this new attitude. Nobles and wealthy commoners turned to science not as a means of livelihood but as an object of devoted interest. Particularly for them, direct economic benefits were a negligible consideration. Science afforded them the opportunity to devote their energies to an honored task, an obligation, as the comforts of unrelieved idleness vanished from the new scale of values. 42. In the history of science, the most famous of these amateurs is of course Robert Boyle, but perhaps the best index of their importance is to be found in their role in the formation of the Royal Society. 43. Of those who, in that wonderful pacific year, 1660, constituted themselves into a definite association, a considerable number, among them Lord Brunecker, Boyle, Lord Bruce, Sir Robert Moray, Dr. Wilkins, Dr. Petty, and Abraham Hill, were amateurs of this type. Hardly less assiduous were the efforts of such virtuosi as Lord Willoughby, John Evelyn, Samuel Hartlib, Francis Potter, and William Molyneux. The social emphasis on science had a peculiarly fruitful effect, probably because of the general state of scientific development. The methods and objects of investigation were frequently not at many removes from daily experience, and could be understood not only by the especially equipped but by those with comparatively little technical education. 44. To be sure, dilettantish interest in science seldom enriched its fruits directly, but it served to establish it more firmly as a socially estimable pursuit. And this same function was performed no less by Puritanism. The fact that science today is almost wholly divorced from religious sanctions is itself of interest as an example of the process of secularization. Having grown away from its religious moorings, science has in turn become a dominant social value to which other values are subordinated. Today it is much more common in the Western world to subject the most diverse beliefs to the sanctions presumably afforded by science than to those yielded by religion. The increasing reference to scientific authority in contemporary advertisements and the long-standing eulogistic connotation of the very word scientific diversely reflect the social standing of science. 45. The process of secularization. The beginnings of such secularization, faintly perceptible in the latter Middle Ages, 46, were, in one sense, emerging more fully in the Puritan ethos. But the Puritan was not simply the last of the medievalists or the first of the moderns. He was both. It was in the system of Puritan values, as we have seen, that reason and experience began to be considered as independent means for ascertaining even religious truth. Faith that is unquestioning and not rationally weighed, proclaimed Baxter, is not faith, but a dream or fancy or opinion. In effect, this grants to science a power that may ultimately limit that of religion. This unhesitant assignment of a virtual hegemony to science is based on the explicit assumption of the unity of knowledge, experiential and supersensuous, so that the testimony of science must perforce corroborate religious beliefs. 47. This conviction of the mutually confirmatory nature of reason and revelation afforded a further basis for the favorable attitude toward experimental studies, which, it is assumed, will simply reinforce basic theological dogmas. However, the active pursuit of science, thus freely sanctioned by unsuspecting religionists, created a new tone and habit of thought, to use Lecky's phrase, that is the supreme arbiter of the opinions of successive periods. 48. As a consequence of this change, ecclesiastics, no longer able to appeal to commonly accepted teachings of science which seem rather to contravene various theological doctrines, are likely once again to substitute authority for reason in an effort to emerge victorious from the conflict. In one direction, then, Puritanism led inevitably to the elimination of religious restrictions on scientific work. This was the distinctly modern element of Puritan beliefs. But this did not involve the relaxation of religious discipline over conduct, quite the contrary. Compromise with the world was intolerable. It must be conquered and controlled through direct action, and this ascetic compulsion was to be exercised in every sphere of life. It is, therefore, an error to portray the Puritan espousal of science as simply an accommodation to the intellectual environment of the age. 49 such secularized elements there were, especially with the passage of time, but these were far less significant than the unyielding constraint for devotion to the thrice blessed calling of natural philosopher. Paradoxically but persistently, then, this religious ethic, based on rigid theological foundations, furthered the development of the very scientific disciplines that later seemed to confute orthodox theology. The articulation of these several ideas, each the focus of strong sentiments, into a system that was all the more forceful precisely because it was psychologically rather than logically coherent, led to a long chain of consequences, not least of which was the substantial destruction of the system of ideas itself. Though the corresponding religious ethic, as we shall see, does not necessarily lose its effectiveness as a social force immediately upon the undermining of its theological foundations, it tends to do so in time. This sketch of the influence of science in the processes of secularization should serve to make intelligible the diverse, quite opposed roles that religion and theology may play in their relations to science. A religion understood here, as throughout this inquiry, as the ethical and moral beliefs and practices which constitute a system of faith and worship, that is, as a religious ethic may indirectly promote the cultivation of science, although specific scientific discoveries are at the same time vehemently attacked by theologians, who suspect their possibly subversive nature. Precisely because this pattern of interlocking and contradictory forces is so often unanalyzed, we must distinguish clearly between the intentions and aims of religious leaders and the, frequently unforeseen, consequences of their teachings. 50. Once this pattern is clearly understood, it is not surprising or inconsistent that Luther particularly, and Melanchthon less strongly, execrated the cosmology of Copernicus. In magisterial mood, Luther berates the Copernican theory, der Narwal die ganz Kunst Astronomia umkehren. Aber wie die Heilige Schrift anzeigt, so hieß Jesua die Sonne stillstehen, und nicht das Erdreich. 51. Calvin also frowned upon the acceptance of numerous scientific discoveries of his day, whereas the religious ethic which stemmed from him inspired the pursuit of natural science. 52. This failure of the Reformers to foresee some of the most fundamental social effects of their teachings was not simply the result of ignorance. It was rather an outcome of that type of non-logical thought which deals primarily with the motives rather than the probable results of behavior. Righteousness of motive is the basic concern. Other considerations, including that of the probability of attaining the end, are precluded. Action enjoined by a dominant set of values must be performed. But, with the complex interaction of forces in society, the effects of action ramify. They are not restricted to the specific sphere in which the values were originally centered, occurring in interrelated fields ignored at the outset. Yet it is precisely because these spheres of society are interrelated that the further consequences in adjacent areas react upon the basic system of values. It is this usually unlooked-for reaction which constitutes a most important factor in the process of secularization, of the transformation or breakdown of value systems. This is the essential paradox of social action. The realization of values may lead to their renunciation. We may thus para 51 quoted by Dorothy Stimson, The Gradual Acceptance of the Copernican Theory, New York, 1917, p. 39. As Dean Stimson suggests, p. 99, such denunciations were less influential than those of the Catholic clergy, largely because of the Protestant doctrine of the right to individual interpretation. This was one effective source of secularization. 52. In view of this analysis, it is surprising to note the statement credited to Max Weber, that the opposition of the Protestant reformers is sufficient reason for not linking Protestantism with scientific advance. See Wirtschaftsgeschichte, Munich, Dunker and Humblot, 1924, p. 314. This remark is especially unanticipated since it does not at all accord with Weber's discussion of the same point in his other works. Cf. Gesammelt Aufsicht zur Religionssoziologie, Tübingen, J.C.B. Moore, 1922, 1:564, 141, Wissenschaft als Beruf, Munich, Dunker and Humblot, 1921, pages 1920. The explanation may be that the first is not Weber's statement, since the Wirtschaftsgeschichte was compiled from scraps of Weber's notes by two of his students, a bundle of sheets of notes that were little more than catchwords, put down in a handwriting hardly legible even to those familiar with it. It is unlikely that Weber would have made the elementary error of confusing the opposition to scientific discoveries of the reformers with the unforeseen consequences of the Protestant ethic, particularly since he expressly warns against the failure of such discrimination in his Religions Sociology. Nor would he have been apt to identify the attitudes of the reformers themselves with those of their followers as the Protestant movement devil op-ed. See further the comment of Troeltsch, Social Teachings, 2:879-80, to the effect that although Calvin was himself antagonistic to some scientific discoveries, the consequence of his doctrine was to provide a ferment of opinion directly favorable to the espousal of science. Phrase Goethe and speak of die Kraft, die Stets das Gutwill, und Stets das Botschaft. 5.3 Insofar as the attitudes of the theologians dominate over the, in effect, subversive religious ethic as did Calvin's authority largely in Geneva until the first part of the 18th century, scientific development may be greatly impeded. For this reason, it is important to discriminate between the early and late periods of Calvinism. The implications of its dogmas found expression only with the passage of time. But upon the relaxation of this hostile influence and with the influx of an ethic, stemming from it and yet progressively differing from it, science takes on new life, as indeed was the case in Geneva from about the middle of the 18th century. 54 This development was particularly retarded in Geneva because there the authority resting in Calvin himself, rather than in the implications of his religious system, was not soon dissipated. The integration of religion and science. It is thus to the religious ethos, not the theology, that we must turn if we are to understand the integration of science and religion in 17th century England. Perhaps the most directly effective belief in this ethos for the sanction of natural science held that the study of nature enables a fuller appreciation of his works and thus leads us to admire and praise the power, wisdom, and goodness of God manifested in his creation. Though this conception was not unknown to medieval thinkers, the consequences deduced from it were entirely different. For example, Arnoldus of Villanova, in studying the products of the divine workshop, adheres strictly to the medieval scholastic ideal of determining the properties of phenomena from tables, in which, according to the canons of logic, all combinations of chance were set forth. 55 But in the 17th century, the contemporary emphasis upon empiricism led to the investigation of nature primarily through experience. 56 This difference in interpretation of substantially the same doctrine can only be understood in the light of the different values permeating the two cultures. Cloistered contemplation was forsaken, active experimentation was introduced. The Royal Society was of inestimable importance, both in the propagation of this new point of view and in its actual application. Its achievements gained added stature by contrast with the lethargy of the English universities. As is well known, the universities were the seats of conservatism and virtual neglect of science, rather than the nurseries of the new philosophy. It was the learned society that chiefly affected the association and social interaction of scientists with such signal results. The philosophical transactions and later journals greatly expanded upon the previously prevailing and unsatisfactory mode of communicating scientific ideas through personal correspondence. Associated with the popularity of science was the new tendency to write even scientific works in the vernacular, so especial a characteristic of Boyle, or, in any case, to have English translations of the esoteric Latin and Greek. It was this type of cumulative interaction between science and society that was destined to mold a climate of opinion in which science stood high in public esteem, long after its religious justification had been forgotten. But in the 17th century, this justification was of sterling importance,
not only in preparing the social atmosphere for a welcome acceptance of scientific contributions, but also in providing an ultimate aim for many scientists of the period. For a Barrow, Boyle, or Wilkins, a Ray or Nehemiah Grew, science found its rationale in the end and all of existence, his glorification and the good of man. Thus, from Boyle, the knowledge of the works of God proportions our admiration of them, they participating and disclosing so much of the inexhausted perfections of their author, that the further we contemplate them, the more footsteps and impressions we discover of the perfections of their Creator, and our utmost science can but give us a juster veneration of his omniscience. 57. Ray carries this conception to its logical conclusion, for if nature is the manifestation of his power, then nothing in nature is too mean for science. Scientific study. 58. The universe and the insect, the macrocosm and microcosm alike, are indications of divine reason, running like a golden vein, through the whole leaden mine of brutal nature. On such basis, then, religion was invoked as a sanctioning power of science. But it is necessary to place this and the similar connections previously noted in proper perspective. For it might seem that I take religion as the independent and science as the dependent variable during this period, although, as was remarked at the outset, this is not in the least my intention. The integration of the Puritan ethic with the accelerated development of science appears evident, but this is simply to maintain that they were elements of a culture which was largely centered about the values of utilitarianism and empiricism. 59. It is perhaps not too much to say, with Lecky, that the acceptance of every great change of belief depends less upon the intrinsic force of its doctrines or the personal capabilities of its proponents than upon the previous social changes which are seen a posteriori. It is true to have brought the new doctrines into congruence with the dominant conditions and values of the period. The reanimation of ancient learning, the hesitant, but perceptibly defined, instauration of science, the groping, yet persistent, intensification of economic tendencies, the revolt against scholasticism, all helped bring to a focus the social situation in which the Protestant beliefs and scientific interests both found acceptance. 60. But to realize this is simply to recognize that both Puritanism and science were components of a complicated system of mutually dependent variables. If some comprehensible order is to be attained, a simplified picture of this complex situation must be substituted for the whole, a defensible procedure only if the provisional formulation is not taken for a complete explanation. The integration of religious values and many of the values basic to the contemporary scientist's activity is not fully evidenced by the fact that 58. Wisdom of God, p. 130. If man ought to reflect upon his Creator the glory of all his works, then ought he to take notice of them all, and not to think anything unworthy of his cognizance. And truly the wisdom, art, and power of Almighty God, shines forth as visibly in the structure of the body of the minutest insect, as in that of a horse or elephant. Let us not then esteem anything contemptible or inconsiderable, or below our notice taking, for this is to derogate from the wisdom and art of the Creator, and to confess ourselves unworthy of those endowments of knowledge and understanding which He hath bestowed upon us. Max Weber remarks the same attitude of Swammerdam, whom he quotes as saying, Ich bringe Ihnen hier den Nachweis der Vorhangs in der Anatomie einer Laus, Wissenschaft als Beruf, p. 19. This constant tendency of leading scientists themselves to relate their studies to dominantly religious ideas gives proof that religion as a social force was considerable and that its high estimation of any activity was of moment. Many of the leading scientists and mathematicians of the day, for example, Oughtred, Barrow, Wilkins, Ward, Ray, Grew, and so on, were also clerics. Such service in the Church may have been, though other evidence leads us to doubt it in these instances, a matter of economic consideration, since the clerical life provided a fairly adequate income and ample leisure for the pursuit of science. It must be remembered, moreover, that every person appointed to a college fellowship had to be in holy orders. Hence such external considerations are less significant than those disclosed by study of the lives of outstanding scientists. Boyle, though he never took orders, was deeply religious. Not only did he devote large sums for the translation of the Bible and establish the Boyle Lectures in theology,
but he learned Greek, Hebrew, Syriac, and Chaldee that he might read the scriptures in the original. 61 For much the same reason, as he states in his Cosmologia Sacra, Nehemiah Grew, the estimable botanist, studied Hebrew. Napier and Newton assiduously pursued theological studies and, for the latter, science was in part highly valued because it revealed the divine power. 62 Religion, then, was a prime consideration, and as such its teachings were endowed with a power that emerges with striking emphasis. There is no need to enter into the motivations of individual scientists in order to trace this influence. It is only maintained that the religious ethic, considered as a social force, so consecrated science as to make it a highly respected and laudable focus of attention. It is this social animus that facilitated the development of science by removing the incubus of derogatory social attitudes and instilling favorable ones instead. And it is precisely this social influence that would not necessarily be noticed by the individual scientists upon whom it impinged. 63 We note that religion directly exalted science, that religion was a dominant social force, that science was held in higher social esteem during the latter part of the century, and on the basis of much corroborative evidence we conclude that religion played an important part in this development. Community of tacit assumptions in science and Puritanism. Up to this point we have been concerned with the directly felt sanction of science by the Protestant ethic. Now, while this was of great importance, there was another relationship which, subtle and difficult of apprehension, was perhaps of equal significance. Puritanism was one element in the preparation of a set of largely implicit assumptions that made for the ready acceptance of the characteristic scientific temper of the 17th and subsequent centuries. It is not simply that Protestantism promoted free inquiry, libre examen, or decried monastic asceticism. These oft-mentioned characteristics touch only the bare surface of the relationship. It has become manifest that in each age there is a system of science that rests upon a set of assumptions, usually implicit and seldom questioned by most of the scientific workers of the time. 64 The basic assumption in modern science, that is, in the type of scientific work which becoming pronounced in the 17th century has since continued, is a widespread, instinctive conviction in the existence of an order of things, and, in particular, of an order of nature. 65. This belief, this faith, for at least since Hume it must be recognized as such, is simply impervious to the demand for a consistent rationality. 66. In the systems of scientific thought of Galileo, of Newton, and of their successors, the testimony of experiment is a basic criterion of truth, but, as has been suggested, the very notion of experiment is ruled out without the prior assumption that nature constitutes an intelligible order, that when appropriate questions are asked, she will answer, so to speak. Hence it is this assumption that is final and absolute. 67 Now, as Professor Whitehead has indicated, this faith in the possibility of science, generated antecedently to the development of modern scientific theory, is an unconscious derivative from medieval theology. 68. But this conviction, prerequisite to modern science though it is, was not sufficient to induce its development. What was needed was a constant interest in searching for this order of nature in an empirical and rational fashion, that is, an active interest in this world and in its occurrences plus a specifically empirical and methodical approach. With Protestantism, religion provided this interest. It actually imposed obligations of intense concentration on secular activity with an emphasis on experience and reason as basis for action and belief. The conception of good works that provided conviction of grace for the Calvinist-influenced sects is not to be confused with the Catholic conception of good works. In the Puritan case it involved the notion of a transcendental God and an orientation to the other world, it is true, but it also demanded a mastery over this world through study of its processes, while in the Catholic instance, it demanded absorption, save for an unpunishable minimum, in the supersensuous, in an intuitive love of God. It is just at this point that the Protestant emphasis upon reason and experience is of prime importance. In the Protestant system of religion, there is the unchallenged axiom, Gloria Dei, and, as we have seen, the scheme of behavior which was non-logically linked with this principle assumes a utilitarian tinge. Virtually all conceptions other than this are subject to, even demand, the examination of reason and experience. Even the Bible as final and complete authority was subject to the interpretation of the individual upon these bases, for though the Bible is infallible, the meaning of its content must be sought, as will be remembered from Baxter's discussion of the point. The similarity between the approach and intellectual attitude implicit in the religious and scientific systems is of more than passing interest. This religious point of view molded an attitude of looking at the world of sensuous phenomena that was highly conducive to the willing acceptance of, and preparation for, the same attitude in science. A similarity of this sort is noted by a recent commentator on Calvin's theology. Die Gedanken objektiviert und zu einem objektiven Lehrsystem aufgebaut. Es bekommt gerade ein naturwissenschaftliches Gespräch, es ist klar, leicht fassbar und formulierbar, wie als, was der Tuesseren Welt angehört, klarer zu gestalten ist als das, was im tiefsten sich abspielt 69. The conviction in immutable law is as pronounced in the doctrine of predestination as in scientific investigation. The immutable law is there and must be acknowledged. Das unabänderliche Gesetz ist da und muss anerkannt werden. 70. The similarity between this concept and the scientific approach is also clearly drawn by Hermann Weber. Die Lehre von der Prädestination in ihrem tiefsten Kern getroffen zu sein, wenn man seals Faktum im Sinn eines naturwissenschaftlichen Faktums begreift, nur das Obersaint-Prinzip, das auch jedem naturwissenschaftlichen Erscheinungskomplex zugrunde liegt, die im tiefsten Erlet Gloria Dei ist 71. The commitment of the Protestant leaders to have reason and experience test all religious beliefs, except the basic assumption, which, just as in science, is simply accepted as a matter of faith, is in part grounded upon the previously mentioned conviction of the inherent consistency, congruence, and mutually confirmatory nature of all knowledge, sensory and supersensory. It would seem, then, that there is, to some extent, a community of assumptions in ascetic Protestantism and science. In both there is the unquestioned basic assumption upon which the entire system is built by the utilization of reason and experience. Within each context there is rationality, though the bases are non-rational. F2 The significance of this fundamental similarity is profound, though it could hardly have been consciously recognized by those whom it influenced. Religion had, for whatever reasons, adopted a cast of thought which was essentially that of science and so reinforced the typically scientific attitudes of the period. The society was permeated with attitudes toward natural phenomena that, derived from both science and religion, unwittingly helped maintain conceptions characteristic of the new science. 12. Science and the Social Order. 1938. About the turn of the century, Max Weber observed that the belief in the value of scientific truth is not derived from nature but is a product of definite cultures. 1. We may now add, and this belief is readily transmuted into doubt or disbelief. The persistent development of science occurs only in societies of a certain order, subject to a peculiar complex of tacit presuppositions and institutional constraints. What is for us a normal phenomenon which demands no explanation and secures many self-evident cultural values, has been in other times and still is in many places abnormal and infrequent. The continuity of science requires the active participation of interested and capable persons in scientific pursuits. But this support of science is assured only by appropriate cultural conditions. It is, then, important to examine the controls that motivate scientific careers, that select and give prestige to certain scientific disciplines and reject or blur others. It will become evident that changes in institutional structure may curtail, modify, or possibly prevent the pursuit of science. 2. Sources of hostility toward science. Hostility toward science may arise under at least two sets of conditions, although the concrete systems of values humanitarian, economic, political printed, with permission, from Philosophy of Science 5, 1938 321-37. Paper first read at the American Sociological Society, December 1937. The writer is indebted to Reed Bain, Talcott Parsons, E.Y. Hartshorne, and E.P. Hutchinson for their helpful suggestions. Religious upon which it is based may vary considerably. The first involves the logical, though not necessarily empirically sound, conclusion that the results or methods of science are inimical to the satisfaction of important values. The second consists largely of non-logical elements. It rests upon the feeling of incompatibility between the sentiments embodied in the scientific ethos and those found in other institutions. Whenever this feeling is challenged, it is rationalized. Both sets of conditions underlie, in varying degrees, current revolts against science. It might be added that such logical and effective responses are also involved in the social approval of science. But in these instances science is thought to facilitate the achievement of approved ends and basic cultural values are felt to be congruent with those of science rather than emotionally inconsistent with them. The position of science in the modern world may be analyzed, then, as a resultant of two sets of conflicting forces, approving and opposing science as a large-scale social activity. We restrict our examination to a few conspicuous instances of hostile revaluation of the social role of science, without implying that the anti-science movement is in any sense thus localized. Much of what is said here can probably be applied to the cases of other times and places. 3. The situation in Nazi Germany since 1933 illustrates the ways in which logical and non-logical processes converge to modify or curtail scientific activity. In part, the hampering of science is an unintended byproduct of changes in political structure and nationalistic credo. In accordance with the dogma of race purity, practically all persons who do not meet the politically imposed criteria of Aryan ancestry and of avowed sympathy with Nazi aims have been eliminated from universities and scientific institutes. 4. Since these outcasts include a considerable number of eminent scientists, one indirect consequence of the racialist purge is the weakening of science in Germany. Implicit in this racialism is a belief in race defilement through actual or symbolic contact. 5. Scientific research by those of unimpeachable Aryan ancestry who collaborate with non-Aryans or who even accept their scientific theories is either restricted or proscribed. A new racial political category has been introduced to include these incorrigible scientists who were once declared to be icterisk, the category of white Jews. A prominent member of this new race is the Nobel Prize physicist, Werner Heisenberg, who has persisted in his declaration that Einstein's theory of relativity constitutes an obvious basis for further research. 6. In these instances, the sentiments of national and racial purity have prevailed over utilitarian rationality. The application of such criteria has led to a greater proportionate loss to the natural science and medical faculties in German universities than to the theological and juristic faculties, as E.Y. Hartshorne has found. 7. In contrast, utilitarian considerations are foremost when it comes to official policies concerning the directions to be followed by scientific research. Scientific work which promises direct practical benefit to the Nazi Party or the Third Reich is to be fostered above all, and research funds are to be reallocated in accordance with this policy. 8. The rector of Heidelberg University announces that the question of the scientific significance Wissenschaftlichkeit of any knowledge is of quite secondary importance when compared with the question of its utility. 9. The general tone of anti-intellectualism, with its depreciation of the theorist and its glorification of the man of action, may 10th have long run, rather than immediate bearing upon the place of science in Germany. For should these attitudes become fixed, the most gifted elements of the population may be expected to shun those intellectual disciplines which have become disreputable. By the late 30s, effects of this anti-theoretical attitude could be detected in the allocation of academic interests in the German universities. 11. It would be misleading to suggest that the Nazi government has completely repudiated science and intellect. The official attitudes toward science are clearly ambivalent and unstable. For this reason, any statements concerning science in Nazi Germany are made under correction. On the one hand, the challenging skepticism of science interferes with the imposition of a new set of values which demand an unquestioning acquiescence. But the new dictatorships must recognize, as did Hobbes, who also argued that the state must be all or nothing, that science is power. For military, economic, and political reasons, theoretical science, to say nothing of its more respectable sibling, technology, cannot be safely discarded. Experience has shown that the most esoteric researches have found important applications. Unless utility and rationality are dismissed beyond recall, it cannot be forgotten that Clerk Maxwell's speculations on the ether led Hertz to the discovery that culminated in the wireless. And indeed, one Nazi spokesman remarks, as the practice of today rests on the science of yesterday, so is the research of today the practice of tomorrow. 12. Emphasis on utility requires an unpunishable minimum of interest in science which can be enlisted in the service of the state and industry. 13. At the same time, this emphasis leads to a limitation of research in pure science. Social pressures on autonomy of science. An analysis of the role of science in the Nazi state uncovers the following elements and processes. The spread of domination by one segment of the social structure the state involves a demand for primary loyalty to it. Scientists, as well as all others, are called upon to relinquish adherence to all institutional norms that, in the opinion of political authorities, conflict with those of the state. 14. The norms of the scientific ethos must be sacrificed, insofar as they demand a repudiation of the politically imposed criteria of scientific validity or of scientific worth. The expansion of political control thus introduces conflicting loyalties. In this respect, the reactions of devout Catholics who resist the efforts of the political authority to redefine the social structure, to encroach upon the preserves which are traditionally those of religion, are of the same order as the resistance of the scientist. From the sociological point of view, the place of science in the totalitarian world is largely the same as that of all other institutions except the newly dominant state. The basic change consists in placing science in a new social context where it appears to compete at times with loyalty to the state. Thus, cooperation with non-Aryans is redefined as a symbol of political disloyalty. In a liberal order, the limitation of science does not arise in this fashion. For in such structures, a substantial sphere of autonomy varying in extent, to be sure, is enjoyed by non-political institutions. The conflict between the totalitarian state and the scientist derives in part, then, from an incompatibility between the ethic of science and the new political code which is imposed upon all, irrespective of occupational creed. The ethos of science 15 involves the functionally necessary demand that theories or generalizations be evaluated in terms of their logical consistency and consonance with facts. The political ethic would introduce the hitherto irrelevant criteria of the race or political creed of the theorist. 16. Modern science has considered the personal equation as a potential source of error and has evolved impersonal criteria for checking such error. It is now called upon to assert that certain scientists, because of their extra-scientific affiliations, are a priori incapable of anything but spurious and false theories. In some instances, scientists are required to accept the judgments of scientifically incompetent political leaders concerning matters of science. But such politically advisable tactics run counter to the institutionalized norms of science. These, however, are dismissed by the totalitarian state as liberalistic or cosmopolitan or bourgeois prejudices. 17. Inasmuch as they cannot be readily integrated with the campaign for an unquestioned political creed. From a broader perspective, the conflict is a phase of institutional dynamics. Science, which has acquired a considerable degree of autonomy and has evolved an institutional complex that engages the allegiance of scientists, now has both its traditional autonomy and its rules of the game, its ethos, in short, challenged by an external authority. The sentiments embodied in the ethos of science, characterized by such terms as intellectual honesty, integrity, organized skepticism, disinterestedness, impersonality, are outraged by the set of new sentiments that the state would impose in the sphere of scientific research. With a shift from the previous structure where limited loci of power are vested in the several fields of human activity to a structure where there is one centralized locus of authority over all phases of behavior, the representatives of each sphere act to resist such changes and to preserve the original structure of pluralistic authority. Although it is customary to think of the scientist as a dispassionate, impersonal individual, it must be remembered that the scientist, in company with all other professional workers, has a large emotional investment in his way of life, defined by the institutional norms which govern his activity. In terms of that ethos, the social stability of science can be ensured only if adequate defenses are set up against changes imposed from outside the scientific fraternity itself. This process of preserving institutional integrity and resisting new definitions of social structure which may interfere with the autonomy of science finds expression in yet another direction. It is a basic assumption of modern science that scientific propositions are invariant with respect to the individual and group. 18 But in a completely politicized society, whereas one Nazi theorist put it, the universal meaning of the political is recognized. 19 This assumption is impugned. Scientific findings are held to be merely the expression of race or class or nation. 20 As such doctrines percolate to the laity, they invite a general distrust of science and a depreciation of the prestige of the scientist, whose discoveries appear arbitrary and fickle. This variety of anti-intellectualism which threatens his social position is characteristically enough resisted by the scientist. On the ideological front as well, totalitarianism entails a conflict with the traditional assumptions of modern Western science. Functions of norms of pure science. One sentiment which is assimilated by the scientist from the very outset of his training pertains to the purity of science. Science must not suffer itself to become the handmaiden of theology or economy or state. The function of this sentiment is to preserve the autonomy of science. For if such extra-scientific criteria of the value of science as presumable consonance with religious doctrines or economic utility or political appropriateness are adopted, science becomes acceptable only insofar as it meets these criteria. In other words, as the pure science sentiment is eliminated, science becomes subject to the direct control of other institutional agencies and its place in society becomes increasingly uncertain. The persistent repudiation by scientists of the application of utilitarian norms to their work has as its chief function the avoidance of this danger, which is particularly marked at the present time. A tacit recognition of this function may be the source of that possibly apocryphal toast at a dinner for scientists in Cambridge, to pure mathematics, and may it never be of any use to anybody. The exaltation of pure science is thus seen to be a defense against the invasion of norms that limit directions of potential advance and threaten the stability and continuance of scientific research as a valued social activity. Of course, the technological criterion of scientific achievement also has a social function for science. The increasing comforts and conveniences deriving from technology and ultimately from science invite the social support of scientific research. They also testify to the integrity of the science. Since abstract and difficult theories which cannot be understood or evaluated by the laity are presumably proved in a fashion which can be understood by all, that is, through their technological applications. Readiness to accept the authority of science rests, to a considerable extent, upon its daily demonstration of power. Were it not for such indirect demonstrations, the continued social support of that science which is intellectually incomprehensible to the public would hardly be nourished on faith alone. At the same time, this stress upon the purity of science has had other consequences that threaten rather than preserve the social esteem of science. It is repeatedly urged that scientists should in their research ignore all considerations other than the advance of knowledge. 21 Attention is to be focused exclusively on the scientific significance of their work with no concern for the practical uses to which it may be put or for its social repercussions generally. The customary justification of this tenet, which is partly rooted in circumstance 22 and which, in any event, has definite social functions, as we have just seen, holds that failure to adhere to this injunction will encumber research by increasing the possibility of bias and error. But this methodological view overlooks the social results of such an attitude. The objective consequences of this attitude have furnished a further basis of revolt against science, an incipient revolt that is found in virtually every society where science has reached a high stage of development. Since the scientist does not or cannot control the direction in which his discoveries are applied, he becomes the subject of reproach and of more violent reactions insofar as these applications are disapproved by the agents of authority or by pressure groups. The antipathy toward the technological products is projected toward science itself. Thus, when newly discovered gases or explosives are applied as military instruments, chemistry as a whole is censured by those whose humanitarian sentiments are outraged. Science is held largely responsible for endowing those engines of human destruction which, it is said, may plunge our civilization into everlasting night and confusion. Or to take another prominent instance, the rapid development of science and related technology has led to an implicitly anti-science movement by vested interests and by those whose sense of economic justice is offended. The eminent Sir Josiah Stamp and a host of less illustrious folk have proposed a moratorium on invention and discovery, 22 in order that man may have a breathing spell in which to adjust his social and economic structure to the constantly changing environment with which he is presented by the embarrassing fecundity of technology. These proposals have received wide publicity in the press and have been urged with unslackened insistence before scientific bodies and governmental agencies. 24 The opposition comes particularly from those representatives of labor who fear the loss of investment in skills that become obsolete before the flood of new technologies. Although these proposals probably will not be translated into action within the immediate future, they constitute one possible nucleus about which a revolt against science in general may materialize. It is largely immaterial whether these opinions which make science ultimately responsible for undesirable situations are valid or not. W. I. Thomas's sociological theorem-LF men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences is much in point here.